Xiao Fan opened his eyes suddenly, and his eyes shot out two rays of light. He looked at the time on the phone in front of him and found that it was September 8, 2658 in the galaxy calendar, which means that he was not dead, but was reborn and traveled to the seventh day before the end of the world. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Why are you sweating so much?" A beautiful teenage girl took a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from Xiao Fan's forehead considerately. "Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you? You can suddenly fall asleep while eating." Xiao Fan turned his head and realized the scene he was in. He was having breakfast at home with his stepmother and sister. Soon, long-lost memories flooded into his heart. Xiao Fan looked at the beautiful girl and the extremely beautiful young woman in front of him and couldn't help but feel disgusted. The anger and resentment in his heart could not be hidden. This damn woman married his father 15 years ago, and she has been planning to control the huge Xiao family asset empire in her own hands. Before she married her father, she had already started planning how to kill her father. In fact, her beloved sister Xiao Lu had no blood relationship with him. Xiao Fan. What made Xiao Fan even more heartbroken was that after the apocalypse, Xiao Fan tried desperately to hunt the interstellar iron beetles in order to help the mother and daughter awaken their powers. However, when they awakened their powers, they thought they finally had a strong self-protection ability and no longer needed Xiao Fan. They actually openly wanted to kill Xiao Fan with Xiao Lu's biological father, who was actually the real mastermind behind this plan, Li Dao. Not only that, but they also wanted to humiliate him. When they thought that Xiao Fan had been poisoned and could no longer pose a threat to them, Xiao Fan's stepmother Wang Min told Xiao Fan the truth. The reason why she married Xiao Fan's father was Li Dao's idea, with the purpose of seizing the Xiao family's huge asset empire. If the apocalypse had not come suddenly, they would have planned to take action against Xiao Fan and let Xiao Fan die unexpectedly, just like Xiao Fan's father died suddenly in a car accident. What Xiao Fan couldn't accept the most was that Wang Min, this stinky woman with a heart as vicious as a snake, wanted her daughter Xiao Lu to stab him to death with a knife. Xiao Fan would never forget the ugly face and words of this stinky woman at that time. She laughed viciously and said, "Xiao Fan, let me tell you, your most beloved sister Xiao Lu actually has nothing to do with you. Her surname is not Xiao, but Li. In order to let you and her completely end your former brother-sister relationship, I let your most beloved sister take your life with her own hands. It's a good arrangement. Ha ha ha." But Li Lu actually showed an extremely ugly face after knowing that she and Xiao Fan had no blood relationship. She really took a knife and walked towards him step by step under the gaze of Wang Min and Li Dao. She completely ignored the love and brother-sister relationship he had shown her for her in the past 10 years. She was just as vicious as her parents. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was completely immune to poison after awakening his superpowers, so after he got all the truth, he immediately wanted to kill the three of them. But the extremely cunning Li Dao actually used his woman and daughter to block the knife for himself and took the opportunity to escape. And he escaped for a full 50 years. No matter how Xiao Fan looked for him, he never saw him again. This time, Xiao Fan secretly made up his mind that since he was reborn, he would never let Li Dao enter the end of the world alive. His father's blood feud must be avenged no matter what. "Xiao Fan, Mom just said a word to you. Why are you so resentful?" Wang Min's very dissatisfied words immediately recalled Xiao Fan from the distant memories to reality. Xiao Fan showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He now has only 7 days to prepare for the coming Doomsday, so there is no extra second to be hypocritical with the mother and daughter in front of him. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and pinched Wang Min's white jade neck fiercely and sneered. "Wang Min, you stinky woman actually dared to call yourself a mother. Don't think that I really don't know what you did." Wang Min felt that her breathing was interrupted immediately. She wanted to struggle desperately, but it was of no avail. Xiao Fan's hand was as strong as a pair of pliers. Li Lu was really stunned by the scene in front of her, and then she shouted, "Brother, are you crazy? She is our mother. How can you treat our mother like this?" It was really noisy. Xiao Fan slapped her hard with his backhand, and Li Lu was hit by the slap and flew out, falling to the ground and losing consciousness. Xiao Fan stared at Wang Min's eyes coldly and asked, "Tell me where Li Dao is immediately. Tell me where he is so that I can let you die more happily." After saying that, he loosened his hand that was pinching her neck slightly. Wang Min got some fresh air and immediately opened her mouth to breathe greedily and began to cough violently. Xiao Fan scolded with disgust. "Shut up and answer my question immediately. Where is Li Dao?" Wang Min looked at Xiao Fan in horror. She really didn't understand how Xiao Fan had become a completely different person after waking up after a loss of consciousness before. He actually knew all the secrets hidden in the deepest part of her heart. What's more terrifying is that his eyes were clearly formed after countless killings. She felt the biting cold and murderous aura. But Wang Min would never admit her crime so easily, but forced herself to defend herself. "Xiao Fan, are you crazy? I am your mother. Xiao Lu is your sister. How can you treat your mother and sister like this? Let me go. I want to see your sister's injuries. If your sister is beaten to death by you, your father will not let you go in the underworld." Xiao Fan sneered. "At this point, you still have a fluke mentality. I can say the name Li Dao, and I know what your relationship with him is. Li Lu is not my sister. She is the daughter of you and Li Dao. If I continue to be deceived by you, my father will not let me go." Wang Min was completely desperate this time. She never expected that Xiao Fan actually knew all her secrets. At this time, there was no point in continuing to quibble. Wang Min also regained her composure and said, "Xiao Fan, how do you know this? I have always been very careful and have not revealed any clues." Xiao Fan said coldly, "I don't have time to talk to you about these boring things. Answer my question immediately. Where is your dogman Li Dao? If you don't tell me, I will make you regret coming to this world once. Not only will I let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death, I will also let your daughter live a life worse than death with you." Wang Min looked at the cold and ruthless Xiao Fan, listened to his ruthless threats, and felt deeply regretful. The Xiao family, which is as big as a manor, has no one to save her at this moment. Originally, the Xiao family had many servants, but recently Wang Min and Li Dao are making plans to get rid of Xiao Fan. In order to prevent these servants from getting in the way, they found all kinds of excuses to fire them all. But now Xiao Fan has become successful. No matter how much noise Xiao Fan makes at home, no one will know. Of course, no one will save them and their daughter. Wang Min could only pretend to be calm and replied, "Xiao Fan, don't be too impulsive. We can discuss anything. As long as you let Xiao Lu and I go, I am willing to give up inheriting all the Xiao family's property." Excitedly sneered, "You shameless, ugly woman are really interesting. Even at this point, you still want to bribe me with my Xiao family's property." As Xiao Fan pinched her neck with a little force, Wang Min immediately began to suffocate again. This time it was even more tragic. Her face immediately turned red, and veins on her forehead popped up. Xiao Fan would not let her die so easily, so he quickly let go and said with a sinister smile, "If you don't answer my questions, I will let you do a multiple-choice question." Wang Min had a very bad premonition. She asked in horror, "What multiple-choice question?" Xiao Fan said sinisterly, "You want me to touch your daughter in front of you, or let your daughter watch me touch you?" Wang Min yelled, "Xiao Fan, you can't do this. In any case, you and Xiao Lu have been brother and sister for more than 10 years, and we have been mother and son for more than 10 years. Xiao Fan didn't want to listen anymore, and slapped her hard in the face and said angrily, "You shameless, stinky woman, you still have the face to say these words now. Have you really regarded my father as your husband in the past 10 years? Do you really regard me as your child? You are just carrying out your plans step by step." Wang Min's face was swollen from the beating, and the corners of her mouth kept bleeding. She cried, "Just consider it as my beg. All the mistakes are my fault. If you want revenge, come to me. Don't touch your sister." Xiao Fan sneered, "So you still care about your daughter, that's good. I'll let you watch. Let you open your eyes and watch how I touch her." Xiao Fan grabbed Wang Min's neck and walked towards Li Lu. Wang Min immediately shouted, "Xiao Fan, I beg you, don't do this. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." Xiao Fan stopped and looked at Wang Min. Wang Min cried and said, "Li Dao lives in the Xiao family's villa in the east suburbs." After Xiao Fan heard this, he exerted a little force with his right hand, and with a click, Wang Min's neck broke. Then Xiao Fan walked towards Li Lu and sent her to her mother without hesitation. He really didn't have any mercy on the mother and daughter. When they wanted to kill him, they didn't hesitate at all. He never thought about considering the love between brother and sister and mother and son. Never. Xiao Fan stuffed the bodies of the mother and daughter into the freezer and said with disgust, "Do you think I will really touch you and your daughter? Even looking at you is an insult to my eyes, let alone touching you." After that, Xiao Fan drove to his own villa in the eastern suburbs. This Li Dao is really abominable. He actually dared to live in his own home. This time, he must not let him escape again. He must experience what it means to be worse than death. Xiao Fan increased his speed to the fastest speed along the way and arrived at his villa in the eastern suburbs in an hour. But he did not go in directly, which would definitely alert the enemy. So he chose to park the car far away and then climb over the wall. He was still very clear about the monitoring system of this villa. The power grid above the wall was actually not powered, and the place where he flipped over happened to be a blind spot for monitoring. After climbing into the yard, Xiao Fan walked to the back door of the villa. This was a fingerprint lock. Xiao Fan used his fingerprint to open the door and enter the room. There was no one on the first floor. When he came to the second floor, he immediately heard the sound of fierce fighting between men and women. The man said roughly, "My little darling, don't worry. This villa will belong to me soon. If you really like this villa, I will keep you here." The young woman panted excitedly, "Godfather, is what you said true or false? You are not lying to me, are you? If Godfather is willing to keep a beautiful girl in a golden house, I, your daughter, am very willing to be your daughter. I am just worried that you will lie to me." The man replied proudly, "As long as you serve me well, why should I lie to you? To tell you the truth, in a few days, I will have a lot of villas like this. Keeping you in this villa is nothing to me. Do you think I need to lie to you?" The young woman shouted even more excitedly, "Godfather, don't worry. Your daughter will serve you happily like a god." Xiao Fan was furious. Li Dao, this bastard, said that he would have a lot of villas soon. He must be referring to taking all the villas in his family under his name. "Damn it!" the young woman asked curiously. "Godfather, I really don't understand why this villa can't be given to me immediately, and I have to wait for a while." The man panted, "Because although the old turtle is dead, the little turtle is still alive. After a while, the little turtle will also die, and we will eat his meat. This villa can belong to you." Xiao Fan couldn't listen anymore, and kicked open the door of the room where they were doing business. The woman inside screamed with disheveled hair, and the middle-aged man jumped up in a hurry and even took out a pistol from the bedside and pointed it at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan stared at the man and said coldly, "Li Dao, this time I will make you die in my hands, and I will never let you escape again." Li Dao was confused. He knew Xiao Fan, but he couldn't understand what Xiao Fan said. This was the first time he and Xiao Fan met. What did he mean that he couldn't escape again? What did he mean? Of course, Xiao Fan would not explain to him. He continued, "You think you can deal with me just because you have a gun in your hand?" Li Dao threatened coldly, "Xiao Fan, I don't know how you found this place, but there is one thing I must tell you. It is easy for me to kill you. Tell me what you have done to Wang Min quickly. If you tell me, I may let you die more easily." Xiao Fan walked towards Li Dao step by step without caring about the muzzle of Li Dao's gun and said sarcastically, "If you want to shoot me, then go ahead and shoot. Let me see if you can hit me." Li Dao shouted fiercely, "Stop right now and stand there without moving. Don't think I really don't dare to shoot." Xiao Fan sneered, "I just want you to shoot." Bang! After a flash of light, the bullet shot towards Xiao Fan's chest. Xiao Fan was even faster than the bullet. He not only dodged the bullet fired by Li Dao, but also came in front of Li Dao, and his right hand had already grabbed Li Dao's right hand holding the pistol. Then Xiao Fan just exerted a little force, and there was a cracking sound of bones. Li Dao screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Fan sneered, A waste like you still wants to shoot me with a gun. It's ridiculous." Li Dao's whole face was distorted with pain, and his body was covered with white sweat. Xiao Fan sneered, "I thought you were so great, but it turns out you are such a waste. You can't even bear this little pain, and you still want to seize all the property of my Xiao family. Are you worthy?" As he spoke, Xiao Fan picked up the pistol that fell on the bed, then aimed at Li Dao's pleasure place and shot it. Instantly, blood splashed, and he had no chance to have fun again. Li Dao fainted immediately because of the pain. The woman next to him was also directly scared and fainted. Xiao Fan didn't want to stop like this. It would be too easy for him to kill Li Dao directly, so he took a basin of water and poured it on Li Dao's face. Li Dao woke up slowly after a while. His face was completely pale as paper, and now he was only half dead. He said weakly, "Xiao Fan, please don't torture me anymore, just give me a quick death." Xiao Fan sneered, "You want to die like this, but I don't want to. Why don't you guess where the next shot will hit you?" Li Dao shook his head and replied, "I can't guess, hit my head." Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "You guessed wrong, I'm going to hit your foot." Bang! After a gunshot, a bloody hole was shot in Li Dao's left foot. Li Dao fainted from the pain again, and Xiao Fan woke him up again. Then the same game mode started. This time his right foot was disabled again, followed by his left and right hands. After the last 5 shots, Li Dao no longer had the ability to play, because he was played to death. Xiao Fan spit fiercely at his corpse. This bastard had been plotting against his father for more than 10 years. Not only did he kill his father, but he was also going to kill himself. Fortunately, the apocalypse has come. Otherwise, Xiao Fan might have died. Xiao Fan looked at the young woman who had fainted on the side. He was not merciful, because if he let this woman go, she would definitely report him outside. In that case, it would seriously affect all his subsequent plans, and he would not be able to prepare for the coming of the apocalypse. Lin Qifeng fired again, and then he dragged the 2 bodies to the basement, where no one would find them even if they turned into bones. Lin Qifeng left the villa, and finally looked back and said silently in his heart, "Dad, you can rest in peace this time. The sun is unfilial, but the sun finally avenged you." Next, Xiao Fan will start his crazy stockpiling plan because the apocalypse will come in 7 days, and the entire planet will become a breeding base for interstellar ironclad beetles. If you don't kill a bloody way out of it, then you can only die and become the nutrients for the ironclad beetle eggs. In the apocalypse, if you want to survive and want to kill a bloody way out, the most important prerequisite is that you must have sufficient material guarantees. Without sufficient supplies as a backing, everything is empty talk. In the end, you still have to die. Xiao Fan has fought in the apocalypse for 50 years. Although he has awakened his supernatural powers and can keep his body from aging for a long time, he has to be reborn again because of the lack of supplies. This time, he must not let supplies become an obstacle to his battle. His Xiao family is a very large asset empire, with business areas including real estate, funds, securities, network, entertainment, games, automobiles, and more than 20 other fields, with an asset scale of 300 billion. He must convert all of the Xiao family's assets into supplies for life within 3 days. These supplies will not only provide support for him, but also support him to establish a powerful force. Then he will no longer be alone. Xiao Fan drove to the Xiao family's headquarters, Tenglong Building. Xiao Fan parked the car and took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, a beautiful young elite female white-collar worker ran up to him and said respectfully, "Boss Xiao, something happened at the entertainment company. The 4 major actresses are now collectively proposing to re-sign the agency contract with the company. It's a mess." Xiao Fan replied impatiently, "If they want to make trouble, let them make trouble. You should issue a notice immediately and summon all senior executives from all business areas of the group to the conference room in an hour. Those who are not in this city will participate in the meeting via video. No one is allowed to be absent. I have something very important to announce." The female secretary Qiao Yun was stunned and asked hurriedly, "Boss Xiao, the meeting will be held in an hour. I'm afraid many senior executives will not be able to make it." Xiao Fan said impatiently, "If I ask you to notify, you should notify. Those who can't attend can participate by video. Don't you understand? Xiao Yun nodded hurriedly and did it, but couldn't help muttering in her heart. What I mean is that 1 hour is too short. If we can give 2 hours, half of the people may arrive. Xiao Fan walked to his office and took a deep breath. He missed his father so much. The whole office was designed by his father and had never been changed. However, his own space could not store real estate. Otherwise, he really wanted to put this office in as a permanent memory. Because after 7 days, this office would probably be corroded into tofu dregs by the corrosive liquid sprayed by the interstellar iron beetle. At this time, the door of the office was knocked, and Xiao Fan said calmly, "Come in." A beautiful and mature lady with short hair walked in, with a charming smile on her face and said, "Mr. Xiao, our finance department has to start paying a batch of contract prices in bulk according to regulations, and we need your signature." The one who came in was the financial director, Hu Miao. Xiao Fan looked at Hu Miao and said, "Stop paying all the contract prices immediately and transfer all the cash from each subsidiary to the group account immediately. Don't ask why, just do it now. A group executive meeting will be held later and I will explain everything at the meeting." But Hu Miao still said stubbornly, "Mr. Xiao, it is very inappropriate for you to do this. It will lead to a large number of breaches of contract. We will face a lot of lawsuits, which will have a great negative impact on the reputation of our group." Xiao Fan walked to Hu Miao. To her surprise, Xiao Fan actually stretched out his hand to hook her chin and lifted it up, staring into her eyes and said, "Remember my words. I don't want to say it again. Do it immediately. You can only execute it and cannot raise any questions." Hu Miao felt like she was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. She didn't dare to look Xiao Fan in the eye anymore. She immediately looked down and nodded and replied, "I understand, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Fan let her go, then waved his hand for her to leave his office. Now every minute and every second is extremely precious to him. He originally didn't plan to give an hour, but after all, he needed to prepare before the meeting. Otherwise, he would ask for an immediate meeting. No one is allowed to question his decision, because any doubt means the loss of precious time. Xiao Fan sat in his office chair, closed his eyes slightly, and needed to rest because he was too tired. About half an hour later, the door of the office was knocked. Secretary Xiao Yun walked in and said, "Mr. Xiao, all the meeting notices have been sent out. However, less than 1/5 of the people can attend the meeting, and the rest of the executives can only take the video conference mode. The meeting will start in 15 minutes. Xiao Fan nodded and said, "I'm too tired. Come and help me massage my shoulders." Xiao Yun was stunned. She has been Xiao Fan's secretary for 3 years. This is the first time Xiao Fan has made such a request. She actually felt extremely happy and hurriedly came behind Xiao Fan to help him massage his shoulders to relax. Xiao Fan said, "Xiao Yun, the meeting that will be held later is very important to me. You must cooperate with me well. No matter what happens in the meeting, don't ask why. Can you do it?" Xiao Yun nodded and replied, "I will do it according to what President Xiao said." Xiao Fan said again, "Use some strength." Xiao Yun increased her strength again. Xiao Fan closed his eyes in enjoyment. 15 minutes later, he brought Xiao Yun to the conference room. There were already more than a dozen executives sitting in the conference room, and the remaining dozens of executives all participated in the meeting via video. Xiao Fan said, "This time I notified everyone to hold this emergency meeting because I have something very important to announce. Of course, this also concerns each of you." All the executives looked at Xiao Fan, very puzzled, wondering what important thing he was going to announce. Xiao Fan looked at Hu Miao's position and asked, "Director Hu, how much cash do we have in the group account plus the accounts of each subsidiary?" Hu Miao answered very professionally, "According to my statistics just now, we can now mobilize a total of 6.9 billion in working capital." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "I plan to take out all of this 6.9 billion in cash as your bonus." Wow! Xiao Fan was extremely quiet when he just said this, and then an uproar broke out. It was like a bowl of ice water was poured into a boiling oil pan. Those executives were completely shocked. Could it be that President Xiao suddenly went crazy? Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. She felt that Xiao Fan was not right just now, and now she felt that her feeling was verified. This guy was indeed wrong. But thinking of her previous promise, she said nothing. Hu Miao suddenly stood up excitedly and said, "Xiao, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? You will make us breach a large number of contracts that are progressing well, and you will take the contract money that should have been paid as bonuses. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Our entire group will collapse." Xiao Fan looked at Hu Miao coldly and said, "You didn't take to heart a word I said to you in my office, so I can only inform you with great regret that you are fired." Hu Miao was stunned where she was. She felt extremely wronged. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears, and then she rushed out of the meeting room. Xiao Fan ignored him and continued, "Let's continue the meeting. Although I just announced a huge bonus, it's not so easy for you to get it. I want you to use your brains to think about how to exchange all the assets of our entire group for various necessities of life, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the shortest time." Hearing Xiao Fan's words, all the executives present immediately quieted down again and couldn't help thinking in their hearts, "Is Xiao Fan really crazy? But this is great news for me. Since he is willing to exchange such high-quality assets for necessities of life, I will satisfy him. What's more, this is a very easy deal. I just don't know how generous the reward will be. I must listen carefully next." Xiao Fan continued, "If you can facilitate a transaction within 1 day, you will get a reward of 5% of the transaction amount. If you can facilitate a transaction within 2 days, you will get a reward of 3% of the transaction amount. If you can facilitate a transaction within 3 days, you will get a reward of 2%. After 3 days, you will get a reward of 1% of the transaction amount." All the executives present couldn't believe their ears. Even some executives who participated in the video recollection accidentally dropped their phones on the ground. A simple calculation will show how generous this reward is. If the transaction amount is 100 million, you can get a reward of 5 million. If it is 1 billion, you can get a reward of 50 million. If it is 1 billion, you can get a reward of 50 million. If it is 10 billion, you can get a reward of 500 million. And the entire Xiao family assets are of very high quality. They will be fought over in the market, so this transaction is too easy to facilitate. It's just giving money away for free. Every executive was instantly ignited with fighting spirit. At this moment, they are all thinking about one question in their minds. That is, how can they get a higher bonus? Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Time is urgent, so I won't delay your time to get the bonus. I hope you can all facilitate the conclusion of the transaction today and get the highest reward of 5%. The meeting is adjourned." As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, all the executives present couldn't wait to say hello and rushed out, while the executives who participated in the online video conference went offline one after another. They were all eager to find trading opportunities. Xiao Fan can only take this approach to stockpile supplies now, because time is really too tight. If he uses the normal method to cash out his assets and then purchase them, let alone 7 days, it may take a month for the cash to be completed. Time is running out. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Qiao Yun looked at Xiao Fan in a daze. Xiao Fan turned his head and looked at Qiao Yun and smiled. "Don't be in a daze. You also have the opportunity to win a high reward. Don't you want to go out and try it?" Qiao Yun didn't speak, but came in front of Xiao Fan and reached out to touch Xiao Fan's forehead. Xiao Fan slapped her hand and said, "What's wrong with you?" Qiao Yun asked back, "Boss Xiao, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I'm normal and I know what I'm doing. Such a generous reward. Are you really not tempted at all? Don't you want to make a fortune? Maybe you can become a billionaire." Qiao Yun shook her head and replied, "I grew up with my grandfather. My grandfather taught me since I was a child that I must never earn money that I shouldn't earn. People only live for a few short decades. The most important thing is to have peace of mind." Xiao Fan smiled and asked, "This is my reward to you. How can it be considered money that I shouldn't earn?" Qiao Yun said seriously, "I think Boss Xiao is very abnormal now, and the decision he made is also abnormal, so this money shouldn't be earned." Xiao Fan stood up, patted her on the shoulder and said, It's rare to see a girl like you who has a bottom line. Don't worry, if you don't earn this money, I will definitely let you earn more. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Fan inexplicably, wondering why he said that. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Director Hu must have been wrong just now. Let's go see her, together. Xiao Yun's mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. Xiao Fan's style of doing things made her more and more confused. Hu Miao was obviously dismissed by him personally, so why did he say that she was wronged in the blink of an eye? It seems that he has to comfort her. The more people see, the more confused they are. I don't know what Xiao Fan is up to, but Xiao Fan's idea is very simple. This time he was reborn and came back, he not only had to seize every opportunity to stockpile the supplies he needed in the end times, he also had to try his best to find some reliable partners in the end times who could be trusted back to back. If you want to become his partner, the first thing is not to only have interests in your eyes, but also to have your own bottom line. Both Hu Miao and Xiao Yun showed their persistence in their bottom line, which will become the basis for Xiao Fan to trust them in the end times. Xiao Fan dismissed Hu Miao because he didn't want her to become a stumbling block to his crazy stockpiling, but this did not affect Xiao Fan's absorption of her as his partner. And those very greedy executives will soon find that no matter how much bonus they get, it will become worthless waste paper. The most precious thing in the end of the world is the basic materials necessary for survival, not money. And these people will lose the possibility of becoming Xiao Fan's partners because of their greed. As long as someone in the meeting just now dissuaded Xiao Fan could cooperate with them to survive the end of the world. It's a pity that no one except Hu Miao and Xiao Yun dissuaded Xiao Fan. They only saw huge benefits in their eyes, without any bottom line. None of these people are worthy of being Xiao Fan's partners, because when faced with the temptation of interests, such people often become the earliest betrayers. Looking at Xiao Yun, who was confused and shocked, Xiao Fan smiled and left directly. Xiao Yun took a long time to react and hurriedly chased after him. When he came to the outside of Hu Miao's office, Xiao Fan knocked on the door and pushed it in directly, and saw Hu Miao lying on his office desk crying. Xiao Fan came up to her and said with a smile, If I were you, I would not hide in the office and cry. I would just go and earn bonuses like everyone else. Hu Miao raised her head and looked at Xiao Fan angrily. Isn't it enough that you fired me, but you came here to ridicule me? Xiao Fan reached out and lifted her chin again, then reached out with his other hand to wipe her tears and said seriously, I did fire you, but I only fired your position in the company. Now I have decided to rehire you as my personal assistant, and you can set any salary you want. How about it? Hu Miao broke free from his hand and said coldly, Forget about it. I would rather starve to death than cooperate with a lunatic like you. Xiao Yun on the side actually felt that what Hu Miao said made sense. Xiao Fan was not angry but smiled and said, Take a closer look at me to see if I am crazy or not. Stay with me for a few days, at most 7 days, and you will understand why I do this. Hu Miao stared at Xiao Fan's eyes for a while before saying, 7 days may be a short time for you, but it is enough to destroy the entire group company. Xiao Fan shook his head seriously and replied, In 7 days the old Xiao group will be destroyed, but a new group will rise. As long as you are willing to accept my offer, you and Xiao Yun will be the founders of this new group. There is only 7 days. Why not give it a try? Xiao Yun asked in surprise. Mr. Xiao, will I also be the new founder? Xiao Fan nodded and replied, After 7 days, you and Hu Miao will have priority in the supply of various resources. Xiao Yun shook her head helplessly. She thought Xiao Fan had returned to normal just now, but the next moment he said these inexplicable words, which really made people feel helpless. Hu Miao said, If after 7 days you are still continuing your farce, you must stop immediately and work hard to get the Xiao group back on track. Only if you agree to my request can I agree to accept your offer. Xiao Fan asked in surprise, Hu Miao, why do I always feel that your concern and feelings for the Xiao group far exceed the scope of a normal executive? Can you tell me the reason? Hu Miao asked back, Do you really want to know? Xiao Fan nodded and replied, Of course I want to know. Hu Miao replied, Because your father was kind to me when he was alive, I supported myself throughout my college years by accepting his scholarship, and after I graduated, your father took the initiative to invite me to work at the Xiao Group. It can be said that every step of my growth is inseparable from your father's support. Do you understand? All I did was not to see your father's hard work. That is the hard work of my benefactor being ruined by you. Xiao Fan nodded, thinking to himself that he really met a treasure this time. He didn't expect Hu Miao to be a grateful person. At least he could be classified as the best partner. Hu Miao asked, I have told you everything you want to know, and you haven't answered my question yet. Xiao Fan said seriously, I agree to your request. If I can't let you see a brand new Xiao group in 7 days, I will do as you say, without any discount. Xiao Yun also said, Mr. Xiao, can I also put forward a condition? Xiao Fan heard Xiao Yun's words and turned to look at her. Xiao Yun saw Xiao Fan's eyes, and for some reason she didn't dare to look directly at them. She hurriedly lowered her head and said timidly, My condition is actually very simple. That is, I also want your private employment. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Okay, I will hire you privately now. Xiao Yun secretly stuck out her tongue. The woman's little thoughts were satisfied, and she couldn't hide her joy. Xiao Fan looked at the two of them and said seriously, I need your strong help now. Various transactions should be reached soon. I want you to be responsible for the signing and execution of these transactions. I will give you special authorization, but you must also remember that the only requirement is to let the transaction party transport the materials I need to our group's warehouse in the suburbs as soon as possible. Xiao Yun nodded obediently. Hu Miao asked, How can it be so hurried? Don't we check the details of various contracts seriously? Xiao Fan shook his head. This woman always can't turn her head around. This will seriously delay time. Time is much more important than money. It seems that I must help her turn around. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yun and said, Xiao Yun, go out first. Hu Miao and I will talk about the details of the contract alone. Xiao Yun nodded obediently and left, and did not forget to close the door. Xiao Fan lifted Hu Miao's chin again and said, It's good that you have your own opinions, but within these 7 days, I want you to give up all your opinions and execute my orders unconditionally. Can you do it? Hu Miao argued, I can't just watch the interests of the Xiao group suffer heavy losses and do nothing about it. Xiao Fan answered seriously, I assure you that only by transporting the materials I need to the place I specify as soon as possible can the interests of Xiao group be protected the most. Hu Miao wanted to say more, but she was blocked as soon as she opened her mouth. Of course, it was Xiao Fan who blocked her mouth. Hu Miao almost had difficulty breathing, and Xiao Fan let her go, giving her a chance to breathe freely again. Xiao Fan asked, Do you understand what I mean now? Listen to me like a woman listens to her husband, understand? Hu Miao nodded with a confused look on her face. Xiao Fan patted her cheek and said, This is a good and obedient woman. Time is really too tight now, otherwise I would want to do you now. You don't know how long I haven't seen a woman. Hu Miao asked blankly, What are you talking about? Don't we meet every day? Xiao Fan smiled and said, You will understand what I mean in 7 days. Don't ask anything now. Remember your other identity. You are not only my personal assistant, but also my woman. Hu Miao nodded shyly. In fact, she has always had a good impression of the handsome and unruly Xiao Fan. Otherwise, how could she let him raise his chin casually? Xiao Fan's purpose for doing this is also very simple. He needs this woman to be his assistant, but this woman has her own opinions. There is only one way to make her give up her own opinions, and that is to let her fall in love. A woman who falls in love will get excited, not always asking why, and will only do what a man tells her to do. Lin Chifeng was actually burning with passion because of the intimate action just now. He had just been reborn, and before coming back, he had really been fighting with the Iron Beetle. He hadn't met a woman for a long time. He really wanted to kill Hu Miao on the spot, but he held back. However, another passionate mouth-blocking wouldn't waste much time. Once again, Hu Miao felt that he was having difficulty breathing, and he pushed Xiao Fan away desperately, but couldn't. At this moment, Xiao Fan's cell phone rang. Xiao Fan let go of Hu Miao in disappointment and took out his own cell phone to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Tan. Mr. Xiao, I'm urgently asking you to confirm something. Mr. Xiao, Are you going to sell all your properties and exchange them for various necessities of life? It's true. It's absolutely true. Is Mr. Tan interested in this? If it's true, I thought I heard a joke. I'm very interested in the entertainment industry of the Xiao Group. Mr. Xiao also knows that I run a large ranch, which raises tens of thousands of beef cattle and hundreds of thousands of sheep. Recently, I have been wanting to transform, but there is no good investment direction. Mr. Xiao is simply a timely rain. How about I exchange my ranch for your entertainment industry? Mr. Tan, your proposal is very good, I agree, but you only use such a small thing with a value of no more than 1 billion to exchange for my entire entertainment industry. This is a bit unreasonable. Haha, Mr. Xiao, please don't misunderstand. It's not kind of me to exchange the entertainment industry with Mr. Xiao for only the things from this ranch, but there is a large ranch next to my ranch. The number of cattle and sheep in his ranch is 3 times that of my ranch. Let's exchange with Mr. Xiao together. What do you think? Deal. I will leave the specific matters of signing the contract to Hu Miao. You can contact her later. But I know that Mr. Tan's ranch has a special slaughtering workshop. I want Mr. Tan to slaughter all the cattle and sheep now, and then transport them to my warehouse immediately after the slaughter. Mr. Xiao, isn't this a bit too anxious? The contract between us hasn't been signed yet. I will start slaughtering cattle and sheep now. If there is any accident at that time, my loss will be great. If Mr. Tan is not at ease, he can send someone to sign the contract now. But the slaughter and transportation of cattle and sheep cannot be delayed for a minute. Otherwise, if I meet a better trading partner, I might change my mind. Don't do that. Don't I believe in Mr. Xiao? I will do what Mr. Xiao says. Don't worry, there will be no delay in slaughtering and transporting all the cattle and sheep. The earliest batch should arrive at your Xiao Group's warehouse tomorrow night. That's the best, Mr. Tan. I wish you a happy cooperation. Mr. Xiao, I will send someone to sign the contract now. In addition, when I need to remind Mr. Xiao, the middleman who told me this news is Xiao Fan, the person in charge of the entertainment industry of your Xiao Group. After the call ended, Xiao Fan was still a little excited. He didn't expect that the first batch of stockpiling would be reached like this. Xiao Fan looked at Hu Miao and ordered, "Pay Xiao Feng a bonus of 5% of the value of the cattle and sheep according to what I mentioned on the phone with Mr. Tan just now." Xiao Fan was using money to further stimulate the enthusiasm of everyone and buy time for his stockpiling. Hu Miao was stunned. This was too generous. Several hundred million was paid in one sentence. But Hu Miao nodded obediently this time. She had just reached an agreement with Xiao Fan. At least she would not violate the agreement within these 7 days. Xiao Fan called Qiao Yun in again and specifically told them, "Remember, no matter how excessive the contract terms are, don't worry about it. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that, once the agreement is reached, the goods must be delivered to our warehouse immediately. Those who can't do this are not worthy of signing a contract with us, understand?" Hu Miao and Qiao Yun both nodded in agreement. At this time, Xiao Fan's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw the caller ID. "Little baby." Xiao Fan frowned. It seemed that this woman had an unusual relationship with him, but it had been so long that he couldn't remember who it was. But he had just kissed Hu Miao, so he naturally couldn't be unclear with other women in front of her. So Xiao Fan said, "Remember, do everything according to what I say. I have other things to deal with." Xiao Fan hurriedly left Hu Miao's office and answered the call. "Hubby, what are you doing? People don't contact you, and you don't contact them. People call you, but you don't answer for so long. Have you forgotten me?" Xiao Fan knew that this woman must be a wonderful person when he heard the charming voice full of femininity, but he really couldn't remember who she was, because it had been so long. However, Xiao Fan still had quite a lot of experience in dealing with women, so he said, "Baby, where are you? I'm busy now, really too busy. How about you come to the office to find me?" "I'm in the company too, but I just heard the latest news that you want to transfer all the film and television industries, and in exchange for cattle and sheep. Honey, what are you thinking? Are you selling me out? Am I only worth a few cattle and sheep in your eyes?" Xiao Fan finally remembered who the woman who was talking to him was. It was Yang Can, a popular female artist in the film and television company under his group, known as the top of the four major actresses, and she had long been his secret lover. Xiao Fan had completely forgotten about this matter after his rebirth, so he smiled and said, "Come to my office to find me, and I will explain this to you in person." Can ask unexpectedly, "Dear, why do I feel that you are completely different from before? Didn't you tell me before that our relationship must be kept secret and not let anyone know? We try not to meet or contact each other in public. Why do you want me to go to your office now?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "That was before. I have changed my mind now. Why don't you want to come?" Yankan smiled and said, "Then you wait, dear. Why should I care if you don't care?" Xiao Fan was calculated by Wang Min's family before, and he was almost fighting alone in the entire Doomsday. He knew how difficult it was to survive, but this was not the hardest thing. The hardest thing is the endless loneliness. This time, he wants to live a wonderful life in the Doomsday, and he will never be as lonely as last time. He also needs to find more partners for himself, so he asked Yang Kan to come to his office directly. He wanted to have a good talk with this actress about saving her and making her one of his partners in the end times. When Xiao Fan was waiting for Yang Kan, there was a knock on the door of his office. Xiao Fan shouted to come in and couldn't help but be surprised. How could Yang Kan come so quickly? But the person who came in made Xiao Fan tense up. If he hadn't realized that he was reborn and was not in the end times, he would have rushed over to duel with the person who came. The one who came in was a mature woman with full charm. With a perfect figure and a delicate and flawless jade-like cheek, it can be said that no man can resist the charm of such a woman. But this woman was Xiao Fan's nightmare for more than 20 years in the end times. Her name is Yuan Li. She also successfully awakened her superpowers in the end times, and it was an extremely powerful superpower. She could obtain the defensive attributes of the interstellar iron beetle in battle, just like wearing an invulnerable armor all over her body. It was simply the opponent's nightmare. No matter what means of attack, she couldn't hurt her at all, but her counterattack posture was extremely sharp, which was simply a perfect combination of defense and attack. Just because Xiao Fan accidentally saw her bathing, this woman would start fighting mode whenever she saw Xiao Fan. The fight between the two turned into a life-and-death battle, but in the end, neither could do anything to the other. Xiao Fan suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. He was back and had superpowers, but this woman had not experienced the end of the world yet, and was still an ordinary woman. Let's see how he would deal with her this time. He must make her obedient and let her recognize him as her master. Yuan Li only saw the rapid changes in Xiao Fan's expression, but she didn't know that Xiao Fan's inner changes were so drastic in such a short period of time, and he also made an evil plan against her. If she knew Xiao Fan's true thoughts now, she would definitely go crazy. Yuan Li was the first to speak. "Mr. Xiao, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't disturb you by coming here presumptuously. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yuan Li, the General Manager of Future Love Ecological Technology Company. My company is in the office building opposite, so I didn't communicate with Mr. Xiao by phone in advance and came directly here. I think we can both save time. Mr. Xiao shouldn't mind." Xiao Fan understood the purpose of this woman's visit. It turned out that she was his neighbor. She had been hunted by him for so long in the end of the world without knowing this relationship. Xiao Fan smiled and came to her, stretched out his right hand and said, "Mr. Yu, nice to meet you. Of course I don't mind. This is indeed helpful to save time for both of us." Yuan Li smiled at the hand that Xiao Fan stretched out in front of her and stretched out her own delicate jade hand to gently hold Xiao Fan's big hand. Her original intention was to shake it gently according to business etiquette, but Xiao Fan grabbed her hand and didn't let go. Xiao Fan thought proudly in his heart, "You stinky woman have been hunting me for more than 20 years in the apocalypse, just because I accidentally looked at you taking a shower. Now I'm holding your hand to see what you think." Thinking of the evil taste in his heart, he secretly enjoyed the pleasure of revenge that only he knew. But he said, "I don't know how President Yu plans to trade with me, and which industry of my Xiao group is he interested in. As long as President Yu tells me, I will definitely meet President Yu's requirements and will never refuse. Yu Wenli glanced at the hands of both parties and reminded, President Xiao, I think our handshake should end here. You can let go of my hand? Xiao Fan pretended to be enlightened and said, I was so busy talking to President Yu, I'm sorry, I forgot. But in his heart, he thought evilly, I did it on purpose, so that you can hunt me down, but the fun hasn't started yet. You wait! Seeing that Xiao Fan said he had forgotten but refused to let go of her hand, Yu Wenli could only pull out her hand and said, Mr. Xiao, I just received a call from Liao Kai, the investment director of your group. I learned that Mr. Xiao had the idea of exchanging industry for materials, but I'm not sure if it's true? So I came here in person to ask. Xiao Fan smiled and asked Yu Wenli to sit down and said, It's true news, Mr. Yu. Don't doubt it. I just don't know if Mr. Yu has any good suggestions? Yu Wenli smiled and said, My company is actually planting agriculture, especially wheat and soybeans, with huge production and a lot of inventory. If Mr. Xiao is interested, we can cooperate. I am very interested in the real estate development projects of Xiao's group. They are all very good real estate projects. I also know that I don't have the strength to swallow all the real estate projects of Xiao's group, but I want to get a certain amount of equity. Xiao Fan nodded and replied, There is no problem, but I don't know how much wheat and soybeans Mr. Yu has. Yu Wenli replied, Our company's current inventory is about 30,000 tons of wheat, 10,000 tons of soybeans, and other grains totaling 8,000 tons. Xiao Fan was delighted. He took these grains into the end of the world and stored them in his own supernatural space. He could keep the state of the grains in the supernatural space forever. It was enough to support hundreds of years. He was very happy, but he said, Mr. Yu, the number you reported sounds a lot, but it is still too small compared to the real estate industry of my Xiao group. Even if I give Mr. Yu some shares, Mr. Yu can't get much, and he can't get the controlling rights of the real estate company at all. Yu Wenli thought for a while and asked, Then Mr. Xiao, based on the amount of materials I reported, how much equity in the real estate company can I get? Xiao Fan pretended to be unfathomable, but he thought in his heart that this was a big piece of fat meat that you took the initiative to deliver to the door. I want to think about how to eat you. I want your grain and I won't let you go. I just accidentally looked at you taking a shower and you chased me for so long. Think about it. I'm losing a lot. I can't let you go easily this time. I want to take back all the interest and principle that you chased me for so long at once. Xiao Fan thought about this and said, Mr. Yu, it's almost noon. Let's go find a restaurant and have a meal and talk. There are a lot of details here that require us to discuss carefully and try to finalize all the details during the meal. Does Mr. Yu have time? Yu Wenli nodded and said, Then I'll treat you. Just consider it as compensation for my presumptuous visit to disturb Mr. Xiao. I know a particularly good restaurant. I'll take you there now. Xiao Fan nodded and suddenly thought of Yang Can, so he said, Mr. Yu, wait a moment. I need to make a phone call to arrange something. Yu Wenli nodded tactfully and left Xiao Fan's office and helped to close the door. Xiao Fan called Yang Can's cell phone and said, Baby, I suddenly have some urgent things to deal with. You don't have to come to my office. Just go to my house in the evening. Thinking of the freezer at home and Wang Min's mother and daughter, Xiao Fan added, Go to Xishan Villa. Got it, dear. I know you are a busy person, so I will wait for you at Xishan Villa. You can't forget me. Don't change your mind again. Xiao Fan hurriedly agreed, ended the call with Yang Kan. Xiao Fan walked out of his office and left his office with Yu Wenli. Xiao Fan asked Yu Wenli to take his car, and then Yu Wenli led the way to a manor-style high-end restaurant, Mingyu Huayuan. After parking the car and asking for a private room, Yu Wenli ordered the dishes soon. Then Yu Wenli introduced, The dishes in this restaurant are not only very distinctive, but also every dish is exquisite. It is guaranteed that President Xiao will eat it once and think about coming again next time. Xiao Fan couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he heard Yu Wenli's introduction. He could use his own supernatural space to store a large amount of freshly made cooked food. The biggest feature of his own supernatural space is that no matter what is put in, it can maintain the state when it was first put in. No matter how long it takes to take it out, It will be as hot as when it was just put in." Yu Wenli saw Xiao Fan distracted and did not disturb her, but very elegantly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Xiao Fan made up his mind and pressed the call on the side of the dining table. A beautiful waiter quickly knocked on the door and walked in and asked, "Sir and miss, what do you want?" Xiao Fan asked, "How many meals does your restaurant make a day?" The waitress said proudly, "Our restaurant can satisfy 3,000 customers a day." "The scale is quite good." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, your restaurant will no longer need to receive other guests. I will take care of all the breakfast, lunch, and dinner you make." The waitress was completely stunned, her mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in. Yu Wenli on the side was stunned. Is this Xiao Fan really crazy? Why does he need so much food for himself? Even if he can afford to buy it, how can he store it? The waitress finally came to her senses and asked, "Sir, are you kidding? Do you know how big the amount is? Can you finish it all by yourself? Even your whole family can't eat so much." Xiao Fan said very seriously, "I'm not kidding you, and I can pay for the meal first. Remember, I'm not paying a deposit, but the full meal fee. You don't have to worry about any losses." The waitress replied excitedly, "Since the gentleman is not kidding, I'll call our boss over. I really can't make the decision." Xiao Fan nodded, and the waitress left quickly to call her boss. Yu Wenli asked curiously, "Boss Xiao, can you tell me what you are planning? You want to store both supplies and food. It's easier for me to understand hoarding supplies. After all, supplies can be stored for a long time, but the food really can't be stored for a long time. It will spoil and rot." Yu Wenli knew that it might be impolite to ask this, but her curiosity was completely bursting, and she couldn't help asking it. Xiao Fan looked at Yu Wenli, whose face was full of curiosity, and whispered, "Boss Yu, do you really want to know why?" Yu Wenli nodded desperately. Xiao Fan grinned and said, "This is my biggest secret. Not everyone can know it. If President Yu really wants to know, he will have to pay a certain price." Yu Wenli looked at the expression on Xiao Fan's face and knew that this guy might be plotting against her, so she hurriedly said, "If it's inconvenient for President Xiao to say it, then forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask anything." Xiao Fan still had a wicked smile and said, "President Yu, the answer you want to know is related to a huge secret, which may save your life. But you don't want to pay any price to get the answer. There is no such cheap thing in the world, so I won't tell President Yu just like that." Yu Wenli stared into Xiao Fan's eyes, trying to see through Xiao Fan, but she found that the more she looked at this man, the more she found that this man's eyes were terrifyingly deep. She quickly turned her face and pretended to drink water and said with a smile, "I don't know what the price that Mr. Xiao mentioned is. I'm just curious, and I don't have to know it." Xiao Fan smiled and said nothing. He knew women very well. If you say whatever she asks, she will soon lose interest in you. If you want to keep her, you must keep enough mystery about her, that is, to fully arouse her curiosity about you. You should ignore her when you should. On the contrary, she will want to explore you more and more under the prompting of curiosity. Then she will take the bait." Sure enough, seeing that Xiao Fan didn't speak, Yu Wenli continued to ask, "Why doesn't Mr. Xiao even want to tell me what price I want to pay?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that I don't want to say it, but Mr. Yu won't agree to it if I say it, so why waste my breath?" It's another trick of playing hard to get. Although the routine is very old-fashioned, the older the routine, the more effective it is for arousing women's curiosity. Just as Yu Wenli was about to continue speaking, the door of the private room was knocked again, and then a very beautiful young professional woman in a capable small suit walked into the private room, followed by the waitress just now. The waitress hurriedly introduced, "Manager Tan, this gentleman said that he wanted to buy all the meals in our restaurant and pay for the meals first." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right, and I will pay the full amount first, the full amount for the next 6 days." Manager Tan was also shocked by Xiao Fan's words. She couldn't help asking, "Sir, are you kidding? No matter how much we make, are you willing to pay the full amount in advance?" This sentence was asked very skillfully, showing the face of this beautiful young woman as a profiteer. "It's also a package for 6 days. If you limit the quantity or not, there will be a big difference. Under normal circumstances, this restaurant can supply meals for 3,000 people a day, but if I run at full speed within these 6 days, my supply capacity may double. That would be a big win for this restaurant. Moreover, although this restaurant has the supply capacity, it is not full of customers every day. So this beautiful young woman looked at Xiao Fan like a big, white, and tender fat sheep. She must take a big bite and must not let him go easily. Yu Wenli also looked at Xiao Fan to see how he would answer. She was full of curiosity and expectation for Xiao Fan's answer, because the more she couldn't get the answer to why Xiao Fan did this, the more she wanted to find the answer she wanted from Xiao Fan's clues. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Manager Tan, as long as your restaurant is capable of doing it, no matter how many meals you make, I want them all as long as they meet the following conditions I put forward." Manager Tan immediately asked expectantly, "Sir, just tell us what you want. We will definitely meet them." Yu Wenli looked at Xiao Fan with more curiosity. Xiao Fan said seriously, "First, you can't cut corners on the food. You must ensure the quality and quantity of the food. Second, the hygiene of the food must be the best. As long as you can meet my 2 conditions, I will take as much as you want. But let me be frank. If you can fool me and let me discover the truth, I have the ability to make you spit out everything you eat." Manager Tan immediately promised, "Sir, you are our most precious guest. We will never deceive any customer, not to mention that you are the most distinguished guest in the history of our restaurant. Don't worry, sir, we will definitely meet these 2 requirements." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "Then you can count how much your production capacity is in a day? Then tell me and I can pay." Manager Tan asked with a look of surprise, "Sir, may I ask if you will eat in or take away at that time?" Xiao Fan teased, "You seem to be such a smart person. How could you ask such a funny question? If you can eat all these meals, I will treat you to dine in." Manager Tan was in a very good mood because of such a big order. He stuck out his tongue mischievously and said, "But if we pack it, it will be very troublesome to pack it. Can we use a large insulated bucket to deliver it to the place designated by you, sir?" Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "There is no problem at all. The insulation must be done well, and I don't like it to overflow." Manager Tan smiled and said, "I understand. I promise to satisfy you, sir. By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet." Xiao Fan replied, "Xiao Fan." Manager Tan nodded and said, "Mr. Xiao, I will leave for a while. The statistics work will be done soon, and then I will come to report to you. In addition, all meals today are free of charge. It is a gift from our Mingzhu Huayuan restaurant to the 2 distinguished guests." After that, the beautiful young woman manager left with the waitress. Yu Wenli couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This Xiao Fan didn't seem to have any mental problems. All the requests he just made were very rigorous and logical. Then there must be a reasonable explanation for him to hoard so many supplies and meals. Yu Wenli became more and more curious, but she didn't know that she was getting closer and closer to biting Xiao Fan's hook. Xiao Fan glanced at Yu Wenli and saw her curious expression. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Yu Wenli, if you bite my hook this time, I will deal with you severely. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." But I, Xiao Fan, didn't expect that my revenge would actually require a rebirth to achieve. Yu Wenli couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xiao, I'm really curious. Don't you know? The better the food is kept warm, the easier it is to rot." Xiao Fan looked at Yu Wenli's face full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and replied in a pretentious manner, "Mr. Yu is a little curious. This is my personal secret. It's not convenient to tell Mr. Yu." Yu Wenli snorted, "Since Mr. Xiao doesn't want to say it, forget it. Let's talk about the deal between us, shall we?" At this time, 2 waiters came in with a dining cart and began to serve the dishes they ordered one by one to the table. Then they left politely and closed the door. Xiao Fan said, "Mr. Yu, how much equity do you want in my real estate company? Can you tell me directly?" Yu Wenli hesitated and replied, "How about 30% equity?" Yu Wenli also knew that her asking price was relatively high. The materials she provided were not worth 30% equity, but the 2 sides still had to bargain after all, so she asked for a higher number. Xiao Fan didn't say anything immediately, but just stared at Yu Wenli. Yuan Li felt very uncomfortable being looked at by Xiao Fan, so he said, "Mr. Xiao, you don't have to keep looking at me like this. If Mr. Xiao thinks that the price I want is too high, Mr. Xiao can tell me what he thinks." Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head, but still didn't speak. Yuan Li said unhappily, "Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? If Mr. Xiao really thinks that my asking price is too high and we have no room for negotiation, you can also say it directly, without looking at me with this expression." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, you completely misunderstood what I meant. What I mean is that your asking price is too low. I can transfer 100% of the shares of the real estate company to you." This time it was Yuan Li's turn to be silent. Xiao Fan didn't speak again, but picked up the chopsticks on the table, picked up a vegetable and put it in his mouth, and slowly ate it. Yuan Li finally couldn't help asking, "I think Mr. Xiao must have conditions for doing this. He won't just give it to me for free, right?" Xiao Fan put down his chopsticks and smiled. "I just like dealing with smart people like Mr. Yu. It saves trouble." Yuan Li asked, "Since Mr. Xiao has made such a big concession, the conditions he proposed must be very complicated. I would like to hear what conditions Mr. Xiao has. As a woman, can I afford it?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Yu can accept my conditions, I will be able to do it and afford it. I won't propose conditions that Mr. Yu can't do, because that would be a waste of my precious time." Yuan Li asked, "Then please tell me your conditions, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Fan said seriously, "The materials provided by Mr. Yu can only get a maximum of 10% of the equity, which is already a sky-high estimate. I think Mr. Yu knows this himself." Yuan Li didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. Xiao Fan continued, "Then I want Mr. Yu for 5 years for this 190% equity." Yuan Li stood up excitedly and said angrily, "Xiao Fan, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You are simply too much. I, Yuan Li, only do business. Even if the business fails, it doesn't matter. I will never sell my body." Xiao Fan secretly thought that she was indeed a woman who kept her body like jade. No wonder she would chase him so relentlessly. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, why are you so excited? You misunderstood me." Snorted. "Then what do you mean?" Xiao Fan said, "I want you to be my subordinate within these 5 years, but I won't get any economic benefits from you. I just want you to follow some of my instructions. These instructions will not interfere with your operation of your own real estate company, and they have nothing to do with you." Yuan Li became more and more confused as he listened, but he didn't speak, just listened quietly. Xiao Fan continued, "On the premise of not damaging your economic interests and not damaging your personal dignity, I want you to follow all my instructions without any violation. Just 5 years." Yuan Li shook his head and said, "I can't go against my conscience and do something illegal." Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "Remember, as long as the laws of this society exist, I will not let you do something illegal. How about it?" This was Xiao Fan's trap for Yuan Li. The end of the world will come in 7 days, and the entire planet will collapse. What rules are there to speak of? Yuan Li thought for a moment and said, "As long as you clearly write the premise you just mentioned into the contract, and add a clause that as long as you violate it in any way, I can terminate the contract at any time and will not bear any responsibility. In that case, I am willing to accept your conditions." Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "No problem. You can write the specific terms of the contract according to the terms we just agreed upon." Yuan Li asked in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Fan asked back, "Mr. Yu, do you think I'm kidding you?" Yuan Li stared at Xiao Fan's eyes for a long time before saying, "Then I will draft the terms of the contract." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "But one more clause must be added. As long as I do not violate the terms of the contract cannot be terminated at will during the execution period. Otherwise, you will be in breach of contract. Once you breach the contract, you must accept any punishment from me." Yuan Li began to think carefully about Xiao Fan's words. The conditions proposed by Xiao Fan sounded very vicious, but in fact, they were meaningless, because the 3 prerequisites determined that Xiao Fan would not let her do anything she didn't want to do. Therefore, Xiao Fan's so-called severe punishment was meaningless, and there was nothing to agree to. But she would never have thought that after 7 days, all the order on this planet would collapse, and the 3 prerequisites would become meaningless. But at this time, Yuan Li didn't know that she had jumped into Xiao Fan's pit, so she said, "I can agree." Xiao Fan smiled and continued, "Do you want to add another supplementary clause?" Yuan Li asked curiously, "What does the supplementary clause that Mr. Xiao said mean?" Xiao Fan said seriously, "Within these 5 years, if Mr. Yu continues to obtain huge benefits from me, then the term clause agreed in our original contract will be extended indefinitely. Do you accept it?" Yuan Li began to think seriously. As long as she owns the real estate company of Xiao Group, does she need to obtain any huge benefits from Xiao Fan? No need. She, Yuan Li, is a woman who knows how to be content, not a greedy woman. So Yuan Li said, "This is a completely dispensable agreement. If Mr. Xiao thinks it's better to add it, I don't object." Xiao Fan was overjoyed after hearing this. Yuan Li, you are a woman who thinks you are very smart, but you have completely fallen into my trap, and you don't even know it. When the end of the world comes in 7 days, I will use helping you awaken your superpowers as bait. I don't believe you can refuse this temptation. By then, you will completely become mine." Thinking about the powerful superpower who had nothing to do with him becoming his own, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel proud. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, I would like to ask you to follow your heart. All the contract terms we agreed on this time are voluntary on both sides. There is no coercion, right?" Yuan Li nodded and replied, "There is no coercion. I am willing." Xiao Fan said again, "Then as long as I don't violate the terms of the contract, you must execute the agreement between us no matter what. Can you do it, Mr. Xiao?" Yuan Li suddenly had a very bad premonition. Why did she feel like she fell into someone's trap? But she couldn't figure out how Xiao Fan set a trap for her. Seeing that Yuan Li remained silent for a long time, Xiao Fan sneered, "Mr. Yu, the contract between us has not been signed yet, and you are already hesitant. How can you make me believe that you will seriously implement the terms of our contract?" Yuan Li finally said, "As long as we strictly fulfill the agreement between us, I will not breach the contract." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "My time is also very precious. Why don't I eat here, and Mr. Yu sort out the contract terms, and we will sign after dinner. After signing the contract, I will transfer all the management rights of the real estate company to you, and then you can take me to your warehouse to have a look. How about this arrangement?" Yuan Li said dissatisfiedly, "I'm still hungry. Why can't I eat first?" Xiao Fan was instantly attracted by her coquettish look. Although this woman's daughter-like attitude this time was not intentional, she was still very cute and innocent, so attractive to men. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Yuan Li also realized that his reaction just now was a bit inappropriate, so he said angrily, "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Eat it yourself. I will sort out the terms of the contract on my mobile phone now." While Xiao Fan was enjoying his own food, he watched the beauty in front of him write a contract to sell herself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is said that there are people in this world who are sold by others and help others count money. Did this beautiful woman sell herself without asking for a penny? She even wrote the contract to sell herself. The more Xiao Fan thought about it, the more beautiful it became. He felt that the arrogance he had suffered from this woman for 10 to 20 years in the end of the world had all disappeared. Yuan Li secretly glanced at Xiao Fan and sneered in his heart. "You stinky man thought you took advantage of me, so I designed the terms of this contract more strictly. When you want to execute the terms of the contract, you will find that it is just a piece of waste paper. You won't be able to cry by then. I regret so much that I gave 90% of your real estate company's shares to me for nothing. I have never done anything so satisfying in my life. I thought it would be difficult for my career to move to a higher level, but I didn't expect that you gave me a second spring in my career. This pair of men, women who were happy enemies in the end times, now thought they had calculated each other. Of course, they couldn't both be winners. There could only be one winner." Xiao Fan reminded while eating, "You must consider the terms of this contract carefully at one time. We will start to implement it after we sign it. You can't say that you want to add some people a day is a total of 4.2 million. 6 days is 25.2 million. Xiao Fan nodded and said, "No problem. I don't ask for any discounts, but you must guarantee the quality of the food for me. Does your restaurant accept transfers or credit cards? Manager Tan was completely stunned. This was too generous. She even accepted the other party's psychological expectation of erasing 5.2 million. Even if 5.2 million was erased, the restaurant would still make a lot of money. But Xiao Fan didn't bargain at all, but paid the bill directly. This was a bit too much. Even Yuan Li, who was standing by, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "What a super prodigal son, he doesn't feel sorry for his father's land." Manager Tan hurriedly said, "It's all right." Xiao Fan took out a black gold card from his pocket and said, "Then swipe the card now." Manager Tan stared at Xiao Fan holding the black gold card and said excitedly, "Please wait for a moment, Mr. Xiao, I'll go get the POS machine now." Manager Tan jumped out of the private room. She was really very happy. The bonus she would get from this order would exceed 3 million. Yuan Li couldn't help asking, "I said why you are so generous. Do you think she is very beautiful and want to use money to knock her out? Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are too many beautiful women in this world. You have to be careful that your wallet is not bulging enough." Xiao Fan was not angry and didn't explain. Yuan Li's ability to say such a sentence made Xiao Fan's view of her change a lot. At least this woman has a good heart, kind. Seeing that Xiao Fan did not respond to her words, Yuan Li also felt very bored and stopped talking and continued to work on her contract terms. Soon, the beautiful Manager Tan came to the private room with the POS machine in her hand and then said excitedly, "Mr. Xiao, please swipe the card." Xiao Fan handed the card directly to Manager Tan. Manager Tan set the amount and felt that his hands were shaking. He looked at the set amount again and again to confirm that it was correct, then inserted Xiao Fan's black gold card and asked him to enter the password. Xiao Fan said indifferently, "The password is 6 zeros. You enter it yourself." Yuan Li on the side was complaining again. How unfortunate his father and mother are to give birth to such a thing. What a super prodigal son. If it were my son, I would break his legs. Bah, what am I thinking about? I don't even have a boyfriend. How can I have such a big son? When Manager Tan entered the last zero of the password, she was shaking with excitement. This means that she has more than 3 million rewards. This is something she has never thought about since she became a professional manager. She respectfully handed the black gold card to Xiao Fan again, and Xiao Fan threw it on the dining table indifferently. Manager Tan thanked him profusely and left. Xiao Fan then looked at Yuan Li and said, "She just left like that. I didn't make any excessive demands. Do you think I was using money to stun her like you said?" Yuan Li snorted. "I misunderstood you, okay? I thought you were a pervert, but now I understand that you are just a simple spendthrift." Xiao Fan did not make any excuses and laughed in his heart that you know nothing. This is the advantage of information asymmetry. Soon people will find that all money is waste paper, and the truth is that they can spend money and turn it into their own materials. And you, a self-righteous woman, will soon become my possession. The real estate company you get is also a mirage. Xiao Fan was in a good mood and said, "Boss Yu, why don't you take a break and stop writing? I can't bear to see you sorting out contracts on an empty stomach." Yuan Li blurted out, "Have you found your conscience? You also know that it is cruel to let a woman starve?" Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "I'm just worried that you will starve to death and then ask me for sick leave. In that case, I will lose a lot of money in the contract." Yuan Li was furious after hearing this and said, "Xiao Fan, can you say a word of humanity? I doubt whether a man like you will have a woman who really likes you. Even if there are women around you, they like your money, definitely not you as a person." Xiao Fan shook his head again and said, "Boss Yu, it seems that you really don't understand me. I am absolutely very good at coaxing girls. It's just that you will be my subordinate, not my woman, so why should I go to so much trouble to please you?" Yuan Li couldn't hold his breath after hearing this, and couldn't help but angrily said, "Mr. Xiao, I advise you not to be too proud. After we sign the contract, don't regret giving me 90% of the shares of your real estate company for nothing." Xiao Fan said proudly, "Mr. Yu, you don't have to consider for me. I can ask you to accompany me to read books and newspapers, and I can ask you to serve me tea and water." Yuan Li snorted, That depends on whether my time allows it. If my company needs a lot of things for me to deal with, I can't do these for you." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "That makes sense." But he laughed in his heart. "Your company will soon be gone and will be destroyed by the interstellar iron beetle. What excuses can you find when the time comes?" Of course, no matter how proud Xiao Fan is in his heart, he will not tell this cruel truth now. Yuan Li saw that Xiao Fan was not in a hurry to hear what he said, and he became more puzzled and curious. What exactly is this stinky man thinking? What is he thinking in his mind? Why can't I guess it at all? Xiao Fan was full soon, wiped his mouth in a very ungraceful manner and praised, "Mr. Yu, I now find that your suggestions are very good. Indeed, just as you said, the various meals in this restaurant are really delicious. Now, are you sure you don't want to eat? If you still don't eat, I will ask the waiter to take away all the meals." Yu Wenli said unhappily. "Xiao Fan, tell me the truth. Is this the first time we meet today?" Xiao Fan nodded, but was surprised in his heart. This woman actually had such a terrible intuition. She actually realized that there seemed to be a grudge between her and me for a long time. Yuan Li snorted. "Since this is the first time we met today, why do I feel like you have known me for a long time and are targeting me everywhere? Can you explain to me what is going on?" Xiao Fan spread his hands innocently and said, "Woman, you are too self-righteous. This is just your feeling. Just because you have this feeling, do I have to help you lie to make up for your feeling?" Yuan Li said firmly, "But my feeling has always been accurate and has never been wrong. I believe my feeling this time will still be accurate." Xiao Fan sighed softly and said, "Maybe this time you are hungry and your feeling is not accurate. In my opinion, you should come over and have a meal, and then get your contract." Yuan Li snorted. "Why do you suddenly care about me again now? But why do I feel like you are deliberately avoiding my previous questions?" Xiao Fan sneered on the surface, but was even more surprised in his heart. This woman's intuition is really terrible. Maybe she can awaken powerful supernatural powers in the end of the world like herself, which is related to her terrible intuition. It seems that I have to be careful in front of her in the future, and I can't be too proud. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, I think you completely misunderstood what I meant. Sometimes I like to joke and have no seriousness, but generally speaking, I am not a bad person, so I invite you to dinner, because I am worried that you are hungry." Yu Wenli stared at Xiao Fan's eyes for a long time before saying, "Okay, I believe you this time." This woman actually wanted to see the flaws in Xiao Fan's eyes. This is simply wishful thinking and fantasy. Xiao Fan has experienced 50 years of apocalyptic massacres. His mind is so strong and firm. Even if every word he says is a lie, his eyes will not show any emptiness and erraticness. It is more difficult to see the flaws in his eyes than to fish a needle out of the sea. Yu Wenli then began to eat. Although she was very hungry, she ate very elegantly. Xiao Fan just watched quietly on the side. Yuan Li felt a little embarrassed by being stared at, so she said angrily, "Can you stop staring at me like this? I have almost sorted out the terms of the contract. Why don't you take a look first to see if there is anything you want to modify?" Xiao Fan joked, "Didn't you stare at me just now, and I didn't say anything? Now it's my turn to look at you, and you can't stand it? You are too sensitive. As for the terms of the contract, I won't look at them. No matter what you design, as long as there is no fundamental change to the contract terms we have directly agreed on, I will fully accept it." Yuan Li ate while thinking about Xiao Fan's words. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Although this man looked careless, he had to be said to be too profound. She couldn't see through him at all. If she hadn't been tempted by huge benefits, she would never have risked signing such a contract. Yuan Li finished her meal and called the waiter to help print out 2 contracts. Xiao Fan and Yuan Li both signed their names and pressed their fingerprints. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Boss Yu, from this moment on, the real estate company of my Xiao group belongs to you." Yu Wenli felt like she was dreaming. It was very unreal. She just got a top real estate company like this. But looking at the contract in her hand, she believed that this was true and not a dream. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The so-called life is like a play. It's nothing more than this. Xiao Fan continued, Boss Yu, can we go now to see your company's grain storage? Yu Wenli regained her composure and smiled. Of course, there is no problem. We can set off now. Our company's grain depot is in the suburbs. It's just that it takes a lot of time to drive. Will Boss Xiao really go right away? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Time is really urgent. There can't be any delay. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious to sign the contract with Boss Yu. Yu Wenli said nothing more, but left Mingyu Huayuan restaurant with Xiao Fan, and she got in Xiao Fan's car to go to the grain depot. On the way, Yu Wenli couldn't help but take out the contract in her bag and read it over and over again. Xiao Fan felt it was ridiculous. It was just a contract of sale. Was it worth your excitement to read it back and forth? I can guarantee that you will go crazy in a few days and want to eat this contract. Xiao Fan felt funny in his heart, but he would not say it out loud. Yu Wenli suddenly said, Boss Xiao, you won't regret it one day, right? Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, As long as Boss Yu doesn't regret it, how could I regret it? Yu Wenli said proudly, It's good that Boss Xiao doesn't regret it. According to the contract we signed, your real estate company belongs to me, and you can't actually let me do anything, because you have to read the agreement of this contract I made carefully. Whatever you let me do can't affect my operation of the company. So what you said before, asking me to read the newspaper for you, bring you tea and water, that's impossible. Xiao Fan nodded. His expression didn't change at all, and he didn't even say anything. Yu Wenli asked, Mr. Xiao, when you heard me explain this to you, aren't you angry? Aren't you angry? Don't you feel that I have tricked you? Women are like this. They have a strong desire for revenge. No matter how outstanding a woman is, she can't get rid of this framework. Xiao Fan made Yu Wenli feel very unhappy before, and now Yu Wenli wants to stimulate Xiao Fan in return. But Yu Wenli didn't see Xiao Fan's crazy look, and Yu Wenli suddenly felt extremely frustrated. She asked, Mr. Xiao, is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't you understand what I said? I got your real estate company for no reason, and you got nothing. Aren't you angry or angry? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Mr. Yu, why are you so anxious for me? I was actually tricked by you, so I am willing to admit this loss. I really don't understand why you seem more excited than me. Yu Wenli stared at Xiao Fan, but the more she felt that she couldn't see through the man in front of her, the more uneasy she felt. Yu Wenli stopped talking. She began to think seriously. How would this man plot against her? But she thought about it over and over in her mind, but she couldn't figure it out. Finally confirmed that maybe Xiao Fan simply liked to squander money. The two didn't talk all the way, and soon came to the grain warehouse of Yu Wenli's company. Yu Wenli took Lin Qifeng to check the granaries one by one, and Xiao Fan kept nodding. If he only consumed these grains, it would be enough for tens of thousands of years. Even if it was to support a force, it would be enough for hundreds of years. Xiao Fan's supernatural space has a very powerful function. That is, all inanimate movable objects that Xiao Fan saw can be automatically collected into the space by him. So when Yu Wenli accompanied Xiao Fan to look at the granaries one by one, Xiao Fan put the grain in the granaries into his own supernatural space, and Yu Wenli didn't feel anything about it at all. After looking at the last granary, Yu Wenli asked, Mr. Xiao, all the grain is yours now. If you need to transport it anytime, just say hello to me. Xiao Fan nodded and said, I will arrange for people to transport it as soon as possible, but from now on, these granaries are not allowed to be opened, otherwise it will be stealing my grain. Yu Wenli snorted, Mr. Xiao, don't worry. I will tell the people in the company that no one will open these granaries. We are a legitimate company, not a thief. Xiao Fan didn't care about Yu Wenli's attitude and continued, Mr. Yu, when do you plan to take over your real estate company? Do you want me to tell you in advance? Yu Wenli said, I will personally accompany you to see the granary, and of course, you have to accompany me to take over my real estate company. Xiao Fan agreed very happily and accompanied Yu Wenli to take over the real estate company. The staff of the real estate company did not feel any surprise, because they all knew the boss's crazy plan, but they envied Yu Wenli very much, envied her for taking over this very high-quality real estate company. Xiao Fan and Yu Wenli finally came to the general manager's office, and Xiao Fan said, Mr. From now on, this company is yours. Congratulations. As he said that, he stretched out his right hand. Yu Wenli was frightened and thought of the scene in which this guy held his hand tightly and did not let go. Not only did he not shake hands with Xiao Fan, he also hid his hand behind his back. Xiao Fan didn't care and said, "Mr. Yu, then enjoy the fun of running this company. I will naturally come to you when I need you." Yu Wenli snorted coldly and didn't speak. He thought to himself that you came to me, so what? The 3 protective clauses designed in my contract can ensure that I am safe and worry-free. How can I be afraid of you? Xiao Fan said goodbye and left. Just after walking out of the real estate company, he received a strange call. Xiao Fan answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Xiao, hello. I'm Tan Feifei, the manager of Mingyu Huayuan Restaurant. We just met at noon. Mr. Xiao, do you still remember me?" "Of course I do. What's the matter, manager? Tan?" "Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. First of all, I apologize to you. There was an accident with the 6-day meals you ordered, but please believe that this was not my intention. I'm just a professional manager. It has nothing to do with me. I feel very sorry for you, so I secretly called to inform you." Xiao Fan frowned when he heard it. At this special time, he didn't care about spending more money, but if anyone dared to create obstacles for his stockpiling plan, he didn't mind killing them. He fought for 50 years in the apocalypse. He didn't even remember how many opponents he had killed. This time he was reborn, but he brought all his killing skills back. Xiao Fan asked coldly, "Manager Tan, tell me what the problem is. If it is really not your problem, I will not trouble you, but if you don't explain it to me clearly, you will bear all the consequences." Tan Feifei hesitated and said, "It's our boss." He was greedy for money and thought that Mr. Xiao did not sign a cooperation agreement with us, so he planned to swallow Mr. Xiao's money for nothing without fulfilling the meal delivery agreement. I thought he was wrong to do this, and I quarreled with him. He directly threatened to fire me and said that if I wanted to get my bonus smoothly, I had to cooperate with him. But I couldn't get over this with my conscience, so I called to tell you. Xiao Fan said, "I understand. What happens next has nothing to do with you. Just pretend you know nothing." Xiao Fan ended the call with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "The owner of Mingyu Huayuan Restaurant, do you really think that I, Xiao Fan, am so easy to be bullied? You will never guess who you have provoked?" The shadow of the beautiful young woman Tan Feifei appeared in front of Xiao Fan again. This beautiful woman can get along with him. Xiao Fan drove to Mingyu Huayuan Restaurant. After arriving and parking the car, Xiao Fan directly asked a waiter, "I'm talking about where your boss works, not your manager. Tell me." The waiter was very surprised, but seeing the coldness flashing in Xiao Fan's deep eyes, he didn't dare to disobey. He pointed to the back of the manor and said, "The attic with Mingyu building at the back is where our boss works." Xiao Fan nodded and walked towards Mingyu building. When he arrived in front of the building, he was stopped by 2 security guards. These were 2 very young and strong security guards, and they were obviously carefully selected bodyguards. A security guard asked, "Sir, please stay. This is an office and no one is allowed to enter without an invitation." Xiao Fan smiled and asked, "Is your boss in there?" A security guard stared at Xiao Fan vigilantly and replied, "We don't know either." Xiao Fan smiled coldly and walked directly into Mingyu building. 2 security guards stopped him in front of him to prevent him from entering. Xiao Fan bent his right knee and hit a security guard's abdomen hard. The security guard immediately couldn't breathe in the pain. He covered his stomach and rolled on the ground. He couldn't make any sound because of the excessive pain. Xiao Fan looked at the other security guard and warned him coldly, "Get out of my way, or he will end up like you." The security guard looked at Xiao Fan again, and he looked like a prehistoric beast. He was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side and dared not to stop him anymore. Xiao Fan walked into Mingyu building and came out soon. Looking at the stunned security guard, he asked, "Tell me, where is your boss's office?" The security guard instinctively answered, "The 2nd floor." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Thank you." He entered Mingyu building again and came to the chairman's office on the 2nd floor. He pushed the door and broke in. A woman's scream rang out in the office. "Ah! Get out of here! Who let you in?" The fat and big-eared middle-aged man behind the boss's desk patted the beautiful secretary on his lap and shouted at Xiao Fan. The screaming female secretary also calmed down at this time, looked at Xiao Fan and shouted, "Who are you? Are you polite? Which department are you from? You broke into the boss's office like this. You are fired." And Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at the fat and big-eared middle-aged man. Xiao Fan was too familiar with this guy. In the end times, Xiao Fan's enemies are not only the interstellar iron beetles, but also those of their kind who have awakened superpowers like Xiao Fan and want to dominate. One of the most important opponents is the guy in front of him, the fat dragon Li Kuang, who calls himself the Dark Dragon. He can be said to be a guy who does all kinds of evil. Relying on his awakened powerful superpowers, he has done countless evils. As long as he sees a beautiful woman, he will snatch her away. Men who are unwilling to submit to him will be killed directly. He asked Xiao Fan to submit to him many times. How could Xiao Fan submit to such a rotten guy? The two sides broke out in many fierce battles. They fought for more than 10 years without a winner. And today, Xiao Fan actually met the fat dragon Li Kuang before the end of the world. Xiao Fan could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. This was a godsend opportunity for Xiao Fan. He had not found a chance to kill him in the end times, but now that he had met him before he awakened his superpowers, he could only die. What's more, he dared to steal his money, which was even more damnable. Xiao Fan looked at the beautiful female secretary on Feilong Li Kuang's thigh and said, "Get out of here. You have nothing to do here." The female secretary said angrily, "Who on earth dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I will not let you leave this Mingyu building and let you crawl out of here." The female secretary rushed to Xiao Fan and raised her hand to slap Xiao Fan hard. Before Xiao Fan could raise her hand, a slap came as fast as lightning. The female secretary was slapped in the face by Xiao Fan. Her enchanting body spun several times in the air and then fell to the ground with a plop, never to be heard again. Feilong Li Kuang was horrified. He stood up suddenly and looked at Xiao Fan with flickering eyes. How much strength should a person have to be able to slap another person and make him spin in the air like a ball? Feilong Li Kuang looked at Xiao Fan and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Believe it or not, because of that slap just now, I will make sure you never see the light of day again in your life." Xiao Fan did not answer him, but walked towards him step by step. Feilong Li Kuang picked up his mobile phone and was about to call for help, but Xiao Fan just changed his mind, and the mobile phone in Feilong Li Kuang's hand disappeared out of thin air and had been collected into Xiao Fan's supernatural space. Feilong Li Kuang was completely terrified this time. If his previous fear was due to the great power displayed by Xiao Fan, this time the fear was because of Xiao Fan's supernatural power that made his mobile phone disappear out of thin air. He knew that he could never be Xiao Fan's opponent. This extremely rampant bully in the end times now turned extremely pale and his legs began to tremble slightly. He said with his lips moving, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't do it casually. If you have any requests, just make them. I spoke in the wrong way and tone just now. I apologize to you." Xiao Fan stared at Feilong Li Kuang with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was smiling, but the smile on his mouth was extremely cold. Seeing Xiao Fan's smile, Feilong Li Kuang became even more panicked and asked, "Brother, you must stay calm. I don't know if you are asking for money? If so, just speak up. I will definitely satisfy you." Xiao Fan sneered, "I'm not asking for money. I'm just taking back what I originally had." Xiao Fan walked up to him step by step, stretched out his middle finger and tapped his forehead and said, "I said that your brain is full of shit. You even dare to swallow my money. Do you think I'm really that easy to bully?" Feilong Li Kuang asked in a daze, "Brother, can you explain your words more clearly? I'm a little confused. When did I swallow your money?" Feilong Li Kuang really didn't expect that he would be betrayed by Tan Feifei just after he made the decision not long ago. So he is very confused now and didn't connect Xiao Fan with what just happened. Xiao Fan sneered, "You just swallowed up my more than 25 million meal money, and you can't remember this matter?" Feilong Li Kuang suddenly realized and couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Tan Feifei, you stinky bitch, just wait for me. I see you are beautiful, so I let you be the restaurant manager, but you don't let me take any advantage, and you dare to betray me at the critical moment. Let's see how I will deal with you in the future." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he blurted out, "Brother, did that stinky woman Tan Fei talk nonsense and let you hear something? You must not believe what she said. She must have lied to you. I have such a big restaurant, and I emphasize honest management. How could I swallow the guests' meal money?" "This is absolutely impossible," Xiao Fan sneered. "Li Kuang, you may not know me, but I know you. What kind of person are you? I know it clearly in my heart. You may fool others with these lies, but you are too naive to fool me. Call all the restaurant executives now and tell them your latest decision." Feilong Li Kuang asked doubtfully, "Brother, I understand what you mean. I will call them right away and ask them to hurry up and produce all the meals." Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "You didn't understand what I meant. I asked you to call and inform them that Tan Fei will now manage everything in this restaurant on your behalf. Everyone else must obey Tan Fei's instructions unconditionally. Do you understand what I said?" Feilong Li Kuang pleaded. "Brother, aren't you going too far? I am the owner of this restaurant. How could I give all the rights of my restaurant to that stinky woman Tan Fei?" Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and pinched Feilong Li Kuang's mouth. With just a little force, Feilong Li Kuang felt that all his teeth were loosened. The moment he felt the pain, his whole body seemed to be drenched with water, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. But despite the extreme pain, he couldn't make any sound. Xiao Fan sneered, "Are you willing to do as I say now? I'm just moving your teeth and giving them some freedom. If you are still unwilling to do as I say, I'll move your tongue, and then your eyes, ears, and nose will move together." Feilong Li Kuang couldn't speak but nodded desperately. He didn't dare to disobey anymore. Xiao Fan patted his big fat face and said, "Listen to me clearly. Don't be smart and think about asking for help while calling. It will only make you go to see the King of Hell. I am a man of my words and I will never give you a second chance." With that, Xiao Fan let go of Li Kuang. When the cold storage was released by Xiao Fan, the nervous system of the whole body was also freed. Suddenly, the pain broke out violently, and he kept wailing in pain. Xiao Fan warned coldly, "Don't make such pig-like sounds to me again. It really makes me feel sick. If I hear one more word, I will cut off your tongue." Feilong Li Kuang dared not make a sound anymore. He endured the severe pain, and his whole body kept shaking, but he dared not make any sound anymore. Xiao Fan felt very comfortable watching. "Feilong Li Kuang, I am going to deal with you. You would never have thought that you would die in my hands like this, and you wouldn't even have the chance to enter the end of the world, let alone want to dominate in the end of the world." Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone and handed it to him and said, "Remember what I told you. Do as I said, and add one more thing. Let them produce the food I need at full speed without any delay. Do you understand?" Li Kuang nodded desperately. He didn't dare to have any idea of resistance now, because he saw that Xiao Fan didn't move his hands, and his mobile phone that disappeared out of thin air just appeared out of thin air in Xiao Fan's hand. He really couldn't figure out whether Xiao Fan was a person or a ghost. He looked at the mobile phone that Xiao Fan handed to him. Apart from the incomparable fear in his heart, there was no other thought. He stretched out his trembling right hand to take his mobile phone, but he couldn't even hold his mobile phone steady because of fear. Feilong Li Kuang said vaguely, "Brother, I can't hold the phone." Xiao Fan sneered, "With your ghost appearance, you actually want to swallow my money. It's ridiculous. Give you 3 minutes to calm down your emotions. If you still can't pick up the phone to make a call after 3 minutes, you will never have to make a call again." Feilong Li Kuang nodded hurriedly and began to take deep breaths to adjust his state, but every time he took a breath, he grimaced in pain and kept hissing. It hurt so much. Xiao Fan looked at him coldly, thinking in his heart how to kill him later. At this time, the female secretary next to him woke up and wanted to struggle to get up. Xiao Fan kicked her, and the female secretary became silent again. It's not that Xiao Fan is cruel and ruthless. If this woman wants to hit him first, Xiao Fan will not be polite. He will not be merciful just because the other party is a woman. Even if he is compassionate, he will never be merciful to a cheap woman who has been played by his mortal enemy. Seeing his female secretary being beaten so miserably by Xiao Fan, Feilong Li Kuang was even more frightened. He actually lay on the ground, put the mobile phone in front of him, opened the mobile phone password, and started to make calls one by one, instructing his subordinates to absolutely obey Tan Feifei's command and strive to produce the highest quality meals that Xiao Fan needs. Finally, Feilong Li Kuang called Tan Feifei's cell phone, but Xiao Fan heard Tan Feifei's cell phone ringing outside Feilong Li Kuang's office. Hearing the ringing of the cell phone outside the door, Xiao Fan suddenly opened the door. Seeing Tan Feifei standing outside, Tan Feifei stood there stunned and at a loss, just like a thief caught on the spot. In fact, Li Kuang is the only one working in this Mingyu building. This is for his convenience to be free and happy here without being disturbed, so no one would notice what he did here. The reason why Tan Feifei came here was because she saw Xiao Fan enter Mingyu building. The two security guards were really scared and shrank to the side, and Tan Feifei came in directly. She was curious about what would happen inside, but she didn't expect Li Kuang to call her at this time. Tan Feifei was exposed all of a sudden. After all, she felt a little guilty and stood there not knowing what to do. Xiao Fan pulled her into Li Kuang's office. Tan Feifei was frightened again. Li Kuang was lying on the ground like a dog and making a phone call. When he saw Tan Feifei coming in, he happened to look up and remembered the look of a dog looking up at people while eating. What surprised Tan Feifei even more was that the arrogant secretary Li Kuang was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, and she didn't know whether she had fainted or died. Tan Feifei said in horror, "Mr. Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please don't hurt me." Xiao Fan looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I won't do anything to you." The terrified Tan Feifei hurriedly nodded desperately. Xiao Fan looked at Li Kuang and said, "There is no need to call now. Just tell her what you want to say." Li Kuang still lay on the ground and looked at Tan Feifei and said, "This restaurant will be run by you in the future. Remember that the most important thing is to produce the food that Mr. Xiao needs with guaranteed quality and quantity." Xiao Fan smiled coldly and said, "Very good. As long as you are obedient, I will let you go." Li Kuang hurriedly stated, "Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will be very obedient, and I will do whatever Mr. Xiao tells me to do." Xiao Fan looked at Tan Feifei and said, "You go out and wait for me first. I will talk to your boss for a while, and then I will go out to find you." Tan Feifei nodded and walked out again. Then Xiao Fan squatted in front of Li Kuang and said, "Li Kuang, you have no value to me. I will send you on your way now. Remember the two most wrong things you have done in your life. First, you should not provoke me, and second, you should not provoke me again." Li Kuang was very confused when he heard Xiao Fan's words. When did he provoke him twice? But before he had time to ask, he stopped breathing forever with this question, because Xiao Fan twisted his neck without hesitation and didn't even give him the chance to scream for the last time. Xiao Fan looked at Li Kuang's secretary and ended her life without any hesitation and temporarily put their bodies into his own supernatural space for separate storage. After doing all this, Xiao Fan walked out. Tan Feifei saw Xiao Fan coming out and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Xiao, where is our boss? What do I need to do now?" Xiao Fan walked up to her and asked, "Are you married?" Tan Feifei shook her head and replied, "I don't even have a boyfriend. The boss has always wanted to possess me and doesn't let other men get close to me, but I didn't give him any chance to take advantage of me." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "From now on, don't worry about anything, don't ask anything, and concentrate on producing the meals I need. I promise that you will get unexpected rewards in 6 days. As for the bonus you want, if you really want money at that time, I will give you 30 million. Hearing this number, Tan Feifei's eyes flashed brightly and she nodded quickly. If someone else said this to her, she would definitely not believe it. But she believed Xiao Fan very much when he said this, because in her eyes, Xiao Fan was the kind of super rich man who spent money like water and would never deceive her. Xiao Fan patted her on the shoulder and said, "Hurry up and do what you should do." Tan Feifei left, but she couldn't help being ecstatic in her heart, having long forgotten her boss. Xiao Fan left Mingyu Huayuan restaurant and drove not far when he received a call from Hu Miao. Hu Miao told Xiao Fan that several agreements had been signed and more than 1 billion yuan in bonuses had been spent. The first batch of materials would arrive at Xiao Group's warehouse tomorrow. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with Hu Miao's efficiency and praised her a few words on the phone. Hu Miao's heart couldn't help but beat wildly after being praised. This man actually praised himself. He must be very satisfied with himself and would definitely like himself more. The call was not over yet, but the two of them could no longer hear each other, because at this moment, not only the two of them, but everyone else's cell phone signals all disappeared. Then, the originally clear sky suddenly rose with dark clouds. Everyone else thought that a heavy rain was coming, but Xiao Fan's heart sank suddenly. He had seen too many such dark clouds in the apocalypse. In fact, these were not dark clouds, but strong magnetic storms created by those interstellar war beetles. This was a sign that the interstellar iron beetles were coming. In the apocalypse, as long as he saw such dark clouds, Xiao Fan knew that the battle was about to come. Xiao Fan really couldn't understand. Wasn't he reborn on the 7th day before the apocalypse? At that time, he remembered that the interstellar iron beetles had not arrived, but why did such a strong magnetic storm appear in front of him? Did his rebirth also cause the interstellar iron beetles to arrive early? Xiao Fan's heart was getting heavier and heavier. If it was really like he guessed, it would not be a good thing, because it would cause his stockpiling plan to fail halfway. His current supernatural space only stored some food. Xiao Fan couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn interstellar iron beetles, if you dare to come early, I will definitely not let you go. Looking at the pedestrians running hurriedly on the road to avoid the coming rainstorm, Xiao Fan became more and more anxious. Suddenly, the magnetic storms in the sky began to flash and emit light, just like a piece of black coal was instantly ignited. Xiao Fan cursed. Damn it, the interstellar ironclad beetle is really coming! Damn it! Xiao Fan, who rarely cursed, couldn't help cursing. As the magnetic storms flashed brightly, many people stopped. They were all very curious, because they had never seen such lightning. Some people even exclaimed loudly, "So many ball lightning!" Xiao Fan parked the car on the side of the road and got out of the car. He was ready for battle. If the interstellar ironclad beetle really came, the corrosive liquid that would be sprayed out would be overwhelming and would destroy everything. If you want to avoid the corrosive liquid of the interstellar ironclad beetle, you can't hide in any room or car, because no matter whether it is a high-rise building or a car, it will instantly collapse into tofu dregs when it encounters the corrosive liquid, and those who hide in it will definitely die, because the corroded space will become a 360-degree weapon with no dead angles, infecting and corroding everything in your own space. So when the interstellar ironclad beetle really wants to spray corrosive liquid, it's best not to hide in any space. In the midst of those flashing strong magnetic storms, suddenly a huge black bug like a mantis flashed by. Others only saw a flash of black shadow, but Xiao Fan clearly saw the full picture of the interstellar ironclad beetle. Xiao Fan subconsciously made a fighting move. He took out a spear from his own supernatural space. This spear was brought back from the end of the world together with his supernatural space. It was made of a leg bone of an interstellar ironclad beetle. Only such a weapon can kill a star-level ironclad beetle, and all the weapons on this planet were originally ineffective against interstellar ironclad beetles. Xiao Fan didn't even think about it, and instinctively threw the black spear in his hand at the interstellar ironclad beetle that flashed in the air. This interstellar ironclad beetle never thought that it would be attacked at this time, and it was an attack by a powerful supernatural being. The spear that attacked it would be a deadly weapon that would kill it. This throw Xiao Fan used all his strength, fast, fierce and accurate. Puff! The black spear pierced through the interstellar ironclad beetle in the sky. Its huge body was suddenly fatally injured, and fell from the sky with a bang and died. But before it fell to the ground, even before it was still a long distance from the ground, its body was collected by Xiao Fan into his own supernatural space. With the death of this interstellar ironclad beetle, the magnetic storms that flashed with bright light also dispersed in an instant, as beautiful as fireworks. Some people on the ground took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. They all wanted to use their mobile phones to record this strange scene, but some people noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but talk about it with their companions around them. Did you see it just now? It seemed that something black fell from the sky, but it disappeared very quickly. Was it because I was dazzled and saw it wrongly? Did you see it? I seemed to see it too, but the speed was too fast. I really didn't see clearly what it was. I just felt a big black thing. Is it a drone? Maybe the fireworks we see now are fragments of the drone explosion? There is really such a possibility. The black drone must be very cool. Wow, what a pity. It exploded in the air like this? I wonder how much money it will lose? Xiao Fan ignored the comments of the people around him. He still looked at the sky very nervously, but there was no more disk storm. The sun set, and the sky returned to its quiet and beautiful state. The crowd standing on the street began to slowly disperse. Xiao Fan couldn't help but think, is there only one interstellar iron beetle? Why did it appear here? Is it a spy of the interstellar iron beetle? Xiao Fan watched for a long time, and when he was about to leave after confirming that there were no other interstellar ironclad beetles, a giant screen TV on the outer wall of a building suddenly interrupted with an important news. According to the latest news from our station, a residential building suddenly collapsed in a community in the northern suburbs. Due to uncontrollable non-human factors at the scene of the collapse, rescue could not be carried out for the time being. Xiao Fan knew that the community might be completely destroyed. There must be interstellar ironclad beetles spraying corrosive liquids to destroy the entire community. There was no way to organize rescue in such a community. Those corrosive liquids were a huge disaster for all objects on this planet. There was no way to touch the corroded objects within 72 hours. As long as you touched them slightly, they would be corroded. However, the remaining materials after corrosion would become the best nutrients for the interstellar ironclad beetles to hatch their offspring eggs. In fact, those interstellar ironclad beetles came to this planet not to slaughter without purpose, but to regard this planet as a hatching base for their offspring and everything on this planet as nutrients for their children. Of course, this includes all humans on this planet. Xiao Fan got into his car and was about to consider whether to go to the community where the incident occurred and kill the interstellar iron beetle that caused the killing. But he heard a voice, a very hoarse voice like a terrible noise made by metal friction. But Xiao Fan heard every word very clearly. "Human, you are really terrible. Beyond the expectations of me and my lover, we came to this planet for reconnaissance for a few days. And when we thought that this planet belonged to the lowest level of civilization, we didn't expect you to appear, and you have the ability to fight against us and killed my lover, which really surprised me." Xiao Fan was shocked. Is this another interstellar iron beetle talking to him? But he clearly remembered that he had been fighting against the interstellar iron beetle for 50 years, and no interstellar iron beetle had ever communicated with him. "Human, don't think you are very surprised when you hear what I say. In fact, compared to you, we are at the higher end of civilization. It is you, not us, who are really barbaric. We have a stronger learning ability. As long as I kill you, I can get all the language talents and abilities of the killed people, so you don't have to be shocked to communicate with you like this." Xiao Fan understood that the interstellar iron beetle could plunder the wisdom and knowledge of the killed people through the corrosive liquid it sprayed. "Human, because your civilization is too low, we didn't intend to communicate with you at all. But your appearance changed my original idea. You have the ability to fight us and have the strength to talk to us, so I killed some people and plundered their language knowledge to communicate with you." Xiao Fan suddenly realized that the last time the iron beetle only fought with himself and didn't communicate with himself. It positioned itself as a low-level creature from the beginning and was not worthy of communicating with them. Although he was able to kill them later, he was still a low-level creature in their eyes. But this time it was completely different. Xiao Fan was reborn with his own special powers and showed strong combat effectiveness during the interstellar iron beetle reconnaissance phase. which made the interstellar iron beetles think that he was their strong opponent and attracted enough attention from them, so they were willing to communicate with him. Xiao Fan asked, "You shouldn't have come to our planet. Human, you are wrong. You are too shallow. What matters on your planet is evolution, and the entire universe is also evolution. We destroy everything of you just to create a more advanced civilization, that is, to reproduce more of our offspring. This is in line with the law of evolution, so we should come." Xiao Fan sneered. "Then the battle between us is inevitable. Human, you don't have to be so stubborn. I have a very good suggestion here. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it? Tell me, why don't you surrender to us, and when our army arrives, we can keep you alive. You can also put forward some conditions. As long as they are not excessive, we can accept them." "It's really ridiculous. You actually want to bribe me?" "What's so ridiculous? I said that we are more advanced and have higher wisdom than you. Of course, we can choose the most beneficial way to treat you. It is in our interests to bribe you. Then you are too insincere. I can't even see you. How can I believe whether what you say is true or false? Human, I feel the murderous intent in your words. Goodbye. Our negotiation is temporarily over. I will give you a few days to seriously think about what I said. When I see you again, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you will have no choice but to die." The annoying voice of the iron beetle finally disappeared. Xiao Fan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This damn bug is still playing tricks on him? He now knows that he obviously doesn't have the ability to kill him, but he said that he would give himself a few days to think. Obviously, he wanted to use these few days to wait for his reinforcements. Xiao Fan was not in a hurry about this. With the advent of the interstellar iron beetle, the arrival of the end of the world was inevitable. He knew that he had no way to stop it. He also needed these few days to seize the time to stock up. Xiao Fan drove directly to Xishan Villa, where the beautiful superstar Yang Can was waiting for him. When he arrived at the villa, Xiao Fan went directly into the underground garage of the villa. As soon as he got off the car, he felt that something was wrong. He had fought in the apocalypse for 50 years and had developed a strong sensitivity to any danger. He clearly felt that there were several pairs of eyes in the garage watching him in the corner, and they were all very hostile to him. Xiao Fan was shocked. What was going on? Only Yang Can knew that he was coming here today. Did Yang Can want his life? But this logic didn't make sense. Why did she do this? There was no reason. Could it be that Yang Can was also in danger? I just don't know if it was Yang Can who implicated me, or if it was my eyes that implicated Yang Can. Xiao Fan got out of the car and clapped his hands. All the voice-controlled lights in the underground garage lit up, and suddenly the underground garage was as bright as day. Xiao Fan sneered, "Everyone come out. You know I'm here, and I know you're here. There's no need to hide. Let's come out and talk." But no one came out. Xiao Fan continued, "I'm not kidding you. I sense that there are 6 people here in total. I wonder if this number is correct?" Suddenly a sneer sounded from a corner, and the sinister voice of a middle-aged man sounded. "I really didn't expect that President Xiao has such ability. It seems that I underestimated President Xiao." As these words were spoken, 6 people flashed out from different corners. They were all masked men. They all held weapons in their hands, including short knives and pistols. Xiao Fan asked, "Everyone, I really don't understand how you found this place, and what grudge do I have with you? Can you let me understand?" The thin middle-aged man who had just spoken said, "Mr. Xiao, don't have any misunderstandings. There is no hatred between us. We came to see Mr. Xiao today, just to ask for money and not to hurt anyone. Of course, the prerequisite is that Mr. Xiao can cooperate with us and agree to our requests." Xiao Fan asked puzzledly, "You want to rob?" The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "How much money can we get by robbing? We are not interested in doing that. I heard that Mr. Xiao is using the company's excellent assets to exchange for various daily necessities recently. To be honest, we are very envious, and we also want to exchange. Especially the property management company of Xiao Group. We brothers are very envious. We want it." Xiao understood that the group of bastards in front of him wanted to get something for nothing, and took this method to plunder assets from him. But Xiao Fan also understood that once these guys achieved their goal, they would definitely not let him go and would kill him to silence him. Otherwise, they would force him to sign the contract, but as long as he was alive, their contract would have no meaning. So they would definitely kill him to silence him after letting him sign the contract. It seems that people really die for money and birds die for food. If it was just because of him, Xiao Fan could kill them all now, all silently. But there is still a Yang Can. He can't ignore his lover. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "So it's this matter. There is no problem with this. Don't you just want to get the property company of my Xiao group? You can take it. I will cooperate with you well. But you must also let me know where Yang Can is first." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, it turns out that he cares about his woman the most. It seems that we started with Mr. Xiao's woman, and we really hit the 7 inches. The middle-aged man said complacently, as if he had already won. Xiao Fan didn't say anything, just watched him perform, because Xiao Fan knew that he would continue to talk without asking. Sure enough, the middle-aged man said complacently, "Boss Xiao, don't worry, we didn't touch your woman. We have prepared a contract for you. As long as you sign the contract and put your handprint on it, you will see the lively and energetic superstar Miss Yang Can immediately." Xiao Fan sneered, "Do you really think I'm stupid? You want me to agree to your conditions without meeting her first. Do you think it's possible? If you want me to cooperate with you, you must let me meet her first. Otherwise, everything is off the table. This is my principle and my bottom line, and it cannot be changed." Of course, Xiao Fan would not let the other party manipulate him. If he couldn't see Yang Can, he didn't mind killing them on the spot. The middle-aged man thought for a while and said, "Since Boss Xiao is so loyal and righteous, then I will let you meet your superstar lover." Then he looked at a man on the side. The man nodded and immediately walked to a corner, then dragged out a sack. It can be seen that there is a person in the sack, but the person in the sack does not move. I don't know if he is dead or alive now. Xiao Fan couldn't help but get angry. He really didn't want to waste a minute with the 6 people in front of him, so he took action directly. His body just flashed, and the 6 people just felt that their eyes were blurred. 4 people's necks had been twisted off. The remaining 2 people wanted to run. They had no chance to escape in front of Xiao Fan. One of the guys just ran out 2 steps and was caught up by Xiao Fan and his neck was twisted off. Finally, the middle-aged man shouted, "Mr. Xiao, please don't kill me. After you kill me, don't know who told me to do this behind my back?" Xiao Fan stopped immediately after hearing this. There was actually someone behind the scenes who was instructing him. Xiao Fan naturally couldn't let him go. Although this guy still had a gun in his hand, he was so scared that he couldn't hold it anymore. The gun fell to the ground with a click. He collapsed to the ground, feeling that he had walked through the gates of hell. If he had known that Xiao Fan was so powerful, he would never dare to come to Xiao Fan even if he had 10,000 courage. Xiao Fan stared at him coldly and asked, "Tell me who it is." The middle-aged man still wanted to bargain and said, "Mr. Xiao, if I tell you who is behind me doing this, can you let me go? I promise to disappear from your sight forever. I won't tell anyone what happened today." Xiao Fan sneered, "Do you still have the capital to bargain with me now? Tell me everything you know quickly. Maybe I will let you go." When the middle-aged man heard Xiao Fan's words, he knew that he could only take a gamble if he wanted to survive. So he said, "It was Chen Long, the president of your Xiao Group Property Management Company, who hired us to do this." Xiao Fan nodded, and the next moment his neck was broken. Xiao Fan also put their bodies into the supernatural space and put them away separately. This Chen Long is really looking for death. It seems that he is more greedy. He doesn't want to get the bonus, but wants to swallow up the entire property company. He is really looking for death. Xiao Fan came to the sack, bent down and untied it, dragged out the unconscious Yang Can, who was still breathing, so he must have just fainted. But he hasn't woken up yet. He must have been knocked unconscious by drugs. Xiao Fan originally wanted to reminisce about the old times with this old lover, but now he was being plotted against by his own men, and he had no mood at all. He carried Yang Can to the back seat of his car, let her continue to sleep, and then drove away from Xishan Villa to find Qianlong to settle accounts. Xiao Fan was reborn from the end of the world, and the most intolerable thing was that he was plotted against by others, so anyone who plotted against him would be retaliated by him in the most cruel way. There is no possibility of escape, and in the office of the president of the Xiao Group Property Company where Qianlong lived. Qianlong was lying on the knees of a beautiful young woman, his eyes slightly closed, and the beautiful young woman was massaging his temples. Qianlong suddenly said, "Don't press it anymore. I'm a little upset." The beautiful young woman smiled and said, "Dear, do you feel uneasy? I don't think you need to. Risk and return are always proportional. We want to take this property company into our own hands, and it is necessary to take some risks. Don't worry, my brother and others are very reliable people, and there won't be any accidents." Qianlong opened his eyes and said, "But I don't know why I always feel uneasy in my heart, ups and downs, as if something bad is about to happen. Why don't you call your brother now and ask him what's going on there?" The beautiful young woman smiled and said, You haven't done anything bad. That's why you are so uneasy. But I can't disturb my brother and others now. What if a call disturbs our plan and disrupts their actions? Then it will ruin our big plan." Qianlong sighed, "But I regret it now. It would be better to take the bonus of several 100 million yuan steadily, which would still be enough for us to live a happy life." The beautiful young woman snorted. "Qianlong, can you have some ambition? The bonus of several 100 million will soon be used up by us. And this property company is a hen that lays golden eggs. It is worth tens of billions of yuan and has considerable profits every year. Of course, we have to take the property company into our hands. What do we need the bonus of several 100 million for?" Qianlong was about to say something when the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. He jumped up from the sofa in a hurry. The door of his office was locked, but it was pushed open. Who has so much strength? He saw Xiao Fan, who walked into the office with a smile, and then closed the door of the office again. Qianlong knew that something was wrong. The beautiful young woman was also shocked when she saw Xiao Fan at first, but she quickly calmed down and just stared at Xiao Fan very calmly. Qianlong stuttered and said, Mr. Xiao, why didn't you say hello in advance so that I could greet you?" Xiao Fan sneered, "Qianlong, you want to greet me? It really surprises me. How do you plan to greet me? Are you going to greet my body or the contract I have signed? So that you can get this property company smoothly?" Qianlong replied in horror, "Mr. Xiao, is there any misunderstanding here? I don't understand anything you say. I don't understand what you are talking about." At this time, the beautiful young woman seemed calmer. She looked at Qianlong coldly and said, "What's the point of saying this at this time? Instead, you seem more cowardly, not like a man, since he can stand in front of us alive. It proves that he knows everything. There is no need to act with him." Qianlong was speechless. The beautiful young woman looked at Xiao Fan coldly and asked, "That's right, we did it. What can you do to us? Where is my brother? Where are they now?" Xiao Fan sneered, "Who are you, you stinky woman? I didn't expect you to be so cruel. I will definitely let you know what a real man is." The beautiful young woman suddenly took out a gun from her bag and pointed it at Xiao Fan. She sneered, "You think you are in control of everything, but you are too self-righteous. You actually ran here to die in the first place, so I will satisfy you." Xiao Fan sneered and said nothing. The beautiful young woman continued, "Didn't my brother and the others get the contract you signed? If you want to die comfortably, do as I say quickly. I will prepare another contract for you. Sign your name and put your handprint on it. I promise that you will die comfortably. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death." Xiao Fan sneered, "Then let's see if you are fast enough." Xiao Fan stood there motionless. The beautiful young woman just felt her hand holding the gun loosen, and the gun in her hand disappeared. Xiao Fan just had a thought and put the gun in her hand into his own supernatural space. The beautiful young woman was stunned. She had never seen such a thing, except in movies and TV. She was really terrified this time. She looked at Xiao Fan with fear in her eyes, then knelt down with a plop and begged, "Mr. Xiao, it was all my fault before. I apologize to you. I won't dare to do it again. As long as you can let me go this time, You can ask me to do anything. You see, I am very beautiful, and my figure is very perfect. I will definitely meet all your requirements." Xiao Fan didn't even look at the beautiful young woman kneeling on the ground, but looked at Qianlong, who was stunned. The next second, Xiao Fan was in front of Qianlong. With a click, Qianlong's neck was rotated 360 degrees by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan died silently, and his body disappeared in the next second. The beautiful young woman saw this weird scene in front of her, and her whole body began to tremble. Xiao Fan squatted down, hooked her chin, and asked, "I really didn't expect that it was you who instigated Qianlong to betray me? What I hate most is being schemed against, especially by women." The beautiful young woman pleaded tremblingly, "As long as President Xiao can let me go this time, I will never dare to do it again. In the future, I will be President Xiao's dog and President Xiao's horse, and President Xiao can use me however he wants." Xiao Fan sneered, "But you are really beautiful and have a good figure." The beautiful young woman couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Xiao Fan's words. It seems that her beauty will save her this time. But Xiao Fan immediately said, "But you are a bitch who was played by Qianlong, so I have no interest in you. I will send you to see Qianlong and let you reunite underground." The beautiful young woman shouted, "Boss Xiao, please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a very, very important news." Xiao Fan asked curiously, "Then tell me, do you have any important news to tell me? Maybe the news you tell can arouse my interest, and I can spare your life." The beautiful young woman hurriedly said, "In fact, Qianlong contacted a frozen food company. This company has a large amount of inventory, and this company is willing to exchange all their inventory for shares in the property management company. As long as Boss Xiao can forgive me this time, I promise to thread the needle and make this deal quickly." Xiao Fan sneered, "Tell me which company it is." The beautiful young woman shook her head and replied, "Boss Xiao will only tell Boss Xiao all the news after he promises not to kill me. And from now on, I will be Boss Xiao's person, and Boss Xiao can ask me to do anything. Maybe I'm no longer pure, but I'm wild enough, which is another kind of flavor." "Mr. Xiao, are you really unwilling to try it?" With a click, the beautiful young woman's neck was also rotated 360 degrees, and she died. Xiao Fan found her mobile phone and then unlocked her mobile phone with her face. He retrieved all the call records and found one of the call records, Mr. Zhang from Xi'an Frozen Food Company. Xiao Fan also collected her body. This woman was too self-righteous. She actually thought that she could threaten him, Xiao Fan, with such a piece of news. It was simply unreasonable. Xiao Fan missed women a little, and he was not a gentleman, but there were some women he would never touch, such as the woman in front of him who had calculated him. She was rotten and cheap, and he would feel disgusted at a glance. How could Xiao Fan touch her? She was so shameless that she thought she was very charming. It was simply a joke. Xiao Fan called Mr. Zhang from the Frozen Food Company. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Xiao Fan from the Xiao Group." "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I never expected that Mr. Xiao would call me personally. I feel so honored." "Mr. Zhang, Qianlong has already told me what you mean. I just don't know how much inventory Mr. Zhang has and how many shares of my property management company he wants to exchange. My company's inventory is huge, worth more than 2 billion yuan. I want to exchange 60% of the shares of the property management company. What do you think, Mr. Xiao?" "Mr. Zhang, I think we should meet and talk. I will go to your company to see how much inventory you have. There is no problem with this. Mr. Xiao is always welcome to come. Then we won't delay any time. I will go there now. How about it?" "No problem. I will work overtime and wait for Mr. Xiao to come." Xiao Fan ended the call with Mr. Zhang and decided to rush to his company immediately. After all, such a batch of inventory will be of great use to Xiao Fan in the end times. If this batch of materials can be pushed down, it will be much more convenient than directly storing food. So Xiao Fan decided to meet Mr. Zhang immediately. When he got back to his car, Xiao Fan saw Yang still sleeping in the back seat of the car, so Xiao Fan did not disturb her and let her rest. About an hour and a half later, Xiao Fan came to Xi'an Frozen Food Company, and then called Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang went out to greet him very enthusiastically, and there was a young and beautiful girl beside him. When Xiao Fan saw the girl for the first time, he was petrified on the spot, and his brain was blank. He really didn't expect to meet her today. Mr. Zhang smiled and walked to Xiao Fan's side, stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan didn't respond at all, and just stared at the girl next to him without blinking. Mr. Zhang felt that something was wrong with Xiao Fan, took back his hand and said very unhappy, "Mr. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Zhang Weilan, who is also my secretary and assistant." Xiao Fan still didn't respond. His thoughts had already flown back to the battle in the end of the world. It was the 3rd year after the apocalypse. Xiao Fan was besieged by a group of interstellar iron beetles. Although he fought hard, Xiao Fan broke out of the siege. But Xiao Fan was seriously injured and was rescued by Zhang Weilan when he was about to fall into a coma. At that time, Zhang Weilan had not awakened her superpowers and was still an ordinary beautiful girl. She took Xiao Fan back to her shelter and took good care of him. After a period of recuperation, Xiao Fan finally recovered as before. They fell in love like that, and everything that happened next was sweet and smooth. The two of them were inseparable, and they loved each other very sweetly. But Xiao Fan made a decision at that time that made him regret more than an animal when he thought about it now. He wanted to help Zhang Weilan awaken her superpowers. Xiao Fan also knew at the time that not everyone could awaken their superpowers. If the awakening of superpowers failed, they would face extremely cruel consequences, or even death. But Xiao Fan was stubborn and confident that he could deal with all emergencies. Zhang Weilan also told Xiao Fan at that time that she had not had the opportunity to awaken her superpowers before, but she gave up because of her lack of confidence. She looked at Xiao Fan very seriously and asked, "Is it really that important for you to awaken my superpowers?" Xiao Fan couldn't tell what he was thinking at the time. Maybe he really thought that awakening superpowers was the best result for Zhang Weilan. He nodded unexpectedly. It was with this statement that Zhang Weilan decided to awaken his superpowers at the risk of his life. But now Xiao Fan thinks of his decision at that time, and he really understands that he was too selfish at that time. He wanted Zhang Weilan to awaken superpowers so that the two of them could be together better, but he didn't consider that Zhang Weilan might die or have an accident. Xiao Fan thought he had made full preparations at the time and began to prepare for Zhang Weilan to awaken superpowers. But in the process of Zhang Weilan awakening superpowers, what happened was beyond Xiao Fan's control. Zhang Weilan did not die, but had a very serious side effect. Zhang Weilan grew a black armor. If it is simply from the perspective of awakening superpowers, it cannot be considered a failure, and it is even very successful. But from the perspective of a girl who loves beauty, it is too cruel, and she has become a monster that is neither human nor ghost. At that time, Zhang Weilan, who was in despair, chose to escape and escaped from Xiao Fan. In the end, she encountered the interstellar iron beetle. The two sides had a tragic battle, and Zhang Weilan died in the battle. The death of Zhang Weilan is a pain that Xiao Fan still can't forget. Sometimes he will be heartbroken and unable to sleep all night when he thinks about it. How much he loves the girl in front of him, how guilty he is for her, and how sorry he is for her, no one can understand. Now that he unexpectedly saw her, Xiao Fan could no longer control the accumulated emotions that had been suppressed for nearly 50 years. He rushed to Zhang Weilan and hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to melt the girl in his arms into his body, for fear that if he let go again this time, he would lose this girl forever again. Zhang Weilan was completely confused. She really didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so bold. In front of her father, he actually did this to her. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, "Weilan, I'm really sorry. It was all my fault before. I was too selfish. I hurt you. This time, I can't lose you again no matter what the price is. I won't lose you again. Since God has arranged for us to meet again, I will definitely cherish you well." Zhang Zong on the side was completely confused at first, but later he woke up and became furious. Out of a father's instinct to protect his daughter, he punched Xiao Fan in the face. Zhang Zong is also less than 50 years old. He is in good health. What's more, he often exercises and has great strength. He thought he could knock Xiao Fan to one side with this punch, but when his fist hit Xiao Fan's cheek, he realized how wrong he was. It was like hitting a stone. He couldn't help but scream in pain, and his right hand could no longer be lifted. This is Xiao Fan's awakened ability to automatically protect him. Zhang Weilan struggled desperately and shouted, "Mr. Xiao, did you recognize the wrong person? This is the first time we met, and I have never had any relationship with you. Let me go." Weilan's shouting instantly made the emotional Xiao Fan regain his sanity. He quickly let go of Zhang Weilan and couldn't help blaming himself. He was too emotional and did such an outrageous thing. I wonder if he scared his beloved girl? I was reborn and traveled back, but Zhang Weilan was not. I know her, but she doesn't know me. If I scare her, she will misunderstand and mess up everything. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan hurriedly apologized and said, "Weilan, no, Miss Zhang, I'm really sorry that I recognized the wrong person. You are so much like my ex-girlfriend. It's exactly the same. My emotions are a little out of control. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive my recklessness this time. Don't take it to heart. I sincerely apologize to you." Zhang Weilan became more and more confused as she listened. She didn't know why she was offended by the man in front of her, but she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, this man had a special temperament that attracted her. What made her even more puzzled was that this man apologized to her and said that he recognized the wrong person, but he always called her name. What's more, the expression on his face and the look in his eyes at this time clearly showed that he did not recognize the wrong person. But why did she never have any memory of this man? What was going on? At this time, Mr. Zhang said, "Mr. Xiao, I hope you can control your emotions well. Since you recognized the wrong person and you apologized, I don't mind this time. But I don't want this to happen again next time." Xiao Fan hurriedly replied, "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. I promise it won't happen again because Miss Zhang and my previous girlfriend are really too similar. They are exactly the same person. I really didn't control my emotions for a while, and I apologize to you." Mr. Zhang said, "Since it was a misunderstanding, I will forgive Mr. Xiao. Let's go to my office." Xiao Fan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. But Zhang Weilan was even more puzzled. The man's eyes looked at her intentionally or unintentionally, full of affection and warmth. Words can deceive people, but eyes can't deceive people. Did nothing really happen between her and him? Came to Mr. Zhang's office. Zhang Weilan poured water for Xiao Fan, and the three of them sat down according to the host and guest. President Zhang said first, "President Xiao, to be honest, I am a little tired of working in the field of quick frozen food, and I have always wanted to change to another field, but I am not familiar with other fields, and I have never made up my mind. I didn't expect that President Xiao would provide me with such a good opportunity this time, a fully mature company for me to choose, so I want to seize this opportunity." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "President Zhang, since you are so interested, there will be no obstacles to our cooperation. President Zhang, you can tell me all your ideas, and we can fully exchange ideas." President Zhang smiled and said, "I can use my inventory worth 2 billion to exchange for 60% of the shares of your industry company. That is, I want to obtain the absolute controlling rights of your property management company. Of course, if President Xiao thinks that this number is not enough, I can let my company seize the time to work overtime for production." Xiao Fan looked at Zhang Weilan, and Zhang Weilan hurriedly lowered his head. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Has President Zhang really decided to do this?" President Zhang nodded and replied, "I have decided to do this. Although the time is relatively urgent, it is also a decision I made after careful consideration. I just don't know what President Xiao thinks." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "There is no problem at all. President Zhang will seize the time to produce speed food. As for the management rights and shares of the property company, they will be handed over to President Zhang 100%. Xiao Fan couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Father-in-law, I didn't deliberately cheat you. In fact, I did this to be filial, so that you can be happy for a few days." Zhang Weilan looked up at Xiao Fan suddenly, and Xiao Fan happened to look at her at this time. The two people looked at each other without avoiding each other's eyes. Zhang Weilan said seriously, "President Xiao, you must think about your decision carefully and don't let other factors affect your decision. After all, this is not a small matter, but a transaction involving billions or even tens of billions of funds." Xiao Fan was very happy when he heard Zhang Weilan's words. His woman was still on his side, reminding himself not to suffer losses. How happy it is to have such a woman to accompany him. President Zhang looked at his daughter strangely, thinking, "What do you mean by this, little girl? I am your only child. No matter how much property I earn in the future, it will all be yours in the end. You are actually turning your elbow outward." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Weilan, don't worry. I am speaking the truth. I am not joking. I do plan to hand over the property management company of Xiao Group to President Zhang for management and operation." Zhang Weilan said again, "But why do you want so many quick frozen foods? Do you have a market? Otherwise, you will lose all the frozen foods once they expire." The more President Zhang listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. It was really a pity that a girl should not be kept when she grows up. He hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter. Can we provide sales channels to President Xiao?" Xiao Fan looked at his father-in-law's depressed expression and felt funny in his heart. His daughter didn't help him and even sabotaged him. It would be strange if he was not depressed. Xiao Fan said happily, "Weilan, these things will not be wasted in my hands. I have a way to store them, and I don't plan to sell them." As soon as Xiao Fan said this, Mr. Zhang was shocked. This guy didn't sell them? Keep them all for himself? This is enough for 18 generations to eat. He couldn't help asking, "Mr. Xiao, you are not kidding." Xiao Fan replied with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, I am very serious. Do you think I'm joking? If Mr. Zhang is willing, we can even sign the contract now." Mr. Zhang looked at his daughter with great joy. He wanted to let his daughter prepare the contract, but after thinking about his daughter's performance just now, he immediately gave up the idea. His daughter just acted too much, and he was very worried about handing this important matter to his daughter. But knowing that a word in a contract clause can change a lot of things and determine the ownership of huge benefits, he decided to deal with this matter himself. So Mr. Zhang said, "Then please wait for a moment, Mr. Xiao. I will go to prepare the contract and come back soon." He looked at his daughter again and felt that the guy in front of him had bad intentions towards his daughter, and he didn't know why his daughter didn't hate her, so he felt that leaving his daughter alone to accompany Xiao Fan was like putting meat into the wolf's mouth. So Mr. Zhang said to his daughter, "Weilan, why don't you come over and accompany me to sort out the contracts? It will be faster." Zhang Weilan nodded, and Xiao Fan didn't say anything. He also saw that his father-in-law was very wary of him, and he was worried about his daughter, so he made such arrangements. But at this time, Zhang Weilan said something that changed his father's mind. She said, "Otherwise, let's discuss the drafting of the contract terms with Mr. Xiao here." Mr. Zhang looked at his daughter with a look of regret, and couldn't help thinking that if he let this girl follow him, he would definitely mess with him. It would be better to do it himself, and simply let this girl accompany Xiao Fan. Nothing big would happen in just a short time. So he said, "Mr. Xiao is a guest and has come to our company without any trouble. How can I trouble Mr. Xiao with this matter? Why don't you stay here with Mr. Xiao, and I will do it myself." Zhang Weilan nodded, and Xiao Fan was overjoyed, secretly saying to his father-in-law, "This is the opportunity you gave me. Don't regret it." Mr. Zhang left his office and went to get the terms of the contract, because there must be some terms in the process of getting the contract, and he had to discuss with his men repeatedly about how to benefit himself, so Xiao Fan must not stay by his side. Xiao Fan looked at Zhang Weilan, and Zhang Weilan lowered his head again. Xiao Fan couldn't help asking, "Weilan, are you usually tired of helping your father?" "This is absolutely talking nonsense." Zhang Weilan shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm not tired. I'm not very busy normally." Just as Xiao Fan was about to start the next topic, Zhang Weilan suddenly asked, "Mr. Xiao, can you tell me the truth? Is this the first time you've met me today? Why do you act so familiar and kind to me? This makes me feel very strange. Of course, if Mr. Xiao is not convenient to say, then forget it." Xiao Fan looked at Zhang Weilan and didn't speak for a long time, because he didn't know how to answer this question. The woman who asked this question was his most beloved woman, and also the woman he felt the most guilty and sorry for. From the perspective of following his own inner principles, he didn't want to deceive her. But is it really okay to tell her the truth? It's nothing more than increasing her pressure and fear, and nothing can be changed. What's more, is it really okay for her to know the tragic fate she had last time? Will it still have a huge negative impact on her psychology this time? Xiao Fan finally made up his mind not to tell the truth. He tried to be calm and said, Weilan, I don't know if you believe in fate or not, but I believe in fate very much. Even though this is the first time we meet, my heart tells me that my fate has come. You are the girl I have been waiting for and my true woman. Zhang Weilan blushed but said, Although I don't hate you talking like this, I can feel that you seem to be lying to me. When Xiao Fan heard Zhang Weilan's words, his heart sank. His lie was indeed not very clever. But then Zhang Weilan said, If you really don't want to say it, forget it. Don't lie to me anymore. I just ask you one question. How do you know my name? Xiao Fan pretended to be helpless and said, In that case, I will tell the truth. I also know that my lie just now can't even deceive myself. In fact, I have always had a crush on you. I know a lot about you. I have also followed you secretly, but my methods are so clever that you haven't discovered it. Zhang Weilan looked up at Xiao Fan in surprise and said, Why don't I believe it? Smiled and said, Then I will tell you something to verify whether what I said is true or not. I wonder if you mind? Zhang Weilan shook her head slightly, but did not speak. Xiao Fan said seriously, If what I said is correct, you are 22 years and 16 days old this year, and I also know that you don't like to eat birthday cakes on your birthday. What you like most is the longevity noodles made by your mother for you. Zhang Weilan stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief because what Xiao Fan said was completely correct without any mistakes. She did have a birthday 16 days ago, and she ate the longevity noodles made by her mother instead of birthday cake. Xiao Fan continued, I also know that your blood type is B-type, and I also know some of your special personalities. You are very afraid of insects, but you are not afraid of snakes. It is really rare to have a special personality like you. Zhang Weilan stared at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes without blinking. The man in front of her knew her more than she knew. How did he know all this? Even her parents didn't pay too much attention to these. Xiao Fan continued, I also know a little secret of yours that you can't tell anyone. Don't call me a hooligan if I tell it to you. Zhang Weilan nodded instinctively and said, Just tell me. I won't call you a hooligan. Xiao Fan lowered his voice and said, There is a heart-shaped red birthmark next to that place of yours, right? I thought it was a tattoo at the time, but later I found out it was actually a birthmark, a natural one. Zhang Weilan's pretty face blushed like a ripe red apple. She asked in a mosquito-like voice, Can you tell me how you know all this? I really want to know. Xiao Fan laughed. Don't you believe at this point that I'm a stalker? Zhang Weilan shook her head firmly and replied, Even if you were stalking me, you couldn't know these secrets, let alone what I'm afraid of and what I'm not afraid of, what I like and what I don't like. These are my own little secrets. How on earth did you know them? You know me better than my parents. What's more, how did you know about my birthmark? Speaking of her birthmark, Zhang Weilan's face, which was already like a red apple, became even redder. Xiao Fan smiled and said, There are some things I can't tell you right away, but if you believe me, can you stay by my side for the next few days, and then I will let you know what kind of story will happen between us? Zhang Weilan shook her head firmly and replied, I don't know why my feelings for you are so wonderful. I don't hate every word you say. Even if you invite me to stay by your side, I can agree. But if you don't tell me the truth, I won't agree. I won't stay by your side. Maybe my feelings for you are inexplicable, but I absolutely can't stay by your side inexplicably. There must be a reasonable reason. Otherwise, I can't convince myself and feel like a casual girl, Xiao. Fan thought for a while and said, If you really want to know the reason, I can tell you, but you must keep it a secret for me. Zhang Weilan stared at Xiao Fan's eyes very seriously for a long time and finally said, As long as you are not lying to me, as long as you tell me the truth, no matter what you tell me, I will not tell anyone, including my parents. Xiao Fan nodded and said seriously, Actually, I am a superpower. I have abilities that surpass ordinary people, so the first time I saw you, I knew that something would happen in our future. Because something will happen in our future. I know all your little secrets." Zhang Weilan opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Xiao Fan smiled and asked, "Do you still not believe what I said, and think I am still deceiving you? If I tell you that I am telling the truth and not deceiving you, do you believe it or not?" Zhang Weilan shook her head and replied, "But my heart tells me that you are deceiving me. I don't believe what you said. You didn't tell me the truth at all." Xiao Fan looked at the water cup next to Zhang Weilan and said, "But I really didn't deceive you this time. I also know that you don't believe what I said. In order to prove that every word I said is true, I will prove to you now that I am really a superpower. I hope you don't scream and alarm other people. Can you do it?" Zhang Weilan nodded and said, "I will never yell." Xiao Fan said with satisfaction, "Watch your own water cup and don't lose it." Zhang Weilan heard what Xiao Fan said and looked at her water cup. The next moment she was petrified on the spot because her water cup disappeared out of thin air under her gaze. And Xiao Fan didn't even move when he sat next to her. How Xiao Fan made her water cup disappear was far beyond her cognition. Xiao Fan did not disturb Zhang Weilan immediately, but waited for her to slowly digest everything she saw, and waited for her to slowly regain consciousness. Zhang Weilan calmed down for a long time, looked at Xiao Fan and asked, "What I just saw was real or a magic?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You are looking around us." Zhang Weilan looked around when she heard it. Every time she saw an item in the office, that item would disappear out of thin air, until everything in the office disappeared, leaving only the sofa where she and Xiao Fan were sitting. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Do you still think it was a magic now?" Zhang Weilan shook her head and replied, "I really believe that you are a superpower now." As soon as she finished speaking, the things that disappeared out of thin air reappeared in their original positions. Xiao Fan said seriously, "I don't want anyone to know that I have this ability, so don't tell anyone, okay?" Zhang Weilan nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will never tell anyone, even my parents. I will never tell them." Xiao Fan asked expectantly, "Now that I let you know the answer, can you agree to my previous conditions? Stay by my side for the next few days. I want to watch over you and protect you." Zhang Weilan asked, "I can promise you, but my father will not agree." Xiao Fan smiled confidently. "You don't have to worry about this. I will tell your father later. In order for your father to smoothly control the property company, the two of us need to meet often to discuss the specific details." Zhang Weilan nodded and said, "As long as you convince my father, I am willing to stay by your side." Now she believed everything Xiao Fan said. Because of Xiao Fan's ability to collect and take out items from the supernatural space, this beautiful woman was completely shocked. Xiao Fan confidently promised, "As long as you are willing, your father's side will be in my hands. There will be no accidents. I will definitely find a way to convince him." Zhang Weilan nodded and asked again, "Can you tell me how you got this ability? Is it possible that one day I will also get such an ability?" In one sentence, Xiao Fan was once again pulled into painful memories. Zhang Weilan actually wanted to awaken her own abilities this time, but the lesson that time was too painful. How should I answer this question? This is not a trivial matter. I can't fool her, let alone deceive her. If you promise to let her awaken her abilities, you must do it. But if Zhang Weilan really awakens her abilities, just like last time, Zhang Weilan still can't bear it, then won't the tragedy be staged again? What should I do? But looking at Zhang Weilan's expectant eyes looking at him, he really couldn't bear to refuse. If he really refused her, the beauty in front of him would be very sad and must be very disappointed in himself. Zhang Weilan looked at Xiao Fan for a long time without saying anything, and then said disappointedly, "I also know that this is a very difficult thing for you. In fact, you don't have to take it to heart. I just said it, casually. Don't take it too seriously." Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Weilan, this time I swear to you that you will definitely awaken your superpowers and awaken your superpowers very safely. Your superpowers will be extremely powerful. I swear to you that I can do it." Zhang Weilan asked very pleasantly, "Really?" Xiao Fan nodded very hard and replied, "Really, I swear I will do it if I say it." The moment Xiao Fan just agreed to Zhang Weilan, he secretly made up his mind that this time he would not only hoard supplies after rebirth, but also hoard some talents, such as some talents studying bioengineering. In this way, he might be able to conduct in-depth research on superpower awakening, which can avoid side effects when Zhang Weilan awakens his superpowers. Xiao Fan decided to go to the university tomorrow to take a look and try to issue his own recruitment notice. He didn't believe that Zhang Weilan's tragic fate last time could not be changed. Even if Zhang Weilan's tragic fate last time was destined by heaven, he will defy heaven and change his fate this time. Zhang Weilan was very moved and said, "Mr. Xiao, I really thank you very much. I know my request is very excessive. I didn't expect you to actually agree to it. I am really happy." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "These are what I should do. Even if you don't say it, I will help you do it. Besides, this condition seems very difficult to you, but it is not so difficult for me. As long as I work hard, I can still do it. But I also want you to have a certain amount of patience and don't be anxious. Give me time to help you awaken your superpowers, okay?" Zhang Weilan nodded and said, "You are so nice, I won't be anxious. I will wait patiently. I know this is definitely not a small matter, and it is not something that can be done overnight. I will definitely wait patiently, and will not urge you to help me awaken my superpowers. I believe you can do it. It's just a matter of time. I believe you." Looking at the considerate beauty, Xiao Fan's heart was filled with happiness. The beauty in front of him was so good to him both last time and this time. Especially last time, she not only saved his life, but also gave him such a happy time. That was the most cherished time in the entire apocalypse, so he would never let down the woman in front of him. Xiao Fan couldn't help but stretch out his big hand, tightly grasped Zhang Weilan's jade hand and said emotionally, "Weilan, there is one more thing I must tell you in advance. Maybe soon you will find that your father got my property management company, and it is actually useless. I hope you won't blame me at that time. I am not deceiving your father, just to make him happy." Zhang Weilan was tense all over, and it can be seen that she was very nervous, but she didn't retract her hand. She nodded and replied, "I know you don't have any malice towards me and my father. I can feel it, so don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, I won't complain about you." Xiao Fan smiled, and this time he was completely relieved. This is what he is most worried about in his heart. After the apocalypse, he found that the property management company he got was of no use at all. Zhang Weilan blamed him for this, which was unacceptable to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was very happy that Zhang Weilan was so reasonable. Xiao Fan couldn't help but stand up and hug Zhang Weilan into his arms. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open. Xiao Fan was embarrassed, and Zhang Weilan was confused. The person who opened the door was also confused. The person who came was Mr. Zhang. He was very shocked to see the scene in front of him. "Damn it, I just left for a few minutes, and Xiao Fan, you bastard, hooked up with my daughter. I thought you couldn't be this fast, but now I know that you are a quick shooter." Zhang Weilan was the first to react. She hurriedly pushed Xiao Fan away shyly, then looked down and saw that there was no crack in the ground to drill, so she ran out directly. Mr. Zhang really wanted to punch Xiao Fan again, but thinking of the damage the previous punch had brought to him, Mr. Zhang endured it. Xiao Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle has prepared all the terms of the contract, so I'll sign it." Mr. Zhang suddenly felt very discouraged. The sense of accomplishment of having tricked Xiao Fan suddenly disappeared without a trace. Who the hell tricked whom? I took care of your company, and you took care of my daughter. Maybe in the end I will work for you for free. Not only will you take the company back, but you will also take my company away. No matter how you calculate it, it's a loss, and a big loss. The more Mr. Zhang thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He couldn't beat him. In just a few minutes, his daughter was seduced away by someone. What can he say? So he was very annoyed and threw the contract he had just printed on the desk. Xiao Fan ignored the expression of his future father-in-law, picked up a pen and signed it quickly. He was very conscious and pressed the red handprint himself. Then Xiao Fan said, "Uncle, please take a look at the contract first to see if there is anything you need to add. If there is anything you need to add, please contact me and I will come over to sign with you at any time. I'm leaving for now. I have something to discuss with Weilan." After Xiao Fan said goodbye and left, Mr. Zhang looked at the contract. He was getting angrier and angrier. It was clearly a contract that he had taken advantage of, but now he felt as if he had suffered a huge loss and was unhappy. He had raised a pot of flowers with great effort, but even the pot was taken away. He felt sad and unwilling, but he also knew that this was fate. What could he say? If he really wanted to keep his daughter by his side for the rest of her life, he was afraid that his daughter would not agree. Xiao Fan walked out of Mr. Zhang's office and came to the outside of the office building. Xiao Fan saw Zhang Weilan, who was feeling uneasy downstairs. Xiao Fan walked over with a smile and said, "Don't be shy anymore. I think your father has agreed to what's going on between us. At least he has tacitly agreed to our relationship." Zhang Weilan asked unexpectedly, "Is it true or false?" Xiao Fan answered seriously, "I can lie to others. How can I lie to you? Besides, even if I lie to you, I can't lie to you about this matter. After you left the office, your father didn't say anything, not even a word of blame to me. If he hadn't tacitly agreed, could he have expressed our relationship like this?" Zhang Weilan thought about it very seriously and thought that what Xiao Fan said made a lot of sense. But isn't there another explanation, such as because his father was so angry that he couldn't say a word? Women, in love, they all have high fevers, and they believe whatever men say, so they don't even think about whether there are other possibilities. Zhang Weilan fell in love at an unprecedented speed in history, and she also thought that her father agreed. She couldn't help but smile sweetly. What Xiao Fan loves to see most in the end of the world is her smile. In order to see this smile again, he swears that he can pay any price in the end of the world. Unfortunately, he never realized it again. But this time, he came back to realize this wish. Xiao Fan suddenly felt that the world had become incomparably beautiful. Even if the end of the world is about to come, it still can't stop the beauty of this world. Xiao Fan couldn't help but hold Zhang Weilan's hand and said, "Should we celebrate? Why don't we go to dinner together? I know a restaurant with delicious food." Zhang Weilan replied shyly, "I'll tell my dad first, so that he won't worry." Then Zhang Weilan took out his mobile phone and called his father. "Dad, I'm going to have dinner with Xiao Fan tonight, so I won't go home. You and Mom don't have to wait for me." Mr. Zhang was confused. Is his daughter crazy? Even if you are hooked up, you can't go out for dinner so blatantly. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to talk to me, your father, first, such as why it must be him? So Mr. Zhang was so angry that he hadn't said anything to blame her yet. While he was preparing his tone and words, he heard his daughter say, "Dad, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going out." Then he ended the call. Mr. Zhang stared at his phone in a daze, having an illusion of who he was and where he was. Xiao Fan was very excited and took Zhang Weilan's hand and walked towards his car. He completely forgot about the big star Yang Can. The woman who had just fallen in love only had Xiao Fan in her eyes, so the two of them sat in the driver's seat, and the other sat in the co-pilot's seat, without noticing that there was a person sleeping in the back. The two people sat in the front. Since they sat in the car, they chattered endlessly, as if they had endless things to say. The person who was sleeping in the back slowly opened his eyes, and then looked confused at first. She remembered that she had just arrived at the underground garage of Xishan Villa and had lost consciousness inexplicably. How come when she opened her eyes, she was lying in the back seat of the car, and there were two people in the front of the car talking and laughing sweetly? "Weilan, you don't know how beautiful you are when you smile. Every time I see your smile, I feel that the 4 seasons are like spring. Even if it's hail in the sky, it's like hail blooming flowers." Yang Ken understood. Isn't this her lover and boss? Who is Weilan? Her boss actually has a new love? What should she do in this situation? Should she suddenly make a big fuss? Or should she bear it for the time being? Soon Yang Ken had a new idea. Could it be that her boss and lover had a new trick and liked to play this new game? So he deliberately found a woman to stimulate himself? And then pursue this new freshness? She might as well pretend to continue sleeping and see what tricks he was going to play. So Yang Can, who had already woken up, decided to continue pretending to be unconscious, intending to give Xiao Fan a blow at the critical moment. Soon, Xiao Fan drove to Mingyu Huayan restaurant. Xiao Fan and Zhang Weilan had no idea that Yang Can in the back had already woken up. Ming Yu Huan restaurant is now closed to the public, but this does not affect Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan made a phone call and Tan Feifei came to greet him in person. When Tan Feifei saw Zhang Weilan next to Xiao Fan, she couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart. This man is really amazing. The women around him change so frequently, but the quality is all top-notch. Xiao Fan asked Tan Feifei to prepare a sumptuous dinner, and he and Zhang Weilan entered the private room. Soon Tan Feifei personally delivered the dinner, and Xiao Fan and Zhang Weilan then began to eat happily. Just when the two people were about to let go of the atmosphere, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Yang Can walked in. Yang Can stood at the door and looked at Zhang Weilan with a smile. "This beautiful lady, Mr. Xiao specially sent you a song tonight. I wish you a pleasant meal." Xiao Fan remembered that he was really careless this time and completely forgot about Yang Can, so he could only keep winking at Yang Can. Yang Can ignored him and started singing directly, singing his famous song Sad Rain. Zhang Weilan quickly recognized Yang Can and then excitedly took Xiao Fan's hand and said, "Xiao Fan, is this a surprise for me? I didn't expect that in such a short time you actually found the big star Yang Can." Xiao Fan was speechless for a while and kept winking at Yang Can, hoping that this lady would leave quickly. But Yang Can's mood was obviously getting worse and worse because she was singing Sad Rain, but Zhang Weilan was still so happy. Yang Can was almost on the verge of exploding. At this time, Yang Can's mobile phone rang, and Yang Can's singing stopped abruptly. Zhang Weilan couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This is too unprofessional." Yang Can looked at his mobile phone and then answered the call. "Xiao Yun, why are you calling me at this time?" "Sister, please comfort me. I didn't pass my thesis defense again. I feel really bad. This is the third time I've defended my thesis. I feel like a loser." Yang Can suddenly felt that she and her sister were a tragedy. Although she had a successful career, her love life was so unsuccessful. Xiao Fan didn't take her seriously at all and treated her like this. She suddenly felt sad and couldn't control her emotions anymore. She cried, "You need your sister to comfort you when you are in a bad mood. But who can comfort your sister when you are in a bad mood? Isn't it just that I didn't pass my thesis defense? What's the big deal? Can't your sister support you? Sister, why are you in such a bad mood too? Did anyone bully you?" Xiao Fan felt that things were extremely bad. Today was the first time he and Zhang Weilan were dating, and there must be no accidents. So Xiao Fan hurriedly left his seat, came to Yang Can and asked, "Miss Yang, what's the matter with you? Why did your emotions get out of control all of a sudden?" Yang Can looked at Xiao Fan coldly and said, "Why am I out of control? Are you still?" She wanted to get mad at Xiao Fan, but when she saw Xiao Fan's fierce eyes, she forcibly endured it, swallowed the half-said words, and changed her mouth to say, "My sister failed the doctoral thesis defense again. She needs comfort, but I, as a sister, don't know how to comfort her." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Very small matter. I will help you comfort her." As he said that, Xiao Fan took the phone from Yang Can and took the opportunity to whisper, "Don't make trouble for me. I will explain to you later." Then he put the phone to his ear and said, "I'm your sister's boss. Isn't it just that the thesis defense failed? It's no big deal. By the way, you have a doctorate? What major are you studying?" "Hello, boss. I'm studying bioengineering research, but this is the third time I failed my thesis defense, and I will never have the chance to work in a top biological research laboratory again." Xiao Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the answer from Yang Can's sister. He had just been thinking about recruiting a few people to study bioengineering. What he wanted came true. So Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Don't you just want to work in a top biological laboratory? There is absolutely no problem with this. I have decided to set up a top biological research laboratory. I will invite you now. Are you willing to join?" "Boss, are you serious or not?" Yang Can's sister clearly showed a very surprised voice. "Do I have to joke with you? Thank you so much, boss. And it's the highest salary. How about 10 million a year?" "Boss, today doesn't seem to be April Fool's Day." "Of course not. Are there any classmates willing to join?" "Really? I have a very good girlfriend. Although she was able to graduate successfully, she still hasn't found a job." The annual salary is also 10 million. Wow, boss, you are so nice. I love you to death. My girlfriend and I will report to you tomorrow. Then I look forward to your visit. After ending the call, Xiao Fan returned the phone to Yang Can and smiled. Don't be sad now. Your sister is so happy now. Yang Can nodded vigorously. His heart was full of emotion. This man still cares about her very much. In order to make her happy, he actually spent so much effort to please her sister. She really shouldn't have quarreled with him. He must have his own difficulties in being with this woman today. I should try to understand him and tolerate everything he does. So Yang Can said seriously, I'm sorry, boss. I didn't sing the song well just now, otherwise I'll sing another one. Xiao Fan nodded, and Yang Can sang a very cheerful song again, then said goodbye and left. Zhang Weilan then looked at Xiao Fan and asked, You just comforted her sister, but it cost you so much. Xiao Fan took Zhang Weilan's hand seriously and said, Silly, I just went with the flow. Her sister happens to be studying bioengineering. I promised to help you awaken your superpowers. I just happen to need talents in biology to help me with my research, so it's a win-win situation. After listening to this, Zhang Weilan looked at Xiao Fan affectionately and said emotionally, Xiao Fan, you are so good to me. Being so good makes me feel a little inferior. I seem to think that I am not worthy of you paying so much. Xiao Fan gently hugged Zhang Weilan into his arms and smiled. Don't think so much. If you don't deserve me to be so good to you, who else is worthy? In my eyes, you are flawless. You are the most proud princess in the world, and I am willing to hold you in the palm of my hand for the rest of my life. At this moment, Zhang Weilan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Xiao Fan made Zhang Weilan very happy, and then sent her home late at night. Both of them were reluctant to part, but Xiao Fan still sent her home. Today was their first date and he couldn't do anything too much. Even if he considered his father-in-law's face, he couldn't go too far. Then Xiao Fan drove back to Xishan Villa. After parking the car, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He could have been accompanied by a beautiful woman today, but he didn't know if Yang Can was still angry with him at this moment. He was thinking about it, when suddenly there was a slap in the underground garage, the lights came on, and the graceful superstar Yang Can stood in front of him. Xiao Fan walked over and was about to explain why such an accident happened, but Yang Can hugged him tightly and said excitedly, You don't have to say anything, it's all my fault. When you made my sister happy like that, I knew how important I was in your heart. This woman really misunderstood, so let it be a misunderstanding. The end of the world will come in a few days. It's rare to be confused. Why do we need to make everything so clear? So the big star Yang Can stayed in Xishan Villa for the night. The next morning, Xiao Fan got up early. Yang Can asked dazedly, Why are you getting up so early? Xiao Fan smiled and said, You go back to sleep. I have to go to the warehouse to receive the goods, and then go to the frozen food company to receive the goods, and then I have to meet your sister. Yang Can replied weakly, Even if you want me to get up, I can't. I'm not as energetic as you. You've tortured me so much. I feel like I can't get out of bed for 3 days. Xiao Fan laughed. It can't be that exaggerated. Yang Can said angrily, Don't you know how much you've tortured yourself? Xiao Fan comforted, Don't starve yourself. There's food in the refrigerator. I'll be back to accompany you as soon as possible. Yang Can hummed and asked, Are you really going to build a laboratory for my sister? Xiao Fan nodded and replied, Of course it's true. I didn't lie to your sister. I'm very serious about what I say to her. I'll discuss with her about purchasing the equipment needed for the laboratory when I see her today. Yang Can hummed and stopped talking, with endless sweetness on his face. Xiao Fan left. He had just received a message from Hu Miao that a large number of supplies had been transported to the warehouse. He had to put these supplies into his own supernatural space first, and then go to find Zhang Weilan and put those frozen foods into his own supernatural space. Xiao Fan didn't want to be in such a hurry, but time was too urgent. What's more, the interstellar ironclad beetles had already landed on this planet. Maybe he didn't even have 7 days. No, it should be said that he didn't have 6 days. Because of the unexpected impact of his rebirth, the interstellar ironclad beetle army may come early at any time, and this world may enter the end of the world at any time, so he must race against time to stock up. Xiao Fan left the villa and first came to his own warehouse, where a large amount of beef, mutton, and daily necessities were transported, which could be used for hundreds of years. These people who traded with him thought they were taking advantage, and were afraid that Xiao Fan would regret it, so they were more anxious than Xiao Fan and faster than Xiao Fan expected, and transported a large amount of the traded materials to Xiao Fan's designated warehouse. Because in the minds of these people who thought they had taken advantage of Xiao Fan, as long as Xiao Fan accepted their materials, there would be no chance to regret it. Of course, Xiao Fan would not consider the specific psychological activities of these people. He really didn't have the time, and he was too lazy to care. For him, it was good to get the materials, and he didn't care about anything else. Then, I contacted Zhang Weilan, who said with a smile on the phone, "I have good news for you. My mother scolded my father severely last night." "Why did your mother scold your father? Is it because of what happened between me and you?" "It was because of what happened between us. My mother said that my father was hypocritical and praised me for having a good eye for catching a rich son-in-law in one go. My mother said that my father was not satisfied and was not satisfied with you. If he was not satisfied with you, who in the world would be qualified to be her son-in-law? It seems that the mother-in-law still loves her son-in-law. Don't be so conceited. If you have time, come to the company to find me. My father wants to discuss the specific details of the transaction with you." After the call ended, Xiao Fan went directly to Zhang Weilan's company to find her, and then Xiao Fan agreed to whatever his future father-in-law said. Finally, Zhang Weilan took Xiao Fan to the warehouse and put all the more than 2 billion speed foods into his own supernatural space. Zhang Weilan was greatly shocked, but in the end, Zhang Weilan took the initiative to promise to keep Xiao Fan a secret and told the company's people that no one was allowed to open the cold storage without permission. Xiao Fan took Zhang Weilan and her father to his property management company. On the way, he received a call from Yang Can's sister Yang Yun, saying that she and her bestie were about to arrive at the Xiao Group headquarters. Xiao Fan asked her to wait for him after she arrived. After arriving at the property management company, Xiao Fan handed over all the matters and then invited Zhang Weilan to go to the Xiao Group headquarters with him. Zhang Weilan immediately accepted the invitation. This made her father very depressed, and he kept sighing in his heart that girls are really extroverted. Xiao Fan drove Zhang Weilan to his headquarters. On the way, Xiao Fan said, "Weilan, I plan to equip you with a few more top biological research talents. It is far from enough to recruit only 2 doctors. It is better to dig their teachers together and let them study the awakening of superpowers and escort you." Zhang Weilan was very moved when he heard this, but he said with some worry, "But this is awakening superpowers after all. They have never been exposed to it. Can they really conduct relevant research?" Xiao Fan smiled confidently. "If they rely solely on themselves, of course there is no such possibility. But don't forget that I am here. I can provide them with key research materials, so they will definitely be able to do it. It just takes time. I hope you don't worry." Zhang Weilan hummed very obediently, full of yearning for the future life. Xiao Fan saw the expression on Zhang Weilan's face and really couldn't bear to tell her the truth. In fact, their future is not good. They can be happy for a few days. Let's talk about what will happen after the end of the world. Arriving at the headquarters of Xiao Group, I soon met Yang Yun and her best friend Lin Xiaoxiao. This girl looked quirky and didn't look like a female doctor at all. They were chatting together, accompanied by Xiao Yun. After Xiao Fan saw them, they introduced themselves to each other. Xiao Fan asked directly, "Is your tutor powerful? How much do you think I can spend to dig your tutor over?" When Yang Yun and Lin Xiaoxiao heard what Xiao Fan said, they both showed very strange expressions on their faces. Xiao Fan was stunned and asked, "Why do you all have this expression? Is it very difficult to dig your tutor over?" Yang Yun sighed. "Mr. Xiao, do you know why I didn't pass my thesis defense 3 times? Xiao Fan asked. "Why?" Yang Yun explained. "It's because our tutor is too old and has been sick and bedridden for nearly 2 years. He has no energy to tutor me, so my thesis defense is so difficult." Xiao Fan was speechless. For a person with limited mobility, there is really no value in digging him over. Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Don't you have the same tutor? Then how did you pass your graduation thesis defense?" Lin Xiao replied with some pride, "That's because I can flatter people, and I can also use my tutor's advice. Although my tutor doesn't have the energy to tutor me, I use other people's tutors and shamelessly ask for advice." Yang Yun smiled bitterly and said, "She is a social bull syndrome patient. I can't compare with her. I really can't do what she does." Mr. Xiao asked, "Who is the best in the field of biology in your school?" Lin Xiao boasted proudly, "Of course it's the tutor I'm using now. She is really an extremely powerful tutor. She is only 21 years old this year, younger than both of us. But she is already a big cow in this field, and she is the kind of big cow with a ceiling. She is a veritable genius and beautiful girl tutor." Yang Yun added, "Professor Fang received his doctorate at the age of 17, and his research results shocked the entire field of biology at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he was hired as a full professor and doctoral supervisor by our school. Don't say that the two of us are like trash compared to her. Even the other professors in our school are trash compared to her." President Xiao's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly the talent he needs? She has the knowledge and the skills, and the key is that she is still young and energetic. It would be perfect if she could be the leader in the research of awakening superpowers. Xiao Fan then said, "Can you arrange for me to meet her? I plan to dig her over here. The sooner the better. It would be best if I could meet her today." Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, "She doesn't seem to love money as much as I do. I don't think President Xiao can convince her with money. But if President Xiao really decides to dig her, he can contact her now to see if she has time today." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "If you can accomplish this, I will reward you with a bonus." When Lin Xiao heard what Xiao Fan said, she immediately became excited and took out her cell phone to make a call. "Sister Lin, it's Brother Lin. Xiao, what's the matter? I'm busy now. There are a lot of things waiting for me in the laboratory." Poor Sister Lin. She's either in class or doing experiments. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend, because you don't have time to talk about a boyfriend at all. "I'm not doing an experiment, but tidying up the laboratory to prepare for the next experiment. Besides, you don't have a boyfriend. Then I'll go over to help you now, okay? We'll warm each other up. Don't be mushy, but this is a good idea, but I won't treat you to a meal. You eat too slowly and it takes too much time. If you want to have a big meal, I'll give you money and you can eat it yourself. My sister Lin, then you can wait for me with peace of mind. Your brother Lin will be here soon." After ending the call, Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Fan triumphantly and said, "Mr. Xiao, everything is arranged." Xiao Fan speechless. "Who did you call just now? Are you fooling me? You talk to your tutor like this?" Yang Yun covered her mouth and laughed secretly, while Qiao Yun and Zhang Weilan beside her looked confused. Lin Xiao said, "Boss Lin, don't worry. How dare I lie to you? You are my boss." And I was indeed talking to the genius and beautiful professor, Miss Fang Lin, just now, although she is the tutor I am using. But in fact, we are very good sisters and besties. In private occasions without anyone around, I am the elder sister and she is the younger sister. Xiao Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "You are awesome." Lin Xiao stretched out her delicate hand and said, "Boss Lin, I have arranged everything you asked me to do for you. You won't fail to fulfill the reward you promised, right?" Xiao Fan took out a black gold card from his body and handed it to Yang Yun, saying, "There are 30 million in cash in it. Yang Yun, you should purchase all the first phase equipment needed for the biological laboratory now. Remember to only purchase suppliers who can ship immediately." Yang Yun took the black gold card and couldn't help but trembled a little. Then he said to Lin Xiao, "How much bonus do you want? Use this card yourself." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "Forget it. I don't want the bonus for the time being. It's more important to purchase laboratory instruments and equipment." Xiao Fan praised, "I didn't expect that you are still very conscious. Don't worry. I will not treat you unfairly. I will definitely give you the reward I promised to give you. Now you accompany me to see Professor Fang Lin." Xiao Fan thought that it would be bad for so many people to go rashly for such a thing, so he and Lin Xiaoxiao went together, and Zhang Weilin stayed in the company to help Yang Yun purchase instruments and equipment. Zhang Weilin nodded in agreement without any complaints, and her heart was filled with incomparable touching and warmth. All that Xiao Fan did was for her. Of course, she would not have any complaints and would naturally cooperate with Xiao Fan with all her strength. On the way, Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously, "Mr. Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, that very beautiful Miss Zhang must be your girlfriend." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "You are very smart and you see it very accurately. She is indeed my girlfriend." Lin Xiaoxiao replied proudly, "My eyes are very sharp and can see the essence through the phenomenon. For example, your beautiful female secretary always has love in her eyes every time she inadvertently sees you, but when her eyes fall on your girlfriend, she has a kind of resentment, which means she has a crush on you." Xiao Fan was speechless. This woman can no longer be described as social bull syndrome. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, "But it's no wonder. Mr. Xiao is not only handsome, but also has an indescribable unruly temperament. This temperament is very attractive to girls. For example, when I saw Mr. Xiao for the first time, I felt my eyes brightened." Xiao Fan coughed and said, "Isn't it not good for you to evaluate your boss in person like this? You'd better be careful. The reward red envelope I give you will shrink." "Mr. Xiao, why are you so stingy? I just chatted with you casually to kill some time." Xiao Fan laughed. "Oh, then I was just chatting with you casually just now." Lin Xiaoxiao laughed again. "Mr. Xiao, in fact, I can guess that your relationship with Sister Yang Yun must be very unusual." Xiao Fan glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Is this woman a little too smart? Keeping such a woman by his side, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Lin Xiaoxiao immediately said, "Mr. Xiao, I'm just chatting with you casually. Don't think about killing me without mercy. In fact, I was just guessing just now, but I didn't expect you to have such an eye reaction, which just proves that my guess is completely correct. But don't take it too seriously. We girls just like some small gossips. No malice." Xiao Fan said helplessly. "I said, do you know or not? Sometimes gossip can kill people." Lin Xiaoxiao said very seriously, "I'm just chatting with you alone like this. I won't tell anyone, just to satisfy my little curiosity." Xiao Fan was speechless and decided not to chat with this quirky female doctor in front of him, because if he continued to chat, he didn't know what would happen. But Lin Xiaoxiao obviously didn't know what embarrassment was, and her little mouth didn't stop all the way. If Xiao Fan's ability space could accept people, I would take Lin Xiaoxiao in. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Lin Xiaoxiao's university, and under Lin Xiaoxiao's guidance, they came to the biological laboratory building. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Fan got out of the car together. Lin Xiaoxiao took Xiao Fan into the laboratory building and stopped outside the door of a laboratory in the basement, motioning Xiao Fan to wait outside the door for a while. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed the door open and walked in. Then Xiao Fan heard Lin Xiaoxiao giggling. "My sister Lin, did you miss me? Your brother Lin is here to see you." "Xiaoxiao, you are about to graduate with a PhD. Can you be serious? Don't laugh all day long. How can you find a vet job like this?" "My sister Lin, you care about me so much. Then brother Lin will tell you a good news. Not only did I find a good job, but I also got a sky-high salary." "How high is the sky-high salary?" "Annual salary of 10 million. Dream on. There is a top salary of 100 million in your dream. Don't fool around with me here. I still have a lot of things to do." "My dear sister, don't you believe what your brother said? Brother, I really didn't fool around with you, and how could I forget my dear sister when it was such a good thing? So I came here this time to bring you great news." "Did you also find me a sky-high top salary?" "My dear sister, you really guessed it right at once. The boss who recruited me also wants to poach you. I think he will agree to an annual salary of 100 million yuan. Xiao Fan was speechless when he heard this from outside. How could Lin Xiaoxiao offer him such a sky-high salary? Of course, it doesn't matter. Money will soon become waste paper. What's the point of 100 billion yuan? But what makes Xiao Fan wonder is whether Lin Xiaoxiao is a little gay and her orientation is a little abnormal. Then he heard Fang Lin say, "Don't even mention giving me 100 million yuan. Even if you give me 1 billion yuan, I won't fool around with you. I just want to teach quietly in the university and do research quietly. As for money, it's not that important to me. It's enough to meet the needs of life." Xiao Fan's heart sank. From Fang Lin's tone, he could tell that she was serious and spoke from her heart. People like this are the most difficult to deal with. You originally planned to stun her with money, but she doesn't care about money at all. This is very difficult to deal with. Fang Lin continued, "Stop fooling around. Help me clean this machine." Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "My dear sister, you have to give your brother some face. My boss is here and is standing outside the door. You don't really regard money as dirt, do you?" Since he was mentioned, Xiao Fan couldn't not show up. He knocked on the door and pushed it open and walked into the laboratory. Then he smiled and introduced himself. "Professor Fang, I'm very happy to meet you. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Fan, and I'm the president of Xiao Group." Xiao Fan looked at the genius and beautiful girl in front of him. Although the professor seemed very calm with a smile, his heart was still full of ripples. Fang Lin in front of him was not only very beautiful, but also had fair skin. Especially with a big pair of glasses, her extremely delicate little face was set off with a lot of literary style, looking cute, youthful, and beautiful. I really can't believe that she is a professor and a doctoral supervisor. Fang Lin was surprised to see Xiao Fan, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Mr. Xiao, I really feel honored to be valued by you. But I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I just want to stay in the university to teach, and I prefer to do experiments in the laboratory. I don't have much desire to make money." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Since Professor Fang likes to do experiments, there is no problem at all, because I hired Professor Fang to do experiments. I will provide Professor Fang with the best laboratory in the world, and I will never let Professor Fang do anything other than experiments. And Professor Fang can ask for any treatment he wants. As long as Professor Fang can offer it, I will agree to it." Fang Lin shook her head and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your generosity. But I'm afraid I still have to disappoint Mr. Xiao. I told Xiao Xiao before that I don't have too much desire for money. That's because I am a rich second generation, and the assets I will inherit in the future are also calculated in units of 100 million. But I don't have much interest in this. I am willing to hand over all the family assets to my sister." "Mr. Xiao, do you think I'm still so interested in the top salary you offered?" Xiao Fan sighed softly. If he used ordinary means, he would not be able to dig up this talented and beautiful professor in front of him. If he wanted to dig her over, he had to take an unconventional approach. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "If Professor Fang is willing to cooperate with me, I can let Professor Fang's research enter a brand new field, a field that has never been touched on this planet. Will Professor Fang still refuse me?" Fang Lin looked at Xiao Fan blankly. If there was anything in this world that attracted Fang Lin, it must be scientific research. It could be said that Xiao Fan's words just now hit Fang Lin's weak spot and had a fatal attraction to her. But she was not sure whether what Xiao Fan said was true or false. Was he fooling her? Seeing Fang Lin's expression, Xiao Fan knew her inner struggle and thoughts. So Xiao Fan continued, "Professor Fang, do you not believe what I said and think I am fooling you?" Fang Lin nodded without speaking. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Actually, what I said is true. I can prove it to you." Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously, "Mr. Xiao, are you going to release a big move? What is the big move?" Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "I want to talk to Professor Fang alone. Can you go out first?" Lin Xiaoxiao said dissatisfiedly, "Mr. Xiao, it's meaningless for you to do this. You hired me to conduct relevant research. Is there any need to hide it from me? Don't I have the right to know what kind of work I will do in the future?" This quirky little woman actually said something that Xiao Fan could not refute. Fang Lin also said, "I think what Xiao Xiao said is very reasonable. If you really have any new research field that we need to enter, you should be open and honest with us, instead of hiding anything." Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, "Since Professor Fang said so, Xiao Xiao should stay with us." Lin Xiaoxiao immediately showed an excited smile. Her curiosity was satisfied, which made her feel extremely happy. Xiao Fan continued, "But I have a condition. You two must promise me that no matter what you see later, it must be kept absolutely confidential and cannot be disclosed to anyone. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, don't worry, my mouth is the tightest. Even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, my mouth is still closed. Fang Lin also nodded and replied, No matter whether what you let me see can interest me or not, it is all your trust in me, and it is all your privacy. After I saw it, even if there is no way for us to cooperate, I will never leak it to anyone. Xiao Fan nodded and said, This is why I asked you to study a brand new creature, a creature that has never existed on our planet. It is a creature from outer space. You can call it an alien, or you can call it an alien creature. Lin Xiao opened her mouth and said, Mr. Xiao, I know you may be fooling people, but you can't fool people in this way. This way of fooling people is too much. Not to mention Professor Fang, even I think it's too much, too lacking in sincerity. Fang Lin sneered, Mr. Xiao, you said too much. If you really have alien creatures for me to study, I will immediately join you, and I won't ask you for a penny of salary. I can even bring my own dry food and provide support to Mr. Xiao. Fang Lin could say such a thing, which also showed that she didn't believe a word Xiao Fan said. Xiao Fan didn't mind the attitude of the genius and beautiful professor, but still smiled and said, Professor Fang, I just want to confirm one thing now. Are you joking or serious about the promise you made just now? Fang Lin smiled and said, If President Xiao is not joking, then I am not joking. If President Xiao is serious, then I am serious too. Xiao Fan nodded and said seriously, In this case, then we have a deal. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he extended his right hand. Fang Lin looked at his right hand in confusion and asked, President Xiao, what does this mean? Xiao Fan explained, Of course it's a high five as an oath. Before Fang Lin could say anything, Lin Xiao slapped her hand and hit it heavily on Xiao Fan's palm and said, I also joined this bet. If what President Xiao said is true, I don't want my annual salary of 10 million. Xiao Fan smiled and looked at Lin Xiao and said, I know you are a woman who loves money very much. Don't regret it. Lin Xiao said arrogantly, Boss Xiao, you look down on people too much. Although I, Lin Xiao, like money very much, I, Lin Xiao, also have my own pride. What I say is like water spilled on the ground, and I never intend to take it back. I said I don't want an annual salary, so I don't want an annual salary. Xiao Fan smiled and looked around the laboratory and said, I will now take out the alien creatures that you think are fooling you. But there is not enough space in this laboratory. Let's clean it up first. Fang Lin hurriedly said, The instruments and equipment in the laboratory are very sophisticated. They are not allowed to be moved around or moved out otherwise. Fang Lin stopped talking halfway because she was petrified. She witnessed with her own eyes a situation that she had only seen on TV in her life. In an instant, all the things in her laboratory were emptied, leaving only an empty room. Fang Lin's brain stopped working completely in an instant, and Lin Xiao's mouth was open enough to fit a fist. Xiao Fan smiled and said, This way there will be much more space. After saying that, he took out the body of the interstellar iron beetle that he had stored in his supernatural space. The whole experimental building really trembled because the weight of the interstellar iron beetle was too great, and being suddenly taken out caused a not-so-small shock. This time the shock also completely woke up Fang Lin and Lin Xiao. They had just regained their sanity and sobriety, but were petrified again in an instant because they saw the body of the interstellar iron beetle. It turned out that everything Xiao Fan said was true. There really were alien creatures, and Xiao Fan was not an ordinary person, but more like a Superman. Xiao Fan walked up to Lin Xiao and pinched her nose hard. Lin Xiao recovered again, and then she was about to scream hysterically, but was blocked by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said, Be quiet. Don't let everyone know. This matter is still in the confidential stage, and more people can't know. Understand? Lin Xiao nodded, and Xiao Fan let go of her mouth. Xiao Fan came to Fang Lin and pinched her pink cheeks. Fang Lin woke up all of a sudden, and then two bright lights came out of her eyes. She looked at the interstellar iron beetle in front of her, and her body trembled with excitement. I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that there really are alien creatures. Mr. Xiao, I thought you were lying to me, but I didn't expect that everything you said was true. You can really let me enter a new research field. Mr. Xiao, I am really grateful to you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." But Lin Xiao burst into tears and said while crying, "Mr. Xiao, it's all my fault for not recognizing the value of gold and jade. I was wrong before. I underestimated Mr. Xiao. I apologize to Mr. Xiao. Please don't be so mean to me. I finally graduated with a doctorate and got a high salary with great difficulty. You can't really not give me a penny." Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xiao speechlessly, but Fang Lin seemed to be indifferent as if she was used to it. Xiao Fan asked helplessly, "Lin Xiao, you are not a kid in kindergarten anymore. Can you please stop playing tricks like this?" Lin Xiao hugged Xiao Fan's legs and cried, "Boss Xiao, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have made a bet with you. You are a Superman, my idol. Why bother with a little girl like me? Why don't you cancel the bet between us?" Xiao Fan smiled and asked, "I'll give you one last chance to choose. You are not allowed to regret it after this choice. The first choice is to cancel the bet between us and restore your original annual salary." Lin Xiao immediately burst into laughter, raised her head like a pear blossom in the rain, and looked at Xiao Fan, flattering him. "I knew that Boss Xiao is a good man. He will definitely not bother with a little girl like me." Xiao Fan smiled. "Don't you want to hear the second choice?" Lin Xiao nodded hurriedly and asked, "What is the second choice, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Fan answered seriously, "Starting tomorrow, I guarantee that you will have meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, and milk every day, new clothes every month, and cosmetics. But you give up your annual salary. How about it?" Lin Xiao giggled and said, "Mr. Xiao, do you think I'm a fool? Although I'm acting cute and playing tricks here, it doesn't mean that my IQ is really low. How many vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs can I buy with such a high annual salary? I don't need you to provide them. I just want such a high annual salary." Xiao Fan smiled strangely. "It's a deal. You must not regret it, and it will be too late for you to regret it when you beg me to regret it." Lin Xiao snorted, "Whoever regrets it is a puppy, the kind of puppy that lies on the ground, biting and shaking its tail and barking." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin and said, "Professor Fang, you will testify then. Lin Xiao is not allowed to regret it again, otherwise she will be a puppy." Fang Lin did not hear the conversation between Xiao Fan and Lin Xiao at all. She just stared at the iron beetle corpse in front of her and began to think about how to start the research. Xiao Fan patted Fang Lin on the shoulder, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Xiao Fan said seriously, "Professor Fang, can we talk about what research I need you to do now? I can provide you with all the convenient conditions you need for your research, including more alien creatures like this. But the specific research topics must be arranged by me, and Professor Fang cannot act on his own." Fang Lin looked at Xiao Fan and asked, "You can't restrict my research freedom." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "If Professor Fang wants to cooperate with me, he must do as I say, otherwise our cooperation will be cancelled. Then you continue your research freedom, and I will continue to look for my partners, and we have nothing to do with each other." Fang Lin pouted and asked unsatisfiedly, "Then what kind of research do you want me to do?" Xiao Fan explained seriously, "This alien creature contains huge secrets. For example, it has a crystal core in its body. This crystal core can even be integrated into our human heart, and then help us awaken superpowers, just like me with superpowers." Fang Lin and Lin Xiao listened attentively. They were all shocked. Xiao Fan's simple words expanded the mysterious door that had just been opened by a lot of space. The mysterious world in front of them became wider and wider, and more mysterious. Xiao Fan continued, "But in the process of awakening superpowers, there will be many accidents. For example, some people died directly when fusing the interstellar iron beetle crystal core, and some people will have serious side effects. They no longer look like a human, but more like a monster." Fang Lin asked, "I know. You asked me to study how to awaken superpowers safely." Xiao Fan nodded and smiled. "Professor Fang is indeed very smart. What I asked you to study is not the alien creature itself, but the awakening of superpowers. I just don't know if Professor Fang is willing to cooperate with me on this topic. Of course, if our cooperation is successful, I can promise to help Professor Fang awaken his superpowers successfully." Before Fang Lin had time to speak, Lin Xiao hurriedly said, No problem. We are not studying this strange big bug. Being able to awaken one's superpowers is such a great and glorious cause. How could we not conduct research? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Lin Xiao, why are you so excited? Do you have the ability to be the leader of this research project? Lin Xiao said, unconvinced. Although I don't have the ability to be the leader of this research project, I have the ability to be my sister Lin's brother. She will do whatever I tell her to do. Lin Xiao said and put his arms around Fang Lin's neck and said, My dear sister, tell President Xiao, do you listen to me or her? Fang Lin speechlessly pushed Lin Xiao away and said, I can cooperate with you, but I can't guarantee that I will produce research results. And after this project is completed, you can no longer interfere with my research direction. Xiao Fan smiled and said, As long as Professor Fang tries his best, whether or not there will be any research results has nothing to do with Professor Fang. Of course, after this project is completely successful, Professor Fang can do whatever he wants and it has nothing to do with me. Fang Lin said, You don't understand what I mean. I mean that my research will still require your cooperation at that time. Although the research at that time may not be what you need, you still have to provide your full cooperation. Xiao Fan smiled and said, There is no problem with this. Please rest assured, Professor Fang, as long as we can achieve a successful cooperation, I will provide all the materials you need for the rest of your research, and I will also guarantee your personal safety in the future. Fang Lin showed a satisfied smile on her face, but soon the smile disappeared and she asked, Mr. Xiao, can you explain your words clearly? Why did you say you would guarantee my personal safety? Are these alien creatures going to attack our planet? Xiao Fan's heart moved. This genius and beautiful professor in front of him was so smart. He just said this sentence, and she almost guessed all the truth. This is indeed a talent. Having such a talent by his side in the end times will undoubtedly provide him with great help. And maybe many of her research results will provide him with great help in the end times, bringing him one surprise after another. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed and said, How is it? Does my attitude determine everything? Look, your cooperation with Sister Lin has been successfully achieved. Xiao Fan shook his head speechlessly. Lin Xiao is a funny guy, and a funny guy with a doctorate degree. Xiao Fan put away the body of the interstellar iron beetle in one thought, and then said, If there is nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Lin Xiao shouted, Mr. Xiao, you are so mean. We have just reached a cooperation agreement. We should have a meal and drink to celebrate or something. It's not appropriate for you to just say goodbye without any ceremony, right? Xiao Fan said, My time is really very urgent. I don't have time to accompany a foodie to eat. You can eat whatever you want. I will reimburse you when you come back, okay? Lin Xiao asked unwillingly, What important thing makes Mr. Xiao so anxious? Xiao Fan said, I must help you find a research base, that is, a shelter, as soon as possible. If these alien creatures really come to our planet on a large scale, it will cause a very terrible disaster. The corrosive liquid they spit out will destroy everything on the surface of this planet. We must find a very solid underground space with a certain depth to use. Lin Xiao nodded and said, What you said seems to make sense, but will this really happen? Xiao was really too lazy to pay attention to her. He ignored her question and turned to leave. Fang Lin suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, maybe I know such a place. I can take you to see it, but I have a prerequisite. I hope Mr. Xiao can agree to it. Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin and asked, Just ask for anything you want. Fang Lin said very seriously, From what you said, we can judge that these alien creatures may come to our planet soon and bring us a huge disaster. Perhaps the only person who is capable of protecting himself is Mr. Xiao. I want Mr. Xiao to save my sister and mother at that time. Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin and nodded and replied, There is no problem at all. I will save my little family too. Lin Xiao suddenly cried, Mr. Xiao, you really moved me this time, but it seems that it is not necessary. I am the only one left in my family now. I grew up with my grandfather since I was a child. My grandfather also passed away a few years ago. Xiao Fan sighed, softly. He didn't expect that this funny female doctor in front of him would have such an unfortunate family affair. Fang Lin said, I can accompany you to see the underground space now, But before that, you'd better accompany me to meet my sister. She is a very stubborn woman and a careerist. In her eyes, there is only her career. I'm worried that she won't leave her office until the very last minute, and it will be too late for us to save her by then." Xiao Fan asked, "Professor Fang means that I should convince your sister in advance?" Fang Lin nodded and replied, "That's what I meant, but I also know that I have no way to convince my sister. Maybe only President Xiao can help me convince my sister, let her realize the seriousness of the problem, and let her know that the real danger is about to come." Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "Okay, I promise you." Fang Lin smiled and said, "Then we can set off now. I wonder if President Xiao plans to go see the underground space first, or go see my sister first." Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go see your sister first." Xiao Fan and Fang Lin were about to walk out of the laboratory together. Lin Xiao shouted, "What should I do if you two leave?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Go to my company to find Yang Yun first. She needs help. Go and help her with some things. Remember everything you just saw and heard. Don't disclose it to anyone." Lin Xiao pouted and replied reluctantly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xiao Fan and Fang Lin were about to leave the laboratory when Lin Xiao suddenly shouted again. "Wait a minute." Xiao Fan asked impatiently, "Are you done yet? Can you please say everything at once?" Lin Xiao replied aggrievedly, "Why are you so fierce? I stopped you for your own good. Are you going to leave just like that? Look at this laboratory. There is nothing in it. If you don't return the machines and equipment, others will be suspicious." Looked at Fang Lin and asked, "Is this laboratory yours? If so, I'll take the equipment away for a few days and return it. There shouldn't be any problem." Fang Lin immediately understood what Xiao Fan meant. Xiao Fan wanted to take all these instruments and equipment away. Fang Lin nodded and replied, "This is my exclusive laboratory. Others are not qualified to use it. There is no problem taking it away for a few days." After that, the two left. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "Good intentions are really not rewarded. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know the good heart. Fang Lin, I have seen through you this time. You are such a guy who values love over friendship. You only know that you are accompanying the handsome guy, and you didn't even mention that I should go with you. I am so angry." Lin Xiao also walked out of the laboratory and locked the door. Fang Lin sat in the co-pilot seat of Xiao Fan's car and said, "Let me lead the way for President Xiao." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Professor Fang, please don't call me President Xiao anymore. It sounds too distant. It's better to call me Xiao Fan directly. If you feel embarrassed and think that I'm a few years older than you, just call me Brother Fan." Fang Lin nodded and replied, "Then don't call me Professor Fang. Call me Lin Lin. My mother and my sister both call me that. By the way, my sister's name is Fang Min. She is a very stubborn woman. You must be mentally prepared. If you talk to her about some shocking topics, she may even think you are a charlatan." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You are giving me a shot of prevention. It seems that your sister's temper is not ordinary bad. How can you stand her at home?" Fang Lin smiled and said, "You are right. She is a woman with a very bad temper. The subordinates in her company are very scared of her. They all call her a tigress behind her back. Even I know her nickname, but she herself doesn't know it. But I usually try not to be alone with her, because I can't stand her bad temper. Even my mother doesn't want to be alone with her." Xiao Fan heard Fang Lin introduce her sister like this, and he couldn't help but be very curious about her sister. What kind of person is this woman who is even disliked by her own mother and sister? With Fang Lin's guidance, they soon arrived at the office building of Fang Lin's family company. As soon as they got off the car, they received a call from Hu Miao, and a large number of materials were transported to the Xiao family's warehouse. Xiao Fan felt more and more satisfied with Hu Miao's ability to do things. Entering the top floor of the office building and coming to the door of the chairman's office. Fang Lin did not knock on the door immediately, but took a deep breath. Xiao Fan felt a little funny. Fang Lin was afraid of her sister to this extent, which was rare in the world. Before knocking on the door, there was a crisp sound of a cup being smashed from the office. Then there was a young woman's shouting. I have to say that if this voice was not fierce, it would still be very nice. Du Guxiong, what on earth do you mean? Don't say such nice things in front of me. If you want to talk about something, just say it directly. Don't be so secretive. Fang Min, you are a woman. Can you speak more elegantly? Let me tell you again. My name is Du Guxiong, not Du Guxiong. Don't throw cups at me or yell at me. I tell you that we are partners in business, and I am not your subordinate. Don't give me that. Du Guxiong, you still know that we are partners in business. Integrity is what matters in business. Our purchase and sales agreement has been signed, and you are now telling me that you want to cancel the agreement. But who can I give those solar energy equipment I have already produced? Do you know how much loss this will cause me? Fang Min, I know that I breached the contract this time, but I also have my own difficulties. My next buyer breached the contract with me. What can I do? I can only breach the contract with you. You can't let this batch of goods fall into my hands. Du Guxiong, don't think that I, Fang Min, am a fool. Your next customer has breached the contract with you, but has received a large amount of liquidated damages, and you don't want to compensate me for a penny. Do you think this is possible? Fang Min, it's not that I don't want to spend a penny with you. What I said to you before, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You broke the contract yourself, and you even threatened me to be your mistress before you are willing to take responsibility. Your mind is full of shit. Fang Min, I have always had feelings for you. You should know that. The transaction between us has almost all of your company's working capital. Without my timely help, your company's capital chain will be broken, and you, Fang Min, will be finished. Besides, how am I not worthy of you? Although you are beautiful, I am not bad either. Get out of here right now. Don't disgust me here. Since there is no room for negotiation between us, let's find another way to solve the dispute. Humph, Fang Min, you are asking for trouble. To tell you the truth, if you don't compromise according to my request, no matter what method you use to solve it, you won't get a penny in the end. Xiao Fan knew the whole story when he heard the fierce quarrel coming from inside. Fang Min was cheated and the capital chain was about to break. The guy who cheated her wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to threaten Fang Min to be his mistress for him to play with. Fang Min firmly disagreed, and the two broke down. Fang Lin was so naturally smart that of course she understood the cause and effect of the matter. No matter how afraid she was of this sister at ordinary times, and how much she disliked this sister in her heart, at this moment, she was only concerned. Fang Lin pushed open the door of the office and broke in directly, and Xiao Fan followed closely behind. Xiao Fan saw Fang Min. Fang Min looked very similar to Fang Lin, but she had a mature feminine charm, especially a decent professional suit, which made her actually more attractive to men than the genius beautiful girl professor. No wonder the middle-aged man in a suit opposite Fang Min shamelessly made such a shameless request. When Fang Min saw that it was her sister and a strange man, she asked her sister, "Why don't you stay in your school? Why are you here?" Her tone was very unhappy, which made people feel very unhappy. Fang Lin said, "Sister, I have something very important to talk to you about. I didn't expect you to be bullied like this. How can I pretend that I don't know anything?" Fang Min replied impatiently, "I will handle my own affairs. You should go back to your school as soon as possible." This cold woman actually cares about her sister very much. She doesn't want to affect her sister because of her own affairs. Fang Lin ignored her sister and looked at Du Guxiong, who was watching coldly on the side, and asked, "As a businessman, how can you be so dishonest? Don't you feel ashamed?" Du Guxiong sneered. "I have heard that the Fang sisters are unparalleled in the world. The elder sister is a business genius, and the younger sister is an academic genius. I have always dealt with the elder sister, but have never met the younger sister. Today I have the honor to meet you sisters. It is really worth the trip." Fang Min said angrily, "Du Bear, get out of here immediately. If you dare to hit my sister, I will never let you go." Du Guxiong sneered. "Fang Min, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant to me? With such a large number of solar energy equipment in your hands, your capital chain will inevitably break, and you can just wait for bankruptcy and liquidation. Even if you sisters are excellent, so what? By then, won't you all become playthings of other men in order to survive? Fang Min was furious. She rushed to Du Jixiong and raised her hand to slap him hard. But Du Jixiong sneered. He knew Fang Min's personality and temper very well. He had known that Fang Min would use this trick long ago, and he had already prepared himself mentally. He dodged in time. Fang Min's slap missed, but Du Jixiong raised his right hand without hesitation and swung it to hit Fang Min's left face. This slap was fast and fierce, and it was ready to go. If Fang Min was really hit, there would definitely be bruises on her face, and even her teeth might be knocked out. But at this time, Fang Min had no chance to dodge at all. Fang Lin screamed and was a little at a loss. Seeing that Du Jixiong's slap was about to fall on Fang Min's face, suddenly a big hand grabbed Du Jixiong's wrist, tightly like an iron clamp. This big hand just exerted a little force, and Du Jixiong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Of course, it was Xiao Fan who made the move. He couldn't stand it anymore. He had seen shameless people before, but it was the first time he had seen a guy as shameless as Du Jixiong. It would not be a loss to kill him. So, Xiao Fan was not polite when he attacked. Du Jixiong could clearly hear the crackling sound of his wrist being held. Du Jixiong threatened painfully. "Let me go quickly. If you dare to hurt me, I swear to make you pay 100 times the price. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty, or do you want to show yourself in front of the beauty? If you really have the ability, solve the problem of Fang Min's company that is about to go bankrupt." Hearing this, Xiao Fan let go of Du Jixiong, not to mention that he really wanted to swallow all the solar equipment produced by Fang Min. The end of the world will come in a few days, and all the power equipment will be destroyed. If he swallowed a batch of solar power generation equipment, it might play a great role in the reconstruction and obtain electricity. So Xiao Fan looked at Fang Min and said, "President Fang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Fan, a friend of Professor Fang, and the president of Xiao Group. I would like to ask how much stock you have in hand." Fang Min was still surprised to hear Xiao Fan's self-introduction. She really didn't expect Xiao Fan to be the president of Xiao Group. With such an extraordinary background, it seems that her predicament may really be solved. So when she heard Xiao Fan's question, Fang Min hurriedly replied, "The backlog of solar power generation equipment in my hands is worth 3.5 billion. Du Jixiong on the side was also very surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Fan's identity to be the president of Xiao Group. This made him feel very shocked, because Xiao Group definitely has the strength to solve Fang Min's predicament. But soon he was relieved. Although the business field of Xiao Group is very wide, it has nothing to do with solar power generation equipment. Especially in the past 2 days, I heard that Xiao Group is selling many of its business fields. It is even more impossible for Xiao Group to expand its business field under this situation. In other words, Xiao Fan can't help Fang Min solve the problem." So Du Jixiong said coldly, "Humph, although Xiao's group is very strong, Xiao's group is currently shrinking its business areas. Fang Min, I advise you to open your eyes and don't be fooled by others and be played with by others in vain." Fang Min and Fang Lin were both furious when they heard Du Jixiong's words. Xiao Fan slapped Du Jixiong in the face, and he almost flew up and fell to the ground. Then Xiao Fan stepped on Du Jixiong and said coldly, "You are the most shameless person I have ever seen. Today I will let you watch how I help the Fang family get rid of your calculations. Isn't it just 3.5 billion yuan of equipment? My Xiao's group wants it all." Fang Min immediately showed ecstasy. It can be said that this is simply a dead end for her, but there is a way out. Du Jixiong's face was swollen, and he said incoherently, "Xiao Fan, this is the second time you have attacked me. I will never let you go. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your Xiao group is strong. I will make you pay a heavy price." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin and Fang Min and said, "Lin, you and your sister go out first. I will have a good talk with President Du to resolve the misunderstanding between us." Fang Lin nodded. She was still very innocent. Did she think that Xiao Fan really wanted to reconcile with Du Jixiong? Fang Min seemed very doubtful, but still walked out of the office with her sister. Xiao Fan squatted down and looked at Du Jixiong coldly and said, "What I hate most is other people threatening me. especially threatening me to pay a heavy price. I really hate it very much, so I decided to make you pay a heavy price first." Du Jixiong didn't care. He didn't think Xiao Fan dared to do anything to him in Fang Min's office. At most, he would threaten him. He was a shameless liar, so how could he care about other people's threats? This was a joke. Du Jixiong sneered. "Xiao Fan, don't think that the Xiao group can threaten me with its strength. Every punch and kick you hit me today is giving me money. You will regret it after I walk out of this door." Xiao Fan sneered. "Are you still thinking about extorting money from me? But do you think you still have this opportunity? Will I let you walk out of this door?" Du Xiong sneered nonchalantly. "Xiao Fan, don't think you have too much. You are the president of the Xiao group, so what? You can scare others, but you can't scare me. I didn't grow up eating dry rice. I tell you the truth, my company can grow to such a big size today. Just by cheating, what can you do to me? When I leave here today, it will be the beginning of your Xiao group's nightmare." Xiao Fan sneered. "It turns out that you are so shameless. I couldn't do it at first. Now I can finally get rid of harm for the people with peace of mind. Goodbye?" Under Du Xiong's incredible gaze, Xiao Fan exerted a little force with his right hand. Du Jixiong heard the sound of his neck bone breaking. He seemed to feel that his neck turned 360 degrees, and then he knew nothing. Xiao Fan stood up, and with just a simple thought, he put Du Jixiong's body into his own supernatural space for separate storage. Fang Lin waited outside for a long time and found that there was no movement inside. She felt a little uneasy and knocked on the door. "Come in!" Xiao Fan's calm voice came from inside. Fang Lin and Fang Min walked into the office together, but were very surprised to find that there was only Xiao Fan in the office. Fang Min asked in shock, "Mr. Xiao, where is Du Jixiong?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I have already negotiated with him. I will buy this batch of solar power generation equipment and will not hold him responsible for any responsibility. Then he will not come to trouble Mr. Fang again," so he left. "Didn't you see him?" Fang Min was confused and looked at her sister Fang Lin. Fang Lin was also confused. Did Du Jixiong really leave? How come they didn't see him when they were waiting outside the door? Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You didn't see him? He probably avoided you on purpose. Forget about him. Let's talk about this batch of solar power generation equipment." Fang Min was still too focused on her career. Xiao Fan's words attracted all her attention, and she immediately threw Du Jixiong out of her mind. Although Fang Lin's heart was full of doubts, and even had a terrible guess, she would not hold on to it. After all, Xiao Fan stood up for her sister, and in the final analysis, he stood up for her, Fang Lin. Besides, Du Jixiong was really a big villain. Such a social scum should be punished. This is Fang Lin's true inner thought. Fang Min asked, "Mr. Xiao, are you really willing to buy all the solar power generation equipment I have in my hands?" "You are kidding. This is a lot of equipment." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Min very seriously and said, "Mr. Fang, please rest assured, I will definitely purchase the solar power generation equipment I just said I would purchase, and it is not just to slap Du Jixiong in the face," Fang Min said gratefully. "Mr. Xiao, I really thank you very much. It can be said that this is a timely help." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, in fact, I came to see you this time, and encountering this matter was just an accident. I have other purposes." Fang Min quickly expressed her opinion. "Boss Xiao, you have helped me so much. No matter what you need, as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin, and Fang Lin smiled. Xiao Fan said seriously, "Boss Fang, it is actually a very simple matter. As your sister, Lin Lin cares about you very much. She hopes that if she has anything in the next few days, she expects you to be with her instead of just staying in your company to do your business. I wonder if Boss Fang can do it?" Fang Min looked at her sister in surprise. She didn't expect it to be such a request. Fang Min was a little confused. She didn't know what her sister meant. Fang Lin saw the expression on her sister's face and knew the doubts in her heart, but according to her understanding of her sister, it was better not to explain it clearly. If she explained it clearly, her sister would not cooperate. She might think that she and Xiao Fan had mental problems. So Fang Lin smiled and said, "Sister, I may encounter a very important turning point in my life in the next few days. I hope you can stay with me at that time. I hope you and Mom can stay with me. You can't make excuses for any reason. I wonder if you can agree to it?" Fang Min looked at Fang Lin and then at Xiao Fan. She couldn't help but think that Xiao Fan came to see her with her sister and helped her out of the predicament so generously. Now her sister said such a thing. Could it be that Xiao Fan and her sister have a special relationship? Is he going to get engaged to her sister? But why has she never heard her sister talk about this before? If they are really going to get engaged, it's too sudden. However, although she was very confused, it was not a good time to ask in front of Xiao Fan. Fang Min decided to wait until the time was right before asking her sister alone. Now she would definitely agree to her sister's request. This is her sister's lifelong event, and she must stay with her sister. Therefore, Fang Min smiled and said, "Lin, don't worry, as long as you need me, I will be with you." Fang Lin guessed that her sister might have misunderstood, but Fang Lin did not intend to make any explanation, because she also knew that Xiao Fan definitely did not want more people to know his secret. So even if her sister misunderstood, it would be okay, because this way she could keep Xiao Fan's secret and let her sister listen to her. So why not? What's more, her sister agreed to her request so readily, which was already a pleasant surprise. Fang Lin just smiled and nodded to her sister, and did not say anything. Xiao Fan said at this time, "If it is convenient for Mr. Fang, I would like to go to your company's warehouse to see how much inventory you have." Fang Min showed an embarrassed expression and said, "Our company's warehouse and production base are both in the suburbs, and it takes some time to get there, but I still have some things to deal with next." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin and said, "If it is really inconvenient for Mr. Fang, let Lin accompany me to take a look. I wonder if Mr. Fang can make arrangements?" Fang Min thought about it and nodded in agreement. Since her sister and Xiao Fan were in this kind of relationship, it would be very suitable for them to be together, and she would not have to be a light bulb. Xiao Fan said goodbye to Fang Min and set off with Fang Lin. In the car, Xiao Fan sighed and said, "Your sister is really law-abiding and meticulous in doing things. She is really unwilling to change the original plan. As her primary customer, she is unwilling to accompany me to check the inventory." Fang Lin smiled and said, "My sister is such a person. Otherwise, why would I be so worried about her? I am worried that her law-abiding and very rigid style of doing things will make it too late if the disaster has already come and she is still in the company. Mr. Xiao, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, my sister would never have agreed so readily." Xiao Fan smiled and said, Lin, why are you still so polite to me? Didn't I tell you? Call me by my name or call me Brother Fan in the future." Fang Lin said shyly, "Okay, Fan, Brother Fan. My sister must be very happy this time. She must be very grateful to you and regard you as a great benefactor." Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm worried that one day she will find out that the money I gave her has become waste paper, and I got so many goods from her for no reason. She will blame me." Fang Lin said sincerely, "Brother Fan, you don't have to worry so much. If it weren't for the fact that I can't predict what will happen to you in the future, my sister, although very rigid and strong, is also a reasonable person. She will not blame you at that time, but may be more grateful to you." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "If that's the case, it would be even better. Lin, do you want me to meet your mother? Does your mother also need to be convinced like your sister?" Fang Lin shook her head and replied, "That's not necessary. My mother listens to me very much. My mother will listen to whatever I say." As the two talked, they left the city and came to the suburban road. Fang Lin suddenly asked, "Brother Fan, tell me the truth. You insisted on going to see those equipment. Do you want to take them away in advance?" Xiao Fan nodded and said, Lin, you are really too smart. I can't hide anything from you. I do have this plan. This batch of equipment will definitely play an important role in the future, and my time is very urgent. I want to take this batch of equipment away directly. You won't blame me, right?" Fang Lin shook her head slightly and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Fan. I won't blame you, and I will definitely cooperate with you well and try not to let others notice this matter." Xiao Fan looked at Fang Lin. This is really a smart and considerate, beautiful girl. This time, he was reborn and could get her help to deal with the Doomsday disaster. Xiao Fan felt more confident. Fang Lin was a little embarrassed by Xiao Fan's look and hurriedly reminded shyly, "Brother Fan, drive carefully." Half an hour later, they arrived at the warehouse in the suburbs. Fang Lin introduced, "In fact, the underground space I want to show Brother Fan is also here. When my father was still alive, he built a very wide and solid underground warehouse in order to make better use of this land." Xiao Fan was surprised and said, "This is the best. This way we can kill two birds with one stone. If the underground space here is strong enough, we can use it as our future underground base." Fang Lin smiled and nodded. Since Fang Min had told the staff here in advance, and Fang Lin was the second daughter of the Fang family, Xiao Fan and Fang Lin entered the warehouse smoothly, and then Fang Lin found an excuse to send the accompanying personnel away. Xiao Fan joked, Lin, Brother Fan, I don't know if you are betraying your own Fang family by doing this?" Fang Lin laughed. "But why do I feel like I am saving my Fang family?" Xiao Fan sighed. "You are just too smart. It's so difficult to tease you." Fang Lin laughed. "Then, Brother Fan, do you want me to pretend to be confused and not use my brain when I am with you?" Xiao Fan and Fang Lin looked at each other and laughed. They first came to the warehouse. The management of the warehouse was not strict because the warehouse stored more solar power generation equipment, and almost no one stole these, so there was no surveillance in the warehouse. Xiao Fan joked, Lin, help me see if there is anyone. Brother, I am going to steal things. I want to show you what a big thief is." Fang Lin smiled and said nothing. Xiao Fan just had a thought, and the mountain of inventory in the huge warehouse disappeared in an instant. Although Fang Lin had seen Xiao Fan's ability before and was mentally prepared, she was still surprised. Xiao Fan said, Lin, you are so smart. How should we deal with this matter? Leave it to you to handle it." Fang Lin rarely laughed at herself. "Brother Fan, I really feel that I am a bit of a traitor now. I helped you steal all my things. My Fang family will go bankrupt because of this, but I have to help you cover it up." Xiao Fan laughed and said, "Then Lin will cooperate with me, Brother Fan, and we will travel the world together. By then, we will be the famous male and female thieves." Fang Lin blushed and said, "Brother Fan will take advantage of me. Let's go to the underground warehouse and take a look." Xiao Fan also knew that he should stop joking with a girl like Fang Lin, so he stopped teasing Fang Lin. Fang Lin found the warehouse manager and told him that the goods in the warehouse had all belonged to the Xiao group. In a few days, the Xiao group would send people to transport the goods. During this period, no one was allowed to open the door of the warehouse. Otherwise, it would be considered theft. Fang Lin also took their keys on the spot and handed them to Xiao Fan. In order to prove her words, Fang Lin called her sister Fang Min on the spot. Fang Min also confirmed that there was such a deal. The warehouse manager had no choice but to do as Fang Lin said. In this way, Xiao Fan kept the secret. When he came to the underground warehouse built by Fang Lin's father, Xiao Fan was really surprised. It was tens of thousands of square meters, and there were dozens of small rooms separated. These were not the most important. What surprised Xiao Fan the most was that the underground space was 15 meters above the ground. It was simply an air raid shelter that could withstand war. Xiao Fan said seriously, "It seems that there is a will of heaven. When your father built this underground space, he probably didn't think that his daughter would use it one day." Fang Lin said sadly, "I really miss my father when I see this. My father loved me very much when he was alive. It was after my father passed away that my sister's temper became worse and worse." Xiao Fan comforted. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Fang Lin suddenly asked, "When is it more appropriate for me to move here?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I really didn't expect you to have such a sense of crisis. Move here with your mother in 2 days. I will put your experimental equipment here for you today." Xiao Fan found the largest room, and with one thought, he took out the laboratory equipment that he had put into his supernatural space and put it in the room. Fang Lin couldn't help but sighed. "I will arrange to pay your sister a sum of money first to shut her up." Xiao Fan then called Hu Miao and asked her to contact Fang Min to discuss paying Fang Min 300 million first. Fang Min was very happy to receive Hu Miao's call. She thought that there would be no accidents in this matter, and she no longer paid attention to what would happen in the warehouse. Fang Lin said, "If possible, I would like to recruit some more excellent assistants. Carrying out relevant research definitely requires the close cooperation of a team. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao and Yang Yun are added, it may not be enough." Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, "Then you will be fully responsible for the recruitment of assistants. You can recruit any assistants you need. All of them will be offered the highest salary. I don't believe that you can't recruit suitable assistants." Fang Lin smiled and said, "Then Brother Fan, you must be careful. I will recruit a lot of people. Brother Fan, don't feel sorry for the money when the time comes." Xiao Fan laughed, knowing that Fang Lin was joking with him. "Is it necessary to feel sorry for money? All the money will become waste paper soon." Xiao Fan took Fang Lin away. He planned to send Fang Lin home first, and then go to his warehouse to collect the newly delivered goods. On the way, Xiao Fan received a call from Qiao Yun. "Boss Xiao, when can you return to the company? Boss Zhao of Weiren Group has something very important to discuss with you in person. He is waiting for you in our company now." "Did he say anything?" Boss Zhao didn't say anything, but he said something very important. He seemed very anxious. There must be something wrong. Zhao Dong of Weiren Group, Xiao Fan's thoughts could not help but return to the end of the world. Zhao Dong also survived the end of the world, and was very lucky to awaken his superpowers. But he became Xiao Fan's opponent because some materials had a very fierce conflict with Xiao Fan in the end of the world. This is the cruelty and helplessness of the end of the world. Most people in the end of the world understand that they should stick together. They should unite to deal with common enemies, but whether they have awakened their superpowers or not, the first problem they face is survival, so they have to talk about resources. In the end of the world, resources are indeed too limited. This is the root cause of many conflicts between humans. The conflict between Zhao Dong and Xiao Fan belongs to this category. In the end, it has become a life-and-death, irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, Zhao Dong was very sinister. He set a trap to kill Xiao Fan. Thanks to Xiao Fan's vigilance, Zhao Dong was seriously injured and fled away. I didn't expect that they would meet again in such a way before the end of the world. Xiao Fan sneered in his heart. Since they met in advance, let's prepare for a big show. Xiao Fan and Fang Lin returned to the office and greeted Zhang Weilan. Xiao Fan said to Zhang Weilan gently, "Weilan, let me introduce you. This is the famous genius and beautiful Professor Fang Lin. Fang Lin will lead the research on awakening of superpowers. You two can chat here. I will go to see Zhao Dong first." Zhang Weilan looked at Xiao Fan with tenderness and touching eyes. This man and she had not known each other for a long time, but now Zhang Weilan had a feeling that she and Xiao Fan had long been lovers. Zhang Weilan took Fang Lin's hand and started chatting. Fang Lin and Zhang Weilan were actually quite compatible. The two of them soon talked and laughed. Xiao Fan went to see Zhao Dong. When he came to the reception room, he saw Zhao Dong chatting with his female secretary. When Xiao Fan saw Zhao Dong's female secretary, his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. He actually knew this beautiful young woman. In the end times, this woman once seduced Xiao Fan and even wanted to kill Xiao Fan when he was lingering with her, but unfortunately she failed and was killed by Xiao Fan. But at that time, Xiao Fan was very confused. He didn't understand why this woman would seduce him and then kill him. He couldn't remember any grudges between him and this woman. But today, when he saw this woman, again, he understood everything. It turned out that this woman was Zhao Dong's person, so everything can be explained clearly. This woman wanted to kill him because of Zhao Dong's instructions. It can be said that Zhao Dong and his female secretary Yuan Yunyan are Xiao Fan's mortal enemies. When Zhao Dong saw Xiao Fan coming in, he immediately stood up, smiled warmly, stretched out his right hand and said, "I am very sorry to disturb you, President Xiao. I hope you don't mind my intrusion." Xiao Fan held his hand and said, "I am very happy to meet you today, President Xiao. How can I say that it is my fault for disturbing you? I just don't know what you want to teach me?" Zhao Dong smiled and said, "President Xiao is too polite. I can't say I want to teach you. There is only one thing I want to discuss with you. My Weiren group has a large number of special materials. I am not sure whether President Xiao needs them, So I came here specifically to have a talk with you. If you're interested, we can talk about our cooperation. I am quite interested in the fund company of Xiao Group. Xiao Fan asked, "What exactly do you mean by special materials?" Zhao Dong smiled and replied, "I heard that Mr. Xiao can only have a lot of cold fresh beef and mutton, so I guess whether Mr. Xiao needs dry ice and other related preservation materials. In addition, my group not only produces dry ice, but also oxygen. I don't know whether Mr. Xiao needs it." Zhao Dong was still very confident when he said this. In his opinion, Xiao Fan must need it, because Xiao Fan has stockpiled so much meat, and he should be planning to sell it retail. Retail must need dry ice preservation bags during transportation, so he deliberately came to promote it. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Dong's words. He really realized that he had overlooked a very important problem before. That is, after the end of the world, a large amount of corrosive liquids will seriously damage the air quality. Xiao Fan remembered that the poor air quality suffocated many people to death. If he can store a batch of high-quality pure oxygen, then in the basement he can improve the air quality very well and avoid unnecessary damage. As for dry ice, he really doesn't need it. He has such a supernatural space that defies the sky. What does he need dry ice for? Is it purely unnecessary? Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Boss Zhao, I really don't need this dry ice." Zhao Dong and his female secretary looked at each other and saw the disappointment and deep doubt in each other's eyes. How could Xiao Fan not need dry ice? This was completely different from their previous analysis. It seemed that this deal could not be concluded. Zhao Dong was really unwilling in his heart. He was salivating over the fund company of Xiao Group. But then Xiao Fan's words rekindled his hope. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I don't know how much pure oxygen Boss Zhao has. If the quantity is large enough, we can trade it. As for the fund company, it can also be within the scope of our transaction." Zhao Dong was very happy when he heard Xiao Fan's words. It was just like planting flowers with intention, but not blooming, but planting willows without intention, but willows growing into shade. But no matter what, as long as the transaction between the two sides can be concluded, it would be perfect for him. Zhao Dong immediately replied, "Mr. Xiao, don't worry about this. We are specialized in the production of this. We can provide you with as much as you want immediately, and it is spot goods without any waiting." Xiao Fan naturally knew that the reason why Zhao Dong made this statement was that he was looking forward to the transaction between the two parties to be concluded as soon as possible. It was no different from what other people were thinking. The sooner the deal was concluded, Xiao Fan would have no chance to regret it. Xiao Fan saw through it, but didn't say anything. He still asked with a smile, "I wonder how much inventory Mr. Zhao has. Can I go and have a look?" Zhao Dong looked at the famous watch on his wrist and said with some embarrassment, "It's late now. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm afraid we will arrive at our warehouse around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit late." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "But I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. My schedule is quite full. I only have time this afternoon. I have other things to do tomorrow. If I can't see the goods today, I can only make another appointment, and it's hard to say which day it will be." This is Xiao Fan deliberately putting pressure on him, wanting to see the inventory as soon as possible, because only by storing the goods in his own supernatural space earlier is the real kingly way. Otherwise, if the end of the world really comes early, all transactions will become empty talk. Zhao Dong glanced at his beautiful female, Secretary Yuan Yunyan, and then Yuan Yunyan nodded. Zhao Dong immediately looked at Xiao Fan again and said, "Since Mr. Xiao is so busy, how can I delay Mr. Xiao's schedule? Let's go now. It doesn't matter if it's later. As long as Mr. Xiao doesn't mind, I'm willing to accompany you to the end." However, Xiao Fan also saw all the little moves between Zhao Dong and his female secretary Yuan Yunyan. Xiao Fan was a little confused. Why did he feel that Yuan Yunyan was in a dominant position between Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan? There seemed to be some secret between the two of them, but Xiao Fan would not think about it now. He was just thinking about how to play and toy with the two people in front of him and give himself a stern sigh. Xiao Fan got in the car and followed Zhao Dong to check the inventory. Because he had his own special plan, he didn't let anyone follow him. He went alone. Before leaving, he told Zhang Weilan and Fang Lin to move freely, and it would be best if they had a big meal together to keep in touch. Zhang Weilan smiled and nodded in agreement. The strength of Weiran Group was still obviously weaker, and there was no way to compare with the Fang family, because the company warehouse of Weiran Group was really far away from the city. It took a full 3 hours to drive there, and it was already quite late at this time. Zhao Dong's car finally stopped in front of a factory gate that looked rather shabby. Zhao Dong got out of the car and came to Xiao Fan's car. He said embarrassedly, "Mr. Xiao, you must be very tired after driving for so long, and it's getting so late. Should we eat first and then check the inventory?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "There's no need to rush to eat. Let's go check the inventory first and then arrange other things. What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Dong smiled and said, "Then follow Mr. Xiao's command." In this way, Xiao Fan and Zhao Dong entered the factory area and came to a large row of warehouses. Zhao Dong introduced, "This is an ordinary warehouse which stores canned pure oxygen, which is worth as much as 1 billion. If Mr. Xiao doesn't mind the trouble after looking at these inventories, he can go to our frozen warehouse to have a look. It's full of dry ice that has been produced." Xiao Fan sneered in his heart. This guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin, and he won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Even at this point, he still doesn't forget to promote his dry ice. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's take a look at the dry ice inventory." The reason why Xiao Fan changed his mind temporarily was that although he didn't know what the dry ice would be used for, it didn't affect him to store it first, just in case it was needed in the future. What's more, he was pitting his mortal enemy, and it would be a waste if he didn't pit him. Xiao Fan entered the warehouse and found that since there was no need to worry about the loss or safety accidents of things like canned pure oxygen, there were no monitoring equipment in each warehouse, and even the monitoring equipment outside the warehouse was relatively small. After Xiao Fan finished looking at each warehouse, he put all the inventory in the warehouse into his own supernatural space at the moment the warehouse was closed. Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan didn't feel anything at all. Finally, he went to see the huge freezer. Xiao Fan was not polite at all and put all the dry ice in it into his own supernatural space. Finally, Zhao Dong smiled and asked, "All my inventory is worth 1.5 billion. I don't know what kind of consideration Mr. Xiao can give me. I just want to get some shares of Mr. Xiao's fund company." Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, "I am also very interested in Mr. Xiao's inventory. I want both pure oxygen and dry ice. However, we still need to discuss the specific details of the contract while eating. But there is one thing I must explain in advance. From this moment on, your people are not allowed to open either the ordinary warehouse or the cold storage, because the things inside belong to me, and I am worried about losing something." Zhao Dong said in surprise, "Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will do what Mr. Xiao said. From this moment on, all the warehouse doors will not be opened again." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, I believe you, but there are business rules in the business world. Let's be a villain first and a gentleman later. Let me explain in advance that after our transaction is reached, I will send someone to transport the goods. Before transporting the goods, I will definitely tell my people to check the surveillance video in detail. If it is found that there are omissions in the surveillance video or the door of the warehouse is opened, the transaction between us will be cancelled, because I don't like to trade with dishonest people." Dong hurriedly assured, "Please rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will arrange it now and will never let you down." So Zhao Dong began to call his men to follow Xiao Fan's arrangements. Xiao Fan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The game between Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan has just begun. Please enjoy it slowly. After Zhao Dong finished his instructions, he discussed with Xiao Fan where to eat. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Why don't I lead the way this time? I know a very good restaurant. We can find a private room there and discuss the specific details of our contract while eating. What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Dong nodded in agreement. So Xiao Fan drove in front to lead the way, and Zhao Dong followed with his beautiful female secretary. But slowly Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan felt something was wrong. Why is it getting more and more remote? Yuan Yunyan said to Zhao Dong, Should we call Mr. Xiao? Is Mr. Xiao lost? Why is he getting more and more remote? Aren't we going to find a restaurant? What good restaurant can there be in front of us? Xiao Dong nodded and was about to take out his mobile phone to contact Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan's car stopped in front of him. Yuan Yunyan asked in confusion, "Why did Mr. Xiao stop here? Is there something wrong with his car?" Xiao Dong also looked confused, but he could only stop the car. Xiao Fan got out of the car and came to Xiao Dong's car, and Xiao Dong and Yuan Yunyan also got out of the car. Yuan Yunyan asked, "Mr. Xiao, why did your car stop here? Is there something wrong with your car? Do you need help or a tow truck?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, Secretary Yuan, don't worry, there is nothing wrong with my car. I just want to tell you something here. I suddenly remembered something." Xiao Dong asked, "Mr. Xiao, just tell me what you have. Is it about the contract? There is no problem. We can negotiate the details of the contract at any time, even here." Xiao Fan looked at Yuan Yunyan and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, I suddenly changed my mind and wanted to cancel the transaction between us because I feel that your inventory seems to be of little use." The expressions on Xiao Dong and Yuan Yunyan's faces immediately became extremely stiff. Xiao Dong was very dissatisfied and barely suppressed his anger and asked, "Mr. Xiao, I don't know what you mean. This is not like the style of us businessmen. There is no sincerity at all. It will greatly affect Mr. Xiao's reputation." Yuan Yunyan also said, "Boss Xiao, our boss Xiao is very sincere in doing business with you. We can say that we are talking to Boss Xiao with 10,000% sincerity, but Boss Xiao's attitude makes us very disappointed. To be honest, we can't accept it. If this matter really doesn't get out, it will have a devastating impact on Boss Xiao's social evaluation." Yuan Yunyan's words carried a more serious threat. Xiao Fan looked at the two people in front of him, smiled indifferently and said, "If you two really do this deal with me with 10,000% sincerity, our deal is not impossible to go on. But I have an additional condition. If you two can agree, our deal can go on." Xiao Dong hurriedly asked, "Boss Xiao, feel free to tell me what conditions you have. As long as it is reasonable and I can do it, I will definitely not let Boss Xiao down." Xiao Fan deliberately looked at Yuan Yunyan and said, "My conditions are very simple, and Boss Zhao will definitely be able to satisfy me." Xiao Dong followed Xiao Fan's gaze and looked at his beautiful female secretary Yuan Yunyan and seemed to have some understanding. His face began to look extremely ugly, and Yuan Yunyan's face also looked very ugly. Xiao Fan pretended to ignore their reactions and said with a wicked smile, "Boss Zhao, your secretary Miss Yuan is really lovely. If she can accompany me for 10 days and 10 nights, our deal can continue." Xiao Dong's face twitched twice, and Yuan Yunyan's pretty face was covered with frost. They all felt extremely humiliated. Xiao Fan sneered and said, "Please consider my proposal carefully. I will give you 30 minutes to think about it. If you disagree, our deal will be completely cancelled." Xiao Dong hurriedly said, "Boss Xiao, to be honest, Yuan Yunyan is my woman. Your proposal is a great humiliation to me. I don't know if Boss Xiao is humiliating me on purpose." Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "I'm not interested in humiliating you on purpose. My time is very precious. The 30 minutes have already started." Xiao Dong said, "Boss Xiao, if you are really interested in beautiful women, I can help you find a few. It doesn't matter how many you find, as long as you speak, and I promise that I won't be worse than Yuan Yunyan. What do you think, Boss Xiao?" Xiao Fan looked at Yuan Yunyan with a wicked smile and said, "But I'm only interested in Miss Yuan, not other women. Boss Zhao, if this is your final suggestion, I think the deal between us can be completely cancelled, and I don't need to wait for you for 30 minutes. Xiao Dong hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao, please give me some time. I will answer you later. Okay?" Xiao Fan glanced at Yuan Yunyan, smiled and turned away, returning to his car. Xiao Dong and his beautiful female secretary Yuan Yunyan also returned to their car. Just sitting in the car, Yuan Yunyan said angrily, "Xiao Dong, are you a bastard? Xiao Fan, this bastard, insulted me like this in front of you, and you were indifferent. You still have to tell him to discuss it with me. What are you discussing with me? Let me become his plaything. Let him play with it for 10 days and 10 nights? Are you still a man? Yuan Yunyan is certainly not a chaste woman, but she also has her own pride. She is willing to accompany any man, otherwise it would be an insult to her. Of course, Xiao Fan is deliberately insulting her by doing this. Yan, I know that this may be very unfair to you, and I also feel that I have been greatly humiliated. But we have to do business. To do business, we must abandon our emotions and look at how much benefit this matter can bring to us rationally. If this deal is really reached, the benefits it brings to us will be very huge. We will successfully achieve transformation and enter the financial circle with unlimited prospects. Yuan Yunyan sneered. For the sake of profit, you can do nothing. Let a man cheat on you, and let your woman be played with by other men? Zhao Dong, I really misjudged you before. I didn't expect you to be such a cowardly man. Bah, if you want him to play, just go by yourself. I don't want to. Zhao Dong was spit on by Yuan Yunyan. He was extremely angry in his heart, but he could only smile and wipe the saliva on his face and said, Yunyan, I know you may have been greatly wrong this time, but I will never let you suffer. When we negotiate we can ask for more shares accordingly, such as 3%. Although these 3% shares are not much, they are all calculated in units of 100 million. How about you take 1/3 of this 3%? Yuan Yunyan looked at Zhao Dong in silence. She was also very tempted in her heart. She couldn't help but start to calculate. Xiao Fan, this man, actually looked very handsome. She didn't seem to suffer much, and if she could really get so much money, it would be a huge profit. Zhao Dong knew there was hope when he saw Yuan Yunyan didn't say anything, so he took the opportunity to say, Yunyan, as long as you can cooperate with me this time, I swear that in addition to giving you 1/3 of the extra shares, I will immediately register for marriage with you and give you a more reliable guarantee. Yuan Yunyan sneered. Don't use this trick to fool me. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can't be fooled by you at all. I was played by Xiao Fan, the bastard. I don't believe you don't mind. How can I believe your lies? How can I marry me? I would rather believe in money than in you. Zhao Dong asked. Then what should I do to make you completely relieved and willing to cooperate with me? As long as you say it, I will give you a reliable guarantee. As long as our deal can be successfully concluded, I will never let you down. Yuan Yunyan sneered. You didn't understand what I said just now. I said that compared to men, I prefer to believe in money. That means I would rather ask for more money than ask you for any marriage commitment. The extra 3% of shares will all belong to me. If you don't agree, there will be no possibility of cooperation between us, because your transaction was successfully concluded because of my sacrifice. Assuming that I can get an extra 3% of shares, it is entirely because of my sacrifice and has nothing to do with you. So these 3% of shares must all belong to me. Zhao Dong thought for a while and said, Yunya, I'm very willing to give you a reliable guarantee, but I don't seem to be that important in your heart, so I won't say much. But it doesn't seem right for you to take all of these 3% of shares. You take 2% and leave me 1%, right? Yuan Yunyan shook her head and answered very firmly, This is my final bottom line. There is no room for negotiation between us. If you agree, I will cooperate with you. If you don't agree, we will part ways. At that time, you will take your sunny road and I will take mine. Yuan Yunyan's attitude was quite firm. Zhao Dong could only sigh helplessly, but he thought in his heart, You stinky woman. Do you really think you are in control of everything? I plan to ask for an additional 3% of the shares, which I originally intended to give to you. Zhao Dong then said, Yunyan, you have been with me for so long I can't let you suffer a loss. I agree to your request. Yuan Yunyan smiled and said, In this case, then we will cooperate happily. I will do my best for your business. Yuan Yunyan sneered in her heart. Xiao Fan, do you think you are playing with me? You are paying me to play with you. Ha ha ha! Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan got off the car and reunited with Xiao Fan again. Xiao Fan looked at them and sneered. How is it? Have you two reached a consensus? If you don't agree, we will just break up. Zhao Dong hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao is so anxious. Of course, I bring good news, and I will never let Mr. Xiao down. Yuan Yunyan looked at Xiao Fan arrogantly and said, Mr. Xiao, you must respect me during the 10 days and nights that I accompany you. Remember, I, Yuan Yunyan, am not a plaything for any man. Xiao Fan looked at Yuan Yunyan with contempt and sneered. Yuan Yunyan, do you know what kind of woman I hate the most? What I hate most is women like you who want to be a bitch and build a memorial arch for themselves. Yuan Yunyan was furious and said, Xiao Fan, what do you mean? Xiao Fan sneered, don't mean anything. I'm just playing with you. Do you think I'm really interested in you, a stinky woman? You think too highly of yourself. To be honest, you really don't deserve it. I don't even look down on you, a slut. Yuan Yunyan was so angry that his face turned pale and his body trembled a little. Zhao Dong also said angrily, Xiao Fan, what do you mean by this? Are you kidding me? Xiao Fan nodded and replied, You are right, I am just kidding you two, but what can you do to me? I have long been fed up with you two. Zhao Dong said angrily, Xiao Fan, can you explain clearly why you did this? I don't remember offending you. Xiao Fan sneered, Have you ever offended me? It's not based on your memory, it's based on my memory. So I'm very sorry. There can't be any transaction between us. Zhao Dong suddenly took out a gun from his body and pointed it at Xiao Fan, sneering, You bastard, no one has ever dared to play tricks on me like this. You dare to play tricks on me like this. Do you know you are courting death? I was planning to have a good deal with you, but you forced me to do it this way. Yuan Yunyan said viciously, This place is so remote, even if we kill him and bury him in a pit, no one will find him. Xiao Fan secretly thought that this woman was still as cruel as ever. Zhao Dong sneered, How could he get away with it like this? Don't forget that the purpose of our coming here is to do business. Since this bastard is unwilling to do business with us, I will force him to sign the contract with a gun, and then kill him, so that we will get a fund company for nothing without paying any price. Yuan Yunyan asked hurriedly, What about the one you promised me? Zhao Dong smiled and said, Honey, when have I ever regretted what I promised you? I will definitely give you 3% of the shares if I promise. But before that, we still have to teach this guy a lesson and make him sign the contract obediently. Yuan Yunyan said, Let's make things clear between us first. It was no problem to give me 3% under the circumstances just now, but now we can get all of his shares, so it would be a bit unreasonable to only give me 3%. Xiao Fan laughed secretly that this pair of dogs and bitches actually had a dispute and didn't even think about whether they could get the contract they wanted. Zhao Dong was very unhappy, but still asked, Honey, how many shares do you want? Yuan Yunyan replied, I need 15% of the shares. Zhao Dong said angrily, Yuan Yunyan, I advise you not to ask for too much. Don't you think your request is too much? Yuan Yunyan sneered, I don't think my request is too much because we were doing business just now, and now I am accompanying you to kill people, so I want more shares accordingly, which is not excessive at all. Zhao Dong said angrily, I can give you 5% at most, no more. Yuan Yunyan said firmly, It must be 15%, not a point less, couldn't help laughing and said, I say you two dogs and bitches are really interesting. Are you sure you can kill me and force me to sign the contract? Zhao Dong and Yuan Yunyan looked at Xiao Fan together. Zhao Dong sneered, Xiao Fan, do you think you still have any capital to resist now? When you decided to play tricks on me, you should have thought of this end. If you don't cooperate obediently, I don't mind making you a eunuch. To be honest, I don't know if my shooting is accurate. Can I turn you into a eunuch with one shot? But I don't mind trying. Yuan Yunyan laughed and said, Yes, let's turn this bastard into a eunuch. He actually still had the delusion of wanting to play with me. Now he can't even play with women as a ghost. Xiao Fan sneered, Then let's give it a try and see who will become a eunuch. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, Zhao Dong felt his hand loosen. He was very shocked to find that the gun in his hand had disappeared. He couldn't believe his eyes. The sneer and cruel expression on his face gradually solidified and were all replaced by shock. The sarcasm and ridicule on Yuan Yunyan's face also disappeared. Instead, he looked at Xiao Fan as if he was a ghost, because neither of them could understand why the gun in their hands suddenly disappeared. In addition to Xiao Fan being a ghost, is there any other explanation? How could they think that this was Xiao Fan's ability? Xiao Fan just had a thought, and he could put the gun in Zhao Dong's hand into his own ability space. Xiao Fan sneered, Are you very surprised? Yuan Yunyan stuttered, Are you a human or a ghost? You are definitely not a human. You are a ghost, right? After saying that, Yuan Yunyan turned and ran, but it was too late. Zhao Dong's car on the side of the road suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already fallen from the sky and hit Yuan Union. This woman, with a heart as vicious as a snake, bid farewell to this world. Zhao Dong on the side had collapsed to the ground. The superpowers displayed by Xiao Fan had made him completely give up any resistance. Xiao Fan looked at him and smiled. "Zhao Dong, do you want to live?" Zhao Dong had been completely desperate and knew that he would definitely not survive, but now hearing Xiao Fan's words, the instinct for survival made him cheer up again. He answered excitedly, "Of course I want to live. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything you ask me to do." Xiao Fan squatted down and asked, "Can you tell me where you bought your gun?" Xiao Fan really wanted to stockpile a batch of arms. He could awaken superpowers, but not everyone around him could awaken superpowers. Although ordinary arms could not deal with interstellar iron beetles, they could deal with other people. Because in the end times, not only interstellar iron beetles are enemies, some of their kind are even more enemies. Stockpiling. Some arms can increase the safety factor of the people around you. So Xiao Fan planned to stockpile a batch of arms, not for himself, but for those around him who could not awaken superpowers in the future. Zhao Dong hurriedly replied, "I got this thing from Sister Hong. If President Xiao really needs it, I can help President Xiao contact Sister Hong." Xiao Fan said calmly, "Now take out your own mobile phone and call Sister Hong to verify whether what you said is true or false." Zhao Dong was very hesitant. He was worried that Xiao Fan would definitely kill him after he contacted Sister Hong. But when he saw Xiao Fan's eyes, he knew he had to take a gamble. If he didn't do what Xiao Fan said, Xiao Fan would most likely take his life now. Zhao Dong took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Zhao Dong originally wanted to ask Sister Hong for help when he called again, but when he thought of Xiao Fan's superpowers, he completely gave up the idea and called obediently. "Sister Hong, hello. Mr. Zhao, why are you contacting me at this time? Is there anything wrong?" "Sister Hong, I want to ask you for a favor. Do you remember the gun I took from you? Why does Mr. Zhao still need to buy it? There is no problem at all. No matter when Mr. Zhao comes to pick up the goods, no matter how much he wants to take, I have no problem here. Of course, the premise is that Mr. Zhao must guarantee the price. Actually, this time it's my friend who wants to buy it. The price is definitely not a problem. My friend is very generous. Then let your friend contact me directly. I am still very relieved about Mr. Zhao's friends." Xiao Fan took Zhao Dong's phone and said with a smile, "Hello, Sister Hong. I need a large amount of arms, and time is required quickly, but it's late today. How about we contact each other tomorrow?" "No problem. Keep in touch at any time." Then the two parties ended the call, and Xiao Fan felt that Sister Hong's voice on the phone was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Xiao Fan no longer thought about this matter, but looked at Zhao Dong and sneered, "Thank you for your help. You have gloriously completed your mission, and you can say goodbye to me." Zhao Dong shouted in horror, "Mr. Xiao, please let me go. I promise not to leak any word of what happened between us today." "Mr. Xiao, as long as you can let me go, I will ask you to do anything. I will agree to any conditions you put forward, all of them." But before he could finish his words, he never had the chance to finish them, because the car that crushed Yuan Yunyan to death fell from the sky with blood and crashed into him. This couple will never have the chance to enter the end of the world again, let alone the chance to awaken their superpowers and die. Another thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. He put the broken car and the two bodies into the superpower space, and then threw them into the extremely remote weeds and bushes on the side of the road through the superpower space. There are still 5 days before the end of the world, and Xiao Fan doesn't care whether anyone finds their bodies. Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone and called Sister Hong. At that time, he said that he would contact tomorrow, but that was for Zhao Dong to hear. Now his time is so tight and precious. How can he wait until tomorrow to contact safely? "Excuse me, who are you?" "Sister Hong, I am a friend of Mr. Zhao who just contacted you. This is my mobile phone number. I got your mobile phone from Mr. Zhao, so I called you." "May I ask what your name is? Didn't you say it's getting late and you could contact me tomorrow?" My name is Xiao Fan. I had planned to contact Sister Hong tomorrow, but then I remembered that my schedule is full tomorrow, so I'm bothering Sister Hong again. I hope Sister Hong doesn't mind. Xiao Fan? Are you Xiao Fan, the president of Xiao Group? That's me. So it's President Xiao. Then there's no need to bother you. I just don't know how you want me to serve you? If it's convenient, I'd like to meet Sister Hong now. It's not late now. If it's inconvenient for Sister Hong to come out, you can tell me a place and I'll drive over. If it's convenient for President Xiao, then let's go to Changhong Bar. I'll be there now, and we'll be there in about an hour and a half. Sister Hong, see you there. After ending the call, Xiao Fan drove off immediately. He wanted to finalize the arms deal with Sister Hong overnight. Xiao Fan soon arrived at the Changhong Bar. It was already 8:30 in the evening. As soon as Xiao Fan entered the bar, he was choked by the strong smell of smoke in the bar and kept coughing. This bar looked like a low-end bar. At this time, a beautiful young woman in cheongsam with a graceful figure walked up to Xiao Fan with a smile. She smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, why can't you stand the smell of smoke here?" Xiao Fan looked at the beautiful young woman in cheongsam in front of him, and his thoughts instantly returned to the end of the world. He recognized the beautiful young woman in cheongsam in front of him. In the end of the world, she was not called Sister Hong, but called herself the Queen of the End of the World. She has a large number of followers under her, and she has also awakened powerful supernatural powers. She is a very arrogant overlord of the end of the world. She and Xiao Fan had several intimate communications, the purpose of which was just to let Xiao Fan help her get pregnant. However, until Xiao Fan was reborn and traveled back, she, the Queen of the End of the World, did not succeed in getting pregnant. Xiao Fan softly in his heart. No wonder the woman's voice on the phone sounded so familiar. If she hadn't entered the state of the Queen yet, without the Queen's coldness and arrogance, but more gentleness, maybe Xiao Fan could recognize her voice immediately. Xiao Fan still has very complicated feelings for the Queen of the End of the World. He is still not sure whether this woman has feelings for her or is just purely using him. Seeing Xiao Fan in a daze, Sister Hong smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, if you said you don't mind, come to my office to talk." It turned out that this bar belonged to Sister Hong. Xiao Fan followed Sister Hong to her office. Sister Hong asked with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, would you like to drink something? Wine or beverages?" Xiao Fan replied, "I want boiled water, iced." Sister Hong's eyes shrank slightly when she heard this answer. This is her special hobby. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to have this habit. She didn't know that Xiao Fan deliberately answered like this. Xiao Fan himself really didn't have this hobby. Sister Hong walked to a small refrigerator in the corner and said, "I really have iced, boiled water here." Opening the refrigerator, Sister Hong took out a pot of cold boiled water and then took out a box of ice cubes and said, "To be honest with Mr. Xiao, I like to drink like this all year round." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "It seems that Sister Hong and I really hit it off at first sight." Sister Hong giggled and said, "Mr. Xiao, you are not here to tease me specifically, are you? I tell you, if you tease me, you will suffer a loss. I am several years older than you." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister Hong, you are joking. I am really worried that I can't control this wild horse of yours." Sister Hong put away her smile and asked, "Boss Xiao, let's get straight to the point and talk about your purpose." Xiao Fan said, "I want a large number of arms. The more the better. The price is not a problem at all." Sister Hong smiled and said, "Boss Xiao, you have a big appetite." Xiao Fan replied meaningfully, "Do I have a big appetite? If my appetite is not big, Sister Hong will probably smile on her face and despise me in her heart. Others may not understand Sister Hong, but I, Xiao Fan, can read faces and I can see at a glance that Sister Hong is actually a very arrogant woman who likes to do big things, likes to make big deals." Sister Hong narrowed her eyes slightly. What Xiao Fan said was really right. Sometimes she really despised those individual customers. Sister Hong smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, I really didn't expect that you actually had such a unique skill. It really surprised me. Why don't you show me my future fortune?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "If you want to see your fortune, you must look at your palm." Sister Hong stared at Xiao Fan and asked, "Mr. Xiao, You are not taking advantage of me on purpose, are you? Xiao Fan smiled and said, How could I take advantage of Sister Hong on purpose? If I am wrong, Sister Hong could just turn against me on the spot. Sister Hong just asked me to look at my palm. She wouldn't think she is really at a disadvantage, right? Sister Hong was obviously a little conflicted. Xiao Fan actually knew that although this woman was wandering on the edge of society, she was actually a very self-disciplined woman. She wanted to have a child of her own, and she chose him after careful selection. Sister Hong still walked in front of Xiao Fan, sat down next to Xiao Fan, and handed her slender jade hand to Xiao Fan's hand, with her flawless white palm facing up. Xiao Fan held it gently, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This woman was really hard to control. He just didn't know if he could successfully control this woman after his rebirth this time. Xiao Fan did the same for me, looking at her palm and sighed. Sister Hong, your life is really bumpy. Sister Hong asked curiously. Mr. Xiao, what did you see? Xiao Fan said seriously. Sister Hong, in fact, you were born as twins and you should have a younger sister. But, unfortunately, your sister was sold by your gambler father when she was just born. Sister Hong was horrified. This was a secret that she had buried deep in her heart. She had never told anyone, and it was also a pain that she would never be able to erase. But Xiao Fan said it out loud, which made her feel incredible. Is Xiao Fan really so magical? She would never have thought that this was in the future, and she told Xiao Fan in person. Xiao Fan ignored Sister Hong's shock and continued. When you were 3 years old, your father had a car accident because of drunk driving. Your father and mother died together, and you grew up with your grandmother. Unfortunately, your grandmother also passed away when you were 18. Since then, you have started to live independently and wanted to find your sister, but there has been no result. Sister Hong, am I right? Sister Hong asked excitedly, How do you know all this? Have you asked someone to investigate me? Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and said, Sister Hong, are you too sensitive? I just asked someone to investigate you about these things. Do you think you can find out? Sister Hong regained her composure, thought for a moment, and nodded. Even if she asked someone to investigate, some things could not be investigated, such as her twin sister who was sold by her father as soon as she was born. Sister Hong asked, Mr. Xiao, since you are so magical, can you help me calculate whether I can still find my sister? Xiao Fan smiled and said, It's not impossible, but this is peeking into the future, which is not a simple matter. Some special conditions must be met before I can see it. Sister Hong said, What kind of conditions does Mr. Xiao need, and what kind of cooperation does he need from me? As long as Mr. Xiao tells me, I will cooperate with all my strength. Xiao Fan gently stroked Sister Hong's jade hand. Sister Hong felt very uncomfortable, but she forced herself not to pull her hand back. This was because Sister Hong had a special feeling for Xiao Fan, otherwise she would have slapped him long ago. Xiao Fan said with a wicked smile, Sister Hong, I will stay with you tonight. After close contact with you, I will be able to feel your breath better. Maybe tomorrow I can tell you how to find your sister? Sister Hong's face looked very bad. Xiao Fan said seriously, If Sister Hong thinks that she is at a disadvantage by doing this, then just pretend that I haven't said anything, and we will continue to talk about our deal. Sister Hong suddenly asked, Tell me a few more of my secrets. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Sister Hong, I know you have 3 spots on your body, one on your chest, one on your abdomen, and one on that position of yours. Sister Hong was completely stunned. He could even calculate this, and it was exactly right. Xiao Fan was secretly happy in his heart. My Queen of the Apocalypse must be very surprised if I still can't take you down. I will just continue to report some more explosive information to you. Sister Hong said after a while, But this is the first time we meet after all. Xiao Fan pulled Sister Hong over and said with a smile, So what if it's the first time we meet? Maybe you can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from my eyes. I know you have a good feeling about me. I am right, right? Doesn't it surprise you? Because nothing you do can be hidden from my eyes. Sister Hong didn't say anything else and spent the night in a burning passion. The next morning, Sister Hong opened her eyes and asked, Where's the news about my sister? Xiao Fan smiled. How can it be so fast? Give me 3 days and I will give you an answer. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes and asked, You are not lying to me, are you? Xiao Fan answered seriously. If I can't give you an answer within 3 days, you can just shoot me with a gun. That's all. Sister Hong thought for a while, after listening, and said seriously, I will only give you 3 days, and you will bear all the consequences at that time. Don't think that I will not be willing to kill you just because you become my first man. Xiao Fan smiled. I know you are willing to do so. Besides, how could I lie to you about this matter? Sister Hong stopped talking after listening. Xiao Fan asked, Let's talk about our things. How many arms do you have? Sister Hong shook her head and replied, I don't have any arms. I just run a bar, not an arms seller. Xiao Fan was confused and said, Then what arms business are you talking about with me? Sister Hong seemed to be deliberately retaliating against Xiao Fan in this way. After seeing Xiao Fan's reaction, she was very satisfied, and then she said proudly, Although I don't sell arms, I can be a middleman. I can introduce you to someone who sells arms. But don't blame me for not reminding you that if you only buy a little arms at a time, it will be very safe. But if you want to buy so much arms at one time, I am not sure whether the arms tycoon will target you. Xiao Fan smiled and said, If they trade with me honestly, it will be their blessing. Otherwise, they are courting death. At that time, I will not show mercy. Sister Hong looked at Xiao Fan and asked, Don't talk big in front of me. Those people are cruel beasts. They will not have any mercy on you. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Sister Hong, you seem to really care about me, which makes me very touched. Have you acknowledged my status as your man in your heart? Sister Hong rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan and said, Don't flatter me. I just don't want you to die in vain. Isn't this the virtue of you men? You don't like to brag in front of women. Many men end up miserably because of this, but they blame us women for being the cause of trouble. Ugh! Xiao Fan wiped the saliva on his face and said, You really spit. Sister Hong snorted, Why do you dislike my dirty saliva now? You ate a lot last night. Xiao Fan was speechless. Sister Hong smiled proudly like a general who had won a battle. Just joking, but what I told you is true. Don't take it lightly. It's such a huge amount of money for you to buy so many arms at one time. They will really rob the thieves. Because for them, being able to rob the thieves is a truly profitable business. Xiao Fan asked seriously, Even if you come to be the middleman, they will still use black cars, and they don't even give you face? Sister Hong snorted. What face do I have? Do you really think I live a very glorious life? I'm just a pawn used by them. I'm just a woman who wants to live a stable life, so there are some things I have to do against my conscience, such as using my bar as a middleman for them. If I don't want to do this, they will mess with me, and my business will not be able to go on, and I don't even know if I can save my life. Snorted coldly and said, So they actually bullied you like this? Then I will definitely let you get revenge. My woman is not someone they can bully whenever they want. Since they bully her, they must pay a heavy price. Sister Hong hurriedly said, Don't do anything stupid. You are just an ordinary person, and they are all desperate criminals armed to the teeth. You don't have to stand up for me, and I don't need it either. I've survived all these years, and I'm living a good life. Xiao Fan hugged her and said seriously, You didn't meet me before, so I had no way to deal with what happened in the past. But now you have met me, I must take responsibility for your future. Sister Hong sighed. I know you said these words to move me. Whether it is true or not, I am really touched in my heart. But listen to me. You are not their opponent at all. You can't beat them. Xiao Fan smiled and said, The fact that you have this idea in your mind only shows that you don't know your man well enough. Now I will show you how powerful your man is. Sister Hong snorted, I know you are powerful, always. The next words were not spoken by Sister Hong before they came out. She was stunned as if she was petrified in an instant. Xiao Fan obviously didn't move at all, and he didn't even have time to put on his clothes, but he had a gun in his hand for no reason. Han smiled and patted Sister Hong's cheek and joked, Did you see it? Is your man bragging or not? With this unique skill of mine, even if they are armed to the teeth, even if their whole body is covered with teeth, I can make them die without a trace and make them disappear silently in this world. Sister Hong asked in shock, This is incredible. How did you do it? Why didn't I find that you had a gun on you? Xiao Fan laughed. Sister Hong, didn't you find that I had a gun on me? It's impossible. I stabbed you thousands of times last night, and you didn't even know that I had a gun on me? Sister Hong said angrily. I'm talking to you seriously. Don't interrupt me. Where did you get this gun? How did you do it? Are you a magician? Xiao Fan said seriously. I'll let you confirm now. Is this a magic trick, or is it your man's ability? Now hold the gun in my hand tightly. Hold it with both hands. Use as much strength as you can. Don't let go, and don't blink. Sister Hong didn't understand what Xiao Fan meant by this, but she still did what Xiao Fan asked. Her two hands tightly grasped the gun in Xiao Fan's hand, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the gun. But in the next second, she suddenly felt that her hands had lost their center of gravity, and she fell into Xiao Fan's arms all of a sudden, because the gun in her hand had completely disappeared. Now she could be completely sure that the disappearance of the gun was not a magic trick at all, because she knew that she was not Xiao Fan's agent at all, and the gun really disappeared out of thin air. Sister Hong was shocked and speechless. Her beautiful eyes just stared at Xiao Fan, hoping that Xiao Fan could give her a reasonable explanation. Xiao Fan did not explain immediately, but said, "In fact, my ability is not limited to a gun." Before Sister Hong had time to digest Xiao Fan's words, something even more incredible happened in front of her. Everything in his bedroom disappeared, except for the bed where she and Xiao Fan were lying. Sister Hong didn't know whether she should continue to be shocked. Anyway, she felt a little numb. All the adjectives she had known before could no longer describe her mood at the moment. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, and everything that had just disappeared returned to its original position. Sister Hong closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. This can't be true." Then she grabbed Xiao Fan's hand and bit it hard. Xiao Fan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Sister Hong said, "Does it really hurt so much? Am I not dreaming?" Xiao Fan said unhappily, "Are you dreaming or not? You can tell by biting yourself. Why are you biting me? It hurts me to death." Sister Hong opened her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. "I am also worried that if it is not a dream, it will be too painful to bite myself. I am afraid of pain." Xiao Fan slapped her hard on the back and said, "Then bite me hard." Sister Hong said angrily, "You are still a man. You are so narrow-minded? What's wrong with biting you? Just retaliate immediately. You are willing to hit me so hard. Aren't you willing to do it?" Xiao Fan knew that you can't reason with a woman. You can't explain it clearly, so he changed the subject and asked, "Sister Hong, I also feel that it is not easy for you. You are surrounded by some beasts in human clothing, and you can keep your body like a jade when you are around them. I am really moved." Sister Hong snorted, "Now you know it's not easy for me. Hey, I'm just lucky. I met a sister who understands me better and has been taking care of me. Otherwise, how could they let me go? In fact, I also know that they all covet me, but no matter how much they crave my body, as long as that sister takes care of me, those stinky men can only endure it." Xiao Fan asked curiously, "Is this sister who takes care of you a female boss?" Sister Hong shook her head and explained, "She is the woman of the big boss who wants to do arms trading with us. She is 1 year older than me and has always treated me as a close sister. Without her care, how could I be safe until now?" Xiao Fan said, "What is her relationship with that big boss?" Sister Hong asked vigilantly, "Why do you want to take advantage of her too?" Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. "I said, what do you think of me? I can get any woman I want. Would I pick up other people's sluts? Maybe you think my words are harsh, but I am telling the truth." Sister Hong did not make any rebuttal because she thought what Xiao Fan said was true. With the means Xiao Fan used just now, he could easily get any woman he wanted. Xiao Fan explained, "What I mean is, if she has a really good relationship with that big guy, maybe I can let that big guy go this time. But I will never let go of other people who have bullied you. If she has a bad relationship with that big guy, then this time I will get rid of that big guy as well. This way, you can vent your anger and make the decision for your good sister, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Sister Hong answered seriously, "Her relationship with that big guy is very complicated. I don't think it can be explained as good or bad. In short, it is very complicated. I'm afraid she doesn't know how to survive without that big guy. Now she has been raised by that big guy like a golden cat and has lost the ability to survive independently. Xiao Fan smiled. Forget it. Let her be. This time, as long as the big boss doesn't cheat me, I can let that big boss live. But if he wants to cheat me, I will let him know what real cheating is. Not only will I swallow all his weapons for free, but I will also take his life. Sister Hong, I need your cooperation. Sister Hong nodded and said, I will definitely cooperate with you. In fact, you are also my chance. I have long wanted to get rid of them and live a normal woman's life. I have had enough of dealing with them. I don't feel safe at all. If you can really help me get rid of them completely this time, I really want to thank you. You are really my benefactor. Xiao Fan patted Sister Hong on the shoulder and said, Why are you so polite to me? Their so-called big bosses are just a group of little brothers in front of me. I can easily solve them, so you can put your heart at ease. No matter what happens at that time, don't care and don't ask. Remember that it is enough for you to protect yourself. I will solve all the problems by myself. Sister Hong thought for a moment and said, Then I'll contact them now. Xiao Fan nodded. Sister Hong took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. Sister, you haven't contacted me for several days. Why are you here for no reason? Do you miss me or do you have something important to talk to me about? Sister Xia, I miss you, but I also have something more important to talk to you about. Sister, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Why are you so polite? We sisters don't need so much courtesy. Sister Xia, please tell Brother Huo that there is a client who wants to see him as soon as possible. This client is very big and needs a batch, or should I say a large batch of arms. Okay, sister, I got it, I'll tell him. Sister, this client's time is very urgent. Can I bring him directly to you and wait for your arrangement? Then bring your client over. It shouldn't be a problem. Sister Hong ended the call, looked at Xiao Fan and said, Let's get up and pack up now, and set off after breakfast. After Sister Hong finished speaking, she stood up. Seeing her jade-like back, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a throbbing in his heart again. But his time was really too urgent, so he forced himself to endure it and get things done first. After all, the interstellar iron beetle may come at any time. If you can stock up in advance, don't delay it. Even if you delay for one more day, no one knows what will happen the next day. Xiao Fan and Sister Hong washed up and had breakfast and set out to stock up on arms. Xiao Fan drove and Sister Hong showed the way. Soon they arrived at a horse farm in the suburbs. The scale of this horse farm is quite good, with a total of 300 acres of land. When the car arrived outside the horse farm, Sister Hong asked Xiao Fan to stop the car first. She called Sister Xia to contact her, and then Sister Xia explained to the gatekeeper, and Xiao Fan's car was allowed to enter the sheep and horse farm. After entering the horse farm, Xiao Fan saw many valuable horses being ridden by gorgeous gentlemen and ladies to practice equestrianism. If you don't know the inside story, no one would know that such a horse farm is actually a rotten rag inside, with countless dirt and filth hidden inside. Under the guidance of Sister Hong, Xiao Fan drove to the outside of a row of bungalows, which looked more like a warehouse than an office. After Xiao Fan stopped the car, Sister Hong said, Be careful and don't be careless. This is the core of the entire horse farm. According to my judgment, it is also very likely to be a warehouse for munitions. Although these bungalows are not good looking, there must be a basement inside, and the surveillance is also very strict. Someone is watching our every move. Xiao Fan smiled slightly and just nodded without saying anything. Sister Hong took out her mobile phone to contact Sister Xia. Sister, we are here, are you there? Wait a minute, I'll come out to pick you up now. I'm drinking tea with your brother Huo. Don't worry, sister. It doesn't matter if we wait outside for a while. After the call ended, about 3 minutes later, an extremely charming woman walked out of a bungalow in the middle. The woman's beauty was comparable to Sister Hong's, but she was even more enchanting and charming. As for her wild and wolf-like spirit, Sister Hong really couldn't match her. Sister Hong and Xiao Fan got out of the car to greet her. Sister Xia's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Fan. It must be said that Xiao Fan's handsome appearance and unruly eyes really have an appeal to most women. Sister Hong hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister, I'm really sorry. I should have come to see you earlier, but I have been busy recently and have delayed it until now. I wonder if you will blame me? Sister Xiao looked at Xiao Fan and joked, My dear sister, we haven't seen each other for just a few days, and there is such a handsome guy around you. I wonder if you are busy alone or with this handsome guy? Sister Hong said embarrassedly, Sister, don't talk nonsense. This is just a joke. This is Mr. Xiao Fan from the Xiao Group. He is not the big client I told you about on the phone. He wants to stock up a batch of arms. How can I be qualified to work with him? I can't joke around in front of Mr. Xiao. Sister Xiao leaned over to Sister Hong's ear and laughed softly. You dead girl, you can deceive others. Can you deceive me? I can tell from the expression on your face and your eyes what you and he have been through. I am an experienced person. After doing that, women have a special charm, and I can see it at a glance. You have to be careful later. You also know that those guys in the room have bad intentions towards you. If they know that you have some secrets with this handsome guy, I am afraid they will have some bad thoughts in their hearts. Sister Hong nodded quickly and said, Thank you for reminding me. I understand. I will pay attention to it. Sister Xia said again, If you don't have a special relationship with this handsome guy, I won't tell you these words, but now I know that your relationship is not ordinary, so I have to say these words. Brother Huo only cares about profit, but this handsome guy is gentle and refined. Don't expose your true strength too much. It's better to be careful. Sister Hong nodded in agreement. Although the two women spoke very quietly, Xiao Fan's ears were so sharp that he could hear it clearly. He couldn't help but think that although Sister Xia was a canary raised by the boss, she was not a bad person. At least she was sincere to Sister Hong. At this time, Sister Xia looked at Xiao Fan and said, Mr. Xiao, I have heard of your name for a long time. The Xiao Group is a well-known existence. I didn't expect that I could meet such a big man as Mr. Xiao today. It is a great honor. But when Mr. Xiao goes in later, it is best to only talk about business and not other things. Sister Hong also hurriedly explained, Sister Xia means that there is no need to introduce yourself. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Xia, I understand. Sister Xia took Xiao Fan and Sister Hong into the room. There were only 3 people sitting inside, all dressed in suits and leather shoes. 2 of them were young and tall men in black suits, more like bodyguards. At this time, their eyes were all fixed on Xiao Fan, but their eyes were very calm, and there was no psychological activity in their eyes. The other one looked like the boss. He was not a very fierce existence at first glance. On the contrary, he looked very easygoing, and his smile was also very warm. After he saw Xiao Fan and Sister Hong, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. Sister Hong, I remember I haven't come to visit your sister for several days. What are you busy with, now? Don't you even have time to accompany your sister? Your sister has been talking about you these days. If you don't come today, she plans to come to see you tomorrow and have a few drinks at your bar. Sister Hong smiled and said, Brother Huo, I have been busy looking for clients for you these days. This is the big client I told Sister Xia about before. He wants a batch of arms, and he didn't get Brother Huo's approval before, so I rashly brought him here. I hope Brother Huo doesn't mind. Because Mr. Xiao is really in a hurry and is very anxious, I am worried that it will affect this batch of business, so please forgive me, Brother Huo. Brother Huo looked at Xiao Fan and smiled. Since it is a client introduced by Sister Hong, we brothers are also friends. If you don't mind, you can also call me Brother Huo. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Hello, Brother Huo. I'm very sorry to disturb you without your permission. Please forgive me. Brother Huo smiled and said, Brother, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Huo, I pursue a down-to-earth approach in business. Sister Hong brought you directly to my horse farm. You know me inside and out, but don't you know what my background is? Brother Huo stared at Xiao Fan after saying this. His 2 bodyguards also stared at Xiao Fan, and they seemed to be waiting for Xiao Fan to introduce himself. But Xiao Fan felt that things were not that simple. These guys seemed to know his identity and background, and were waiting to see if he could tell the truth. Xiao Fan felt that there was no need for him to act with these people, so he said directly, Brother Huo, my background is very simple. I am Xiao Fan, the president of Xiao Group. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Brother Huo and his two bodyguards smiled meaningfully. Sister Hong and Sister Xia both had a flash of panic and worry in their eyes. Brother Huo smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, it's really a great honor to meet you. I really never thought that Mr. Xiao would become my client one day. This makes me feel very honored. But I know that my clients have never had clients worth hundreds of billions. Mr. Xiao is definitely the first. It is also very likely the only one." As soon as he finished speaking, his two bodyguards laughed maliciously. Sister Xia hurriedly said, "Brother Huo, since Mr. Xiao's identity is also clear, it must be very safe. Why don't we talk about the deal as soon as possible?" Brother Huo looked at Sister Xia, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Little darling, you'd better go out. This is a discussion between men. You women had better not get involved. Wait a minute, let's talk about things and let you in when we celebrate." He was not only going to drive Sister Xia out, but also Sister Hong out. Although Brother Huo's words were very polite, his tone was already very unkind. Sister Xia was obviously very nervous after hearing this. It can be seen that she was still very scared at this time. Sister Hong also looked at Xiao Fan with a nervous and worried look on her face. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister Hong, why don't you accompany Sister Xia out first? I will stay and have a good talk with Brother Huo about the deal between us." "Don't worry, Brother Huo is such a good person. There will be no accidents." Brother Huo laughed and said, "Mr. Xiao is right. Don't you two know me well? Are you still worried? We are all friends, and friends will naturally treat each other as friends. Naturally, no accidents will happen." After Brother Huo finished speaking, he laughed and his two bodyguards laughed too. Sister Hong saw that Xiao Fan's eyes were very determined, and thinking of Xiao Fan's miraculous supernatural powers, she was completely relieved. She looked at Sister Xia and said, "Sister, let's go out. They have something to talk about with each other, and it is not convenient for us to stay aside. We won't stay here to disturb them. Wait outside." After that, Sister Hong took Sister Xia's arm and walked out together. When they came to the door, Sister Xia said worriedly, "Sister, you really can rest assured to leave your man in there. I tell you that if Brother Huo turns his face and doesn't recognize you, he is really a demon who eats people without spitting bones. What he says is not worth believing at all." Sister Hong smiled and said, "Sister Xia, don't worry. Xiao Fan will definitely not have any accidents. If I don't have any bad intentions in my heart, it's okay. If he really has bad intentions, I don't know who will suffer." Sister Xia asked, "Sister, are you really so confident in your man?" Sister Hong nodded and replied, "Sister, I advise you to be mentally prepared. If there is really an accident in Wanli, I hope you don't blame your sister at that time." Sister Xia shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I have already suffered this kind of life of fear. In his eyes, I am not his woman at all. I am just a golden cat for him to play with. You think I am very glorious, but in fact my sister is not even as good as a cat or a dog. If my sister can help me get rid of such a life this time, I really want it. But my sister is more worried that your man will be." Sister Xia did not finish the next words, but even though she did not finish, Sister Hong knew what she was talking about. But Sister Hong did not make any explanation. Although Sister Xia was her very good sister and girlfriend, in Sister Hong's opinion, no matter how close the relationship between her and Sister Xia was, she must not leak Xiao Fan's secret. She is already Xiao Fan's woman, and Xiao Fan is her heaven and everything to her. The fewer people know Xiao Fan's secrets, the safer Xiao Fan will be. And a new confrontation has begun in the room. Brother Huo said with a smile, "Boss Xiao, your appetite is really big this time. I have seen it, but I want to know exactly how much arms you want." Xiao Fan smiled and replied, "It depends on how much arms Brother Huo has, not how much arms I want. I can take as much arms as Brother Huo has, and the price is not a problem." Brother Huo's eyes lit up and said, "Boss Xiao, it seems that your appetite is really big, but I just don't know if your strength is as big as your appetite. I have arms worth 1 billion yuan here." This guy is just bragging now. He has no intention of selling arms at all. Instead, he is testing how strong Xiao Fan is, so that he can rob him next. Xiao Fan has lived in the apocalypse for 50 years. How could this guy's little trick deceive his eyes? He is now completely sure that this guy will not trade with him honestly. Then don't blame him, Xiao Fan, for being rude. If you want to play with me, then I will play with you. Let's see who will be the winner in the end. Xiao Fan still smiled and said, Brother Huo only has 1 billion arms here. This is beyond my expectation. It is much less than I thought, but it doesn't matter. I will eat them all, and I can pay immediately. I just don't know if I can take a look at the goods first. Hearing Xiao Fan say that he would pay immediately, Brother Huo's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this sending food to himself? Originally, he was planning to torture him severely or kidnap him for extortion. It seems that it is not necessary now. If this guy can take the initiative to pay himself, then he can kill him after receiving the money. And he doesn't need to ship the goods at all. Isn't that a better thing? So Brother Huo immediately changed his original idea, but he never thought that this was a trap set by Xiao Fan for him, which was to make him mistakenly believe that he could get the money easily, and then let him provide Xiao Fan with some conveniences in order to get the money, such as giving Xiao Fan the opportunity to take a look at the arms. As long as Xiao Fan can see the batch of arms, he can collect the batch of arms into his own space, and then the purpose of his trip will be perfectly achieved. It is not certain who will kill whom, said. If it were someone else, I would naturally not believe it, and I would naturally ask for handing over the money and the goods at the same time. But Brother Huo and Sister Xia have such a close relationship. Sister Xia will naturally not deceive Sister Hong, and Brother Huo will naturally not deceive me. Brother Huo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Brother, when I heard you say that, I feel that your relationship with Sister Hong is very unusual. What is the relationship between you two? When Xiao Fan heard this, he smelled a sour smell of vinegar, and he knew that the damn guy in front of him was really planning to hit on Sister Hong. Then you deserve to die even more. Xiao Fan deliberately provoked him and said, Brother Huo should be able to see that the relationship between me and Sister Hong is naturally very special. To be honest, I am her man, and she has just become my woman. We are close lovers. Our relationship has just been established not long ago. I don't know if I can get Brother Huo's blessing. Brother Huo still had a smile on his face, but the smile was getting colder and colder, and there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Of course, this murderous intent only flashed by, but it was still captured by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan sneered in his heart. You damn bastard actually wanted to kill me. This time you thought the same as me. I want to kill you too. Xiao Fan looked at Brother Huo, pretending to show an expectant expression, as if he really wanted to get Brother Huo's blessing. Of course, he didn't want a blessing, but just thought that this would stimulate the guy in front of him more. Sure enough, the smile on Brother Huo's face had completely disappeared. He really couldn't pretend anymore, and the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be concealed. But he decided to hold back for now, and first cheat the guy in front of him out of his money. This Xiao Fan seemed like an idiot. After cheating his money, he would tie him up and then cut off his flesh with a knife. Only in this way could he relieve his hatred. This guy who didn't know how to live or die robbed the woman he had reserved and dared to show off in front of him. He was courting death. He would never let him go, and he couldn't even let him die easily. In an instant, Brother Huo had killed Xiao Fan countless times in his mind, and he always used the cruelest methods. Brother Huo smiled and said, Brother, you are really capable. You can even win over a top-notch woman like Sister Hong. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Brother, I wish you a happy marriage. Xiao Fan deliberately showed a very bright smile and said, Thank you, Brother Huo. We are even more of a family. Sister Hong and Sister Xia are as close as sisters. I hope that we brothers can be like brothers. Brother Huo was furious in his heart. You damn bastard. We two will definitely be like brothers. I will personally send you to the west and help you destroy your body. But he smiled and said, Since we are so close, there is nothing to hide. Brother, you want to see the arms? Then let's go and have a look. But after seeing the arms, I don't know when you can pay the money. Xiao Fan immediately pretended to be very generous, patted his chest and said, Brother Huo, from now on you are my big brother. As long as the number of arms is about the same, 1 billion is 1 billion. I will arrange the payment immediately, without any delay. Brother Huo just needs to give me the account number and he can receive my remittance in a few minutes. Brother Huo laughed and said, Brother is really a man who does big things. He is really generous. As a big brother, I can't compare to him. I really admire him very much. Brother is so generous, then I can't procrastinate anymore. I will take you to see the arms now. In fact, my arsenal is under this room. Brother Huo thought to himself, he is indeed an idiot, just a rich second generation, a super spendthrift rich second generation. If his parents were still alive and knew that their son was such a spendthrift, they would definitely be mad at him again. I am taking care of him to vent his anger. Xiao Fan laughed in his heart. You super idiot. I will make you dumbfounded after seeing the arms. Brother Huo looked at one of his bodyguards and said, Sixth son, did you hear what Mr. Xiao said? Arrange to open the entrance to the armory immediately. I want to take Mr. Xiao to see the goods. Sixth son hurriedly took out the intercom on his body and said, Lao Dao, please pay attention. Open the entrance to the armory immediately. Brother Huo wants to take the customer to see the goods. When Xiao Fan heard what sixth son said, he secretly thought that the entrance to the armory could not be opened from the outside. It must be opened from the inside. Is there anyone staying in the armory 24 hours a day? Xiao Fan had actually guessed it right. The entrance to the armory could not be opened from the outside. Only the guard inside could open it. Moreover, Lao Dao, who was guarding the armory, was definitely a desperate criminal. If anyone tried to forcefully open the entrance to the armory from the outside, he would immediately detonate the entire armory inside. So it was almost impossible for someone to open the entrance to the armory without the cooperation of Brother Huo. Then Xiao Fan heard the sound of metal clacking under his feet. This sound lasted for about 30 seconds, and then Xiao Fan felt the ground below begin to shake. Brother Huo said with a smile, Brother, don't be nervous. We are opening the entrance to the arsenal now. The entrance to the arsenal is right under our feet, so there is this noise. We will be able to enter in a moment. After we enter, I will definitely open your eyes and let you see how big my business is. Brother Huo was, of course, bragging. He really didn't have so many arms. At most, there was only 100 million. Of course, Xiao Fan would not argue with him at all, because no matter how much arms there were, they were all stored for free, so why bother about how much there was? Cracks began to appear on the ground, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Fan sneered in his heart, thinking that he was about to succeed. Brother Huo clenched his fists tightly, glanced at Xiao Fan fiercely, and thought, After you pay, it will be your death day. I will make you die comfortably. Finally, a circular hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground in the room. You can see that the original cover of the hole was a 30-centimeter thick pure steel plate. There was a staircase leading to the underground below the cave entrance, but it was so dark inside that nothing could be seen. Liuzi took out the intercom and shouted, Lao Dao, Brother Huo is going down now. Turn on the light. Soon the dark cave entrance was lit up with lights. The lights were not particularly bright, but the general shape of the cave entrance could be seen clearly. The cave entrance was about 10 meters deep, and it seemed that the design inside was very unusual. Brother Huo smiled and said, This cave is quite deep. Brothers must follow the footsteps of the big brother closely, and don't step on the air and fall down. Otherwise you will be injured if you don't die. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Big brother, don't worry. I will be very careful, and there will be no mistakes. Big brother, you have to be careful too. After all, the stairs are too high. These two people can be said to have something else in their words. But Brother Huo thought that Xiao Fan didn't hear it. But in fact, he didn't hear the hidden meaning of Xiao Fan's words. Brother Huo and his two bodyguards went down the stairs first, followed by Brother Huo, and Xiao Fan followed at the end. Soon, they arrived at the underground armory. Xiao Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Although Brother Huo was definitely bragging when he said he had arms worth 1 billion yuan, the scale of the underground armory was really amazing. There were all kinds of long and short weapons, and there were also many powerful weapons of different distances. Brother Huo said somewhat complacently, How about it, brother? I didn't lie to you, did I? If you can swallow these guys, you will definitely be invincible in the world. In fact, I said that the value of these arms is 1 billion, which is an understatement. In fact, it is reasonable to estimate that there are 1.5 billion. In fact, he was bragging again, but he thought Xiao Fan was a rookie and couldn't tell how much the arms here were worth. But in Xiao Fan's eyes, he was the real prey. Xiao Fan sneered. Brother, because of the relationship between Sister Xia and Sister Hong, I respect you very much. I believe whatever you say. But when I saw this arsenal, I felt very disappointed. Brother is not very honest. He even treats brothers as fools. Brother Huo's eyes narrowed immediately and said, "What do you mean by this?" Brother Huo's 2 bodyguards also looked at Xiao Fan, with unkind eyes flashing in their eyes. As long as Brother Huo gave an order, they would act immediately and would never be merciful. Xiao Fan sneered. "What do you mean? Don't you know it yourself? How much are these arms of yours worth? You don't have a rough idea in your mind. You tell me they are worth 1 billion yuan. I'll fucking tell you 1 billion yuan. At most, you can only be worth 100 million yuan, which is high. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I'm really a rich second generation who knows nothing? I will believe whatever you say? You think too highly of yourself. Your IQ can only fool ordinary fools. It's really not good enough in front of me." Liu Zi sneered. "Our boss cheated you, so what? You are already here, and you are a plaything in our hands. If we let you die, you die, and if we let you live, you live. If you are really smart, you will kneel down and beg for mercy, and take the initiative to transfer the money to us. Maybe our boss can let you live. But you actually insulted our boss like this without knowing whether to live or die. You are left with only one way to die." Another bodyguard looked at Brother Huo and asked, "Boss, this bastard insulted you like this. What can you say to vent your anger? Make him die more beautifully or more ugly?" Brother Huo sneered. "Mr. Xiao, you think you are really very smart. If you are really smart, I don't believe you can't see the situation in front of you. In a place like this, if I let you die, do you have a chance of survival? So you are still a fool. I cheat fools like you, and I kill fools like you. 1 billion less is not okay. Let your people call me immediately. I will make you feel better. Otherwise, I will make you want to live but not die." Xiao Fan sneered. "Brother Huo, bah, go to your uncle. Do you really think you have me? Do you really think that I will let you control me in this place, and I must do whatever you want? You don't even look at who you are. To tell you the truth, it is not my life that is in your hands, but your life that is in my hands." When Liu Zi and another bodyguard heard what Xiao Fan said, they immediately took out their guns and pointed the black muzzles at Xiao Fan's head at the same time. Liu Zi sneered, "You really don't know how to live or die. I'll shoot you right now, believe it or not." Brother Huo narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Oh, brother, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. I reserved this woman Mu Hong, and you dare to hit on her. I will make you a eunuch. This is the end of you daring to touch my woman. You can touch my woman at will, but you are so ignorant of the danger that you ask me to bless you. From that moment on, you are actually a dead man." Xiao Fan sneered. "In fact, from that moment on, you are also a dead man in my eyes, because I saw that you had bad intentions towards Sister Hong, and she is my woman. How can you hit on my woman casually, so you are dead too? By the way, I can tell you one thing. After you die, Sister Xia will be taken good care of by me for you. After all, she regards Sister Hong as her own sister, and she also specifically asked me to be careful of you, so I can't let her down." In fact, Xiao Fan's last sentence was deliberately to provoke Brother Huo, deliberately indicating that Sister Xia didn't have him in her heart at all, which was to attack and torture him psychologically. As expected, Brother Huo became extremely angry after hearing this. He could not help but roared, "This damn bitch actually dared to betray me. I am tired of playing with her now. It seems that I should change my taste. It's a pity that Mu Hong is already a pap rag, but it is barely acceptable." Xiao Fan sneered. "But I still advise you to think about how to get out of here alive. If you can't get out of here alive, everything you have will be mine. Your woman, your property, and all your resources will be mine. You have worked hard for decades, all for me. Ironic? Ha ha ha." Brother Huo roared, "Tell him to shut up and break one of his legs." Liu Zi received the order from his boss. and slowly lowered the muzzle of his gun, and then aimed it at Xiao Fan's leg. Liu Zi showed a very cruel smile on his face. In fact, what he likes to do most is to torture people, and such a billionaire is something that makes him feel enjoyable. But just when he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt that he had pulled nothing, because the gun in his hand suddenly disappeared. What happened? Before he could be shocked, something even more incomprehensible happened, and the gun in his companion's hand also disappeared. Liu Zi and his companion stood there completely, unable to think. It took a long time for Brother Huo to react and asked in horror, "Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? How did you do it?" Xiao Fan ignored Liu Zi and his companions, but walked in front of Brother Huo, stretched out his hand and patted his cheek and smiled. "Now you know whether I am a human or a ghost? Do you feel the temperature of my palm?" Brother Huo nodded hurriedly and said, "But how did you do it?" Xiao Fan sneered, "How I did it has nothing to do with you, because you don't deserve to know. If you trade with me honestly this time and don't have any crooked thoughts, I will spare your life for Sister Xia's sake. But you bastard, you actually want to cheat me. And you also have the idea of hitting my woman. Do you know that you are courting death?" Brother Huo begged for mercy hurriedly. "I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong before. I was obsessed with the devil. I am not alone. I apologize to you now, and I beg you to show mercy and forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. All the weapons you want are here. I will sell them to you at a 30% discount, okay?" Xiao Fan said disdainfully, "You are a pervert. Don't you realize the current situation? You are still thinking about cheating me. Tell me the truth. How much are these goods worth?" Brother Huo said after a while, 100 million. Xiao Fan snorted, "You bastard, tell the truth now. Do you want to cheat me of so much money? Not only do you want to cheat me of so much money, you also want my life. How can I let you go so cheaply?" Brother Huo suddenly asked calmly, "So you won't let me go no matter what? If you really don't want to let me go, then let's die here together. To tell you the truth, the monitoring system here is very advanced. As long as the system detects that I die here, this arsenal will explode immediately. You will be blown to pieces by then. And I can also tell you that I have someone in the monitoring room who is always watching us. As long as you dare to attack me, he will also activate the explosion program here. Double insurance ensures that you will be blown to pieces." Xiao Fan sneered. "Fuck, I really didn't expect that your mind is so meticulous and vicious, Brother Huo. It seems that I underestimated you before." Brother Huo said complacently, "Now you know that I am not simple. In fact, I don't want to die with you. I also want to survive well. Why don't we have a good talk? I also know that you are very complicated. Why don't we continue our transaction? Here are 100 million worth of arms. I will give it to you at a 30% discount, and then we will still be good brothers." Xiao Fan said coldly, "If I don't agree with your proposal, and I just want your life, what do you think you should do?" Brother Huo said viciously, "I know you are very capable and can definitely kill me, but then you will also be blown to pieces. Why, both sides must be hurt. Although there were some unpleasantness between the two of us before, I also apologized to you and made compensation." Xiao Fan sneered, "Are you going to say that you should forgive others when you can, and leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future?" Brother Huo asked back, "Is there anything wrong with this sentence?" Xiao Fan sneered, "I like to do things to the extreme and never leave a way out. Since you want to kill me and rob my woman, why should I leave you a way out? Don't you rely on your ability to make the munitions here explode? I'll let you see now. Is it possible for you to make the munitions here explode?" Brother Huo didn't understand what Xiao Fan meant and was a little confused for a moment, but he understood what it meant in the next second, because right in front of him happened a scene that could be called a miracle. His huge warehouse stored nearly 100 million munitions, and all disappeared in an instant. He watched it disappear like that, and it felt like a dream. Liu Zi and his companions were completely turned into wooden stakes. Xiao Fan raised his hand and slapped Brother Huo hard, sobering him up. He said sarcastically, "Isn't it very interesting? You have never seen such a wonderful magic before? You are lucky enough to see such a beautiful magic today. Even if you die, you will die for a good reason. Brother Huo completely lost all his trump cards at this moment. He knelt down in front of Xiao Fan with a plop and kowtowed continuously. He kowtowed and begged, "Brother, no, big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know that you had such a magical method. I really shouldn't have threatened you. You are a big man and don't remember the mistakes of a villain. Just treat me as a fart." At this time, Brother Huo had completely given up all his dignity. In order to survive, he completely became a grandson. Xiao Fan taunted, "I used to think highly of you, but now you look like a jerk, and I'm getting angrier and angrier, so I decided to send you off." Xiao Fan suddenly had a gun in his hand, and it was a submachine gun. Brother Huo was completely sure in his heart that Xiao Fan was not a human at all. Even if he was not a ghost, he was more terrifying than a ghost. He shouted in fear, "Brother, you are my real father. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a huge secret about Mu Hong." Hearing that it was about Sister Hong, Xiao Fan did not shoot for the time being and asked, "What is the secret? Tell me now." Brother Huo hurriedly said, "Dad, if I tell you this secret, can you spare my life?" Xiao Fan suddenly shot without saying a word, and the submachine gun in his hand spit out ruthless flames. However, Xiao Fan killed not one person but 3 people, Liu Zi and his companion, and Lao Dao, who suddenly rushed out. Looking at the 3 bodies that were beaten into a hornet's nest, Brother Huo was so scared that he fainted. The more vicious people are, the more they fear death. They usually don't take other people's lives seriously, but when it comes to their own lives, they cherish their lives very much. As long as they can survive, they can do anything without any bottom line. Xiao Fan kicked him hard and woke up Brother Huo, who had fainted. Xiao Fan squatted in front of him and asked, "Now you have one last chance. Tell me, what secrets do you know about Sister Hong?" Brother Huo no longer dared to bargain and quickly replied, "In fact, I have always liked Mu Hong. In order to get her, I have been asking about her sister. I want to help her find her sister secretly, so that she will be grateful to me and willingly become my woman." Xiao Fan asked, "How did you know that Sister Hong has a lost sister?" Brother Huo explained quickly, "I heard it from Xu Xia." Xiao Fan nodded and asked, "Did I get any news for you?" Brother Huo replied, "I have been mobilizing all my resources to look for her. I just got a piece of unsure news that a female travel anchor who is very close to Mu Hong in age may be her sister, because I have also seen her short videos. Even though she has whitening and beauty functions on every video, you can still see that she looks a lot like Mu Hong." Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh that he didn't expect to get such a piece of news accidentally, which actually saved him a lot of trouble. And more importantly, it saved a lot of time. He originally planned to find someone to hack into the ID card information database, because Mu Hong lost twin sisters, and her sister must look like Mu Hong. Then he could find out who Mu Hong's sister is by comparing photos, and further obtain her sister's ID card information. But now it seems that this is not necessary at all, because Brother Huo helped a lot. This guy is also willing to invest for women. It can be imagined that helping Mu Hong find her sister in the vast sea of people must have paid a great price. Xiao Fan asked, "Tell me her account." Of course, Brother Huo didn't dare to hide anything anymore and hurriedly told him the account. Xiao Fan immediately took out his mobile phone to verify. Sure enough, there was no mistake. It should be Mu Hong's sister. They looked too much alike. There was no need for DNA verification. More importantly, seeing that this account had released the latest short video, she should be in his city. Moreover, this short video also had a live broadcast preview. The live broadcast time was 8 o'clock tonight. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. What is meant by looking for it everywhere but never finding it? This is called getting it without any effort. Of course, Brother Huo had no use at all at this time, so he could go on his way with peace of mind. In the screams of Brother Huo's last life in this world, he also turned into a bloody hornet's nest. Xiao Fan never had any mercy on his enemies. What's more, this guy not only wanted to kill him for his money, but also wanted to rob his woman. He deserved to die. Xiao Fan walked out of the arsenal and forcibly closed the hole in the arsenal with his own great strength. Then he walked out of the room. Mu Hong and Xu Xia immediately went to meet him. Xiao Fan looked at Xu Xia apologetically and said, Sister Xia, I'm very sorry. I don't know whether the news I brought is good news or bad news. Now you are completely free. After Brother Huo was taught a lesson by me, he felt very ashamed and decided never to leave this room again. Xu Xia stared at Xiao Fan's eyes. She wanted to see whether the firefighter was joking or serious. After looking for a long time, she confirmed that Xiao Fan was not joking. Xu Xia suddenly said as if with a heavy burden, "Mr. Xiao, I really thank you very much for letting me gain my freedom. Now I can finally live my life with dignity again. I don't have to be anyone's plaything anymore. I am really very grateful to you." Mu Hong looked at Xu Xia and asked, "Sister, what are your plans next?" Xu Xia shook her head and replied, "I am also very confused now. I don't have any plans. I need to calm down. I will consider my future plans after I calm down." Mu Hong suggested, "Sister, why don't you come with me and leave here first? We two will have a companion, and you don't have to think about it alone. We can also take care of each other. What do you think?" Xu Xia looked at Xiao Fan, obviously asking for his opinion. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister Xia, you can be a companion with Sister Hong. You are already very good sisters. Now something like this has happened. Anyway, I am very worried about you staying here alone. It would be more reassuring for you to be a companion with Sister Xia. Although this woman is not clean, Xiao Fan has no other thoughts about her. But this woman is at least not bad, and she is very loyal to Sister Hong. Ordinary friends can still be," Xu Xia said. "Then I won't be polite. Thank you both." Xiao Fan drove away with Mu Hong and Xu Xia. Mu Hong sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at Xiao Fan and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Fan did not speak, but gave her a reassuring look. Mu Hong was also a very smart woman. She immediately understood everything, so she stopped asking anything. Xiao Fan said, "I will tell you a great news, but I don't know how Sister Hong wants to thank me." When Mu Hong heard this, she showed a very surprised expression on her face and asked, "Do you have any news about my sister?" Xiao Fan deliberately teased, "Sister Hong, judging from the tone of your question, even if I have news about your sister, I will not tell you. Without even a name, how can I know who you are asking?" Xu Xia in the back seat couldn't help but smiled and said, "Good sister, your man wants you to be a little sweet-mouthed. You can't fail to hear that." Mu Hong embarrassedly said, "You are 2 years younger than me. There are some things I really can't say." Xiao Fan coughed and said, "Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. When I hear a satisfactory name, I will tell you the news. If I don't hear a satisfactory name, I will not tell you the news. Who's in a hurry?" Xu Xia in the back seat couldn't help but laugh. This woman was really charming, but it was a pity that she was not clean. Mu Hong bit her lip and said very embarrassedly, "Good brother, just tell your sister. Just consider it as your sister begging you." Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "I am very dissatisfied with this title." Mu Hong snorted, "Then what do you want me to call you to be satisfied? Give me some hints." Xiao Fan said, "How can I give hints for such things? Otherwise, there is no point. I gave you a hint and you did it. I don't have any expectations and there is no novelty." Mu Hong held it in for a long time and said, "Good husband, it's okay." Xiao Fan laughed. "It's reluctant, but it's too ordinary." Mu Hong protested dissatisfiedly, "You don't want me to call you brother, do you? But I really can't say it. Just let me go this time, please." Xu Xia joked, "Oh, President Xiao, I think it's enough. This is the first time my sister has acted like this. I have never seen her like this before as her elder sister." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "For Sister Xia's sake, I will forgive you this time. I really have news about your sister. Your sister is now a travel blogger. She seems to be broadcasting a travel live in our city, and she will have a live broadcast at 8 o'clock tonight." Mu Hong immediately became excited and said, "Good husband, thank you so much. You can ask me to do anything in the future. I want to contact her now. I want to contact my sister, and I will find her soon." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister Hong, you don't need to be so excited. Don't be confused. Some things will not be achieved if you rush. Why don't we wait for your sister to broadcast live tonight to judge what kind of personality and temper she has, and then we will decide what kind of way to contact her." "Isn't it safer?" Xu Xia also said. "What Mr. Xiao said is very pertinent. You are so excited and enthusiastic, but you don't know what your sister is thinking now. If you scare her and let her leave the city, it will be difficult for you to find her again. Xiao Fan continued, "You and Sister Xia go back to your bar first. I'll go take care of some things first. I'll pick you two up after that. Then we'll find the location of your sister's live broadcast based on her background. By then, she won't be able to avoid you even if she wants to." Mu Hong finally nodded. She had to say that what Xiao Fan said made a lot of sense and was also a very safe method. She really didn't know how much her sister would accept her. If she contacted her rashly, she might really scare her sister away. Xiao Fan added, "In addition, I have something else to tell you. You must keep everything that happened today absolutely confidential and cannot disclose it to anyone, including not telling your sister after you see her what happened between us." Mu Hong hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Sister Xia and I know the seriousness of this matter and will never disclose a single word to anyone. We will never mention this matter again, just as if everything that happened today never happened." Xu Xia also hurriedly expressed her position. "Don't worry, President Xiao, I will never mention what happened today again. It is a favor to me that you can let Mu Hong accept me, not to mention that you have given me my freedom and dignity. If I hurt you again, I will really not be a human being." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister Xia, things are not as serious as you said. It's just that if we don't disclose what happened today to others, we can save a lot of trouble. What's more, you and Sister Hong are like sisters, and you took such care of me when we first met. No matter from which aspect, it is my duty to help you." After sending Mu Hong and Xu Xia back to the bar, Xiao Fan drove away. He first went to his own warehouse to receive the goods. A huge amount of materials were transported to his warehouse. This was the most important thing, and there must not be any delay. If the interstellar iron beetles suddenly descended, it would be a huge waste of these materials. Then he went to the company to meet Hu Miao and the others. These women worked hard for him. It would be unreasonable for him not to show up, especially since Hu Miao actually needed his emotional comfort. Zhang Weilan had already met Hu Miao. Although Hu Miao didn't say anything, she must have had some thoughts in her heart, so he needed to have a good talk with Hu Miao. If Hu Miao had a little flame of jealousy in her heart, she must have put it out in advance. Otherwise, it would definitely delay important things. He should have done this job yesterday, but various things made it impossible for him to split himself, so he had to postpone it until now. Fortunately, Hu Miao was too busy. Although she saw Zhang Weilan, she didn't take it too seriously and didn't think about it elsewhere. No one deliberately reminded her, so until now, Hu Miao still thought that Zhang Weilan's appearance yesterday was just to make a deal with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan decided to keep it a secret for the time being. It might be a bit unkind to do so, but now is an extraordinary period. There are still 4 days before the end of the world. Being able to keep it a secret is the best choice. Xiao Fan and Hu Miao chatted alone and left, and then called Zhang Weilan. There was no trouble on Zhang Weilan's side, so Xiao Fan was relieved. However, Qiao Yun, Yang Yunlin, Xiao Xiao, and others were not there. They all went to help Fang Lin in the underground laboratory. Fang Lin understood what would happen better than anyone else, so her sense of urgency was stronger than anyone else, so she pulled Lin Xiao Xiao and others to help her. Of course, Fang Lin's strong sense of urgency was not a bad thing for Xiao Fan, but a good thing. After Xiao Fan arranged everything, he went to find Mu Hong. The most important task today was to help Mu Hong find her sister. Mu Hong was also very important to Xiao Fan, and was about the same as Yu Wenli, or even more important. They could both awaken powerful abilities. After they were completely conquered, they would become his capable assistants in the end times. They would also become his close partners. The end times were very lonely and cruel. We needed someone to fight side by side and to accompany us. I just didn't know what happened to Yu Wenli. This woman got her real estate company. Was she planning how to show her skills with a very excited heart? Xiao Fan smiled wickedly when he thought of this. This woman would not be happy for a few days. He would not go to find her for the time being. Let her spend the last few days of peace happily. Xiao Fan came to Changhong Bar and met Mu Hong and Xu Xia. Mu Hong was very upset because of the news about her sister. She kept looking through all the videos of her sister. The more he looked at her, the more convinced he was that this was really his sister. When he compared her photos with the beauty filter on, they looked exactly the same. Xiao was also very happy for her good sister. Seeing Xiao Fan, Mu Hong said excitedly, "I really don't know how to thank you this time." Xiao Fan wanted to take the opportunity to tease Mu Hong, but seeing Xiao on the side, he could only hold back and said seriously, "Sister Hong, wait until you and your sister are truly reunited before you thank me. At that time, I want to eat the big meal you made by yourself." Mu Hong nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely thank you well at that time. If you want to eat the meal I made by myself, I can cook it for you now." Xiao Fan really felt a little hungry, so he said, "There is still some time before your sister's live broadcast. Then I will taste Sister Hong's cooking skills." Mu Hong went to cook happily, and Xiao followed to get busy. Xiao Fan sat on the sofa alone and began to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly, a voice seemed to ring in his ear. That's right, it was the voice of the interstellar iron beetle that had communicated with him before. "Human, I am still using our special voice communication method to contact you. Don't be surprised. This time I contacted you for only one thing. I got the latest instructions from my superiors. I hope you can accept our recruitment. We regard this planet as our incubation base. Maybe with your cooperation we can achieve better results. Human, you have obtained an extremely precious opportunity. I hope you can seize it." Xiao Fan felt very shocked in his heart. The last time this damn interstellar iron beetle contacted him, it was reasonable because he had just killed his companion at that time. He was also likely to be hiding somewhere at the scene. But what happened this time? How did he contact himself now? If he can contact himself anytime and anywhere, does that mean that his every move is under his surveillance? When Xiao Fan thought of this, his back couldn't help but feel a chill. Xiao Fan asked tentatively, "How on earth can you contact me?" "Human, you actually want to test my secrets. This is absolutely impossible. Before you decide to be loyal to us, we will not let you know any secrets about us." Xiao Fan didn't get the answer he wanted, but felt more confused. Although he was reborn from the end of the world, he had never experienced such a situation. Whatever he said, the other party could hear it, and whatever the other party said, he could also hear it, but he didn't know how the other party did it. This makes people feel worried. Suddenly, Xiao Fan had a bold guess and asked, "Even if you don't say it, I know your secrets." The interstellar iron beetle did not respond at all, as if waiting for Xiao Fan to continue. Xiao Fan went on to say, "Is it because I carry the body of your companion with me that you are able to contact me anytime and anywhere? In fact, you are not contacting me, but the body of your companion. That is to say, among you interstellar iron beetles, you can rely on your body's unique skills to communicate directly without the aid of any equipment. Human, you are really smart. I didn't expect that you could find the answer you wanted so quickly. It really shocked me. Maybe I should change my view of you humans as lower creatures. The IQ of some of you is still very high, such as you." Xiao Fan also got the answer he wanted from the words of the interstellar iron beetle. He really didn't want to continue to tangle with this interstellar iron beetle because he was the extremely proud Xiao Fan. How could he swear allegiance to a ridiculous bug and be a dog for a bug? It would be better to kill him directly. So Xiao Fan sneered, "Then our conversation can end, and you can also report to your boss and say that I have rejected your request. As a noble human, I, Xiao Fan, will never serve you like a bug. Human, do you really want to reject our request so hastily? I advise you to think it over carefully. This is your only chance to survive. Do you really not want it?" Xiao Fan said with disdain, "I will survive in my own way. I will choose to kill all of you. That is my choice." "You are shameless? Then wait for destruction." The voice of the interstellar iron beetle never sounded again. He was really angered by Xiao Fan. At this time, Xiao came in with a dish in her hand. Xiao Fan looked at her speechlessly. From this dish, it can be judged that neither Mu Hong nor Xiao, these two beautiful women, can cook. Because the dish in Xiao's hand was a cold dish, a very ordinary smashed cucumber. But the smashed cucumber was uglier than a dog's bite, and after sprinkling salt on it, she didn't know how to mix it. The salt just covered the cucumber like a cucumber hit by frost. Xiao Fan coughed and asked, Sister Xia, what dish is Sister Hong cooking? I suddenly feel like I'm not hungry anymore. It's still half an hour before 8 o'clock. Why don't we watch the live broadcast? Xu Xia chuckled and said, Mr. Xiao, I think your suggestion is very good. Mu Hong is worried in the kitchen. She really doesn't know what to do. What's more important is that she only has 2 cucumbers and some fruits in her refrigerator. Those fruits can probably only make a fruit salad. Otherwise, we should just order takeout. Xiao Fan nodded hurriedly and said, Sister Xia's suggestion is very good. Let's order takeout now. No need to make fruit salad. Xia smiled and said, in fact, these 2 cucumbers are for the face. After Xu Xia finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing. Xiao Fan went to the kitchen and brought back the worried Mu Hong, and then started to order takeout. In fact, if Xu Xia hadn't been there, he could have directly taken out some Mingyu Huayuan delicacies stored in his own supernatural space. But considering Xu Xia, he was unwilling to do so. The liberated Mu Hong suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She was really worried just now and felt that she was almost worried about getting a few crow's feet on her face. The takeout had just arrived, and it was time for Mu Hong's sister to live broadcast. Mu Hong had no intention of eating at all, and immediately started watching the live broadcast. In the live video, Mu Hong, dressed in a denim suit, appeared very refreshingly. It must be said that due to the difference in clothing, Mu Hong and her sister have completely different styles. Mu Hong, dressed in a cheongsam, looks more like a young woman, while her sister looks very youthful and lively, like an innocent girl. Mu Hong looked at the background behind her sister and asked, Do you two know where this is? Xu Xia said, This seems to be in a park, but I really can't tell where it is. At this time, Mu Hong's sister began to speak to the camera. Dear family members, welcome to Xiaoying's live broadcast room. All family members know the rules of Xiaoying's live broadcast room. Xiaoying will first share with you some interesting things she has seen and heard in the past 3 days of travel. Xiao Fan looked at the number of fans in the live broadcast room. There were only more than 1,000 people. Although Xiaoying looked very beautiful, it was probably because her live broadcast was too boring, so the number of fans was really limited. It can also be seen from her short videos that she doesn't seem to have any talents. Most of the short videos are selfies of her enjoying the bath scenery. Maybe this is also the reason why she has never been popular. Xiao Fan said, I can't tell where this is, so why not ask her directly? Mu Hong asked back, But how should I ask her? What if she doesn't want to answer our questions? Will she feel very unhappy and unwilling to pay attention to us? Xiao Fan sighed softly. This is the so-called care and confusion. Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone, found the live broadcast room, and spoke directly. Xiaoying, the place where you broadcast looks very familiar to me, but I can't remember where it is for a moment. Can you tell me? I won't let you answer the question in vain. I, your brother, will definitely give you a big gift as a reward. Xiaoying was indeed attracted by Xiao Fan's speech, but before she could answer, a fan spoke sarcastically. Hey Xiaoying, someone actually said that he would give you a big gift as a reward. It seems that the biggest gift you have given since your live broadcast is just a big firework worth 100 yuan. Then another fan spoke. Xiaoying, you really can't make money as a host like this. If you really want to make money from this, you must have fun and make good use of your advantage of being beautiful. Let me, your brother, give you a number 1 on the list. You know how to repay the number 1 brother. The speech was followed by a dirty picture with drooling. Mu Hong was furious when he saw this and said directly, Who said that anchors can't make money like this? Now I will show you whether anchors can receive gifts. Didn't you, the idiot, want to be number 1? Do you want to compete with me to see if you have the ability to be number 1? What an idiot! After that, Mu Hong began to give gifts to his sister, and he gave 10 of the most expensive rockets worth 10,000 yuan in a row. This confused Xiaoying, as her live broadcast room had never been so popular. The fan who spoke just now said again, Xiaoying, are you planning to spend your own money to create a sensation for yourself? I don't believe that if you didn't direct and act it yourself, someone would give you such expensive gifts and so many at once, which is almost impossible. Xiao Fan said, You haven't seen it, which only proves that you have little experience. Now let me show you what a big scene is. Xiao Fan directly swiped out 100 rockets. The live broadcast room was stunned at the time. Rockets came one after another. This was a grand occasion that had never appeared before. Xiao Fan was of course using this method to support Xiao Ying. In the final analysis, he was still standing up for Mu Hong. But at this moment, Xiao Fan heard the voice of the damn interstellar iron beetle again. "Human, you seem to be very interested in the woman in your mobile phone. I know you are trying to please her, and you want to know where she is. Why don't we play a game? Let's go find this woman at the same time and see who finds her first. If you find her first, the woman can survive. If I find her first, I will implant our interstellar iron beetle eggs in her stomach. That must be very interesting." Xiao Fan was shocked. The secrets between interstellar iron beetles were definitely not as simple as he thought. This damn interstellar iron beetle could actually use the corpse of its companion to monitor itself. This is really abominable. But soon Xiao Fan figured it out. The interstellar ironclad beetle was not monitoring his every move. The interstellar ironclad beetle did not have this ability. It was just that the interstellar ironclad beetle could create an electromagnetic storm like a dark cloud, so it must be able to interfere with the electronic products around it. That is to say, he could use his special ability to monitor his mobile phone. Xiao Fan immediately figured out the interests involved. The interstellar ironclad beetle was using its own advantages to constantly show how it was in the upper hand, trying to use this to hit Xiao Fan's psychology. But he didn't know that by doing so, he gave Xiao Fan an opportunity to have a deeper understanding of them. Xiao Fan also used these new understandings of the interstellar ironclad beetle that he had gained to dig many pits for the interstellar ironclad beetle in the future and dealt them many devastating blows. This was the bad consequence of his own behavior that this self-righteous interstellar ironclad beetle would never have thought of. Xiao Fan said to Mu Hong and Xu Xia, "You two just watch the live broadcast here. I'll go and find Xiao Ying to see you." Mu Hong hurriedly said, "I want to go with you." Xiao Fan said with a very firm attitude, "Mu Hong, you must listen to me. Something special has happened. So this time I can only go by myself. If you believe me, just wait for me to come back at home." Mu Hong had never seen Xiao Fan so serious before. From his extremely firm eyes, she knew that something very serious must have happened. Thinking about Xiao Fan's miraculous means, Mu Hong knew that Xiao Fan must have encountered a very complicated situation, and forcing himself to follow would only be a burden. So Mu Hong said with concern, "Then you must be very careful. You must come back safely as soon as possible. I'll wait for you here." Xiao Fan nodded and left in a hurry. He must stay away from Mu Hong and Xu Xia now. Staying with them might really implicate them. Xiao Fan said as he walked out of the bar, "I know you can hear me. Now listen to me. If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't go after an innocent girl." "Ha ha ha. I can only tell you that our play has begun. You don't have much time left. When our interstellar ironclad beetle chose this planet as our hatching base, nothing on this planet was innocent." Xiao Fan was unwilling to talk nonsense with this interstellar ironclad beetle. If he had a choice, he would stab this interstellar ironclad beetle to death with a spear, but he had no way to do so now, so he could only try his best to deal with him. So Xiao Fan said, "Since your game has already begun, but after all, you also said that this is a game, we still have to talk about the rules of the game. Human, you can tell me what kind of rules you want. I'm in a very good mood. Maybe I will agree to it." Xiao Fan certainly wouldn't believe his nonsense. How could he be in a good mood? He must have hated himself in his heart. The reason why he tortured himself in this way was because he didn't dare to find himself for a face-to-face decisive battle, because he had no confidence in defeating himself. But I just rejected his surrender, which made him extremely annoyed, so he took such despicable means to torture himself. So Xiao Fan said, "You don't have to be so hypocritical. I know you do this just to vent your anger and want to torture me to vent your anger. But I also tell you the truth. The girl you saw from my phone is not as important to me as you think. If you really do whatever it takes in the process of playing games with me, I will immediately interrupt the game between us, and you don't want to torture me anymore." The interstellar iron beetle fell into silence, and after a long time asked, "Then tell me what kind of rules you want." Xiao Fan sneered, "The rules I want are very simple. That is, you must not attack indiscriminately before you find that girl again." The interstellar iron beetle responded, "Very good, I can agree to your request." Xiao Fan really controlled his psychology very well. This interstellar iron beetle was taking revenge on Xiao Fan at this time. He was indeed not sure to kill Xiao Fan head-on. He wanted to find a possible opportunity to kill Xiao Fan in this game he proposed and led. This is the fundamental purpose of his game. Of course, in his opinion, the game he was leading was just what he thought he was leading. In fact, whether he was leading or not, it still depends on his strength. Xiao Fan sneered, "Then our game will really start from this moment." Xiao Fan didn't dare to use any electronic devices anymore, because they might be monitored. He could only recall the background picture that appeared behind Xiao Ying when she was live just now. It must be a park, and this park is open at night. Xiao Fan began to try his best to recall what kind of park it would be. As a travel anchor, Xiao Ying would never go to an unknown small park, so this park must be very distinctive or relatively famous. Suddenly, the name of a park appeared in Xiao Fan's mind, Qingyun Lake Park. This is a very distinctive park, which is also open to the public at night, and it seems to be a popular check-in place. Xiao Ying should be in Qingyun Lake Park, so Xiao Fan immediately drove to Qingyun Lake Park. At this time, Xiao Fan heard the voice of the interstellar iron beetle again. "Human, do you know what my specific advantage is compared to you? That is, I can fly high in the sky, and my eyes can automatically search and compare the pictures I see on your mobile phone. If you want to compete with me to see who is faster, in your human words, it's like a firefly wanting to compete with the sun and the moon. But I will definitely let you see the living girl. But when you see her, I have already implanted my eggs in her stomach. Ha ha!" Xiao Fan knew that the interstellar iron beetle was deliberately provoking him. This was part of psychological warfare. He was deliberately stirring up his mentality and making himself irritable and angry so that he would have a better chance of dealing with him. Therefore, Xiao Fan sneered, "It seems that you think you are very smart, but I have to tell you a cruel fact. Every word you said to me and everything you did for me were deeply remembered in my mind." The interstellar iron beetle snorted and said, "Even if you remember it, so what?" Xiao Fan deliberately provoked him. "Before you did these things to me and said these words, I actually knew very little about you interstellar iron beetles. But through your self-righteous, stupid behavior, I know more and more about you interstellar iron beetles, and more thoroughly. Do you know what this means?" "What does it mean?" The voice of the interstellar iron beetle became incomparably solemn, because he also realized that he had indeed made a stupid mistake. Xiao Fan decided to further deliberately provoke him. "It means that as long as I can continue to live, I can tell more people the secrets of your interstellar iron beetles, and you will have less and less advantages over us at that time. So little that one day we will completely defeat you, or even completely destroy you." Xiao Fan was showing off his strength, and his purpose was very simple, which was to divert the attention of the interstellar iron beetles. If the interstellar iron beetles really had such a search ability as he said, it would be really terrible. Compared with him, Xiao Fan could not win at all, which means that Xiao Ying must be found by the interstellar iron beetles first, and her fate is self-evident, and it must be very tragic. So Xiao Fan wanted to attract all the firepower of the interstellar iron beetles to himself, completely anger him, make him completely lose his mind, give up the game he wanted to play, and desperately find him, Xiao Fan, and fight to the death with Xiao Fan. This is Xiao Fan's real plan. In fact, the interstellar iron beetle was completely infuriated by Xiao Fan, but he suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Human, I know you want to completely infuriate me, but I won't let your wish come true. You said that you knew a lot of secrets of our interstellar iron beetle through what I did, and I know you were just bragging." Fan knew that this self-righteous guy was testing him, how many of their secrets he knew. But Xiao Fan had no intention of hiding it, because if Xiao Fan didn't show some real materials, he couldn't really attract his firepower, so he said, First, I know that you interstellar iron beetles can communicate with each other without the help of any equipment. Second, I know that you interstellar iron beetles can use the bodies or corpses of the same kind to monitor the surrounding electronic equipment. Third, I also know that you interstellar iron beetles have special target search capabilities. Fourth, I also know that not all of you interstellar iron beetles are warriors. For example, you are a cowardly guy. Xiao Fan knew that the first 3 points he said should be able to touch the interstellar iron beetle very well. But he felt that it was not enough, so he simply added the fourth point, which was a deliberate personal attack. Sure enough, Xiao Fan's personal attack achieved a good effect, and the interstellar iron beetle was furious. The interstellar iron beetle claimed to be a higher creature, but now he was looked down upon by a lower creature that he looked down upon, which seriously hurt his self-esteem and made him unable to bear it anymore. He roared, "Human, you have successfully angered me. I have decided to change the game between us. Let's have a face-to-face contest." Xiao Fan sneered, "I'm worried that you are just talking, but you don't dare to face me." The interstellar iron beetle roared, "You are a coward. I will go to find you now. After I find you, I will tear you to pieces, and I will kill everyone around you. I want you to know how terrible the price of offending me will be." Xiao Fan sneered in his heart, "Idiot, you have killed me. What's the point of killing people around me? Will I know how cruel you are after I die? Idiot." Of course, Xiao Fan can only complain about this in his heart. He will not say it out loud. Since the opponent is an idiot, let his opponent become more idiotic, instead of waking up his opponent. Xiao Fan then changed the direction of travel. His goal was no longer Qingyun Lake Park, but a remote place in the suburbs. The interstellar iron beetle flew high in the sky. Although he could sense the existence of his companion's corpse, because the companion's corpse was stored in Xiao Fan's supernatural space, he could not use the companion's corpse to locate Xiao Fan's specific location. He could only use his memory of Xiao Fan's appearance to compare and find Xiao Fan in the vast sea of people. Xiao Fan actually had a guess that this guy not only had special search capabilities, but also positioning capabilities, but in fact he could not locate himself because his supernatural space interfered with his positioning, not because the interstellar iron beetle did not have the positioning function. In order to verify his conjecture, Xiao Fan deliberately said, "You have no way to find my position now? How about I tell you my position? It will save you a lot of time." The interstellar iron beetle snorted, "Then tell me your position. Tell me quickly." Xiao Fan sneered, "It seems that you really can't accurately locate me. Hey, is the positioning function of your interstellar iron beetle really so bad? To be honest, this makes me feel a little incredible." The interstellar iron beetle said angrily, "If my companion is still alive, or if you didn't use special means to interfere with the body of my companion, I would have found you through positioning long ago." Xiao Fan stopped talking. He could already fully confirm that the interstellar iron beetles do have the positioning function between each other, but his own supernatural space can effectively interfere with their mutual positioning. It's just a pity that his supernatural space can only store inanimate objects at present. Otherwise, I can put the interstellar iron beetles into my supernatural space and let them get lost in their supernatural space forever. This time, I once again entered the apocalypse. I wonder if I will have a chance to upgrade my ability space. Maybe after the upgrade, the ability space can store living things. The star iron beetle couldn't hear Xiao Fan's answer for a long time. Of course, he didn't know Xiao Fan's mental state at the moment. He thought Xiao Fan was deliberately playing tricks on him, so he was furious again. He roared, "You coward! Don't you dare to tell me your location at all? You just said such big words just now, just teasing me?" Xiao Fan smiled. "I found that you are not only a stupid interstellar iron beetle, but also a very impatient interstellar iron beetle. I am afraid of no one but you. I will tell you a location and you can find me there. Remember, it is a small hill in the east direction. There is a large forest at the foot of the hill. The most obvious sign is a towering ancient tower, which is very easy to find. I will be there within an hour." "Human, you are not deliberately deceiving me, making me wait there in vain. I will wait for you there, But if you don't arrive within the time you said, I will completely destroy the city where you are, and I will kill all your relatives and friends in this city." Xiao Fan hated it so much, he was really fed up with the repeated threats from this damn bastard. So he said coldly, "I will be there in 30 minutes. You just wait for death. But you'd better start looking for that place right now. Don't wait until I arrive and you haven't found it yet. I'll give me another chance to call you an idiot." The interstellar ironclad beetle roared, "I will wait for you to die there." Based on the topographical features described by Xiao Fan, the interstellar ironclad beetle in the sky quickly formed a picture in his mind, which was exactly the same as the photo of the place Xiao Fan said. Then the interstellar ironclad beetle began to look towards the east, scanning non-stop, and soon he found the exact location and quickly flew to the ancient tower. It must be said that the interstellar ironclad beetle, as a more evolved creature, has abilities that are indeed much stronger than humans. But humans are also accelerating their evolution very quickly. For example, if humans now obtain the crystal core of the interstellar ironclad beetle, they can integrate it into their own hearts and awaken their superpowers. Although not everyone has the opportunity to awaken superpowers. After all, humans can awaken superpowers and have the ability to fight against interstellar iron beetles. Otherwise, there would be no hope of survival. Xiao Fan has ignored the traffic lights and speed limits and has been speeding up desperately along the way. He also wants to find the damn interstellar iron beetle as soon as possible and then kill him quickly and take out his crystal core. Xiao Fan's plan has changed now. If he can kill another interstellar iron beetle, he can get the crystal cores of 2 interstellar iron beetles and help Yu Wenli and Mu Hong awaken their superpowers in advance. The current situation has completely changed. The interstellar iron beetle has already targeted him before the end of the world. He can no longer wait foolishly for Yu Wenli and Mu Hong to awaken their superpowers after the end of the world. That would make Xiao Fan seem a little too pedantic. If the interstellar iron beetle knew that Xiao Fan was planning to take his crystal core, it would probably be furious. In this way, the two opponents who were calculating each other and wanted to kill each other as soon as possible were approaching quickly. Soon Xiao Fan rushed to the agreed location at the fastest speed. The interstellar iron beetle wanted to kill him impatiently, but Xiao Fan was more eager than him. The interstellar iron beetle saw Xiao Fan's car. He didn't intend to give Xiao Fan any chance, opened his mouth and a stream of corrosive liquid shot towards Xiao Fan's car like a sharp arrow. If Xiao Fan's car is hit by this corrosive liquid, it can be corroded into liquid in an instant, and Xiao Fan sitting in the car will also be corroded into liquid. However, as a reborn warrior, Xiao Fan is very familiar with the methods of the interstellar iron beetle and has been prepared. When he saw the interstellar iron beetle, the high-speed car did not have time to stop and flew out of the car window directly. At the same time, he took out a bone spear from his own supernatural space, aimed at the interstellar iron beetle, and threw it out fiercely. The two of them used killing moves when they met, and neither of them hesitated or held back. When the corrosive liquid hit Xiao Fan's car, the bone spear thrown by Xiao Fan also pierced the interstellar iron beetle. It's just that the interstellar iron beetle died, and Xiao Fan lost only a car. Xiao Fan rolled a long way. He stood up from the ground, and he walked towards the body of the interstellar iron beetle step by step. Then, he pulled out the bone spear. Without hesitation, he dug open the body of the interstellar iron beetle and took out the crystal core inside. Then he took out the body of another interstellar iron beetle from his own supernatural space and also took out the crystal core. These two crystal cores are particularly important to him. Xiao Fan wants to use them to help Yu Wenli and Mu Hong awaken their supernatural powers. As for the body of the interstellar iron beetle, he plans to completely decompose it, take out the bones to make bone spears, and decompose the other parts piece by piece. Xiao Fan didn't know if it would be useful to do this, and whether he could prevent the interstellar iron beetle from sensing the existence of the body parts. But he didn't have a better way now, so he could only try it this way. If these corpses were not needed for Fang Lin's research, he would not be willing to bring these corpses into his own supernatural space. because no one wants to let the interstellar iron beetle monitor them. Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone at this time. He needed to see if Xiao Ying's live broadcast was still going on. He promised Mu Hong to bring her sister back. Since he made a promise, he must do it. Xiao Fan saw that the live broadcast was still going on. The number of fans in Xiao Ying's live broadcast room had skyrocketed to more than 10,000. Xiao Ying kept asking, "Friend who just gave me gifts, are you there? I really don't understand why you gave me such expensive gifts and so many at once." Mu Hong had heard her sister's questions a long time ago, but she didn't know how to answer, so she simply chose to remain silent. Xiao Fan said, "I'm still here. Do you really want to know why I gave you so many gifts?" Xiao Ying saw Xiao Fan's speech immediately. Because she had been staring at the message area, she immediately responded, "I'm really curious. Can you tell me why?" Xiao Fan said, "I can tell you why, but I can't tell you here. I'll tell you a place. If you are willing to go, I can tell you the answer. If you don't want to go, forget it." Mu Hong looked at Xiao Fan's speech and said nervously, "Will Xiao Fan's words make Xiao Ying give up exploring the answer?" Xu smiled and said, "I think you are really too nervous, sister. I think Mr. Xiao did a good job and completely took advantage of your sister's curiosity. Don't you see that since Mr. Xiao finished giving gifts, your sister has been asking who gave the gifts? Why so many gifts? There is a momentum of never giving up until the goal is achieved, and Mr. Xiao completely took advantage of her curiosity. I think your sister will definitely take the bait." "Sure enough," Xiao Ying said after a silence for a while. "Then you tell me a place, and I'll find you now." So Xiao Fan said the name of Changhong Bar, and then Xiao Ying ended the live broadcast directly. Xiao Fan called an online taxi and decided to go back to Changhong Bar. When Xiao Fan returned to the bar, Xiao Ying had actually arrived. Xiao Fan went directly to Mu Hong's room and saw the twin sisters crying like a pair of tearful people. Xiao Ying not only did not reject her sister, but also showed her intimacy with her sister. It turned out that when Xiao Ying was a teenager, she knew that she had no blood relationship with her parents, and her relationship with her adoptive parents was not good, so she left home early and started her own independent life. She had done many jobs and finally chose to be a travel anchor, but none of them were successful. Mu Ying was very excited and happy to be able to recognize her biological sister this time, and she was also extremely grateful to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan waited for the sisters who had just recognized each other to say some more about the pain of missing each other, and then he hit them. Xiao Fan said to Mu Hong, "Sister Hong, there are some things I want to talk to you alone right away." Mu Hong didn't know what Xiao Fan was going to say to her, but seeing that he was so serious, Mu Hong didn't delay at all and nodded to show her agreement. Mu Ying said, "Mr. Xiao, I just found my sister and you want to snatch her away. This is so unfair." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't snatch your sister away. I will return your sister to you soon." Of course, Mu Ying said this just as a joke, and she would not really try to keep her sister by force. Mu Hong took Xiao Fan out of the room, and Xiao Fan said, "Do you have a room with very good sound insulation?" Mu Hong misunderstood Xiao Fan's meaning, and her pretty face couldn't help blushing and said, "There is no need to be so troublesome. I can just hold back and not make any sound." Blurted out without thinking, "It will be very painful later. I'm worried that you can't hold it back. I'd better find a room with very good sound insulation so that I can feel at ease." Mu Hong said confidently, "Don't worry, I can hold back if I say I can, and I will definitely not make any sound. Last night was my first time. Didn't I feel particularly painful? Why do I still feel particularly painful now?" Xiao Fan realized that Mu Hong had misunderstood his meaning and smiled. "What are you thinking about in your head? I'm not going to do what you think. I have a very important matter that requires you to find a room with absolutely excellent sound insulation." Mu Hong realized that she had misunderstood Xiao Fan's words, and her originally blushing cheeks now looked even more delicate and charming, just like a red apple in autumn. Mu Hong stopped talking and took Xiao Fan to the underground wine cellar of the bar. Then he entered the wine cellar and said, "It's very quiet here, and the sound insulation is also very good. What are you going to do? Can you tell me?" Xiao Fan looked at Mu Hong and said seriously, Mu Hong, there is something very important. I must let you know now. The means you saw me use before are actually my superpowers. Mu Hong nodded and replied, Actually, I have thought of these. Even if you don't tell me, I can roughly guess them. Xiao Fan continued, But this is not the secret I want to tell you. What I really want to tell you is that I can also help you and let you have your own superpowers. Mu Hong's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her ears. Could it be that she could also have such means? This was something she didn't even dare to think about. Xiao Fan then said, But this is a very painful transformation process. During this process, you will experience hellish torment. Are you willing to endure such pain and suffering? Mu Hong nodded very firmly and said, As long as it is something you ask me to do, no matter how much pain I endure, I will do it. Xiao Fan was very moved when he heard Mu Hong's words. He couldn't help but gently rubbed her hair and said, Mu Hong, then you awaken your superpowers. If you really can't stand this pain during this process, you can also shout out loud. After you awaken your superpowers, I have something more important to tell you. Mu Hong nodded and suddenly asked again, Can my sister and sister Xia awaken their superpowers? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I feel that you seem to have very powerful enemies of your own. If we can all awaken our superpowers, we can all be your helpers. Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, Not everyone can awaken their superpowers. Once the awakening of superpowers fails, there is only one way to die. At present, I can only grasp the ability to awaken your superpowers safely. Mu Hong nodded and said, Then let's get started. Xiao Fan took out a blue crystal gem from his own supernatural space. Of course, this is not a gem, but a crystal core taken from the body of an interstellar iron beetle. Mu Hong looked at the crystal core in Xiao Fan's hand in amazement, and couldn't help but exclaimed, It's so beautiful! Xiao Fan smiled and said, This is not just beautiful, it hides a very terrible energy, and it can be fused with your heart. After the fusion, you will feel supernatural powers. But the fusion process is long and painful. Mu Hong answered very firmly, No matter how painful it is, I will never give up. Xiao Fan gently blocked her mouth, and then began to slowly exert force. It lasted for 3 minutes before Xiao Fan retracted his mouth. Then Xiao Fan said, Let's start now. Close your eyes, it's best not to think about anything. Mu Hong's beautiful eyes slowly closed. Xiao Fan whispered in her ear, I will put this crystal core on your chest. Let him feel your heart beating. It will turn into an energy beam and slowly penetrate into your body and enter your heart. Then it will begin to merge with your heart. Mu Hong nodded gently. Xiao Fan continued, The length of the fusion time depends on how fast your heart absorbs these energies. If you are fully prepared, I will start. Mu Hong nodded gently again. Xiao Fan stopped talking and pressed the crystal core in his hand against Mu Hong's heart. Mu Hong's body couldn't help but shudder. She had never had such a strange feeling. She felt that her whole body was wrapped in a special energy. At the beginning, this special energy made her feel a little cold, but then these special energies seemed to become a cold, sharp knife, stabbing into her heart fiercely. She felt that she was not dead, but she was in extreme pain, because she could feel the knife that stabbed into her heart, stabbing her heart again and again. She finally understood why Xiao Fan told her that if she really couldn't bear it, she could scream out loud, because it was too painful, an unprecedented pain. But Mu Hong was strong. She didn't want to appear too weak in front of her man. She didn't want the man in front of her to worry too much about her. She just wanted this man to feel happy and relaxed when he was with her. So she just endured this unprecedented great pain. Soon she felt that the sharp knife that stabbed into her heart slowly began to melt and began to merge with her heart. At first, the tip of the knife disappeared, and slowly the blade began to disappear. But just when Mu Hong felt that her pain was about to disappear, the melting sharp knife suddenly became complete again and stabbed into her heart again. Mu Hong couldn't bear it this time and let out a painful groan. At this moment, her whole body seemed to be drenched by water, and even sweat dripped down her clothes and fell to the ground. It can be seen what kind of painful torture Mu Hong endured in just a few minutes. Finally, I felt the tip of the knife begin to melt again, and then the blade began to melt. But as expected, the strange sharp knife was restored to its original state and pierced her heart more fiercely. In this way, the pain became more and more intense, and the energy fused in Muhong's heart became more and more, but the crystal core only disappeared by 1/3 at this moment. Xiao Fan looked at the woman in front of him with some heartache, so stubborn that people couldn't help but want to hug her. But Xiao Fan still resisted the urge to hug her, because Xiao Fan knew that Muhong must not be disturbed at all at this time. Muhong's body began to tremble violently, and the sweat on her body kept scattering everywhere because of her body shaking. Her originally delicate face became pale and bloodless at this moment. Xiao Fan knew that Muhong was in extreme pain, but she was so stubborn that she didn't even want to make a sound of pain until she had no choice. Xiao Fan could only watch like this, and could only hope that the crystal core in his hand could quickly complete the fusion with Muhong's heart. Muhong didn't know how many times her heart had been stabbed. She felt that she had no strength to support it. She tried hard to stand up, but she really couldn't stand up. Her body collapsed on the ground, and she was still shaking violently. Although Muhong collapsed on the ground, she only groaned occasionally, and never screamed from beginning to end. This kind of pain lasted for an hour and a half before it ended. The crystal core in Xiao Fan's hand completely disappeared, because the crystal core was completely transformed into energy and merged into Muhong's heart. Muhong seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. She closed her eyes tightly, and only her breathing was relatively stable. Otherwise, if someone saw her at this time, they would definitely think that Muhong was a dying person. Although Muhong was still lying on the ground, Xiao Fan did not move her. This was a very critical moment for awakening her superpowers, and there must be no disturbance. At this time, if you worry that the ground is too cold to move her, it will actually harm her. Xiao Fan didn't know how long this time would last, but what Xiao Fan was sure of was that Muhong, who woke up again, would be completely reborn and possess powerful supernatural powers. Xiao Fan quietly left the wine cellar and locked the door. He returned to Muhong's room and saw Mu Ying and Xu Xia chatting. Xiao Fan said, "If you two are sleepy, take a rest. You don't have to wait for Muhong. She went to do something I taught her to do. You must not go to her. She will come back after she finishes her work." Xiao Fan did not tell them the truth. This was not that Xiao Fan deliberately concealed it from them, but it was completely unnecessary. Mu Ying asked, "But what exactly did my sister do? When will she be back?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will be back in a few hours. I'm leaving first. There are other things to do." Xiao Fan left without explaining. Mu Ying looked at Xiao Fan's back and said worriedly, "Why did he leave like this? He didn't explain clearly. Is my sister safe?" Xu Xia comforted him. "Don't worry, your sister will be fine. Mr. Xiao is still worthy of our trust. He will never hurt your sister." Mu Ying was relieved. The reason why Xiao Fan couldn't wait to leave was that he had to help Yuan Li awaken her superpowers immediately. Yuan Li was too difficult to deal with. She was very wary of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was really troubled. He didn't know how to make this woman trust him completely. Otherwise, if this woman refused to cooperate during the awakening process, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Xiao Fan had no choice now. No matter how difficult it was, he had to help Yuan Li awaken her superpowers because he needed Yuan Li, an assistant who could awaken superpowers. According to Xiao Fan's understanding of Yuan Li should still be in the real estate company now because Yuan Li has just taken over the real estate company, and she is a workaholic, so she must work overtime as soon as possible to sort out the company's affairs. As expected by Xiao Fan, the lights in Yuan Li's office were indeed on. However, the office building of the real estate company has been locked, which is not a problem for Xiao Fan. He used his special ability to climb directly into the office building, and then came to the door of Yuan Li's office. At this time, only Yuan Li's office light was on in the entire office building. It seems that only this strong woman is working overtime. Xiao Fan knocked on the door. Yuan Li was completely immersed in work and did not realize that she was the only one in the entire company. She instinctively said, "Come in." Xiao Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Wen Li was still staring at the computer screen processing documents. she asked without raising her head. Just tell me what's the matter. Xiao Fan didn't say anything, but walked in front of her. Yu Wenli felt something was wrong. She quickly looked up and saw Xiao Fan. She screamed in fright. She yelled, Xiao Fan, how did you get in? Xiao Fan laughed. Yu Wenli, is it necessary to be so excited? Didn't you just let me in? Yu Wenli said angrily. I mean, how did you show up in my company? Xiao Fan deliberately teased her and said, I said, do you need to be so angry? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Of course I have something very important for you to do, so I came to you. Yu Wenli snorted and said, I'm very sorry. I don't have time to help you. Don't forget the agreement between us. You can let me do things, but it can't affect my handling of company affairs. Xiao Fan laughed. I know you are very busy now, so I came here in person. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't come to disturb you. Yu Wenli asked impatiently, What on earth do you want to say quickly? I'm really busy. Xiao Fan said seriously, I want to take you into a brand new world. Originally, I planned to take you into this brand new world in 2 or 3 days, but now the situation has changed. I decided to let you know this brand new world in advance. I wonder if you are interested? Yu Wenli's beautiful big eyes became more and more incredible and said, Xiao Fan, I have long suspected that you are mentally ill. Now it seems that your mind is really abnormal. What brand new world do you want me to enter? Am I going to become a mental patient like you? I'm not interested. I think you should keep your own brand new world for yourself. Don't come to torture me. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, It seems that you really don't believe what I said, but it doesn't matter at all. I can prove it to you. But once I take you into this brand new world, you must agree to one condition of mine. Yu Wenli snorted, I really have no interest in entering your brand new world, Yu. Yu Wenli stopped abruptly before he could finish his sentence. Because she was completely shocked by what she saw, because the desk in front of her and everything on it disappeared. Her mouth was wide open, enough to fit a big goose egg. Xiao Fan walked in front of her, stretched out his hand to help her close her mouth, and then said, Are you shocked? If you are shocked by what you just saw, then I feel a little disappointed. Because in my heart, you should be a person with very good psychological quality. But Yu Wenli couldn't say a word. Xiao Fan continued, If you are willing, I will take you into this new world. And the thing you saw, the thing that made you feel incomprehensible and deeply shocked before, is not worth mentioning in the new world I am talking about. At that time, your life level will be sublimated. Are you willing to seize this opportunity? Yu Wenli was still in a state of shock and couldn't speak at all, let alone answer Xiao Fan's question. Xiao Fan walked over and pinched her cheek, but there was still no reaction. Xiao Fan slapped her, which completely woke Yu Wenli up. Yu Wenli felt her left face burning, but she didn't care about it anymore and asked, Who are you? You are definitely not alone. Xiao Fan was so angry that he laughed. You are not alone. Yu Wenli hurriedly explained, What I mean is that you are not an ordinary person. Xiao Fan asked, I am indeed not an ordinary person, and now there is an opportunity for you to no longer be an ordinary person. It depends on whether you are willing to seize this opportunity. Yu Wenli stared at Xiao Fan for a long time. Xiao Fan also remained silent and stopped talking. He didn't want to disturb this woman at this time, and was willing to give her some time to think carefully. Yu Wenli finally spoke and said, Why did you choose me? Xiao Fan smiled and said, The reason is very simple, because you are beautiful. Yu Wenli looked at Xiao Fan with doubt, and finally shook his head and said, I don't believe what you said at all. Maybe I am indeed beautiful, and I am very confident about this. But there are many beautiful women around you. Why didn't you choose them? Xiao Fan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This woman was shocked just now, but she was still able to maintain such rational thinking, which was really very, very rare. Xiao Fan could only unfold his deceiving magic skill and said, Because my eyes are different from others, I can tell who can awaken superpowers, that is, have the same superpowers as me. Not everyone's body is suitable for awakening superpowers, but your body can awaken superpowers. It has such potential. Yu Wenli asked, So you chose me? But let me ask you a question. Without your help, can I also awaken superpowers? Xiao Fan suddenly pinched her chin and sneered, I say, woman, Aren't you too ambitious? If I don't help you, even if you have the potential to awaken superpowers, what does it matter? Don't even think about awakening superpowers in this life. At the end of your life, you will just become a handful of ashes. No different from other ordinary people. Only I can take you into a new world and let you have your own superpowers. I am your guide and your master. Yuan Li wanted to break free from Xiao Fan's hand, but found that she couldn't do it at all, so she simply stopped struggling and said, "If you can really help me awaken my superpowers and enter the new world you mentioned, I can admit that you are my guide. But you want to be my master. This is absolutely impossible." Xiao Fan said firmly, "There is no room for bargaining on this matter. You want me to be your guide and take you into the world you want to enter. You must recognize me as your master and accept my absolute arrangements and leadership. Otherwise, I will give up on you. Then no matter how good your potential is, it's no different from an ordinary person." Yuan Li also answered firmly, "Even if you become an ordinary person, it may not be a bad thing for me. I now have my favorite career, and my life will become very wonderful, belonging to the wonderfulness of an ordinary person, and there is nothing wrong with it. It is absolutely impossible for me to recognize you as my master, so I would rather be an ordinary person." Xiao Fan sneered, "If I really give up on you this time, you can't be an ordinary person. You think you really have your favorite career, but it's just a flash in the pan. To tell you the truth, why did I sell all the assets of my Xiao group at a low price to buy all kinds of necessities of life? Do you think a person like me with superpowers is an idiot?" Yuan Li felt something was very wrong and asked hurriedly, "Why did you do this?" Fan smiled and said, "You only remembered to ask this question after I reminded you. To be honest, I am worried about your IQ." Of course, this was Xiao Fan deliberately suppressing Yuan Li psychologically, and he wanted to shatter all the pride and self-esteem of this woman. Yuan Li's expression really became a little unnatural. Xiao Fan continued, "That's because I know that in a few days our planet will be invaded, and everything on our planet will be destroyed. Your current company will be destroyed, and you will even die. Do you really think that you can live a wonderful life by being an ordinary person? You won't even have a life by then. So what career can you talk about? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The expression on Yuan Li's face changed rapidly, and finally he said, "I don't believe what you said is true. You must be lying to me. You told me this just to make me submit to you. You want me to recognize you as my master and become your slave. You can't succeed at all." Xiao Fan said seriously, "Then I'll show you another thing, so you can see whether what I said is true or false." As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, a huge interstellar iron beetle head suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Li. Yuan Li was so scared that she screamed. Xiao Fan blocked her mouth, and Yuan Li's shouting stopped abruptly. Xiao Fan calmed her down, let her go and continued, "Do you still think I'm lying to you? In a few days, such monsters will continue to come to our planet. Everything on this planet will be destroyed. Only 1 or 2% of humans can survive, but the survivors will be slowly killed. You, Yuan Li, will even become their food. They will even implant their insect eggs in your stomach and let you give birth to a bunch of little bugs for them." "Ah!" Yuan Li screamed desperately again, completely interrupting Xiao Fan's words. She shouted, "Please stop talking. It's disgusting to death. I don't want to have a bunch of little bugs. I don't want them to implant bug eggs. I don't want it. I don't want it." Xiao Fan sneered, "If you want to get rid of this tragic fate, it's not impossible. You need to have enough self-protection power. That is, you need to have your own superpowers, just like me. I am now willing to be your guide and help you awaken your superpowers. You should be grateful to me, because I came to save you, but you rejected me again and again, which makes me feel very angry and disappointed." Yuan Li pleaded, "I also want to awaken superpowers, but can you please not humiliate me and make me your slave?" Xiao Fan stared at Yuan Li's beautiful big eyes and looked at her without saying anything. Yuan Li had the courage to look at him at the beginning, but soon she was defeated and lowered her head. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and lifted her chin and said, "To tell you the truth, do you think it is such a simple thing to help you awaken your superpowers? I need to pay a very high price. Xiao Fan said this and took out the last remaining crystal core from his superpower space, and then continued. See, it is the key to help you awaken your superpowers, not how good your potential is to awaken your superpowers. Without this thing, no matter how good your potential is, you are also an ordinary person. Yu Wenli looked at the blue crystal clear gem and felt that the crystal core was extraordinary. She knew that Xiao Fan might not have lied to herself. He really had to pay a great price to help her awaken her superpowers, so it was not too much to want some rewards. But when she thought that the man in front of her was going to be her master, she was still very unwilling. Before this, she was a very arrogant iceberg female president, and she had never been humiliated like this. It was really hard for her to accept it from her heart. But the temptation in front of her was very huge, and she said that she was absolutely deceiving herself if she said she was not moved at all. At this time, she was hesitant because of this. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I only have this one crystal core left, and I believe there are many people like you who have the potential to awaken superpowers. If you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, why should I use my only crystal core to help a person who doesn't want to listen to me awaken his superpowers? Instead of finding an obedient person? Yu Wenli said unwillingly, but it is really too hard for me to recognize you as my master and be your slave. Xiao Fan said seriously, I said I want to be your master, and I didn't say you want you to be my slave. The second half of the sentence was made up by you. Since I helped you awaken your superpowers and made you so powerful, do you think I would be stupid enough to deliberately humiliate you and let you resist me? Yu Wenli didn't speak. She wanted to hear what Xiao Fan had to say. Xiao Fan continued, when I said I want to be your master, I just want you to accept my command and never disobey my orders at any time. As for the things you have imagined to humiliate your personality, I will not do them. This is not a concession made by Xiao Fan, but a negotiation strategy. Just like two people bargaining in business, you put forward a price that the other party absolutely cannot accept at the beginning. Just when he feels desperate, you make a little concession, which will make the other party feel very accomplished and think that he has made great progress. In fact, this is completely digging a pit for the other party, so that the other party will jump into the pit willingly. Xiao Fan is now using this trick on Yu Wenli. Yu Wenli is a very proud woman. If Xiao Fan tells her his real bottom line at the beginning, she will definitely bargain. So to deal with such a woman, you can only put forward a condition that makes her feel very excessive, and then withdraw to your real bottom line. In this way, you can truly tame Yu Wenli. This is Xiao Fan's strategy. Sure enough, Yu Wenli asked, you really just want me to accept your leadership? You really won't let me do some messy things? Xiao Fan asked with a smirk, what do you mean by messy things? Yu Wenli said shyly, for example, let me serve you. The smile on Xiao Fan's face became even worse, but he said, in fact, which man doesn't desire such a thing? But you don't need to be too nervous. If I say that I don't have any ideas about you, you may not believe it yourself. That's your own failure, right? But I will never force you to do it. If one day you have admiration for me and are willing to do it, I won't object. Yu Wenli rolled his eyes at Xiao Fan and said, then remember what you said. I can accept your conditions. As long as you help me awaken my superpowers, I am willing to accept your command. Xiao Fan smiled and said, you have to think it over, clearly. Once you agree to it, you must never regret it or cheat at that time. Don't think about fooling me first and then wait for the awakening of superpowers to resist me. If you really think so, you can only hurt yourself. Because when I help you awaken your superpowers, I will implant a special program in your body. As long as you break your oath, this program will prompt you to self-destruct. Of course, this is all nonsense that Xiao Fan said, and he was also fooling Yu Wenli. This is Xiao Fan using the information gap to intimidate Yu Wenli, but it has to be said that the effect is very good. Yu Wenli really had this idea in her mind. If Xiao Fan's future instructions were really outrageous, she could completely refuse to start her own business. But now that Xiao Fan said this, she had to completely get rid of the vague idea in her heart. She didn't want to die from self-destruction. That way of death was Yu Wenli nodded and replied, I will keep my oath after I swear, But don't go too far with the program you implanted in my body. No matter what happens, I can't explode if I go against your wishes." Xiao Fan raised her chin again and said, "Don't worry, I have worked so hard to help you awaken your superpowers. How can I let you die casually? That would be a huge loss for me." Yuanli thought about what Xiao Fan said, and it seemed to make a lot of sense. What's more, if Xiao Fan really wanted to do something to you, it would be the best time for him to do it before you awaken your superpowers, because you have no power to resist at this time. But Xiao Fan has only been negotiating conditions with you so far, and he hasn't done anything to you, which shows that Xiao Fan is still a gentleman. At least he has a certain bottom line in being bad. Yuanli then said, "I swear that as long as you give me the right instructions, I will never disobey you. So can I awaken my superpowers now? Do I need to, prepare anything in advance?" Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "You don't need to make any preparations in advance, but you must be mentally prepared. Awakening superpowers is also a very cruel process. I hope you can endure it. If you can't endure it, it is very likely that you will die in the process of awakening your superpowers. Can you do it?" Yuanli nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely endure it, no matter how cruel it is." Changhong Bar Underground Winery. Mu Hong woke up slowly. As soon as she opened her eyes, 2 rays of light shot out from her pupils. The 2 rays of light fell on 2 wine bottles at the same time, and the wine bottles instantly turned into nothingness. This is Mu Hong's superpower. Her beautiful big eyes have become her weapons, which are much more advanced and powerful than any existing laser weapons. Mu Hong hurriedly thought about it, and the light in her eyes disappeared. She was shocked by herself. She actually awakened such a terrible superpower. She immediately became very excited again. She wanted to tell Xiao Fan the good news immediately, but she didn't see Xiao Fan. She pushed open the door of the wine cellar and walked out of the wine cellar to look for Xiao Fan, but there were only Mu Ying and Xu Xia sleeping in the room. Xu Xia was awakened by the sound of Mu Hong's footsteps. She looked at Mu Hong and asked, "Sister, where have you been? Why did you come back so late?" Mu Ying woke up slowly when she heard Xu Xia talking. She saw her sister in a daze and asked, "Sister, I was worried about what Xiao Fan did to you." Mu Hong said seriously, "Don't ever have such ridiculous ideas in the future. Remember, he will be our god in the future." Mu Ying was shocked to hear her sister being so serious and hurriedly explained, "Sister, why are you so serious? I was just joking." Xu Xia was also shocked. She didn't know what had happened. Why did Mu Hong suddenly become so serious to her sister, whom she had just met? Mu Hong said, "Remember, don't make such jokes in the future. Xiao Fan will definitely not harm us. He will only help us and take care of us. In the future, we must rely on him wholeheartedly. If we gain the ability to help him one day, we must do our best to help him." Mu Ying said seriously, "Sister, I remember everything you said, but can you tell me what happened? I suddenly feel that you have changed a lot." Xu Xia also asked curiously, "What happened to my sister? I feel like something happened between you and Xiao Fan that we don't know about?" Mu Hong nodded but didn't explain. Because she didn't know how to tell her sister and Xu Xia, because Xiao Fan didn't intend to let them know the secrets, then Mu Hong felt that she shouldn't leak the secrets. So she just nodded and didn't explain anything. Mu Ying became even more curious and asked, "What happened to my sister? I really want to know." At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. 5 big men rushed in from outside, and Xu Xia recognized them at a glance. They were all Brother Huo's men. The leader was called Jin Hu, who was Brother Huo's confidant. He was not at the horse farm at the time, but now he came back and found this place. Jin Hu glanced at Mu Hong, then looked at Xu Xia and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's going on? Why can't Brother Huo be found? I can't contact him and his phone can't be dialed at all." Xu Xia looked at Jin Hu's vicious eyes and was really nervous. She was a little at a loss, and she didn't know how to answer this question. Mu Hong said calmly, "Aren't you too rude to do this? Why did you break into my house directly, and it was so rude? Even your Brother Huo has never been like this when he came to me." Jin Hu snorted and said, "Mu Hong, don't think we don't know what you did. You took a man to find Brother Huo, and then Brother Huo disappeared inexplicably. Not only his phone couldn't be dialed, But other people's phones couldn't be dialed either. What's going on? What did you do to Brother Huo? If you don't make it clear today, I tell you, no one here today will want to live. Mu Ying was frightened and pale as paper. She had never seen such a scene. At this time, Xuxia calmed down and said, "Your brother Huo is taking people to do a big business. Maybe his mobile phone is turned off due to special circumstances. It is not convenient to contact you now, and your brother Huo is worried about me, so he asked me to stay here with Mu Hong for a few days. What on earth do you want to do by making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid that your brother Huo will settle the score with you after he comes back?" Jin Hu snorted and said, "You stinky woman, you are still talking nonsense at this time. If brother Huo really goes to make a big deal, how could he not leave any explanation in advance? Maybe it is not convenient for him to contact other people, but he will definitely contact me, and he and I are the closest. So I advise you, a stinky woman, to tell the truth. Otherwise you should know what kind of person I, Jin Hu, am, and what means I will use to deal with you." Xuxia also said angrily, "Your brother Huo is not by my side, but you are so disrespectful to me, and I am still your sister-in-law. Don't you really listen to a word I say?" Jin Hu sneered. "Before, for the sake of brother Huo, I could call you sister-in-law, but to put it bluntly, you are a bitch. I am just a plaything of my brother Huo. Do you really think you have a great reputation? Now tell the truth quickly, or we brothers will take turns to serve you." Another one named Black Cat also threatened, "Brother Hu, these bitches won't cry until they see the coffin, and they are still so stubborn. Why talk to them? Just go ahead and let them taste how powerful we brothers are." The other big men all laughed maliciously. Xuxia said angrily, "Are you here to inquire about your eldest brother? Or are you deliberately bullying us while your eldest brother is away? If you really dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid that your eldest brother will punish you severely when he comes back?" Xuxia was still very fierce when she said this. She didn't know what to do. She just hoped to delay some time and hope that Xiao Fan would come here quickly. Otherwise, how could the weak women deal with these big men? Xuxia even began to wink at Mu Hong, hoping that Mu Hong could contact Xiao Fan secretly, but Mu Hong seemed to deliberately turn a blind eye to her eyes. Xuxia couldn't help but secretly worry in her heart. She knew this group of bastards very well. They were guys who could do whatever they said and would really torture them severely. Jin Hu suddenly looked at Xuxia and said, "You bitch, stop winking at Mu Hong. Do you think I can't see it? You are all a pair of bitches. Don't play any tricks in front of me. Otherwise, you will all die." Mu Hong said coldly at this time, "I am in a very good mood today. I will give you one last chance. Get out of my sight immediately, or I will make you disappear forever." Jin Hu was furious when he heard this. He took out his gun from his body, pointed the black muzzle at Mu Hong's head and sneered, "Who did you rely on, you damn bitch, to dare to threaten me like this? Then I will send you away." Mu Ying shouted, "Don't hurt my sister." Black Cat's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Brother Hu, I just saw that our brothers are blessed. They are actually a pair of twin sisters. Isn't it a pity for Brother Hu to just kill these women like this, especially this pair of twin sisters? We brothers must enjoy it well." Jin Hu really didn't notice it before. At that time, Mu Ying was so scared that she was shaking all over and lowered her head. He really didn't see that Mu Hong and Mu Ying were a pair of twin sisters. At this time, after the reminder of the Black Cat, he took a closer look and found that they were really a pair of twin sisters. He also showed an evil smile and said, "I didn't expect that we came to Brother Huo and there would be such an unexpected surprise. Such a good thing, but it has not been seen for many years. Especially such a pair of top-notch twin sisters. How can I not understand the feelings of the brothers? Play whatever you want." Black Cat laughed and said, "I said, Mu Hong, are you going to take the initiative to serve us brothers, or let us help you personally?" Mu Hong really didn't want to reveal the secret of her awakening superpowers, but at this time, she didn't want to reveal her secret. So she looked at the Black Cat, and her eyes shot out two beams of light, flashing blue beams under the light. The Black Cat just screamed, and before he had time to shout out the complete scream, he disappeared at an extremely incredible speed. In less than a second, living person disappeared just like that. Mu Ying and Xu Xia couldn't believe their eyes at all, and even at this moment, they suspected that they were dreaming. Jinhu and the several big men behind him were all petrified, but the next moment, Mu Hong looked at Jinhu and sneered. "I really didn't want to kill you. You are just a few trash. How can you deserve me to kill you in this way? But I gave you a way to live and you didn't go. Then I will just send you on your way." Mu Hong's words were full of murderous intent, and Jinhu was awakened and hurriedly begged, "Sister Hong, please let me go. Give me a way to live." As he said that, he was about to pull the trigger of his pistol, but then he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Because two blue beams shot out of Mu Hong's eyes again, the pistol in his hand and his arm began to melt, and then his screams stopped abruptly, and he also turned into a state of nothingness. The three big men behind him turned around and were about to run, but unfortunately they had no chance to escape. In just less than 2 seconds, all three men were killed by Mu Hong and turned into nothingness. Mu Hong was also secretly surprised, because she found that her mood could actually control the power and speed of her killing. Just now, because the three big men wanted to escape, Mu Hong felt a little anxious in her heart, so the two beams of light shot out of her eyes instantly increased the speed and power of killing. This discovery made Mu Hong feel very excited, and she became more and more experienced in her way of killing. Mu Hong looked at Xu Xia and Mu Ying and said, "I didn't scare you two. Remember, this is my secret. You two must keep it secret for me, and you must never tell this matter to anyone." Xu Xia and Mu Ying both nodded mechanically. They were so shocked that they didn't actually hear clearly what Mu Hong said. After a long time, Xu Xia was the first to wake up. She asked, excitedly stammering, Sister, what happened just now? Was what I saw real or fake? Did you kill them all like this? Am I dreaming?" Mu Hong smiled and said, "Sister Xia, you are not dreaming. Xiao Fan just helped me awaken my superpowers. I am also a person with superpowers, and I have become exactly the same as Xiao Fan. So killing those garbage just now is a very simple thing for me. If Xiao Fan was here, it might be even simpler." Mu Hong now has a very blind admiration and trust in Xiao Fan. In fact, she doesn't know that Xiao Fan can also kill all the garbage easily, but Xiao Fan's speed in clearing these garbage may not be as fast as hers. The light in her eyes is death, and Xiao Fan really can't compare to it. Mu Ying regained her sanity and asked, "Sister, so Xiao Fan asked you to go out alone just to help you awaken this superpower? I'm really envious. It would be great if Xiao Fan could also help me awaken this superpower." Xu Xia also showed an expectant look. No one would not be tempted by this temptation. Mu Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry. Xiao Fan just promised me that if there is a chance in the future, he will definitely help you awaken your superpowers. Let you become the same as us, but when you have superpowers, you must be very loyal to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is everything to us. Can you do it?" Mu Ying nodded hurriedly and Xu Xia nodded immediately. Mu Hong actually didn't know whether Xiao Fan could help them awaken their superpowers. But people always have to have a goal to live, otherwise they will lose the motivation to live, right? So Mu Hong wrote this blank check for Xiao Fan, waiting for Xiao Fan to accept it later. Mu Hong was also very upset at this time. This was the first time she had killed someone in her life. Although this killing method seemed too simple, as if she had not done it herself, the scene was not bloody, and there was not even a corpse left, but she still killed so many people at once, and her heartbeat accelerated a lot. She looked out the window, hoping that Xiao Fan could come back to her as soon as possible, so that she could feel more at ease. Mu Ying looked at her sister with envy. From this moment, she suddenly found that her sister seemed to be more beautiful and charming than before, and she became infinitely taller in her heart. Xu Xia also had almost the same feeling. But Mu Hong did not see the way the two of them looked at her. She just wanted Xiao Fan to come back to her as soon as possible, but she didn't know that Xiao Fan was in a big trouble now. At this time, Xiao Fan was helping Yu Wenli awaken her superpowers. Yu Wenli survived the most difficult stage and was in a coma at the moment. In fact, this state is the key stage of superpower awakening, which is also a stage in which the cells of the superpower awakener mutate. This time, Xiao Fan did not choose to leave directly, but quietly stood by. The reason why Xiao Fan did this was not because he cared more about Yu Wenli. On the contrary, Yuan Li was far less important than Mu Hong in Xiao Fan's heart, but Xiao Fan chose to stay by her side, just to instill in her the importance of loyalty as soon as she woke up. This is a very important concept installation, and Xiao Fan would never miss it. Yuan Li collapsed to the ground. It must be said that at this moment, Yuan Li had lost the usual high-handed and unapproachable state of a strong woman, and looked more pitiful and unique. Xiao Fan had some strange thoughts, and at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed outside the window. Then he saw a huge interstellar iron beetle landed outside the window. Xiao Fan couldn't help but get nervous. Yuan Li is now in a very critical period of awakening her superpowers, and she must not be disturbed. It just so happened that an interstellar iron beetle came at this time, and this interstellar iron beetle looked very special. That is, Xiao Fan had never seen it in the 50 years of the end of the world. Because the head of this interstellar iron beetle is actually light gold, and this kind of interstellar iron beetle is the first time to appear. Xiao Fan actually didn't understand how this damn interstellar iron beetle found him at this time. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and suddenly realized that he was really careless this time. In order to fool Yuan Li, he took out the head of an interstellar iron beetle from his supernatural space, and then helped Yuan Li awaken his supernatural power. His focus was always on Yuan Li, and he actually ignored the head and didn't put it away again. This damn interstellar iron beetle must have found this place because of this head. Xiao Fan did not choose to act immediately, because if he could delay the time as much as possible, it would be best to wait until Yuan Li wakes up. For Xiao Fan, it would be the best choice. The interstellar, ironclad beetle with a light golden head outside the window did not choose to act immediately, but his body began to change rapidly and turned out to be exactly the same as Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan seemed to see another self through the mirror, which made him couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. What made Xiao Fan feel extremely shocked was that this was also the first time he saw an interstellar ironclad beetle that could change its appearance. This interstellar ironclad beetle with a light golden head was indeed different. Xiao Fan and he looked at each other through the window, and no one spoke first. Finally, the fake Xiao Fan outside the window sneered, "Your patience really surprised me. Did you kill my 2 servants?" Xiao Fan said, "If you want to talk to me, you should change a place." The fake Xiao Fan glanced at Yuan Li on the ground and said, "You are worried that I will disturb her. It seems that you are really nervous about her. But I want to kill her now, but you have no way to stop me. Believe it or not?" Xiao Fan's face became extremely ugly. This damn interstellar ironclad beetle actually saw through his intentions. Yuan Li's body actually trembled because of the fake Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan knew that Yuan Li had been affected. This damn bastard is really damnable. Xiao Fan wanted to kill him directly, but now he is facing a dilemma. If he chooses to fight with the other party immediately, it would be better if he kills the other party with one blow. If there is no way to kill the other party at once, it will form a stalemate, which will be very disadvantageous for Yuan Li. But Xiao Fan is not sure that he can kill the other party with one blow, because it is also the first time for him to face such a strange opponent. Xiao Fan has no idea how strong the opponent is. But if he delays and this guy continues to make trouble, or this guy suddenly chooses to take action, it will also have a major impact on Yuan Li. So Xiao Fan is in a difficult situation now. Fake Xiao Fan sneered, "Do you know why I came here? I ordered you to surrender, but you killed all my servants. This makes me feel very embarrassed, and I was attacked at the headquarters, so I came here in person just to get rid of you." Xiao Fan knew that he could no longer hesitate. This guy seemed to be going to kill you. The reason why the other party hadn't taken action immediately was because the other party wanted to attack him verbally and vent his anger. Xiao Fan figured this out without any hesitation. Suddenly, he had a bone spear in his hand, and he stabbed the fake Xiao Fan outside the window at the fastest speed without hesitation. Xiao Fan's spear stabbed out quickly, fiercely, and unexpectedly, but the fake Xiao Fan reacted faster. Almost at the same time as Xiao Fan took action, his body quickly retreated and flew into the night sky. In fact, Yuan Li really had to be grateful, that the fake Xiao Fan never really took her seriously. If the fake Xiao Fan really decided to get rid of Yuan Li might be in real danger now. Of course, this is not because the fake Xiao Fan is so kind or because he is kind to women. The fundamental reason is his blind arrogance and pride. In his eyes, no one on the entire planet is taken seriously by him, and Xiao Fan is just a person he thinks has a certain value. So he felt that there was no need to deliberately interfere with Yuan Li, and Yuan Li was very lucky to escape. When the fake Xiao Fan retreated and flew into the night sky, Fan jumped out of the window directly. At the same time, the bone spear in his hand was thrown out, and the target was the fake Xiao Fan flying upside down in the night sky. This spear directly carried the power of Xiao Fan's whole body, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and almost attacked the fake Xiao Fan at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. In fact, the fake Xiao Fan did not dare to be too arrogant. He was also very careful when facing the bone spear attacking him. This bone spear could really cause him harm. He hurriedly changed his speed while flying backwards, but the second bone spear seemed to have predicted his change and threw it at the direction he was about to go at a faster speed. The fake Xiao Fan began to get nervous at this time, knowing that this guy, who he didn't really care about, was actually not simple. He had extremely rich combat experience and was also very fierce. At this time, it was completely too late for him to change direction to dodge, so the fake Xiao Fan decided to use his trump card. He opened his mouth and spurted out a light golden liquid sword. This light golden liquid sword rushed straight to the second bone spear, which was simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the bone spear. Because this interstellar iron beetle was higher in level than all the previous interstellar iron beetles, the liquid he spit out was more corrosive. Therefore, this light golden liquid sword directly corroded the second bone spear into liquid. But Xiao Fan was not idle. He brought back a large number of bone spears from the supernatural space, so he took out 2 bone spears from the supernatural space and threw them at the interstellar iron beetle. Moreover, the direction and angle of the throw were very tricky, and there was a certain amount of advance time. Although the interstellar iron beetle dodged the 3rd bone spear, the 4th bone spear pierced his body. He let out a hysterical scream, and then his body turned back into its original form and fell to the ground. Xiao Fan walked over, used the bone spear to dig open his body and take out the crystal core, and put his body into his own supernatural space. Although this battle was a perfect victory, Xiao Fan was still very worried that this short battle would affect Yuan Li. He hurriedly returned to Yuan Li's office as soon as possible and saw that Yuan Li had slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Fan hurriedly walked to her side and asked, "How do you feel? Is it very different from before?" Xiao Fan is not sure what kind of supernatural power Yuan Li has awakened, so he can only ask this way. Yuan Li was still very weak at this time. She sat up with difficulty and said, "I feel that I have no strength in my body, as if I am completely overdrawn. Apart from that, I don't feel anything different from before." Xiao Fan's heart couldn't help but sink and asked, "How is it possible? You can't have awakened your superpowers." "Feel it carefully again. Concentrate your mind and body to feel whether there is anything special about you." Xiao Fan was also very uncertain in his heart. Did Yuan Li miss the opportunity to awaken her superpowers because of the battle just now? If so, even though Xiao Fan killed the interstellar iron beetle, it was completely a loss. Yuan Li followed what Xiao Fan said and gently closed her beautiful big eyes again and carefully felt her body. Suddenly she opened her eyes violently. She stretched out her right palm, and then a blue energy ball began to appear in the palm of her hand. The energy ball became larger and larger, and the energy contained in it became more and more manic. Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "Put it away quickly. Don't throw it out. I can feel it is very dangerous." Yuan Li's thought moved, and the energy ball in his palm disappeared. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. All his efforts were worth it. Yuan Li said, "Thank you so much." Xiao Fan sighed, "Don't you just want to thank me? Do you know that just when you were awakening your superpowers, there was an extremely powerful interstellar iron beetle who wanted to take the opportunity to destroy you? I protected you at the risk of my life. You can awaken your superpowers smoothly. I have paid so much for you and fought for you. You just want to say thank you to me." Yu Wenli asked doubtfully, "Is it true or false?" Xiao Fan helped Yu Wenli to the window and then pointed to a deep pit outside. It was the trace left by the corrosion of the liquid sprayed by the light golden interstellar iron beetle. Xiao Fan said, "See it? That's the trace left after I fought with him. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Yu Wenli looked at Xiao Fan gratefully and said, "Then how do you want me to thank you? I know you have paid a lot for me this time, but you will be my master in the future." Xiao Fan lifted her chin and said, "Now you don't have that kind of high-handed arrogance. You are more attractive." Yu Wenli shyly said, "Let me get used to it slowly, okay? I still feel very unnatural when you suddenly talk to me like this." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "What are your plans now? Do you still want to run your company?" Yu Wenli shook her head and replied, "If it were before, would definitely run my company wholeheartedly. But now I know so much. Would I do such a meaningless thing? If you are willing, I want to follow you." Xiao Fan smiled and nodded and said, "That's what I mean. I didn't intend to let you awaken your superpowers so early, but the situation is very critical now. I'm afraid if I delay any longer, I won't have time to help you awaken your superpowers." Yu Wenli lowered his head and asked, "Why are you so nice to me? Have you actually liked me secretly in your heart for a long time?" Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, "Some things can only be understood but not expressed in words. You just need to experience it slowly. I'm going to my Xiao family's warehouse now. You can come with me." Yu Wenli nodded. At this moment, Xiao Fan's cell phone rang urgently. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Hu Miao. Xiao Fan hurriedly answered the call. Hu Miao must have something to call at this time, otherwise he would never disturb him at this time. "Hu Miao, why did you call me at this time? Haven't you rested yet?" "Mr. Xiao, I'm very sorry. I'm not Hu Miao. I just used her phone to contact you. I want to tell you a piece of unexpected news. If you really care about Hu Miao, come to her house immediately. You only have 30 minutes. If you can't make it in 30 minutes, then you can only see her body." "Who are you? If you dare to hurt Hu Miao, I swear that I will not only cut you into pieces, but also your whole family." "Mr. Xiao, don't be ruthless to me, because it's meaningless to do so. It will only make me more angry. Then maybe I can only give you 25 minutes. If you don't reach the specified time, you will bear the consequences. Now I will start counting for you. I hope we can meet within the specified time." The other party ended the call directly. Xiao Fan was furious. How could this damn guy be so arrogant? He actually provoked himself like that. Then he was really dead. Yu Wenli hurriedly asked, "What happened? Do you want my help?" Xiao Fan said, "Come with me to a place. Follow me to kill people and show your superpowers to the fullest. I want to see how powerful your superpowers are. Don't be soft-hearted when the time comes." Yu Wenli nodded firmly and followed Xiao Fan out of the office as quickly as possible. Xiao Fan really knew Hu Miao's home. He had been there once before. Relying on the impression in his mind, Xiao Fan drove Yu Wenli to Hu Miao's home like flying. In addition, it was late at night and there were no pedestrians or vehicles on the road, so they arrived in just 20 minutes. Xiao Fan and Yu Wenli came to the door of Hu Miao's house and pushed the door open. Xiao Fan and Yu Wenli walked in, and Yu Wenli closed the door. Xiao Fan saw two people sitting in the living room, facing each other. The one facing him was of course Hu Miao, but she was tied to a chair and her mouth was taped shut. She tried her best to hint at Xiao Fan with her eyes, but Xiao Fan just nodded at her and told her not to worry about it. He would take care of everything. The other person had his back to Xiao Fan and was facing Hu Miao, leaving Xiao Fan and Yu Wenli with only a back in a white shirt. "Boss Xiao, you are really fast. I originally gave you 25 minutes, but you arrived with only 5 minutes left. It seems that this woman is very important in your heart, which is beyond my expectation, but I advise you not to act rashly, because it will kill the woman in front of you." Xiao Fan asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man in white shirt sneered. "Boss Xiao, you seem to be very curious about my identity. Originally, this position of mine should have been obtained by you, but you didn't know how to lift me up and refused the adult's surrender, so I got your position and became the spokesperson of the adults on this planet." Xiao Fan said disgustedly, "You actually surrendered to the interstellar iron beetle." The man in white shirt said proudly, "You should call them adults. They are a more advanced civilization than us. They are more suitable for this vast universe than us. They even have the ability to help us evolve. They have enabled us to achieve unprecedented progress, so we should maintain a respectful attitude towards them and should call them adults." Yuan Li snorted coldly. "You actually betrayed our planet and served those interstellar iron beetles as a dog. You still feel so superior. Are you still a human being?" The man in white shirt sneered, "If I can achieve a higher level of evolution, I would rather not be a human being, but an interstellar iron beetle." "You are laughing at me now, which only shows your ignorance. Nature is so cruel. Lower civilizations should be eliminated, and higher civilizations should control everything. Everything I did today is a betrayal in your eyes, but in my opinion it is a wise choice to adapt to the law of evolution." Yuan Li sneered. "It turns out that being a dog, or being a dog for a bug, can be said so high-soundingly by you. It really opens my eyes." The man in white shirt sneered, "This is your stupidity. You can't follow the laws and trends of evolution. Now I give you a chance, which is also the real purpose of bringing you here. That is to join me and become my subordinates. I can guarantee that you will not die. This is also your last chance. I hope you can grasp it well." Xiao Fan sneered, "I rejected your masters before, and not only did I reject them, I also killed them. This is the attitude I treat your masters with. Do you think it is possible that I will not surrender to your master and be a dog for you, a dog?" The man in white shirt sighed. "It seems that my painstaking efforts will be in vain, but I still advise you to think clearly about one question. That is, what will your choice today bring to our planet? Our planet would have had a chance to accelerate its evolution, but it was interrupted by your ignorance. Don't you think you are a sinner compared to the entire planet?" Xiao Fan sneered, "Give up your meaningless preaching. I am a proud human being, and you have willingly degenerated into a dog. You have no chance to convince me. Don't be wishful thinking. It's better to expose your true purpose. Those guys hiding in the dark? Get out. I can already feel your breath. Isn't it just a trap set for me? Think you can kill me like this? Ridiculous." At this time, some expressionless men walked out of the bedroom, bathroom, and even the kitchen silently. What's even more strange is that the faces on their faces look exactly the same. At first glance, they are transformed from interstellar iron beetles, and they are transformed according to the same template. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly had a bone spear in his hand and stabbed the back of the white shirt at the fastest speed. The reason why Xiao Fan had not taken action before was because he knew that the white shirt was in a high state of alert, and the people hiding in the dark were also in a high state of alert. If he acted rashly, it would probably implicate Hu Miao. So Xiao Fan deliberately chose this time to take action, because these guys hiding in the dark suddenly appeared and surrounded Xiao Fan and Yuan Li, not only letting the white shirt relax his vigilance at this moment, but also the guys surrounding Xiao Fan relaxed their vigilance. Therefore, the moment he seized this opportunity, Xiao Fan suddenly shot a blow in the ear without hesitation, and the bone spear directly penetrated the back of the white shirt, and then the bone spear in Xiao Fan's hand shook. The white shirt was immediately shaken into a pile of minced meat. This guy who had never turned his head to pretend never showed his face from beginning to end. At the same time, Yuan Li rushed over when Xiao Fan made a move, picked up Hu Miao directly, and then returned to Xiao Fan's side. Although this was the first time Yuan Li cooperated with Xiao Fan, and even the first time Yuan Li made a move after awakening her superpowers, it must be said that she and Xiao Fan cooperated very well with each other. The two of them were like a telepathic relationship, and their cooperation was seamless. But at this moment, the humanoid interstellar iron beetles surrounding Xiao Fan suddenly opened their mouths, and they were about to spray out the corrosive liquid that could destroy everything. Yuan Li didn't know what these weird guys in front of him wanted to do, but Xiao Fan did know their intentions very well. Xiao Fan suddenly took out the body of the pale golden interstellar iron beetle from his superpower space and smashed it at the guys in front of him. Then he and Yuan Li grabbed Hu Miao and turned over to the other side of the pale golden interstellar iron beetle body. At this moment, the interstellar ironclad beetles behind them also sprayed out the horrible corrosive liquid. The corrosive liquid was all sprayed onto the body of the pale golden interstellar ironclad beetle, but it did not cause any harm to the body of the interstellar ironclad beetle, and was even reflected. The reflected corrosive liquid quickly corroded the entire building. Xiao Fan and Yuan Li were shocked and hurriedly took Hu Miao through the window and flew down the residential building. Of course, Xiao Fan still collected the body of the pale golden interstellar ironclad beetle. When they landed on the ground, the entire residential building had been completely destroyed. I don't know how many people became wronged souls in their sleep. Hu Miao was overly stimulated by the scene in front of her. After all, she was just an ordinary girl, and she fainted directly. At this time, 6 interstellar ironclad beetles flew out from the ruins of the residential building. Yuan Li threw out an energy ball directly, and the energy ball exploded violently in the air. The 6 interstellar ironclad beetles that had just flown were instantly blown to pieces. Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful force! But it's a pity that I don't know if those crystal cores can still be found. Yuan Li said, "You can't blame me for this. I didn't know it was so powerful. Besides, I just did it according to your request." Xiao Fan thought about it and realized that he had told Yuan Li not to hold back at all. It seemed that the woman in front of him was really obedient and was really ruthless. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't mean to blame you. Let's waste it. Let's leave here now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain if someone sees us." Yuan Li nodded, and together with Xiao Fan, he took Hu Miao into the car and drove away quickly. Yuan Li suddenly asked in the car, "I know you must know more secrets. Since I have recognized you as my master, I will obey your command in everything. Can you share the secrets you know with me?" Xiao Fan thought about it and told Yuan Li everything he could say, but he didn't say a word about what he couldn't say, such as the fact that he was reborn and the grievances between him and Yuan Li in the end times. These are absolutely not to be mentioned. Otherwise, based on the woman's cleverness, she would immediately think that she was set up by Xiao Fan, and maybe this woman would become furious. So Xiao Fan never mentioned these things, and never gave this woman any excuse or opportunity to regret. After listening to Xiao Fan's explanation, Yuan Li's expression was very solemn. He didn't speak for a long time, as if he was digesting this shocking information in his heart. After a long time, Yuan Li said, "Are we the only ones left with resistance?" Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "My answer may make you feel very disappointed. I never considered myself a resistor, because these 3 words will constrain me, as if I have to take some responsibility. In fact, I don't want to take any responsibility. I just want to live safely and with dignity. So we should call ourselves survivors." Yuan Li asked, "But aren't we also resisting? If you want to survive, let alone live with dignity, you must fight against the interstellar iron beetles. Isn't that the case?" Xiao Fan shook his head and answered seriously, "At least I don't think so, because some people are not worth any sacrifice for them, just like the traitor who was so confident before. Do you think there is only one such person among the survivors?" Yuan Li said, "I understand what you mean. In addition to your relatives and friends, you are unwilling to take responsibility for anyone else, right?" Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "You are absolutely right, that's what I meant." Yuan Li suddenly said, "Thank you for treating me as a friend from the beginning." Xiao Fan laughed awkwardly. "Actually, I'm not that noble. Some of what you said is right. I really had some intentions towards you from the beginning, so why should I care about you so much?" Yuan Li said shyly, "Don't be so blunt. It would be so embarrassing if Hu Miao wakes up and hears what you said." Xiao Fan glanced at Hu Miao in the back seat and smiled. "Hu Miao has been stimulated a lot this time. I don't know when she will wake up. Even if she wakes up, some of her worldviews will change drastically." Yuan Li sighed softly and said, "Some of my worldviews have also changed. Many of the things I insisted on as principles before are really meaningless when I think about them now. For example, I want to be a strong woman. I want to be a big woman. It's really ridiculous to think about it now. Xiao Fan was about to speak when he suddenly saw many black spots in the sky ahead flying towards him. Because the sky was already pale, it was daytime, so those black spots were very clear. Xiao Fan was shocked and said, "We are being targeted, and there are quite a few interstellar iron beetles this time. It looks like they are going to attack us." Yuan Li also noticed the black spots in the air and said hurriedly, "You drive, I will fight back." Suddenly, black liquid swords shot out from the air, and of course the target was Xiao Fan's car. Xiao Fan increased the speed of his car to a maximum of 200 miles per hour, and then used his superb driving skills to shuttle back and forth in the gaps between the corrosive liquids. But the roads he passed by, as well as the buildings on both sides of the road, began to be destroyed by the corrosive liquid. Even those damn interstellar iron beetles played a pre-measured attack, and the road ahead was corroded by the corrosive liquid to form a huge deep pit. Xiao Fan shouted, "This time I have to drive a car. Yuan Li, throw your energy ball out as soon as the car flies. Up and blow up all those damn bastards." The power of the energy ball in Yuan Li's hand has reached its maximum. Yuan Li nodded and replied, "I'm fully prepared. You open the sunroof." At this time, Xiao Fan's car had arrived in front of the deep pit. Xiao Fan drove directly to a leap. At the same time, Yuan Li threw the powerful energy ball in his hand through the sunroof to the group of interstellar iron beetles in the air that were desperately attacking him. The car driven by Xiao Fan narrowly crossed the deep pit, and the car broke out of a very violent turbulence. Hu Miao, who was lying in the back seat, rolled directly to the bottom of the car. The energy ball attacked by Yuan Li exploded violently in the air at this time. The fragments of the interstellar iron beetles fell to the ground like rain, but not all the interstellar iron beetles were killed. Several interstellar iron beetles flew to the sky in a panic and fled. Although Xiao Fan and his team won this battle, all the buildings within a radius of dozens of miles were destroyed, and I don't know how many people died in their sleep. The scope of destruction of this battle is too large. Hu Miao woke up slowly in the back due to the violent turbulence. She was almost bruised all over and groaned in pain. "What happened to me? Why do I feel injured all over my body?" Xiao Fan said, "It's okay now, it's safe. But you may be a little injured, but I don't have time to check your injuries now. We must leave here as soon as possible and go to our warehouse." When Hu Miao heard Xiao Fan's voice, she couldn't help sobbing and said, "What's going on? How could the world suddenly become like this?" Yuan Li comforted, "Hu Miao, you don't have to be too shocked. The world has indeed changed dramatically, as you said. But you are very lucky to have President Xiao to protect you. Think about your neighbors. They died inexplicably in their sleep. It's really pitiful." Miao didn't speak for a long time and fell into deep thought. Xiao Fan's car was getting faster and faster. Now he had to race against time. Hu Miao asked again, "Mr. Xiao, can you tell me what exactly happened?" Xiao Fan also felt that there was no need to hide anything, so he said to Yuan Li, "You talked to her." Yuan Li briefly told him what he knew, and after listening, Hu Miao was even more shocked. There was another period of silence before he asked, "Mr. Xiao, can you find a way to let me awaken my superpowers? I want to be like Mr. Yu. I also want to be your assistant like her, and fight side by side with you. I don't want to be a burden to you. It makes me very painful." Xiao Fan said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to help you awaken your superpowers, but you don't have the potential to awaken your superpowers. If I force you to awaken your superpowers, there can only be one terrible consequence. That is, you may explode and die, so you can't awaken your superpowers for the time being. Fanglin is conducting relevant research. Maybe after her research results come out, I can help you awaken your superpowers." Hu Miao heard what Xiao Fan said and looked at Yuan Li in the co-pilot seat and felt a deep sense of frustration. She knew that if she couldn't awaken her superpowers, she wouldn't be able to be with Xiao Fan all the time. Maybe Xiao Fan wouldn't need her anymore soon. This made Hu Miao feel very sad. Xiao Fan was concentrating on driving and didn't see the change in Hu Miao's expression. Yuan Li said very considerately, "Hu Miao, actually you don't have to think too much. If you didn't have any place in Mr. Xiao's heart, he wouldn't take me to risk saving you. He wouldn't ask Feng Lin to conduct relevant research. All you need to do now is to wait patiently, waiting for the research to succeed one day, and you will become like me. Yuan Li has really changed a lot now. The great changes that the world is undergoing now, and the more drastic changes that will be faced in the future, have made some of her thinking and cognition change dramatically. She would never have been able to comfort Hu Miao like this before, but now she thinks that cheering Hu Miao up will also be of great benefit to herself. Because even if she is an awakened person with superpowers, she needs a strong team as much as possible in the end times, which can ensure that she can obtain a higher quality of survival in the end times. Anyone, no matter what kind of superpowers he has, when he knows that the world is about to change drastically and that he is going to become extremely lonely, hopes to keep as many high-quality friends as possible around him. Although Hu Miao is not an awakened person with superpowers, he is a high-quality friend. In fact, this is also a manifestation of fear for Yuan Li. Facing the upcoming Doomsday, she also has a deep sense of uncertainty in her heart, worried that the people around her will leave her one by one. So now she cherishes everyone around her very much, such as comforting Hu Miao so carefully now. Hu Miao's complexion improved a little, but it was still very ugly. About an hour later, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Xiao Fan brought Yuan Li and Hu Miao to the warehouse of Xiao Group. There was already a new batch of inventory here. Xiao Fan directly put them all into his own supernatural space in front of Yuan Li and Hu Miao. Because these two women knew that the end of the world was coming, it was no secret to them that Xiao Fan was a supernatural person, so Xiao Fan had no need to deliberately hide it from them. But when they saw the mountain-like supplies being put into their own supernatural space by Xiao Fan in the blink of an eye, they were still deeply shocked. Yuan Li was a little better. After all, she was also a supernatural person. Especially Hu Miao, whose mouth was so big that a fist could be stuffed in it, was extremely envious in her heart, wondering when she could also have superpowers like Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan walked up to Hu Miao and said gently, "I know you are in a complicated mood now, but I don't have time to comfort you too much. But I can promise you, I will never abandon you at any time, and once it is possible for ordinary people to awaken superpowers, I swear you must be the first batch." Hu Miao, this woman helped Xiao Fan a lot in just a few days. Why did Xiao Fan's superpower space have so many material reserves? In fact, a large part of it was Hu Miao's credit. In this sense, Xiao Fan would never let Hu Miao down. Although Xiao Fan only said a few short words, Hu Miao immediately felt a warm current flowing through her body, and her mood suddenly became sunny, and her whole spirit was lifted. Yuan Li shook her head slightly and glanced at Xiao Fan. This stinky man didn't know how many women gathered around him. And what was he? But she quickly threw this idea away. Facing the end of the world, many things no longer mattered. The most important thing was, who else besides Xiao Fan could be worthy of her? Xiao Fan's cell phone rang, and Xiao Fan answered the call. "Fan, where are you now? Why haven't I seen you for several days? I'm really scared now. I don't know why I just got up and saw that a community outside had been flattened to the ground." The caller was Yang Kan. The woman was frightened just after getting up. The entire community outside was silently destroyed by the interstellar ironclad beetles, which almost completely broke her mood, so she called. Xiao Fan was also extremely shocked when he received this call. Yang Kan had been living in Shishan Villa, where such a serious interstellar ironclad beetle attack had occurred. Could it be that the interstellar ironclad beetles really launched an indiscriminate attack? Xiao Fan quickly opened the webpage and started to check the news. Xiao Fan saw from his cell phone that many large-scale building destruction incidents had occurred in various places. Xiao Fan said to Yang Kan, "I'll tell you an address. You rush over immediately and wait for me there." So Xiao Fan told Yang Kan the address of Feng Lin's underground warehouse and then asked Yang Kan to go there immediately. At this time, Yang Kan naturally would not delay at all. Xiao Fan thought about it and made a few more calls, notifying Zhang Weilin, Mu Hong, Chao Yun, and others to rush there immediately. Yuan Li said dissatisfiedly, "You just made so many calls, and they all seem to be women." Xiao Fan looked at Hu Miao and smiled awkwardly. We are all friends, so we should help each other. Then he immediately changed the subject and said, I don't say it. You have all seen it. The end of the world is about to come. I have prepared a Doomsday base in advance. You should go there too. Hu Miao asked, Where are you? Going? Xiao Fan replied calmly, I can't go there for the time being, because there is one thing I haven't figured out thoroughly yet. That is, how does the interstellar iron beetle find me every time? I have some guesses and I have to verify them. Before that, I can't stay with you. That can only harm you. Yuan said, I can help you. I want to be with you. I don't want to hide. Xiao Fan thought for a while and replied, Send Hu Miao there first, and then contact me. Yuan nodded in agreement. Hu Miao said, Then you must be careful. Xiao Fan nodded and Yuan drove away with Hu Miao. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have a specific destination, and he didn't plan to go to a specific place. He just walked aimlessly like this to see if the star iron beetle could still find him. If it could, he even had a very crazy idea, which was to capture an star iron beetle alive and then torture it to see if he could get a confession from the star iron beetle. What specific method did these guys use to locate him? Before, he judged that the star iron beetle could not locate him, which was obviously very different from the actual situation. The attack launched by the star iron beetle on him this time was very illustrative of this point. But Xiao Fan had just walked for a while when his cell phone rang. In fact, due to the large-scale destruction of buildings, the cell phone signal was also greatly affected, and the call was not so clear. But he knew it was Tan Feifei calling. Boss Xiao, can you come and help me now? I really don't know who to ask for help. I don't think I can survive. I'm really dying. Xiao Fan suddenly remembered the female manager of this restaurant. He really forgot about her before. Xiao Fan asked curiously, I hear you are very confident now. There should be nothing wrong with your body. What happened to you? Tan Feifei cried, I have been working hard to urge you to produce meals for the past few days. I just came to the underground cold storage to check whether the inventory is sufficient and whether I need to buy raw materials, but I don't know why I am trapped in the cold storage. I can't get out. Then the call was interrupted. Xiao Fan looked at his mobile phone and there was still a signal. This means that the signal at Tan Feifei's place was completely destroyed. This woman may have been attacked by the interstellar iron beetle, so the building and the signal tower were completely damaged. Of course, the electricity must have been damaged. Tan Feifei must not be frozen to death in the cold storage, but if he doesn't save her, he will definitely not live long because he will lack oxygen. Xiao Fan thought about it for a while and decided to save this woman. This is because no matter what purpose this woman has, she is really serving herself wholeheartedly and has not done anything to let herself down. If people don't let me down, I will never let people down. This is the principle of Xiao Fan's life. So Xiao Fan found a car on the roadside, opened the door violently, and then used a simple, rough, and effective keyless start to save Tan Feifei as quickly as possible. Tan Feifei should feel very fortunate. Because of her good intention, she not only escaped Xiao Fan's wrath, but now she can get a second chance to be reborn. When he came to Huayu Mingyuan restaurant, Xiao Fan found that not only this restaurant was completely turned into ruins, but all the buildings within a radius of 5 kilometers around it were turned into ruins. I don't know how many people died in a daze. This is only a small part of the destruction caused by the interstellar iron beetles. If the interstellar iron beetle army arrives, you can imagine how tragic the destruction will be. With his powerful memory, Xiao Fan was able to accurately determine the specific location of the Huaimingwan restaurant in the ruins. At this time, the corrosiveness of these ruins was still very strong. That is, Xiao Fan had a strong ability to be immune to this corrosiveness. In addition, he was reborn and had very rich combat experience in the end of the world. Otherwise, other people would not have any chance to step into these ruins. Based on his memory, Xiao Fan determined the location of the cold storage of the Huayu Mingyuan restaurant. This specific location was very easy to determine because this was a restaurant after all. The location of the cold storage must be close to the back kitchen, and it could not be far away from the back kitchen because that would be detrimental to the work of the back kitchen. Xiao Fan took out a bone spear and began to clean up the ruins on the cold storage. After some hard work, the top of the cold storage was exposed. This is why when Xiao Fan chose an underground base, he must choose a basement as deep as possible, because no matter how corrosive the liquid of the interstellar iron beetle is, there is always a limit. The basement above this limit is safe. Xiao Fan then began to pierce the cold storage with a bone spear. This bone spear was made of the skeleton of an interstellar ironclad beetle. It could really be said to be indestructible. It easily pierced the reinforced concrete on the top of the cold storage. Tan Feifei inside was already in despair. She felt very difficult to breathe. She also realized this very terrible problem, that is, there was less and less oxygen in the cold storage. Suddenly a bone spear pierced into the cold storage, immediately bringing fresh air, which made Tan Feifei, who had originally had difficulty breathing, breathe greedily. Xiao Fan stabbed more than 20 spears in a row, forcibly opening a hole in the cold storage. Xiao Fan entered the cold storage through this hole. Tan Feifei really didn't expect that her call for help would really make Xiao Fan come to rescue her. She excitedly threw herself into Xiao Fan's arms and burst into tears. This was completely a desperate situation, crying with joy. At this moment, suddenly there were many interstellar ironclad beetles flying quickly from far to near in the sky. Xiao Fan hurriedly said to Tan Feifei, "Don't cry, the enemy is coming." Tan Feifei stopped crying immediately and looked at the sky through the hole in fear. Her hands were still tightly holding Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan said, "You hide here first. I will go out to solve the trouble outside, and then come to save you." Tan Feifei asked, "Mr. Xiao, then you should be careful." Tan Feifei said very reluctantly and let go of Xiao Fan's neck. Just as Xiao Fan was about to leave, Tan Feifei shouted again, "Mr. Xiao, don't leave me. I'm very obedient. I will follow you in the future, okay?" Xiao Fan didn't care to carefully taste what Tan Feifei meant by this at this time, and simply said, "Don't worry, since I can come to save you, I will never leave you again." Tan Feifei's beautiful eyes felt more secure. Although she was just an ordinary woman, she could feel that the world had changed drastically, and it was a catastrophic change. She had to find someone she could rely on to survive. Among all the people she knew, only Xiao Fan had this ability, so she decided to hold on to Xiao Fan's life-saving straw. Xiao Fan was really her only hope. Xiao Fan jumped out of the cave and looked in the direction where the interstellar ironclad beetles were flying. There were more than a dozen of them. These ironclad beetles were obviously deliberately destroying while flying, and corrosive liquids kept spraying out of their mouths. Wherever they flew, they turned into pieces of ruins. Xiao Fan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help getting angry. These damn guys were simply destroying and slaughtering indiscriminately. Xiao Fan took out 6 bone spears directly from his own supernatural space, 3 in one hand, and threw the 6 bone spears at the interstellar ironclad beetles in the air at the same time. In fact, this time, Xiao Fan misunderstood. These interstellar ironclad beetles really didn't come specifically for Xiao Fan. They were carrying out the order to destroy the buildings and spraying corrosive liquids indiscriminately in the air. They just happened to encounter Xiao Fan. They didn't actually expect to encounter Xiao Fan, so when faced with Xiao Fan's sudden attack, they didn't dodge it the first time. 6 interstellar ironclad beetles were stabbed instantly. Just when they were shocked and dazed by the attack on their companions, Xiao Fan's second wave of attack came again, this time with 6 bone spears. After 2 waves of sudden attacks, all the interstellar ironclad beetles in the sky had been destroyed. It's not that the interstellar ironclad beetles are too fragile, nor that they are not strong, but because Xiao Fan has 50 years of experience fighting them. What's more, the weapons that Xiao Fan used were weapons that were specifically designed to counter them, so he achieved such a result. If it were someone else facing the interstellar ironclad beetles, I'm afraid they would only be slaughtered by the interstellar ironclad beetles. Xiao Fan quickly ran to the place where the bodies of the interstellar iron beetles fell. Xiao Fan first collected his bone spears and then took out the crystal cores of these interstellar iron beetles and then extracted all their bones. This is the raw material for making bone spears. which is very important and cannot be discarded. As for the corpses, they are not needed. Xiao Fan's ability space already has interstellar iron beetle corpses, so there is not much point in continuing to ask for corpses. Just when Xiao Fan finished doing all this and wanted to leave, the head of an interstellar iron beetle attracted Xiao Fan's attention. There was a very strange silver-white ring mark on the head of this interstellar iron beetle, like a tattoo, but Xiao Fan felt that it was not a tattoo. Xiao Fan looked at the heads of other interstellar iron beetles again, and there was no such mark. Xiao Fan's intuition told him that this mark must be very unusual and have its own special use. Xiao Fan planned to cut off this ring mark with a bone spear. But when the bone spear in his hand just touched the ring mark, a very strange scene happened. The dead interstellar ironclad beetle, even its bones were pulled out by Xiao Fan, and it actually changed its shape and became Xiao Fan's own appearance. Xiao Fan was shocked. It turned out that this ring mark had such a special attack power that could change its own shape. This also explained why the interstellar ironclad beetles that Xiao Fan had seen before could become human-like. But Xiao Fan immediately realized another problem. Why didn't the interstellar ironclad beetles that changed their shapes in front of him have such a mark? Xiao Fan immediately took out the body of the pale golden interstellar ironclad beetle from his supernatural space and began to carefully examine the body. There was indeed no such mark on the head, but he found such a mark on the abdomen of the pale golden interstellar ironclad beetle. It turned out that the position of such a mark was not fixed. Why was it like this? Xiao Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and suddenly Xiao Fan had a very bold guess. Is it true that the body structure of each interstellar ironclad beetle is different, which means that different interstellar ironclad beetles need to trigger the starting point of the change of form from different parts of their bodies if they want to change their forms? If my guess is correct, then these marks can also be used by me. As long as I find the right starting point on my body, can I also change my form and become an interstellar ironclad beetle, and then blend into the interstellar ironclad beetles and assassinate them? Xiao Fan became a little excited because of his bold guess. If his guess came true, he could take the initiative to attack, instead of being so passive, waiting for the interstellar ironclad beetles to hit him and then counterattack. Maybe even because of the change in his form, he can gain the ability to fly. Xiao Fan became more and more excited because his ideas became more and more crazy, but he became more and more cautious about the ring-shaped silver mark. He didn't dare to cut it off rashly like before, but became very cautious for fear of destroying the mark. This is an extremely powerful mark, which can even change the shape of a corpse. If I damage it by chance, it would be a pity. Xiao Fan carefully observed it for a while, and finally decided to take action. He increased the cutting area 3 times, and then used his bone spear to cut the ring-shaped silver mark from the head of the interstellar iron beetle. The interstellar iron beetle corpse immediately returned to its original form. The pale golden interstellar iron beetle mark was not cut off, but was temporarily stored in Xiao Fan's own supernatural space. Because Xiao Fan was worried that what he cut off would be invalid, he could just damage 1 mark, and there was no need to damage 2 marks. Xiao Fan began to think about how to use this mark, and suddenly thought of Tan Feifei, asking this woman to help him try it and see if it works for him. After all, some parts, such as his back, are difficult for Xiao Fan to handle by himself. It would be much more convenient if Tan Feifei could help, and Xiao Fan quickly returned to the cold storage. Tan Feifei, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, saw that Xiao Fan had kept his promise and came back. She rushed to Xiao Fan ecstatically, hugged him tightly, and said excitedly, "Mr. Xiao, thank you very much for never abandoning me." Xiao Fan patted her on the back and comforted her. "You have also been working hard for me, so I will naturally not ignore you. Now I need your help with something." Tan Feifei immediately let go of Xiao Fan and asked in surprise, "Mr. Xiao, just tell me what you need me to do. As long as I can do it, I will never let you down." For Tan Feifei, she felt flattered that Xiao Fan asked her for help, and she also felt that she was still of great value to Xiao Fan, so Tan Feifei felt surprised. Xiao Fan took out the black skin of the interstellar iron beetle and said, "Do you see this thing? You will stick it on my back in a moment. Be very careful and don't miss any part of my back. You can't stop unless I tell you to. Do you understand?" Tan Feifei was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Xiao Fan asked her to do this, but she agreed. Without saying anything, Xiao Fan took off his shirt completely and said to Tan Feifei, "You help me stick it on the back first. If the back doesn't work, I will stick it on my face and my front." Tan Feifei blushed slightly, but at this time, Xiao Fan's attention was all on whether this mark would be effective for him, so he naturally didn't notice the subtle changes in Tan Feifei's expression. Tan Feifei took the skin and came behind Xiao Fan. Looking at the muscles on Xiao Fan's back, she couldn't help but feel excited. This man was so strong. Just now, she was just shy and didn't look at his muscles carefully. Now she found it so perfect. Tan Feifei couldn't help but reach out her jade hand and gently stroke the strong muscle, but Xiao Fan didn't care. Tan Feifei couldn't help but stroke it again, and this time Xiao Fan was really impatient and asked, "Tan Feifei, what's wrong with you? Why don't you do it? Time is very precious. The enemy may come at any time. Hurry up." Tan Feifei woke up from her intoxication. Her pretty face was just like a red apple, so beautiful. She hurriedly began to stick to Xiao Fan's back, very carefully and attentively, afraid of missing any part, because this was Xiao Fan's request, and she naturally had to do it wholeheartedly according to Xiao Fan's request. But the whole back was stuck without missing any part, but the firefighter didn't feel anything special. Xiao Fan began to stick to his head, chest, abdomen, hands and arms, and even the top of his head, but the firefighter still didn't feel anything special. Since he had tried all the upper body, he could only try the lower half. Xiao Fan said to Tan Feifei, "Feifei, turn your head and face away from me. Don't look back unless I tell you to." Tan Feifei was completely stunned when she heard Xiao Fan's words. She didn't react at all, and of course she didn't turn around because she was in a state of ecstasy now. A thought kept popping up in her mind. Mr. Xiao actually called me Feifei just now. He actually called me Feifei, not Tan Feifei nor Manager Tan. He called me Feifei. Mr. Xiao called me Feifei. Seeing Tan Feifei staring at him stupidly with a crazy expression on her face, Xiao Fan inexplicably felt his whole body tighten and muttered, "Since you don't want to turn around, then just stand here and don't move." Xiao Fan said, detouring behind Tan Feifei, then getting rid of the obstacles on his body, and began to try the mark on his lower body, trying everywhere. Even his second brother was not spared, and even in the end he simply sat on the ground, sticking to the soles of his feet, but there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Tan Feifei suddenly turned around and looked into Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Fan shouted, "Close your eyes!" Tan Feifei's eyes were wide open. Not only did she not close her eyes, but her eyes widened even more. Wow, what a powerful spear! Xiao Fan hurriedly tidied up his appearance and said, "Feifei, I said, are you taking advantage of me on purpose?" Tan Feifei realized how out of control she was just now. She hurriedly lowered her head and murmured, "Boss Xiao, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I was wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Boss Xiao, please don't be angry and don't ignore me." Xiao Fan sighed and said, "Forget it, I was just joking with you. It's just a pity that this thing is a treasure, but I don't know how to use it." Tan Feifei asked, "Boss Xiao, what kind of treasure is this?" Xiao Fan didn't hide anything and talked about the special features of this ring mark. After listening to this, Tan Feifei plucked up the courage and said, "Mr. Xiao, why don't you let me try it? Maybe this thing can be useful to me." Xiao Fan stared at Tan Feifei and said, "But even if it is useful to you, it is not a good thing for you. You have no superpowers, let alone combat skills. Getting such an opportunity will only make you die early." Tan Feifei thought for a while and replied, "Maybe if this thing is really useful to me, even if I don't use it, it can give you some inspiration, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, "Don't say that your suggestion is very constructive, but if I really try it on you, don't you think you are at a disadvantage?" Tan Feifei shook her head and replied, "I don't think I'm at a disadvantage. Anyway, I have taken advantage of it just now. It will be fairer to try it on me." Xiao Fan joked, "I said, Feifei, Do you think I am so handsome, so you have had bad intentions towards me for a long time? Tan Feifei almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She said in a mosquito-like voice, "Xiao, you are so mean. You have no shame to play such a joke on a girl." Xiao Fan couldn't help laughing. He really was just joking. Of course, Tan Feifei's suggestion was also very constructive. Although Xiao Fan didn't use this ring mark, what if it was useful to Tan Feifei? It also means that this thing can be used on humans. Then maybe it will be useful to Yu Wenli, Mu Hong, and others. It will also be a killer in the future. Tan Feifei also said to try it without any hesitation. Soon a perfect work of art appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Of course, Xiao Fan could swear that he looked at the work of art in front of him with an appreciation eye. Even if there was any bad intention, it was very pure. He said the wrong thing and didn't have any bad intention. And he also had a great mission in his heart, which was to explore the mystery of the mark. Xiao Fan coughed lightly, gathered his mind, and began to test whether the mark was effective on Tan Feifei. But when the mark was attached to the round part behind Tan Feifei screamed. Xiao Fan hurriedly apologized. "Feifei, I'm really sorry. Maybe I was a little too strong. I didn't control the strength well. Please don't mind." Tan Feifei said, "Mr. Xiao, that's not what I meant. I feel a special energy entering my whole body. It's really a strange feeling, as if I have a mysterious power." Xiao Fan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "Is this thing really used like this, and so magical?" Xiao Fan stretched out his finger and poked the center of the ring mark hard. A very magical and incomprehensible scene happened. Tan Feifei's appearance actually changed and became Xiao Fan's appearance, and it was exactly the same. The key is that the whole body has become completely consistent. Tan Feifei let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Boss Xiao, why did I turn into you? Look, I also have a big spear exactly like yours." Xiao Fan coughed and said, "We can now conclude that this thing is indeed a very magical device. It can change our form, and this change of form is related to the object you see in your eyes. Because I am in front of you now, you see me, so you turned into me." Tan Feifei said in panic, "But can I still change back to my original appearance? I don't want to become you. If I really become you, there will be no normal story between us in the future." Xiao Fan joked, "I think it's good for you to do this. It's not that there will be no normal stories between the two of us in the future, but that our stories will be more legendary." Tan Feifei almost cried and said, "Boss Xiao, don't joke with me. Let me change back to my original appearance quickly." Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and patted the ring mark, and Tan Feifei once again restored her original appearance and form. Tan Feifei heaved a long sigh of relief and collapsed in Xiao Fan's arms and said, "I was really scared just now." Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "We still have to leave here as soon as possible." Tan Feifei then reluctantly tidied up her appearance and asked while tidying up, "Mr. Xiao, did I not look good just now?" Xiao Fan laughed awkwardly. "How could it not look good? The skin as white as cream should be someone like you. It's just that the place we are in is not safe now. And I just can't figure it out why this thing works for you but not for me." Tan Feifei said, "Maybe this mark is useful to me but not to you. If there are other marks, maybe they will be useful to you but not to me." Xiao Fan slapped his forehead and said, "Feifei, I find that sometimes you are very smart, and you can wake people up with just one word. Why should I only worry about this mark in front of me? I have another mark. I'll take it out and try it now." Xiao Fan took out the pale golden body of the interstellar ironclad beetle from his own space again, and then took out a bone spear to cut off the mark on the interstellar ironclad beetle. Then he took the body of the interstellar ironclad beetle back and said to Tan Feifei, "Feifei, now can you help me try to see if this mark is useful to me?" Tan Feifei was stunned. Was she dazzled just now, or was Xiao Fan a god? How could it suddenly appear? And suddenly it disappeared. Xiao Fan mischievously slapped the roundness behind her hard, making a crisp sound. Tan Feifei then reacted and asked hurriedly, "Boss Xiao, what did you say just now?" Xiao Fan held the light golden skin in his hand and said, "I told you to use this to help me try again. Why are you in a daze? You look absent-minded. What are you thinking about?" Tan Feifei replied, "Boss Xiao, I felt like you were a fairy just now." Xiao Fan smiled. "That's not a fairy. That's my supernatural power. When there is a chance in the future, I will also let you awaken your own supernatural power. Tan Feifei asked excitedly, Boss Xiao, is what you said true or false? Will I be like you one day? Xiao Fan smiled. It's true. How could I lie to you? Can't you change now? While taking the mark from Xiao Fan, Tan Feifei took the initiative to help Xiao Fan clear the obstacles on his body, and said, in fact, although this ability is very magical, it is not what I want. Xiao Fan did not make any move, enjoying Tan Feifei's service, and asked, why is it not what you want? Isn't this skill magical? Tan Feifei said with a bitter face, whatever you see will become what it is. What's so magical? If I saw a dog turned into a dog, how terrible it would be. Will Mr. Xiao still like me? Xiao Fan joked, it's not that you become a dog and you will always be a dog. You can change back. Now you may not be used to it, but I believe that after you get used to this skill, you will like it. Soon all the obstacles on Xiao Fan's body were cleared, and Tan Feifei once again helped Xiao Fan to start experimenting with the light golden ring mark. When Tan Feifei blushed and stuck the ring mark on the spear, Xiao Fan showed a very weird expression on his face. Tan Feifei said shyly, Boss Xiao, do you need anything else? If you want, I won't object. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. If I say this thing works for me now, will you believe it? Tan Feifei subconsciously squeezed her hand hard. A magical scene happened. Xiao Fan completely turned into Tan Feifei's appearance. Tan Feifei shouted, Boss Xiao, your spear is gone. What should I do? What should I do? How come you have become exactly like me? Boss Xiao, I don't want you to become like me. You should change back to your original appearance quickly. I still like your spear very much. Change back quickly. Boss Xiao, you are exactly the same as me now. It makes me feel too weird. Xiao Fan looked at his new body and felt very interesting. He joked, I feel I have great powers now. Tan Feifei begged, Boss Xiao, please change back to yourself. Xiao Fan didn't like to change, so he quickly became himself again. Tan Feifei looked at the reappearing spear, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Xiao Fan joked, Feifei, look at your crazy expression. Tan Feifei said shyly, Boss Xiao, how can you say that to a girl? I will be shy. But she held the spear and refused to let go. At this time, Fang Lin was tidying up the laboratory in her basement warehouse. Yang Yunlin was helping, and then there were guests coming one after another. First, Yang Kan. Yang Yun was very happy to greet her sister after seeing her sister. Then Zhang Weilin came with her mother, and then Mu Hong and Mu Ying came with Xu Xia. Fang Lin couldn't help but start to complain in her heart. Xiao Fan, that hypocritical bastard, how many friends of the opposite sex does he have? Then Yuanli came with Hu Miao, and then Qiao Yun came. In fact, at this time, not only Fang Lin complained in her heart, but other people also began to complain about Xiao Fan in their hearts. Of course, everyone was very tacitly maintaining a friendly attitude on the surface. But Fang Lin became more and more anxious. Her sister Fang Min and her mother had not shown up yet. Zhang Weilan was also a little anxious at this time. Her father clearly said that he would come, but he still hadn't come. Fang Lin took her mobile phone and wanted to call her sister and mother, but she found that she couldn't get through at all. Even the signal on her mobile phone became extremely weak. Fang Lin became even more anxious. She didn't have the heart to organize the laboratory anymore. She wanted to call Xiao Fan for help, but she found that she couldn't get through at all. The 5-kilometer radius of Xiao Fan's current location was completely destroyed. The signal tower was gone. It would be strange if he could get in touch. Fang Lin became even more anxious. She was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Lin Xiaoxiao comforted him. Don't worry too much. Maybe it's just a temporary disconnection. Maybe we can get through in a while. We can keep calling. Maybe we don't know when we can get through. It seems that there is no better way, so we can only do what Lin Xiaoxiao said. Finally, half an hour later, Fang Lin called Xiao Fan's cell phone. Professor Fang, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm in a very high position now, and the signal is not very good. If you want to talk, just speak loudly. Fang Lin didn't understand what Xiao Fan meant. Of course, if she could see Xiao Fan flying in the sky now, she would be able to understand what Xiao Fan said. Xiao Fan's current form is a light golden interstellar ironclad beetle, and on his back is a weak and powerless Tan Feifei who has been stabbed by a spear thousands of times like mud. Xiao Fan turned into an interstellar ironclad beetle and actually gained the ability to fly. This is another discovery that surprised Xiao Fan very much. In the future, he can often appear in the form of an interstellar ironclad beetle and then blend into the interstellar ironclad beetle, suddenly slaughtering or assassinating. Fang Lin shouted loudly, "Boss Xiao, I have something very important that I want to ask you for help. My sister and my mother promised to come to the underground base soon, but they haven't come yet. I'm really very worried. Boss Xiao, can you go and look after my mother and sister for me? If they encounter any trouble, please help them." Xiao Fan replied, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Tell me your home address, and I'll go over and take a look now." After getting Fang Lin's address, Xiao Fan rushed over before he could send Tan Feifei to the base. After all, human lives are at stake and every second counts. Xiao Fan was flying very fast in the sky, but suddenly he found 7 interstellar iron beetles flying towards him. Xiao Fan was shocked and was about to prepare for battle, but he soon remembered that he was not afraid of anything now, because he was also an interstellar iron beetle, and a higher-level interstellar iron beetle. So Xiao Fan flew towards the interstellar iron beetle on the opposite side, and the two sides soon met in the air. Both of them were hovering in the air. Suddenly, the 7 interstellar ironclad beetles on the opposite side showed a very vigilant look towards Xiao Fan. It seemed that the other party was ready to fight at any time. Of course, Xiao Fan was also ready to fight at any time, but the other party's performance still surprised Xiao Fan. Why did the other party take a wary posture of fighting before the two sides had any communication? Did the other party see any flaws in him? Was it because of Tan Feifei on his back? But even if Tan Feifei was on his back, he should not let the other party take a fighting posture, because he was a higher-level interstellar ironclad beetle. Even if the other party had any questions, he would not dare to offend him like this, but should first ask what was going on. In fact, Xiao Fan overlooked a very important issue this time. Although he is now in the form of an interstellar ironclad beetle, and even has the flying skills of an interstellar ironclad beetle. However, he knew nothing about the means of communication between interstellar ironclad beetles. Just now, the 7 interstellar ironclad beetles on the opposite side had a special communication between interstellar ironclad beetles and Xiao Fan did not respond. This made the other party alert all of a sudden. Xiao Fan soon thought of the subtleties and knew where his negligence was. Fortunately, his current form was a light golden interstellar iron beetle, which made the other party dare not attack him rashly. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous. Xiao Fan thought of this and no longer dared to hesitate. He instantly restored his body in the air. Tan Feifei fell directly from his back and screamed in fear in the air. But Xiao Fan didn't care about Tan Feifei at all at this time. He took out 6 bone spears from his supernatural space in an instant and threw them at the other 6 interstellar iron beetles at the same time. Then he took out another bone spear and threw it, and then he turned into the form of an interstellar iron beetle again, dived down to rescue Tan Feifei, who was falling rapidly. When Tan Feifei was nearly 100 meters from the ground, Xiao Fan caught her with his back. Tan Feifei, who was still in shock, couldn't help laughing. Xiao Fan was puzzled and said, "Feifei, are you too shocked? It's all my fault. I was so busy fighting that I didn't protect you in the first place. Are you mentally ill?" Tan Feifei laughed and said, "I could have turned into that insect just now, but I just didn't want to change. Mr. Xiao really still cares about me. Seeing that Mr. Xiao came to save me at all costs, I was of course very happy. I'm not mentally ill." Xiao Fan was relieved and said, "Don't play like this in the future. It's too dangerous." Tan Feifei laughed. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. If you really don't have time to save me, I plan to turn into the leaves I saw and then float to the ground. I won't die no matter how I fall." Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. "You, crazy girl, you are so scheming." Tan Feifei laughed and said, "Even if I am a crazy girl, I am only your crazy girl." Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, "Feifei, now you know the address of the underground base. Go there by yourself. Don't be so ostentatious like me. I'm going to save people now, and I don't know how many dangers I will encounter. You following me will only add danger for no reason." Tan Feifei thought for a while and said, "I know I'm a burden to you now, and I can't help you fight. But I believe that sooner or later I can stand by your side and fight side by side with you." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "I believe you can, and this day won't be too long." Tan Feifei left, and Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although this woman unexpectedly acquired the skill of changing her form, she had no combat power. Following her side would only become a burden, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that she herself would be very dangerous. Xiao Fan didn't want her to take risks with him. Xiao Fan flew to the sky again and soon found the address where Fang Lin was. Xiao Fan looked at the ruins on the ground and immediately had a very bad premonition. Because many buildings around Fang Lin's home were destroyed, although there were some buildings that survived, but I don't know if Fang Lin's home is still there. These damn interstellar iron beetles have not yet descended on a large scale, but they have brought extremely terrible damage to this planet. Xiao Fan restored his original form, then descended to a rooftop, and then began to compare information. Xiao Fan was very surprised to find that this building was where Fang Lin's home was. "This is a townhouse." Xiao Fan quickly went downstairs, found Fang Lin's home, and rang the doorbell, but there was no response for a long time. Xiao Fan couldn't help but secretly said that it was bad. This was the situation that Xiao Fan was most worried about. That is, no one was at home, and he didn't know where the mother and daughter had gone, and he didn't even know if they were in danger. You don't know how to find them at all. Xiao Fan was still very unwilling to give up, and directly used his huge strength to open the security door. Then Xiao Fan went in to check whether Fang Min and his mother were at home. As soon as he walked into the room, he knew that Fang's mother was definitely a woman who loved cleanliness and was well organized. The huge living room was decorated to make people look pleasing to the eye. But it was empty, without anyone. Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sure enough, she's not at home." But he still didn't give up and walked into a bedroom to check. As soon as he walked in, he felt that his back of the head was hit hard by a wooden stick. This was a situation that Xiao Fan had never thought of, because since Xiao Fan entered the Fang family, the whole person had not been vigilant at all, and he also subjectively thought that no one was in the Fang family at the first time. What's more important is that his strong intuition did not have any warning of danger, because Xiao Fan's subconscious mind would not regard an ordinary mother and daughter as a threat at all. Xiao Fan was plotted against in this way. If Xiao Fan was always in a state of vigilance, there would be no danger when he was hit on the back of his head with a wooden stick, because when he was hit with a wooden stick, his supernatural power would automatically produce a kind of protection to protect him from injury. But when Xiao Fan was not in a state of vigilance, his supernatural power did not take the initiative to play a protective role, so Xiao Fan was beaten and fainted. At the moment he lost consciousness, Xiao Fan heard a very attractive and pleasant mature female voice shouting in surprise, "Daughter, daughter, I hit him!" When Xiao Fan woke up, again, it was actually because a bowl of cold water was poured on his face. Then Xiao Fan opened his eyes and found that his whole body was tied to a chair, and his body was tied with ropes of various kinds. The most annoying thing was that a sheet was tied on his stomach. He saw a pair of very beautiful sisters standing in front of him. A closer look would reveal that the sisters looked very similar to Fang Lin. Of course, Xiao Fan knew one of the beautiful women, Fang Min. Xiao Fan quickly guessed the identity of the other sister, who must be Fang Lin's mother. Fang Min stared at Xiao Fan and said angrily, "You damn monster, why did you transform into Xiao Fan and come to our house? Tell us what your intentions are quickly. If you don't tell the truth, be careful of the knife in my hand. Do you know that there is a kind of people called eunuchs on our planet?" Fang Min shook the fruit knife in her hand while speaking, and Fang Min's mother also shook a kitchen knife in her hand as if in protest. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Fang Min, I'm telling you not to be so smart, okay? Why did I become Xiao Fan? I am Xiao Fan, and I'm here to save you. Fang Lin has been trying to contact you for a long time but couldn't get in touch with you, so she asked me to come find you, so I came to your house. I didn't expect you to plot against me." Fangmin's mother looked at Fangmin and said, "Daughter, did we misunderstand him? Maybe he really came to save us." "You see, he said it in a coherent way, and he doesn't seem to be lying." Fangmin said angrily, "Mom, can you not be so soft-hearted? You believe everything he says? Have you forgotten that we saw a big monster fall on the roof with our own eyes, and then he appeared? How could there be such a coincidence? He must be the big monster." Fangmin's mother nodded and said, "Daughter, what you said makes a lot of sense, and it can be completely explained logically. It seems that he is the big monster and deliberately turned into this to deceive us." Xiao Fan looked at Fangmin's mother. "This woman is not only beautiful, but also a talent." Fangmin said that her mother is a very soft-hearted person, and it seems that her evaluation is really very accurate. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Fangmin, I am really Xiao Fan. If you don't believe me, I can tell you everything that happened when we first met. You should believe it now, right?" Fangmin's mother looked at Fangmin again and said, "My eldest daughter, what he said seems to make sense. If he can really tell you everything about your first meeting word for word, it can indeed prove that he is not a monster." Xiao Fan looked at Fangmin's mother and exclaimed, "Sister, what you said makes so much sense. Let me go quickly." Fangmin's mother shook her head and said, "You look very handsome, but don't lie to me. You haven't described the situation when you met my eldest daughter in detail. How can I let you go? What if I just let you go and you turn into a monster and eat me?" Fangmin looked at her mother speechlessly and said, "Mom, can you not be so soft-hearted? You believe whatever anyone says. Maybe this guy can describe the scene of his meeting with me word for word, but what if he was a monster at the beginning?" Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. "Fangmin, can you stop being so smart? In fact, the reason why I asked you to take the initiative to untie me is just to keep our relationship from being so tense. Do you think you can really tie me up with these ropes?" Fangmin sneered. "Put away your tricks. Do you think I am my mother and can be fooled by you easily?" Xiao Fan said helplessly, "I am open and honest with you, and you actually think I am fooling you? Well, I will prove to you now whether I am fooling you or not." Xiao Fan said as he exerted all his strength and all the muscles in his body began to tense up. Bang! Almost at the same moment, the densely packed ropes on his body broke at the same time. Fangmin's mother screamed in fear, but raised the knife in her hand and chopped towards Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan reached out and easily grabbed Fangmin's mother's wrist, and it was smooth. Xiao Fan easily snatched the kitchen knife from her hand, threw it aside, looked at the stunned Fangmin and said, "You should believe me now, right? If I really want to hurt you and your daughter, Fangmin, just tell me yourself. Even if there are 10,000 of you, I can easily kill all of you." Fangmin asked unwillingly, "But I am sure that the big monster was transformed by you. Can you explain what happened?" Xiao Fan asked back, "Can you, mother and daughter, explain to me why you are still reluctant to set off when you clearly agreed to go to the underground base?" Fangmin smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think we mother and daughter don't want to set off? It's all my mother's fault. If we had set out 10 minutes earlier, we wouldn't have encountered any danger. But my mother insisted that she was familiar with her bed and wanted to move her bed along. Isn't this a joke? How can the two of us move such a heavy bed? There was no way. I could only convince my mother to only take away the bedding and pillows on her bed." Fangmin's mother said helplessly, "But I didn't expect that just a delay of 10 minutes would result in so many monsters flying in the sky, and then everything around was destroyed. Even the people in our building, some people wanted to rush out to escape, but they just passed through the ruins and instantly turned into waste. It's terrible, so we can only stay at home and dare not go anywhere. I wanted to call Linlin to tell her all this, but my cell phone had no signal, and I couldn't get through at all." Only then did Xiao Fan understand what was going on. Fangmin went on, "I've told you everything about us. Now shouldn't you explain why you can turn into a monster?" Fangmin's mother nodded and agreed. "Yes, how could you turn into a monster? Are you a monster before?" Xiao Fan originally didn't want to talk about this, but there was no need to hide it now, because if he kept it secret, The mother and daughter would have a knot in their hearts, and it was hard to say whether they would cooperate with him obediently on the road. So Xiao Fan said, "In fact, I can not only turn into a monster, I can also turn into you. Turning into a monster is just so that I can come here better. Finding you is a cover for my identity, understand?" Fang Min's mother asked very curiously, "You can also turn into us? We don't believe it at all. Why don't you try to turn into one and let us see whether it is true or false?" Xiao Fan put his hand into his trouser pocket with some embarrassment and said, "Then I will turn into you, your sister." Fang Min's mother nodded and replied, "Then you can turn into me, your sister." Fang Min looked at her mother very dissatisfied and said, "Mom, can you use your brain before you speak? He deliberately called you sister to take advantage of me, and you actually cooperated with him so much, letting him deliberately take advantage of me. Do you want me to call him uncle?" Fang Min's mother looked at Xiao Fan very seriously and asked, "You are not really going to take advantage of my eldest daughter, are you?" Xiao Fan shook his head seriously and replied, "Sister, don't worry. Even if I want to take advantage, I will never take advantage of your eldest daughter. I can assure you of this." Fang Min roared, "Xiao Fan, you bastard, are you thinking of taking advantage of my sister? But I am her sister. You are taking advantage of her and taking advantage of me." Fang Min's mother kept a very clear mind and said, Min, don't bother with such boring questions now. It doesn't matter who he takes advantage of. Let Xiao Fan change quickly. Mom, I can't wait. I want to see it quickly. Mom, I have never seen such a wonderful thing. Don't bother with those things. Xiao Fan was speechless for a while. Fang Min's mother not only looks very young and beautiful, but also has a very young mentality. She is more curious than her own daughter. If you don't know the true identity of the mother and daughter in advance, just judge by the appearance and mentality of the mother and daughter, you can completely regard Fang Min as the mother, and it is completely reasonable for Fang Min's mother to be recognized as the daughter. Fang Min also looked at her mother very speechless, but did not say anything. Fang Min knew her mother better than anyone else, so she was completely powerless to complain. Seeing that Xiao Fan had not changed at all, Fang Min's mother could not wait to urge him. "Xiao Fan, don't make your sister anxious anymore. Whatever you can do, show me how you can become mine. I can't wait." Mother's voice was anxious with a little bit of coquetry, which sounded soft and sticky, and it was really enjoyable to listen to. Xiao Fan couldn't help but have a mischievous idea and said, "Sister, actually I call you sister because you look very young, really like a sister. Not intentionally taking advantage of anyone, but Fang Min insisted that I took advantage of her. Since she said so, it would be unreasonable if I didn't take advantage of her. You ask Fang Min to call me uncle, and I will change for you to see." Fang Min heard Xiao Fan's words and glared at Xiao Fan. This damn stinky man just said that he disdains to take advantage of me, but in the blink of an eye he wants me to call him uncle. What's in his mind? I must be stupid to call him uncle. Fang Min snorted coldly and was about to get angry, but was stopped by her mother. Fang Min's mother said, "Fang Min, since Mom has recognized this brother, it is very reasonable for you to call him uncle." Fang Min was speechless for a while. Her mother was too unreasonable and unreliable. She could even say such a thing. Fang Min's mother continued, "My eldest daughter, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just calling you uncle. You don't suffer any loss. It makes you look very young. It's Xiao Fan who suffers. He is a generation older than you for no reason, and then he is much older than you." Fang Min was about to go crazy when she heard what her mother said. "Is there any mother like you?" Xiao Fan joked, "Fang Min, you want to be a filial daughter. How can you not listen to your mother?" Fang Min looked at Xiao Fan and said angrily, "Shut up, don't be so rude." Fang Min's mother said unhappily, "Daughter, how can you talk to your uncle like this? It's so rude. Hurry up and call him uncle to satisfy your mother's curiosity." Fang Min really didn't want to get entangled in this boring question and shouted helplessly, "Uncle." But Fang Min was interrupted by her mother when she was halfway through calling her uncle, and she heard her mother say, "Don't call him first. The generations are messed up." Fang Min couldn't help but complain in her heart. "This damn bastard is about the same age as me. You recognize him as your brother. Of course, the generations are messed up. But soon her mother's words made Fangmin realize that her mother and her thinking are not at the same level at all. She heard her mother continue, "Since Xiao Fan is your mother's brother, you shouldn't call him uncle. You should call him uncle." Fangmin almost spit out a mouthful of old blood when she heard her mother's words. Xiao Fan looked at Fangmin's angry expression and couldn't help laughing and said, "Good niece, call uncle." Fangmin said viciously, "Uncle." Fangmin had to call because she knew her mother too well. The reason why her mother asked her to do so was to satisfy her curiosity. That is, to see if Xiao Fan could become herself. She had to suffer a little loss and quickly cooperate with her mother. Otherwise, her mother would definitely not let her go. Then who knows what more embarrassing things will happen next. Fangmin's mother looked at Xiao Fan hurriedly and smiled. "Brother, your niece has called you uncle. Can you become me now?" Xiao Fan smiled proudly. "There is no problem at all. I will definitely satisfy my curiosity. By the way, sister, we have been chatting for so long, but I still don't know what your name is?" Fangmin's mother replied, "My name is Fang Feier." Xiao Fan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Sister, your name is so beautiful, poetic, and picturesque." Fang Feier said proudly, "Of course, sister, I have always thought that my name is very nice. It seems that we two siblings really have a common language, and it's a pity that we met too late." Fangmin said with a full head of black lines, "Mom, don't you think your good brother is fooling you? He hasn't become like you until now, and you have been completely led astray by him." Fang Feier hurriedly said, "Brother, why are you changing the subject? If it weren't for my eldest daughter reminding me, I almost forgot such an important thing." Xiao Fan smiled, "Sister, watch carefully. I will become like you now." Fang Feier stared at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes without blinking. Fang Min also stared at Xiao Fan with great curiosity. Women's curiosity is always much stronger than men's curiosity. Although Fang Min is a strong woman, she is still a woman. The mother and daughter stared at Xiao Fan with their eyes wide open, witnessing a miracle. Xiao Fan really turned into Fang Feier's appearance in front of them, and then they were exactly the same. Fang Feier stepped forward excitedly and grabbed Xiao Fan's face. Of course, it could also be said that it was her own face, and said, "Good brother, are you a fairy? This is simply a fairy method. How did you do it? Can you let your sister have such a fairy method?" Fang Min also flashed a trace of envy and jealousy. Of course, it was only a flash, and she quickly covered it up. Xiao Fan recovered his appearance and said with a smile, "Sister, this era of the end of the world is a huge disaster for us. But it is also a huge opportunity for us. No matter how much we hate those monsters, those interstellar iron beetles. To be honest, they have indeed evolved to a higher level than us. If we can learn higher level civilizations from them, we will also make rapid progress ourselves. For example, the means of changing our own form are learned from those monsters." Fang Feier nodded and said, "Good brother, sister, I finally know what's going on, but can you help your sister and let your sister have such means?" Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "If the opportunity is right, I will definitely help you." Fang Feier said happily, "Then you must keep your word. Remember your promise to your sister today, and you can't fool me, your sister." Xiao Fan answered very seriously, "Don't worry, sister. I always keep my words and will never deceive you. But now let's leave here quickly and go to our underground base as soon as possible to meet up with Fang Lin." Fang Feier nodded and replied, "Then sister will follow your brother's arrangements in everything." Fang Min said, "But how are we supposed to leave here? We can't go downstairs now. Those ruins are too terrible. As long as we touch those ruins, we will also become ruins." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Since I am here to pick you up, everything will be fine. I will turn into an interstellar iron beetle in a moment, and then you can stay on my back and I will take you out." Fang Feier shouted excitedly, "I really didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to fly in this way in my life." Fang Min nodded and said, "Then let's go as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for a moment. It's too dangerous." Xiao Fan said, "Wait a minute. I'll do something before I leave. Which room is my sister's room?" Fang Min asked vigilantly, "What are you doing looking for my mother's room? Do you have any bad intentions?" Xiao Fan smiled bitterly. Niece, I said, can you think about people in a good way? I just recognized this sister, so of course I have to love her. Since my sister has said that she can't sleep well in another bed, I will naturally help my sister take her bed away. Fang Fei said excitedly. Good brother, sister didn't misjudge you. You are so good to your sister, and your sister is a little touched, but you are carrying us mother and daughter and a big bed on your back. Isn't it a little too heavy? Sister is worried that you will be exhausted. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Sister, if you think that your brother is carrying your bed on his back, then you underestimate me. Brother, let me show you my magical skills again. Fang Fei said excitedly, Good brother, you actually have other powerful skills? Let me open my eyes quickly. Xiao Fan came to the door of her bedroom under the impatient Fang Fei's leadership. Fang Fei was about to introduce her bedroom, but she couldn't make a sound when she opened her mouth, because she saw her big bed just disappeared in front of her eyes, which was too magical. She was a little confused for a moment, so she couldn't say a word of the words on her lips, just opened her mouth dryly. Fang Min was also petrified by shock. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Sister, do you have anything else you want to take away? Just tell me. I will take it all away for you at once. Of course, you said you want to take the whole building away, but I can't do it for the time being. Fang Fei heard Xiao Fan's words, and then she came back to her senses and said hurriedly, Good brother, if it is really possible, you can take all my clothes and all my cosmetics away from me. Xiao Fan had another thought flashing through his mind, and Fang Fei's spacious bedroom was completely emptied, and all the things in it were put into Xiao Fan's supernatural space. Fang Fei hugged Xiao Fan excitedly and shouted, Good brother, you are my real brother. I admire you so much. Sister will follow you in the future, and you promised me that you will never abandon me. Fang Min rolled her eyes at her mother. Even if you admire her, you don't have to be so fanatical. Xiao Fan smiled somewhat smugly and said, Don't worry, I will definitely protect my sister in the future. Fang Fei even gave Xiao Fan a smack on the cheek. Xiao Fan felt a little flattered by this fanatical female fan. Fang Min coughed and said, Mom, pay attention to your identity and your image. Fang Fei then let go of Xiao Fan and said, Good brother, I have brought all my things, we can set off now. Fang Min hurriedly said, Wait a minute, Xiao Fan looked at Fang Min and knew what this woman was, thinking at a glance, but was embarrassed to say it out loud, so Xiao Fan pretended to be confused and asked, Do you have anything else to do? We are in a very urgent time now. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't hesitate. It's a waste of time. You just need to learn more from your mother and see how generous and enthusiastic your mother is. Fang Fei also said, Daughter, what's wrong with you? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Fang Min then said, Can you take all my things away too? Xiao Fan smiled and said, You are still hesitating about such a small matter. There is no problem at all. But since you asked me for help, shouldn't you be polite? Have you forgotten what our relationship is? Fang Min held it in for a long time before she said, Unc, can you please help me take all the things away? Xiao Fan said with a smug smile, Since my niece has asked me for help, I will not refuse. Xiao Fan also knew the principle of knowing when to stop. This kind of joke is harmless, but if you don't know when to stop, it will become ugly after a certain degree. Another idea flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, and he simply put all the things of the Fang family into his own supernatural space. Fang Fei couldn't help but sighed softly and said, This house is completely empty, and I am less nostalgic in my heart. My mood is better. We can go now. Fang Min said again, Mom, wait a minute, there must be something in my bedroom that has not been taken away. I will take Xiao and Uncle to my bedroom. Fang Fei said, You dead girl, you always disliked your mother for wasting time, but now you are wasting time endlessly. Fang Min hurriedly replied, Okay, Mom, you just wait here for a while. Uncle and I will be back soon. Fang Min said, regardless of whether Xiao Fan was willing or not, and pulled Xiao Fan to her bedroom. After arriving at her bedroom, Fang Min directly locked the door of her bedroom. Xiao Fan immediately looked at Fang Min very vigilantly and helplessly like a little cotton ball and said, What on earth do you want to do? I tell you, you have to figure out your identity and don't do anything stupid. I'm your uncle. Fang Min rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan and said, Xiao Fan, I said you're taking advantage endlessly, right? Just stop when it's enough. I want to ask you for a favor. Xiao Fan asked, what exactly do you want me to do? You're embarrassed to say it in front of your mother. It must be a very difficult thing to do. If it's too difficult, I won't agree to it. Fang Min shook her head and replied, of course, it's not something that makes it particularly difficult for you. Now, we are about to enter the end of the world you mentioned. You can promise my mother to help her have superpowers. Can you help me have superpowers too? I've never begged anyone before, but this time I'll ask you, okay? Xiao Fan pretended to be profound and said, do you think having superpowers is such an easy thing? Not only is it a very dangerous thing, but it's also a very costly thing. For example, if you fail to awaken your superpowers, such a beauty like you may die, and what's more regrettable is that all the price I paid for this will be wasted. Fang Min snorted, are you bargaining with me and want to take benefits from me? What benefits do you want? Just say it directly. Xiao Fan said seriously, did you really not understand what I said, or are you pretending to be confused? The success rate of awakening superpowers is very low. Only 1 in 10,000 is an exaggerated number. If you fail to awaken your superpowers, you are doomed. You are Fang Lin's sister. If you are really in danger, how can I explain to her? Fang Min said firmly, no matter what kind of risk there is, I am willing to take it. I am just like that. I would rather take a grand adventure than be lost in the crowd. Stared at Fang Min's eyes and saw an extremely firm attitude in her eyes. To be honest, among all the women Xiao Fan knew, Fang Min's determination was the only one that shocked Xiao Fan deeply. Even Yu Wenli couldn't compare. Otherwise, Yu Wenli would not be tamed by Xiao Fan. Fang Min stared at Xiao Fan and said, I know you are also a businessman. If you are willing to help me awaken my superpowers, I will agree to any benefit you want from me, such as myself. Xiao Fan was surprised and said, Fang Min, before this I really respected you very much. Even though I asked you to call me uncle and uncle as a joke, I was just joking with you. But I am really disappointed with what you said just now. I really didn't expect that you would treat this matter as a business, and you actually did business in this way. I feel extremely disappointed in you. Fang Min said angrily, Xiao Fan, you bastard! Do you know that you are insulting me? What kind of person do you think I Fang Min am I? Do you think I am a slut? I Fang Min am very clean. The reason why I said that to you is because I think I have a good impression of you, understand? Xiao Fan laughed awkwardly. Is this really not the way you do business? You really only said that to me, not to anyone else, right? Fang Min snorted. Believe it or not, I won't explain to you. Xiao Fan smiled. I know you want to live a sensational life, but I don't need you to pay any price. If you really have the potential to awaken your superpowers, I will definitely help you awaken your superpowers at all costs. But if you don't have the potential to be a superstar, no matter how much you like me, I won't agree to it. Because if I really do that, I will be killing you with my own hands. Maybe you will think that you are just like everyone else, but I think you are very pleasing to the eye, even if you are just a vase. Fang Min snorted coldly and said, but I don't want to live like that. I want to take a risk and try it. Xiao Fan knew that this woman was really stubborn, otherwise Fang Lin wouldn't be so afraid of her sister. So Xiao Fan said, time is very urgent now. I don't have the time and energy to test you. When everything is arranged properly, I will find a way to test you. If you really have the potential to awaken your superpowers, don't worry, I will definitely help you awaken. If you really don't have it, I will help you have the ability to change your form. Fang Min asked, are you really not fooling me? Xiao Fan shook his head and answered very seriously, I will fool anyone but not you. You said you have a crush on me. Why should I fool you? And do you know why I value your sister so much? Fang Min asked. I am also very curious about this. Xiao Fan said, your sister and I are working together to study how to help ordinary people awaken their superpowers. Think about it. If your sister's research really has results, can she forget you? Fang Min worriedly said, but when will her research produce results? Xiao Fan comforted, I think you are too impatient as a woman. Any research has a process, and we must be patient enough for this process. Fang Min sighed, but I am worried that I don't have enough patience for this matter, and I think you would rather not let me awaken my superpowers than let me take risks, because you would rather let me be your vase." Xiao Fan coughed and said, "Don't be too smart, thinking that you understand us men very thoroughly. If you can be my vase and become a very capable vase in the future, of course I would be more than happy." Fang Min snorted, "But your reaction just now clearly told me that my guess is completely correct. I think you should also know from my sister that I am a very strong woman. When I saw that you have such magical powers, I was a little jealous of you, and of course I admired you very much. I urgently want to be like you. You should understand my feelings. My mother and I are completely two different types of people. She may really be simply curious, but I am completely different from her." Xiao Fan replied seriously, "I know what you mean. I agree to your request. As long as there is a possibility, I will immediately help you awaken your powers. Is that okay?" Fang Min nodded and said, "Then let's make a deal. Let's go out and see my mother. My mother is very curious. If the two of us stay here alone for too long, she will definitely ask what happened between us, and she will keep asking, which will annoy people to death." Xiao Fan smiled. "She is your mother after all. How can you say that about your mother? You should be more patient with your mother." Fang Min said helplessly, "I won't explain anything to you. I hope you can still have such good patience after getting along with her for a while." Fang Min opened the door and walked out. Xiao Fan followed behind. Sure enough, Fang Feier came over and asked, "I said that you two have been talking behind my back for so long. What did you talk about? Is there anything you can't let me know? I am Xiao Fan's sister, and I am your mother, Fang Min. Tell me quickly, what did you talk about in there?" It is true that a mother knows her daughter better than her. Fang Feier's curiosity is really not covered. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Sister, in fact, we didn't talk about anything special. Fang Min wants to be like you and have the ability to change her own form in the future, but she is embarrassed to ask me, her uncle, in front of you. So she pulled me into her bedroom alone to beg me, and I agreed to her. After all, I am her sister's brother and her uncle. How can I not agree to her small request?" Fang Feier sighed. "This is the bad thing about your eldest niece. She is too face-saving. Isn't it just a small favor to ask your uncle? You can't even bring yourself to do this in front of your own mother. I don't know how you can be so thin-skinned." Fang Min looked at Xiao Fan and couldn't help complaining in her heart. This man is such a bad guy. He is really good at fooling women. He fooled my curious mother by mixing truth with lies. I must be very careful when I get along with him in the future. I might be fooled by him if I am not careful. No, I have to find a chance to confirm the matter I just talked about with him. What if he is just fooling me? I must be more careful. Xiao Fan took out the body of the interstellar iron beetle again, and then he could change himself into an interstellar iron beetle. Otherwise, he could only become Fang Min or Fang Feier. Then he put the body of the interstellar iron beetle into his own supernatural space and said, "You two get on my back. Let's go." Fang Feier said nervously, "Good brother, you won't eat your sister." Xiao Fan said speechlessly, "My dear sister, don't worry and come up. I will never be willing to eat you." Fang Feier then carefully climbed onto Xiao Fan's back, and then Fang Min sat next to her mother. Xiao Fan instructed, "Be careful. I will fly directly out of the window." Fang Feier replied excitedly, "Good brother, when you get outside, don't fly too high. Don't freeze your sister into an ice stick." Xiao Fan's huge body directly smashed the window and flew into the air. Fang Feier kept screaming excitedly. Some women live their whole lives as an exquisite girl, and Fang Feier is such a woman. Xiao Fan did not dare to fly too high, for he was worried about encountering other interstellar iron beetles. If there was another air battle, and he brought Fang Feier and Fang Min with him, Xiao Fan was really worried that he would not be able to handle it. But what you worry about is what you will encounter. Before Xiao Fan flew far, he saw a dense mass of black spots in the sky in front of him flying towards him. Xiao Fan secretly shouted in his heart that it was not good. It was not terrible to encounter an interstellar iron beetle. The key was that he did not understand the special way of communication between interstellar iron beetles at all. He couldn't fool them even if he wanted to. But Xiao Fan also knew that the other party must have discovered him. If he turned around and ran at this time, he would definitely be more suspicious than the other party, and he might even be directly attacked by the other party. Xiao Fan couldn't help but start to miss Yuan Li. If this woman was by his side now, it would be great. He could just throw an energy ball out, and it would definitely kill a large number of people. Xiao Fan said, "Sister, Fang Min, we are now facing the enemy. You two must not panic. Remember that you two are the followers I chose, that is, the traitors of the human beings on this planet." Xiao Fan didn't know if such an explanation would be useful, but at least it could calm the two women down and prevent them from panicking as soon as they met. If that were the case, they would be exposed immediately. At this time, the distance between the two sides was closer, and Xiao Fan actually discovered a very incredible scene. He saw that there were more than 20 interstellar iron beetles, but this was not what surprised Xiao Fan. What really surprised Xiao Fan was that there were several humans on the back of each interstellar beetle, and they were all young men and women. Xiao Fan didn't know what these interstellar iron beetles were going to do, but he decided to take the lead, so he shouted, "Are you the followers they chose? I think your qualifications are very poor." Xiao Fan said this to the young men and women on the backs of the interstellar iron beetles. There is a certain logic in what he said. The interstellar iron beetles are willing to carry these young men and women, which can only indicate one fact. That is, these young men and women have surrendered to these interstellar iron beetles. The interstellar iron beetles gathered these people together, probably to transform them and give them superpowers. It is known that the interstellar iron beetles not only wanted to surrender Xiao Fan, but also had humans surrender to them. So it is completely legitimate for Xiao Fan to ask this question. Of course, it is also a very smart choice for Xiao Fan to ask those humans, because he wants to ask the interstellar iron beetles in human language, which will definitely arouse the suspicion of the interstellar iron beetles. But the language and way of communication between interstellar iron beetles, Xiao Fan, does not understand at all. Xiao Fan can only ask those human traitors in this way, which is considered to be a preemptive move. If the interstellar iron beetles on the opposite side also want to participate in the communication in order to make those humans understand, they may also use human language. So Xiao Fan is completely gambling that the interstellar iron beetles on the opposite side will communicate with him in human language. But fortunately, Xiao Fan made the right bet this time. Those humans were indeed traitors. They had just been selected by the interstellar iron beetles and were being gathered together and sent to a location to help them awaken their superpowers. Now they were suddenly questioned by Xiao Fan, the interstellar iron beetle, and they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. They didn't know how to answer for a moment, not to mention that they all saw two beautiful young women on Xiao Fan's back. They all thought that Xiao Fan was very satisfied with the followers he had chosen, but not with them. At this time, the interstellar iron beetles on the opposite side were actually a little confused. They were ordered to find some followers on this planet, of course, the traitors of humans. But they didn't expect that a high-ranking noble was also looking for followers himself. When they were about to greet them in their own way, Xiao Fan suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction with the human followers they were looking for in human language, thinking that these followers had poor potential. The leader of these interstellar iron beetles was a self-righteous, clever, and flattering person. He understood Xiao Fan's words just now, as Xiao Fan consciously showing off that the followers he found had great potential, and he was showing off to himself. He had to please the noble in front of him. In order to please him, he could not communicate in the language and way between the mecha beetles, because in that case, these humans would not be able to understand what they were communicating with each other. Therefore, Xiao Fan, the noble, could not achieve his purpose of showing off, and he would definitely be very unhappy with himself. So he must also communicate with Xiao Fan in human language so that all humans can understand. Then Xiao Fan can better devalue the followers they found and raise his own followers. Xiao Fan will be even happier. Therefore, the leader of the interstellar iron beetles said, Dear Noble, I didn't expect that you would come here in person to find followers. The followers you are looking for must be the humans with the best potential on this planet. When we help them awaken their superpowers, we must use the best materials for them. And these followers of ours are not worthy of being compared with your followers. Xiao Fan had never expected that he would get such an answer, and Fang Min on his back could not help but feel ecstatic at this moment. It was possible for her to awaken her superpowers in such a way. Although it would be very risky, she was willing to take the risk. Xiao Fan really wanted to go and see how the interstellar iron beetles helped these human traders awaken their superpowers, but thinking of Fang Min and Fang Fei on his back, Xiao Fan resisted the urge. It was not a wise move to take these two ordinary women with him to take risks. He was fine, but he could not harm these two women. Xiao Fan therefore said, "You don't have to worry about my followers. I will naturally have my own arrangements. Can I still treat my followers badly?" The leader of the interstellar iron beetles hurriedly replied, "Dear noble sir, I have no intention of offending you. The resources you have will far exceed ours. I apologize to you for my previous gaffe." Xiao Fan snorted, "Take your mediocre followers away from here quickly and disappear from my sight. You make me feel very unhappy, and I don't want to see you again." The interstellar iron beetle leader hurriedly replied, "Respected noble sir, we will leave now. Please don't be angry." Xiao Fan yelled, "Then don't talk so much nonsense. Get out of here immediately." The leader of the interstellar iron beetle hurriedly left with his men. No battle took place in this encounter, but Xiao Fan actually gained a lot. The biggest gain was that Xiao Fan figured out that his current identity was very noble, and he was a noble of the interstellar iron beetle. Don't look at a simple identity confirmation, but it will be of great help to Xiao Fan's future plans. In the future, he can use this identity with more confidence to implement his own massacre or assassination plans. Although he knew that the identity of this interstellar iron beetle was extraordinary, he had no idea how extraordinary it was. Now he has figured it out. Watching the interstellar iron beetle flying farther and farther, Fang Min couldn't help but shouted in disappointment, "Xiao Fan, why don't we go with them? Maybe they can really help me awaken my superpowers." Xiao Fan scolded, "Fang Min, is awakening superpowers the only thing in your eyes? Have you ever thought that those human traders were carefully selected by the interstellar iron beetles and are qualified to awaken superpowers? But you and your mother don't have it at all, and you will be exposed as soon as you get there. I know you are not afraid of death, but as your mother's daughter, you should always consider your mother." Fang Fei nodded and said, "Daughter, what your uncle said makes a lot of sense. You can't be so selfish and only consider yourself and not care about your mother's safety at all." Fang Min really didn't want to listen to her mother's endless nagging, so she had to say, "I'm sorry, Mom. I said the wrong thing just now. I apologize to you now, okay?" Fang Fei said, Okay, Mom is not such a petty person. I won't be angry anymore." Xiao Fan took the opportunity to say, "Awakening superpowers is a matter that you can't be rushed. You must be patient enough. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Min said, "I understand, but I feel that it was a pity that I missed such a chance just now." Xiao Fan said dissatisfiedly, "Why do you feel it's a pity? I'm the one who really feels pity, do you know? If it weren't for you, because you are a burden to me at the moment, I would definitely follow them to see how they awaken the superpowers for those traitors and then destroy all their bases." Fang Min pouted when she heard Xiao Fan's words and couldn't help complaining in her heart. It seems that it is really not possible not to awaken the superpowers. In his eyes, I am a burden, and I don't want to be a burden. Fang Fei thought the exact opposite. When she heard Xiao Fan's words, she showed a very excited expression and said, "My dear brother, it turns out that my sister has such an important position in your heart. For my sister's safety, you actually chose to give up such an important action. My sister is very touched by your choice." Fang Min glanced at her mother and gently uttered two words, "Weird." Fang Fei still heard her daughter say these two words and asked dissatisfiedly, "Daughter, are you jealous of your mother? If you are not jealous of your mother, how can you say such impolite words as a daughter?" Xiao Fan also couldn't stand Fang Min, so he took the opportunity to fan the flames and said, "My dear sister, I have long seen that your daughter is full of jealousy and disrespect for you. As a mother, you must establish your own majesty. I suggest that you should give her a good beating at this time." Fang Feier nodded and said in agreement, "My dear brother, I think your suggestion is very pertinent. I have disliked this dead girl for a long time. I will punish her severely now." Fang Min yelled, "Xiao Fan, you bastard dared to sow discord between us mother and daughter. I will never let you go." Then Fang Min's voice was replaced by screams, because she was slapped hard by her mother on the roundness behind her. Xiao Fan listened to the crisp slap and couldn't help but secretly thought that it was really crisp and pleasant. "Fang," Min shouted in grievance, "Mom, don't go too far. Have you forgotten that I am your daughter and he is not your biological brother? You listen to him and beat your own daughter like this. Don't you think you have gone too far? Be careful in the future or I won't love you anymore." Xiao Fan laughed and said, "Fang Min, do you know why your sister dislikes you so much?" Fang Min asked back, "Why?" Xiao Fan replied, "Because I feel that your emotional intelligence is too low, just like what you said just now. How could you say it in front of me? Doesn't it make me very unhappy? Then I can only retaliate against you. Sister, it seems that your eldest daughter is very unconvinced. You must work harder." Fang Feier nodded and said, "My dear brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. You don't know how hateful this little girl was in the past. She was like the eldest in our family. Not only was her sister very afraid of her, but in fact, as a mother, I sometimes don't want to be with her. Sometimes what she says can really make people angry. In addition, she often has a bad face. Sometimes, my sister really doesn't want to be with her. She is what you call low emotional intelligence. In the future, my dear brother, when you have time, you can educate her well and improve her emotional intelligence." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about this, sister. I will take care of it. I will definitely let Fang Min improve her emotional intelligence as soon as possible." Fang Min pouted her mouth. Underground base. Fang Lin was really getting more and more anxious. Now she found that her mobile phone had no signal, and the underground base was out of power. Only the emergency lights were flashing dimly. It was very likely that the power facilities were also destroyed by the interstellar iron beetles. Xiao Fan couldn't be contacted, and neither could her mother and sister. Fang Lin was really worried that her mother and sister were in danger. Later, Yuan Li came with Hu Miao, and then Zhang Weilan's father came with a large group of employees from his company, but there was still no news from Xiao Fan. Fang Lin was really getting more and more worried. However, the underground base was getting more and more lively, because more and more people came, even Tan Feifei came. But as more and more people came, conflicts also emerged. Because among the 50 or 60 people brought by Zhang Weilan's father, there were several obvious thorns. Relying on their large number of people, they actually wanted to dominate the underground base. This made Xiao Fan's women's army very dissatisfied. For example, Mu Hong's face became more and more ugly. But because of Zhang Weilan, Mu Hong is still holding back and has not reached the point of an outburst. Zhang Weilan's father had good intentions in bringing these people to the underground base. Now everyone can see that the end of the world has come. There is strength in numbers. And one more person means more strength. And the people he brought were all his former subordinates, so it is easier to be united. But he never expected that such a situation would occur. Some of the people he brought with him were out of his control and did not obey his command at all. Especially when he saw the anxious expression on his daughter's face, he felt very guilty. But Zhang Weilan could see that the people who took the lead in provoking were very unusual. They might have awakened their superpowers. It was unknown how they awakened their superpowers, but they seemed very arrogant and fearless. With such confidence, people suspected that they had awakened their superpowers. Among these people who took the lead in making trouble, there was one who was obviously their boss. This person was called Ding Long, and he was originally the office director under Zhang Weilan's father. He looked like a very smart and capable man in his 30s. Looked at Fang Lin and said, "Professor Fang, I know that this underground base belongs to your Fang family, but now is a very special moment. You should give up the dominance of this underground base of your Fang family and hand it over to our brothers for better planning so that we can better deal with the end of the world." Fang Lin hadn't spoken yet. Mu Hong said, "I think you are here to make trouble on purpose. Who has the final say here? How come it's never your turn? I think your purpose is not simple, and your identity is very suspicious. Why don't you just say it directly? What is your purpose?" Ding Long sneered. "Who are you? Are you from the Fang family? Is it your turn to speak here? What I hate most is women like you who like to put labels on others as soon as they come up. If I met a woman like you in the past, I would slap her in the face. But you are very lucky today. For the sake of Mr. Zhang, I won't do anything to you, and don't be too presumptuous." Zhang Weilan's father said, "Ding Long, what's the matter with you today? I brought you to this underground base for refuge, but you are so provocative. What's wrong with you? This is not like your usual style." Ding Long sneered, "Mr. Zhang, I advise you not to interfere in some things. This is not something you are capable of solving. You should understand that this is a special moment, and I am no longer your office director. You are not qualified to give me orders anymore. To be honest, I can be so polite to you now, entirely because of our past friendship. I am no longer the person I used to be. If you still don't realize this problem, I can only say that you are an idiot." Zhang Weilan's father was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Yuan Li said coldly at this time, "Don't provoke us deliberately. Tell us your real purpose. Have you awakened your superpowers? Are you here to provoke us deliberately to anger us and test our strength? You are targeting Xiao Fan." Ding Long's face changed involuntarily. He didn't expect that his purpose was seen through at once. This surprised him very much. He looked at Yuan Li. In fact, he had noticed this very beautiful and charming woman a long time ago, but he didn't pay special attention to her before. But now, when he heard her speak, he realized that this woman was so extraordinary. Ding Long couldn't help but secretly think in his heart that it seems that he can't underestimate this woman in front of him. Is she also an awakened superpower? Ding Long is indeed an awakened superpower. Not only him, but also the 5 people who followed him to make trouble are all awakened superpowers. They were all the first group of followers chosen by the interstellar Iron Beetle, and they had all sworn allegiance to the interstellar Iron Beetle. After they were awakened by the interstellar Iron Beetle, they all received missions. For example, the mission that Ding Long and his team received was to find other awakened people with superpowers on this planet, and to destroy them all if they were found and confirmed to be not loyal to the interstellar Iron Beetle. When Zhang Weilan's father invited them to this underground base, they immediately agreed, because they guessed that there might be awakened people with superpowers in this underground base, which would be very helpful for them to complete their mission. If they killed a few more awakened people with superpowers, they would be able to establish a great merit. Why are they only provoking verbally and not taking action now? The reason is also very simple. That is because they know that there is a Xiao Fan, and they can even judge from the information they heard that Xiao Fan is the real leader of this underground base, which means that Xiao Fan is likely to be the most powerful awakened person with superpowers. This is the real reason why they did not choose to act immediately. They were just waiting for Xiao Fan to come back. They were very confident that they were absolutely in control of the situation in front of them, so they were not in a hurry when to act, but they thought they couldn't act in advance. What if they killed everyone here in advance, and Xiao Fan found out the real situation and chose to flee? This was their real purpose, to deliberately provoke these women in front of them, so that they could urge Xiao Fan to come back as soon as possible. Of course, they didn't consider whether these women could urge Xiao Fan to come back as soon as possible. Ding Long looked at Yu Wenli and snorted coldly. "I have to say, you are a very charming and attractive woman. This is your advantage. Maybe for this reason I will let you become my follower with honor." Yu Wenli sneered. "It seems that you are very interested in me?" Ding Long smiled and nodded. Yu Wenli sneered, "It's a pity that you don't deserve it. And because of your stupidity, you are dead today." Ding Long was furious. "You stinky woman is really shameless. Whether you like it or not, I will marry you. To tell you the truth, I not only want you, but also all the women here. I have to say that the quality of the women here is very high. I have been tempted for a long time." At this time, a round-faced man next to Ding Long said complacently, "Brother Long, you are the boss. After you have enjoyed the women here, can you let us brothers drink some soup?" Ding Long sneered, "As the eldest brother, when have I ever ignored you younger brothers? When I get tired of playing with these women, you will naturally have the benefits." The younger brothers around Ding Long laughed. It can be seen that Ding Long should be the strongest among them. No one dared to refute what he said. Mu Hong sneered, "I didn't intend to do anything to you because you were brought by Mr. Zhang, but I didn't expect your faces to be so ugly, so don't blame me for being rude." The round-faced man grinned. "Brother Long, this woman is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but also has such a hot temper. She actually calls herself an aunt. I wonder if she is still in the mood to call herself that after she gets on Brother Long's bed? Brother Long, do you have the capital to completely conquer her?" Ding Long laughed sarcastically. "You damn bastard! You dare to doubt Brother Long's capital. Does Brother Long need you to watch him when he is doing things? See if Brother Long has the capital? Don't say this, little girl. Even if all the little girls here are counted, Brother Long can easily take them down." Mu Hong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she was about to kill. A small energy ball began to brew in the palm of Yuan Li's right hand, but the next second they all stopped their actions at the same time, because they heard a familiar voice. That was Xiao Fan's voice. "Where did this damn bastard come from? How dare he act so wildly in my underground base? Are you tired of living?" Everyone looked at the entrance of the underground base and saw Xiao Fan walking into the underground base with Fang Min and Fang Feier. Fang Lin immediately rushed to her mother and sister with great joy. She was now completely relieved. Not only were her sister and mother safe, but Xiao Fan was also back in the underground base, which meant that she was completely safe now. Although someone was making trouble here, it was absolutely no threat to Xiao Fan. Fang Lin now had a blind confidence in Xiao Fan. She was still very nervous just now, but now that Xiao Fan had just appeared, Fang Lin was completely relieved. Ding Long looked at Xiao Fan and sneered. "Are you Xiao Fan? Do you know why I haven't taken action and kept talking nonsense with these women? I'm just waiting for you to come. I'm worried that after killing everyone here too early, you won't dare to come back. In that case, wouldn't you be a fish that slipped through the net?" Xiao Fan looked at Ding Long and asked, "You have surrendered to the interstellar iron beetle, so you awakened your superpowers?" The reason why Xiao Fan asked this was because he had already determined Ding Long's true identity now. This guy didn't come specifically for him, which could be heard from his words, but he deliberately waited for him because he thought he was the leader here. This shows that this underground base is still safe for now. It was just an accident that Ding Long and the other traitors came here. As long as he killed these traitors, it would still be safe here. Ding Long sneered, "I advise you not to speak so harshly. What does it mean to surrender? It seems that I am selling out for glory. I am just the chosen son of heaven, chosen by a higher civilization." Xiao Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Now the word chosen son is completely rotten. What kind of cats and dogs claim to be the chosen son of heaven? Ding Long continued, "According to the order of the Zerg Lord, before I kill you, I need to ask you a question. Are you willing to surrender to me, become my little brother, and be loyal to the higher civilization with me? This is your last chance to live. I advise you to think clearly before answering, otherwise, as long as you dare to say no, I will use thunder to tear you into pieces." Xiao Fan looked at the people around him. It was not a good choice to take action in the underground base. First, it would cause many unnecessary casualties if he really took action. The death and injury of other people had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. But Zhang Weilan, Yang Kan, Qiao Yun, Yang Yun, Lin Xiaoxiao, Tan Feifei, and others, Xiao Fan couldn't care less. Moreover, if the battle is too intense, the underground base will be destroyed, which will be even more unprofitable. Xiao Fan then said, "You are a chosen one? It's really beyond my expectation. Why don't we go out and compete? Let me see how powerful you are as a chosen one." Ding Long sneered. Xiao Fan, you want me to go out and fight with you. You are dreaming. You are worried that I will hurt these women, but I just want to fight with you here. Anyway, they are not my women. Even if they all die, I won't feel bad. This is an advantage that I can take advantage of. Do you think I am stupid and will give up such an advantage like this? The expression on Xiao Fan's face became colder and colder. This damn bastard was so shameless. Xiao Fan decided to take sudden measures to kill him. Just like killing those interstellar iron beetles, he suddenly took out his bone spear and launched an attack. But it was obvious that Ding Long and his brothers had been ready for battle since the moment Xiao Fan appeared. In order to create a certain momentum, Ding Long's right arm began to mutate and show his special ability. It turned into a fire snake, constantly swallowing and spitting out flames, which looked very terrifying. Many people were terrified and kept screaming. Ding Long's brothers also kept showing off their special abilities. Some of them could shoot light arrows from their mouths. Some of them had their entire bodies mutated into steel armor, and one of them had both arms turned into huge machetes, with the blades flashing with lightning. When Xiao Fan was thinking about whether he could kill everyone with one blow, Mu Hong suddenly gave him a reassuring expression. Xiao Fan's heart moved. Could it be that Mu Hong's awakened special ability this time was different from the last apocalypse? And could he be sure to kill everyone in front of him? The last time Mu Hong awakened was purely close combat skills, and there was no guarantee that the opponent would be killed without any counterattack. Although Xiao Fan felt very confused, he still chose to believe Mu Hong, because he knew that Mu Hong would never joke with him about this matter. So he also gave Mu Hong a look which meant, I will take care of half, and the remaining half belongs to you. Is that okay? Mu Hong nodded, indicating that there was no problem at all, and would do as you said. The two of them understood each other very well, and there was no hesitation. Xiao Fan suddenly had 4 more bone spears in his hands, and stabbed Ding Long and the others at lightning speed. And Mu Hong's eyes shot out 2 blue death lights and quickly shot at different targets. The battle started in an instant. To be exact, it was a one-sided massacre. The 6 guys, including Ding Long, had no chance to fight back. 4 of them were stabbed by Xiao Fan with bone spears, and the other 2 were directly melted by Mu Hong with death light. Mu Hong did not let go of the 4 guys who were stabbed, and still melted them without a trace with death light. It was as if they had never appeared in this world. Not even a cell was left in this world. Yu Wenli, who was standing aside, felt deeply shocked when she looked at Mu Hong. This woman actually awakened such a powerful ability. I don't know who is more powerful than her own ability, but one thing can be confirmed. Mu Hong's awakened ability is more suitable for fighting in the current situation. If it is her Yu Wenli who fights, an energy ball will be thrown out, and the underground base may not exist. Yu Wenli couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems that her ability still has certain limitations. The range of destruction is difficult to control, and it seems a bit hesitant to use it. Everyone else was in shock. The deadly light in Mu Hong's eyes made them feel deeply shocked. They looked at Mu Hong as if she were a monster. They couldn't understand how there could be such a terrible woman in the world. But there was one person who was an exception, and that was Fang Min. Fang Min's heart was not shocked, but full of envy and even a lot of jealousy. The fact that this woman could awaken such a powerful ability must be related to Xiao Fan. It would be great if she could also awaken such a powerful ability. But for some reason, Xiao Fan insisted that he couldn't awaken his ability. No matter what, she had to find an opportunity to convince Xiao Fan to awaken her ability as soon as possible. Fang Min really couldn't wait any longer. She believed that only living like Mu Hong could be a real life. Xiao Fan looked at Mu Hong and said with a smile, "Is this the superpower you awakened? It's a little beyond my expectations." Mu Hong smiled and said, "I think I have the ability to protect you well now. In the future, I can stay by your side and keep you safe at all times." Zhang Weilan listened to the conversation between the two of them, and his expression couldn't help but dim. At this time, Xiao Fan looked at her, and she hurriedly said, "Xiao Fan, I'm really sorry. My father didn't bring these people here to cause you trouble, but he didn't expect such a situation to happen. "I'm really sorry. I hope you don't mind too much." Zhang Weilan's father also hurriedly said, "I really think there is strength in numbers. Sometimes with more people, many things can be easily solved, but I didn't expect Ding Long to be such a person." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, I think you are right, and I want to thank you. I originally planned to organize a team, but time was really too tight. I haven't had the opportunity to find the right people. Now you bring so many people, it's just right to organize a team." The expression on Zhang Weilan's face became extremely grateful. Xiao Fan's ability to say such words made her feel very moved and warm. Zhang Weilan thought that Xiao Fan said these words just to comfort her. In fact, Xiao Fan said these words not just to comfort her. Xiao Fan really considered forming a team of his own, but he had no time to deal with this matter. Otherwise, he would not have stockpiled so many arms before. If it was not for his own team, what would he do with these arms? Xiao Fan continued, "You are absolutely right. In this end times, more people means more power. One person means more power. In fact, this is also the point I want to express. The people who came with Zhang Weilan's father were still very nervous. Because of Ding Long's relationship, they were worried that they would be driven out of the underground base, because it was completely reasonable for Xiao Fan to vent his anger on them. However, Xiao Fan not only did not vent his anger on them, but also expressed his welcome, which made them very moved. The expression on Zhang Weilan's father's face also became much better, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart that his future son-in-law was still very knowledgeable about the ways of the world and gave his future father-in-law face. Xiao Fan looked at those people and said, "Since you are here, I can make a promise to you. I can guarantee your safety. Now everyone can see that the situation we are facing is getting worse and worse. You can also see that now all your mobile phones have lost signal and power supply. If it weren't for this emergency power equipment, this basement would have been completely plunged into darkness." They fell into deep sorrow when they heard Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan continued, "But this has nothing to do with it. I can provide you with all the supplies, including the light here." Xiao Fan took out a lot of incandescent lighting lamps with power storage functions from the supplies he had previously stored, and then placed these idiot lamps in different positions. Soon the entire underground base became bright. Some people also smiled because of this. Light can always bring hope to people, no matter when. Xiao Fan continued, "I am responsible for your food, clothing, shelter, and all material supplies here. I can even provide you with weapons for self-protection. It can be said that here you can live a worry-free and safe life in the end of the world." Many people showed very ecstatic expressions on their faces. Xiao Fan continued, "But there are also rules here. You must absolutely obey my command. Anyone who dares to question my order will be expelled immediately. Can you do it? Of course, I won't make it difficult for you. You should think about my question carefully. If you feel that you can't do it, you can leave now and leave safely. I will never make it difficult for you." Of course, no one would choose to leave. This is such a good condition. Besides, it is natural for them to accept a strong leader when they are so weak. Where can they go if they leave here? I'm afraid leaving here will be a dead end. So no one chose to leave. Xiao Fan continued, "Since none of you choose to leave, I must first talk about some of the rules here. First, I will designate a special work area here. This work area is the important place for our underground base to conduct experiments. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." Then Xiao Fan named his women's army one by one in front of everyone, and actually separated his women's army from others. Of course, this area must also include Fang Lin's laboratory. Then Xiao Fan said, "In such a doomsday, the situation we face is actually very complicated. Our enemies are not only those interstellar iron beetles, but also our own kind. Because without me, you will soon find that you lack long-term material support. And we have material support. Those who lack material support may come to rob our supplies. What should we do?" A young man took the lead and shouted, "We will defend our supplies to the death." Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "What I want is your courage and responsibility. Now who among you is willing to defend our underground base? Please stand up, and I will give you weapons now. The people brought by Zhang Weilan's father all stood up. At this time, anyone who is not a fool will choose to stand up. Xiao Fan had a thought, and a large number of arms appeared in front of them. Xiao Fan said, "Each of you can choose a suitable gun. Although these weapons can't deal with interstellar iron beetles, they are still useful for dealing with other threats. They can also form a very strong deterrent to those guys who have bad intentions towards our underground base." Those people began to choose the guns they wanted, and they all showed excited expressions. Xiao Fan waited for them to finish their selection and continued. "In fact, I have another great news to tell you. It can be said that our underground fortress is the most promising fortress on the entire planet. Because the experimental area that I just marked out and didn't allow you to enter, do you know what it is used for?" Many people shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Xiao Fan said confidently, "That is the experimental base for studying the awakening of superpowers, and the leader of the research on awakening of superpowers is Professor Fang Lin, one of the owners of this underground base. Once her research shows relevant results, I can guarantee that you will also have the opportunity to awaken superpowers." Xiao Fan's words immediately caused an uproar. Although these people are ordinary people, everyone has a heroic dream in their hearts, and these people are naturally no exception. Xiao Fan just looked at them very calmly and did not interrupt their discussion. This is also an effect that Xiao Fan wanted. If he wants these people to follow him wholeheartedly, he must pay attention to both kindness and power. Just now, using thunder to kill Ding Long and the others in front of them can be said to be power. Then taking them in and giving them weapons can be said to be a favor. But such a favor is not enough. They must also give them greater hope so that they can see the bright future by following themselves, so that they can completely win their hearts. Xiao Fan obviously achieved his desired goal, which can be heard from the discussions of some people. "I just heard Mr. Xiao say that we are not allowed to go to special places. I thought that not treating us as their own people was a kind of discrimination against us. I didn't expect that it was because they were researching the awakening of superpowers there. We really can't just go and disturb them. Mr. Xiao really has good intentions and is willing to give us the opportunity to awaken our superpowers. I am so touched. Speaking of which, I feel very ashamed. I originally thought that those women were just pretty vases, but I never thought that they were professors who were researching the awakening of superpowers. I am really very ashamed. I really judged others by my own standards just now. I must never do this in the future. If one day I can awaken my superpowers, I will definitely be able to walk out of this underground base and calmly face all the enemies outside. I don't have to worry every day. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for giving me such an opportunity and dream. Before, I actually thought that Mr. Xiao would not really take us to heart. Now I think I am really sorry for Mr. Xiao. We must sincerely follow Mr. Xiao's arrangements in the future. Mr. Xiao really treats us as his own people, otherwise he would not have handed all the guns to us before. Mr. Xiao treats us so sincerely. If we have other ideas, then we can't be considered as human beings." Although they said these discussions in a low voice, Xiao Fan heard them clearly. He is an awakened person with superpowers. His hearing is so strong that it is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Although Xiao Fan's expression was very calm, he still felt a little proud in his heart. He just used some tricks to completely subdue these people. Xiao Fan and the others had almost finished discussing, so he gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. "But you are not doing nothing every day in the underground base. You must take on your own responsibilities and make our underground base better day by day. There should be people among you who know how to plan, who can expand the space of our underground base, and even design the functions of each area. If I provide you with solar power generation equipment, can you design how to use them effectively and safely so that our underground base can regain electricity?" Many people shouted in unison. "Mr. Xiao, don't worry. Leave these definitely complete the tasks you have assigned excellently and will never let you down." Xiao Fan nodded and looked at Zhang Weilan's father and said, "Uncle, I am usually very busy and may not be in this base often. What I just said are just some very specific tasks. All these things are left to you to be responsible for. Is there any problem? Of course, if you have any ideas, as long as they are conducive to improving our underground base, you can put them forward and implement them. Zhang Weilan's father was very excited when he heard Xiao Fan's words. He was flattered that he could be trusted so much. What a person worries most is not being given more tasks but being ignored. Zhang Weilan's father is such a person. He can't wait to keep himself busy. After Xiao Fan finished explaining the underground base, he went to the laboratory with Fang Lin. Xiao Fan said, "You can start your research now. I will provide you with some crystal cores and partial body specimens of interstellar ironclad beetles later." Fang Lin said, "Why partial body specimens? I want a complete interstellar ironclad beetle." Xiao Fan explained, "To be honest, I only want to provide you with the crystal cores for research. I don't even plan to give you the body parts of the interstellar ironclad beetles. Because these damn interstellar ironclad beetles seem to be able to locate each other through their bodies, and I haven't figured out which part of the body they use to locate each other. So I can't give the interstellar ironclad beetles to you for research. This is not only taking risks with you, but also taking risks with our entire underground base." Fang Lin said, "Okay, I'll start with studying the crystal cores. Just one crystal core is enough to bring me into a whole new field." Xiao Fan nodded and took out 2 crystal cores from his own supernatural space. One was an ordinary crystal core, and the other was a light golden crystal core, which belonged to the crystal core of the interstellar ironclad beetle noble. Fang Ling took the ordinary crystal core first, and nothing unusual happened. But when she reached out to take the light golden crystal core, something suddenly happened. Xiao Fan, who was standing by, didn't have time to react. The light golden crystal core turned into an energy beam and instantly entered Fang Ling's heart. Fang Lin screamed, and then she fell straight back. Xiao Fan hurriedly supported Fang Lin, who was about to fall to the ground. He saw that Fang Lin's face became extremely pale and bloodless, and her body was cold, without any temperature at all. This scared Xiao Fan so much that he quickly stretched out a finger to test Fang Lin's breath. Fortunately, there was still a very weak breath. Xiao Fan was confused. He had never seen such a situation before. He had experienced the awakening process of many people's superpowers, but no one's superpower awakening was initiated by the crystal core. What on earth was going on? Just when Xiao Fan couldn't make up his mind, Fang Min and Fang Feier pushed open the door and rushed in. The mother and daughter were waiting outside the laboratory. They had planned to go into the laboratory and chat with Fang Lin after. Xiao Fan finished his business and left. However, they never expected to hear Fang Lin scream outside the laboratory door. They had no idea what was going on, so they rushed in. Then they saw Xiao Fan holding the unconscious Fang Lin. Fang Min hurriedly asked, "Xiao Fan, what did you do to my sister?" Xiao Fan replied unhappily, "Fang Min, I asked you if you can speak. Which eye of yours saw what I did to your sister? I can't tell what happened to your sister now, but it seems that there is no danger for the time being, and she is still breathing." Fang Feier, the mother, was so anxious that she was about to cry. She was so nervous that she couldn't even say a word. Fang Min was about to speak again, when she suddenly saw many strange golden stripes on her sister's forehead. Fang Min had never seen such a strange scene before, and she screamed in fear. Fang Feier screamed along with her. The screams of the mother and daughter attracted more people's attention. Mu, Hong, and Yu Wenli also rushed into the laboratory. When they rushed into the laboratory, Fang Lin's condition became even more weird. Weird golden stripes appeared on Fang Lin's face and even on her body, and these golden stripes became more and more dense, and later her whole body turned light gold. Fang Feier cried, "Xiao Fan, my good brother, what happened to my little daughter? You quickly find a way to help her. She won't become a monster, right?" Xiao Fan didn't want to help. He also wanted to help, but this was the first time he encountered such a weird situation in front of him, and he didn't know where to start even if he wanted to help. Mu Hong said, "How could this happen? Is this awakening a superpower, or is she sick?" As soon as Mu Hong's voice fell, Fang Lin's body shook violently, and Fang Lin also uttered a painful groan, and even her 2 light golden palms tightly grasped Xiao Fan's shoulders. And Xiao Fan was actually very painful when she was grabbed. Xiao Fan seldom felt pain, but at this moment he was actually hurt by Fang Lin's scratching. However, a surprised expression appeared on Xiao Fan's face, and he shouted, "All of you go out, or shut up and stop talking. Fang Lin is in the process of awakening her superpowers, so don't disturb her." After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he stopped talking. He wanted to put Fang Lin on the ground, but Fang Lin held his shoulders tightly and wouldn't let go at all. Xiao Fan could only hold Fang Lin like this and tried not to make any movements with his body, so as not to disturb Fang Lin. Fang Min and the others did not dare to speak anymore, for fear of disturbing Fang Lin. At this time, Fang Lin's body began to shake violently, and even the blood vessels in her body began to bulge, which looked extremely weird. Fang Feier really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He was worried that if he continued to watch, something would happen to his daughter. So this mother simply chose to close her eyes tightly and could only pray silently for her daughter in her heart, hoping that her daughter could awaken her superpowers safely. Fang Min stared at her sister with very fiery eyes. She was now full of envy for her sister, and she wished that she could replace her sister. How she hoped that the person who awakened the superpowers would be herself. Fang Lin soon oozed dense sweat all over her body and soaked Xiao Fan's clothes. Fang Lin suddenly let out a long howl, and the penetrating power of this howl was very strong. Everyone in the entire underground base heard it, but many people couldn't figure out what happened. As the long howl ended, Fang Lin's body shook violently, and then Fang Lin's body became limp like a noodle. But she still held Xiao Fan's shoulders tightly with both hands and did not let go. Xiao Fan really felt so painful, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. According to his previous experience, he could judge that Fang Lin had passed the most difficult period, and now was the critical period for awakening her superpowers. After Fang Lin wakes up, we will know what superpowers she has awakened. But no matter what superpowers it is, it can be concluded that it is definitely a very powerful superpower, because Fang Lin consumed the crystal core of an interstellar iron beetle noble. Xiao Fan felt very fortunate that he could have another powerful helper, and Fang Lin's awakening of superpowers could better help her conduct research on superpower awakening. Xiao Fan held Fang Lin for 2 hours, and Fang Min and Fang Feier, the mother and daughter, also stayed by her side for 2 hours. Mu Hong and Yu Wenli left later because they still had a lot of things to do, such as guarding the underground base, which was not something that ordinary people outside could do. When the light gold on Fang Lin's body slowly disappeared, Fang Lin slowly opened her eyes. She saw Xiao Fan's concerned eyes at a glance, and then found that she was actually held in Xiao Fan's arms. Fang Lin immediately said shyly, "Mr. Xiao, what happened just now? I'm really sorry." Fang Lin struggled to stand up, and it was Xiao Fan's turn to be confused. "Is it over? But Fang Lin has been tossing for so long. What kind of superpowers did she awaken?" Fang Min was even more anxious than Xiao Fan and asked hurriedly, "Fang Lin, do you feel any difference in yourself? Do you know that you are awakening your superpowers just now? It's not that you haven't awakened any superpowers and failed to awaken your superpowers." Fang Feier glared at her eldest daughter and said, "Fang Min, when can you learn to speak properly? Your sister just woke up and said such discouraging words." Fang Feier hugged her little daughter and said with concern, "My little baby, Mom was really worried to death just now. Seeing you wake up, Mom is so happy. Do you feel any difference from before?" Xiao Fan couldn't help complaining in his heart. "You are so embarrassed to say that about your eldest daughter. Your curiosity is not much stronger than your eldest daughter." After listening to what her eldest sister and mother said, Fang Lin carefully felt her body and didn't feel any difference. So Fang Lin said, "I feel that my body is exactly the same as before. There is no difference. Maybe I failed to awaken my superpowers. What a waste of a precious crystal core. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Fan said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a crystal core." Although Xiao Fan said this, he still felt a little disappointed. He didn't feel sorry for the crystal core, but if Fang Lin could successfully awaken her superpowers, he would have an extremely powerful helper. Fang Min couldn't help but complain at this time. "How can you say sorry? You wasted such a precious opportunity. If it were me, I might have awakened my superpowers by now. Fang Lin defended herself, aggrievedly. But it's not my fault. I didn't take the initiative to awaken my superpowers. Suddenly I lost consciousness, and I don't know what happened. Maybe the crystal core is too weird. There is no problem with the crystal core in my hand. Fang Min asked. You actually have another crystal core in your hand? Fang Lin nodded and stretched out her right hand. Sure enough, there was a crystal core in the palm of her hand. Fang Min ignored everything and grabbed it. Fang Min said excitedly, Mr. Xiao, can you give this crystal core to me? Xiao Fan was stunned and said hurriedly, Fang Min, don't be silly. If you just want this crystal core, I will give it to you without any problem. But what exactly are you thinking? You know it even if I don't tell you. In case the awakening of your superpowers fails, you will die. Don't take this risk. Fang Lin became anxious after hearing what Xiao Fan said. Although she, as the younger sister, did not get along very well with the older sister, the sisters still had a very deep affection for each other. Fang Lin hurriedly said, Sister, don't make trouble. Give me the crystal core back quickly. I'm using it for my experiments. Fang Min held the crystal core tightly in her hand and said firmly, I will never give it back to you. I promise you. I just keep it as a collection and will never let myself try to awaken my superpowers at will. Xiao Fan said angrily, Fang Min, give it back quickly. Do you think I will believe your lies? I would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree than believe your lies. Fang Feier also said, My eldest daughter, be obedient, give the things back to your sister quickly. But your sister is doing research. She can't take it out and play with it casually. Fang Lin also begged, Good sister, please give the things back to me quickly. I swear to you that if one day my research has certain results, I will definitely be the first to help you awaken your superpowers. I promise you. It's okay to promise you, right? Don't you still believe what I say, your sister? Fang Min snorted. It's not that I don't believe what you say, but I don't believe in your strength. Maybe you are a genius and beautiful professor on our planet, but what you are studying now does not belong to our planet at all. When can you have research results? God knows. I don't believe you at all. Fang Lin immediately became very anxious when she heard her sister's words. Even her mother didn't know her sister better than her sister. This sister was so stubborn that it made people desperate. Fang Lin knew that as long as she put this crystal core in her sister's hands, no matter how big the risk was, her sister would take it. She would definitely try to awaken her own superpowers. So for the safety of her sister, this crystal core must be taken back from her sister. Fang Lin just had this strong idea in her mind and a magical scene happened. The crystal core seemed to be pulled by Fang Lin's idea and took the initiative to break away from Fang Min's control and then quickly flew into Fang Lin's hands. Xiao Fan laughed and said, Fang Lin, I know what your ability is. It's telekinesis. Since you can telekinesis, you can definitely attack from a distance. Hurry up and try whether your ability can attack from a distance. I believe you can definitely do it. Fang Lin was also very excited. She was very disappointed just now. Such a precious crystal core was wasted by herself. Although Xiao Fan did not blame her at all, it was impossible for her to have no psychological barriers. Now she finally knew that she not only awakened her ability, but also awakened such a magical ability. The excitement in Fang Lin's heart was simply beyond words. Fang Lin looked at a signature pen on the table next to her. The signature pen suddenly moved, and then flew to the back of Fang Min's head at an incredible tricky angle, and hit Fang Min's back of the head hard. Of course, although it was a hard knock, Fang Min only felt a slight pain. This was Fang Lin's willful punishment for her sister. Fang Min shouted exaggeratedly, Fang Lin, you damned girl! How dare you hit your sister? Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, I tell you, Fang Min, you better be careful. Fang Lin is now a powerful awakener of superpowers. If you dare to yell at her like this, be careful that Fang Lin will punish you severely. Fang Min realized this cruel fact after being reminded by Xiao Fan. The expression on her face immediately became extremely lonely, and she couldn't hide her frustration and loss. Fang Feier looked at her eldest daughter's expression and said with great reluctance, Daughter, you don't have to be so depressed. Don't you still have your mother to accompany you? Mom, I am also an ordinary person. Besides, you should believe your sister. What's more, your sister is also an awakened superpower. Now, she must be more confident in studying the awakening of superpowers now. Fang Lin also hurriedly comforted her sister and said, "My dear sister, don't take it to heart. I was just joking with you just now, and I didn't mean anything else, and I swear I will help you awaken your superpowers." Fang Min looked at Xiao Fan and pleaded, "Before, you were not sure whether my sister could awaken superpowers, but now my sister has not only awakened superpowers, but also awakened such a powerful superpower. This shows that your previous judgment was not completely accurate. Why don't you give me a chance? If I can also awaken superpowers, I will definitely be your strong helper. Won't the power around you become stronger and stronger?" Xiao Fan remained silent. What Fang Min said seemed to make sense. After all, Xiao Fan judged whether a person could awaken superpowers based entirely on his own experience in the apocalypse, which was indeed a generalization. Fang Min continued, "Just give me a chance, let me try. I will definitely thank you for your kindness. I swear that after I awaken my superpowers, I will help you wholeheartedly, fight side by side with you and protect our underground fortress together. I will do what I say. Please believe me." Xiao Fan could only say, "It's not that I don't want to give you this chance, but if something unexpected happens to you during the process of awakening your superpowers, how can I explain to Fang Lin? How can I explain to Sister Feier? Have you ever thought about how sad your mother will be? How sad your sister will be? This will leave them with an indelible shadow for the rest of their lives." Fang Lin was surprised. "Wait a minute, Mr. Xiao. What did you call my mother just now?" Xiao Fan answered confidently, "Call your mother sister." Fang Lin was dissatisfied. "Xiao Fan, aren't you taking advantage of me openly? My mother has become your sister, so if you don't become my elder, do I have to call you uncle? I won't do that. I don't recognize you as my uncle. I think it's more appropriate for you to call my mom aunt." Fang Min snorted. "Fang Lin, I'm afraid you said the wrong thing. You shouldn't call him uncle. You should call him uncle, and I told your sister that I already call him uncle." Fang Lin stomped her feet and shouted, "Xiao Fan, I just asked you to pick up my mom and sister, and you made such a mess of the relationship. Xiao Fan, you pissed me off." Fang Feier said indifferently, "Little girl, you don't have to be so angry. Xiao Fan just became your uncle, which is not a big deal in my mother's opinion. But why do you react so much?" Fang Min said sarcastically, "Maybe someone has a secret crush on someone else, but someone suddenly finds out that someone else has become his uncle. It's really unacceptable psychologically. Oh, it's really a tragedy in the world, but why do I find it so funny? Ouch!" Fang Min covered the back of her head and screamed again. "Fang Lin, you dead girl, now you only know how to bully your sister? Sister just stated a fact. You didn't dare to cause trouble to the person who really caused the accident, but you only knew how to bully your sister. You are picking on the weak. I look down on you." Fang Lin looked at Fang Feier and said, "Mom, you must act like an elder. You already have a daughter this old. How can you let her call you sister? This will mess up the generations. From now on, you have to act like an aunt. Remember, you are not a sister, but an aunt." Fang Feier said aggrievedly, "My little daughter, it was not Mom who caused the accident. It was Xiao Fan who insisted on calling Mom sister. Of course, Mom also likes this title very much. After all, Mom makes her look much younger and more beautiful." Xiao Fan was speechless. It was true that three women were making a scene. What was they discussing just now? Now they have completely deviated from the topic, and have deviated by more than 10,000 miles. But this is also a good thing. At least it has diverted Fang Min's attention very well. But the next second, Fang Min disappointed Xiao Fan. Fang Min said, "Mom, you and my sister should discuss the issue of title and seniority. I have something to discuss with Xiao Fan. It would be best if we can discuss our own things without disturbing each other." Xiao Fan couldn't help but said with a headache, "Fang Min, let me put it this way. Your sister's awakening of superpowers was completely an accident, not intentional on my part. So your awakening of superpowers must also be an accident. It is absolutely impossible for me to intentionally help you awaken your superpowers. Because if I fail, I will become a sinner." Fang Min asked, Did Fang Lin use a completely different crystal core when she awakened her superpowers just now? I also want a crystal core like that to see if I can have an accident like Fang Lin. Xiao Fan said very embarrassedly. It's not that I don't agree to you, but I really can't do it now, because that is a crystal core belonging to an interstellar iron beetle noble, and I only have one in my hand, and it has been used up by your sister. You can only wait in line for the next chance. Fang Min said unwillingly, remember what you said and never go back on your word. If you get the crystal core of an interstellar ironclad noble next time, it will belong to me. Xiao Fan nodded and replied, don't worry, I will keep my word and will not deceive you. At this time, Mu Hong rushed into the laboratory and said, there is a special situation outside. Many interstellar ironclad beetles are flying in our direction. I don't know if they are coming for us or just passing by, but all the places they flew past have been destroyed. Xiao Fan immediately said, I'll go outside and take a look. Remember, you must seal the door of the underground base from the inside. Never open it. The corrosive liquid sprayed by those interstellar ironclad beetles is very terrible. Mu Hong said, I'll go out with you. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, you don't have to go with me. I can turn into an interstellar ironclad beetle, and you can't do that now. Mu Hong did not insist anymore. She knew that a good woman must first be obedient. Fang Lin was planning to follow him out, but was stopped by Xiao Fan's eyes. When Xiao Fan came to the outside of the base, he saw dense black dots. Xiao Fan was not sure whether these interstellar iron beetles were just passing by, or whether they came here because of his own reasons. But now he could not care about these things. He immediately turned into the appearance of an aristocrat of the interstellar iron city. Then he flew into the sky and rushed towards the interstellar iron beetles on the opposite side at a very high speed. When Xiao Fan approached these interstellar iron beetles, he deliberately made a sharp roar to attract the attention of the other party. This was Xiao Fan deliberately exposing his identity to attract the attention of those interstellar iron beetles to his noble appearance. Because Xiao Fan didn't know how to communicate with the other party, he simply took the initiative and used his identity to confuse the other party. Then he took the opportunity to quickly approach the other party, and also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach. Xiao Fan planned to take the opportunity to attack. Of course, Xiao Fan must restore his original body before he can attack. If he does not restore his original body, Xiao Fan will not be able to attack in the form of an interstellar iron beetle. But just before Xiao Fan made a gesture to attack, he suddenly heard a human voice from the other side. Your Excellency, we are your loyal new servants. Please don't misunderstand me. Fan was shocked to hear this voice. New servants? What does this mean? But Xiao Fan's mind turned very quickly. Could it be that these interstellar iron beetles are not real interstellar iron beetles, but traitors of humans, who were transformed into their own appearance by the interstellar iron beetles? With these doubts, Xiao Fan asked, Tell me your identities. An interstellar iron beetle said, We are all wise followers of this planet. We have met with your Excellency before, but at that time we had not been transformed into what we are now. Of course, we can be transformed into the appearance of adults because of our strong request. This shows our absolute and sincere loyalty. Xiao Fan understood. In fact, these interstellar iron beetles were the human traitors he had met before. They were taken away by the interstellar iron beetles for transformation, and the transformation was completed in a very short time. The reason why they became the appearance of interstellar iron beetles was the result of their own strong request. This group of bastards not only sold their souls, but also their own body genes. Xiao Fan really despised them to the extreme in his heart, but still asked, Tell me, what are you doing now? The traitor who had turned into an interstellar iron beetle replied, Your Excellency, the most distinguished noble lord, we are executing the orders of Lord Val to destroy everything here to the greatest extent. Lord Val is very angry now. The latest instructions from the headquarters said that there are powerful rebels on this planet, so the entire planet must be cruelly punished. Xiao Fan knew that this group of damned traitors were punishing their compatriots because of their resistance. But Xiao Fan soon felt something was wrong. The interstellar iron beetle would never order the destruction of this planet just because there were resistors on this planet. Because Xiao Fan was reborn from the end of the world, he knew that no matter whether there were resistors on this planet, the interstellar iron beetle would destroy this planet, because they wanted to turn this planet into a breeding base for their offspring, which was their fundamental purpose. So that shitty master definitely did not tell the truth to these traitors, but just found an excuse to let these traitors work hard. That means that the interstellar iron beetle must have its own deep meaning behind doing this. It is definitely not as simple as just destroying this planet. Therefore, Xiao Fan snorted and said, "You must have a way to contact that Lord Val, right? Tell him now that our plan has changed, and don't make any more unnecessary attempts. I now have a more effective and simple way. You can stop executing his orders." Xiao Fan said this actually as a test. He judged that the interstellar iron beetle must have done this for some special purpose, not just for destruction, but he couldn't guess what the special purpose was, so he deliberately said this to see if he could use these traitors to get some useful information. Of course, Xiao Fan also knew that his idea might be whimsical and would not achieve any results, but he always felt that it was better to do something than to do nothing and just guess. This is also called hitting the jujube 3 times. What if you hit a jujube? The traitor hurriedly replied, "I will convey the words of the noble lord to Lord Val now." These traitors did not dare to delay when they heard Xiao Fan's words. Even Lord Val, whom they respected very much, did not dare to show any disrespect in front of the noble lord in front of them. These traitors dared not be presumptuous even more, so they immediately contacted Lord Val they mentioned. Soon the traitor looked at Xiao Fan and said, "Your Excellency, the most distinguished noble lord, Lord Val requests to contact you in person." Xiao Fan pretended to be very impatient and said, "I don't have time to listen to any explanation he makes to me. He just needs to follow my orders." That's what he said. The traitor answered very embarrassedly, "Your Excellency, Lord Val said that I don't deserve to know any secrets. There are some things he can only communicate with you." Xiao Fan snorted. "Since he has chosen you as his followers, he should give you full trust instead of being wary of you. What can be hidden? Anyone with a little brain can guess it. I believe you have guessed it too. He doesn't want you to destroy this place, but to use you as bait." The traitor said very embarrassedly, "Your Excellency, Lord Val, we dare not hide anything in front of you. Indeed, we also know that Lord Val is just using us to test some things, not to really destroy this place. Because if we really just want to destroy this place, when our army arrives, we can destroy this place in an instant." Xiao Fan sneered, "You are smarter than I thought. Tell me what else you know. If you are really smart enough, I can consider letting you become my follower. Maybe your talent is not that good, but I admire your mind." When the traitor heard what Xiao Fan said, he became extremely excited, and he immediately started to make plans in his mind. For traitors, there has never been the concept of loyalty. If traitors understand loyalty, then there will be no traitors in this world. He began to constantly calculate in his mind how to get the most benefits. The interstellar iron beetle Val that he is following now is absolutely no match for Xiao Fan. It is just an ordinary interstellar iron beetle, and his position is not high. Xiao Fan is completely different. He is a nobleman. Val has to be respectful when he sees Xiao Fan and dare not offend him in any way. If he has the opportunity to follow Xiao Fan, then his status and position will be completely different, and he may even be promoted to heaven in one step. Even Val will be respectful to him when he sees him. He no longer has to look at Val's face. Val may even have to look at his face. He feels very happy when he thinks of this result. Not only this guy thinks so, the psychology of other traitors is similar. This is a very common thing for them. Traitors will never be loyal to anyone, only to the interests in their minds. So the traitor immediately said in a very flattering way, "My lord, I know you are testing whether my head is smart enough. Although I don't know much information, I will definitely not disappoint you. According to my judgment, Lord Val has received instructions and should be looking for a special thing on this planet. He ordered us to wreak havoc just to anger that thing and lure it out. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "It seems that your brain is really okay. The direction of the truth is correct, but the gap from the truth is still too far, and the gap from my requirements is also very far." Another trader who was transformed into an interstellar iron beetle hurriedly said, "My lord, I also have a guess. I wonder if I can say it out?" Xiao Fan replied, "No matter who of you has a guess, you can say it out. As long as you show enough wisdom in front of me, I can accept you as my followers. At that time, you will get greater benefits, you will have more resources, and you can even get a certain position." The trader immediately said excitedly, "According to my analysis of Lord Val's expression at the time, Lord Val should be looking for the original energy of this planet." Xiao Fan snorted and said, "Don't be smart in front of me. Is this the conclusion you came to from your analysis? How could you get such precise words? I advise you to tell me the truth. How did you get the news? What I want to see is your intelligence, not letting you be smart in front of me." The trader replied hurriedly and panicked, "Your Excellency, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you, let alone been smart in front of you. You are so wise that you saw my flaws at once. I am very ashamed. Please forgive me." Xiao Fan pretended to be very impatient and asked, "Whether I forgive you or not depends on whether your answer satisfies me, not your begging here." The trader replied hurriedly, "My lord, in fact, when I awakened my superpowers, I also awakened my language talent. I can actually learn the language of the lords without a teacher." At that time, Lord Val was talking to himself. Although he used the language of the lords, I could still hear the general meaning. He said that no matter where the original energy of this planet is hidden, it must be found out so that this planet can be a qualified incubation base. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been fighting in the apocalypse for 50 years, but this was the first time he heard of such a secret. He really didn't understand why the interstellar iron beetle chose this planet as a hatching base. But now it makes perfect sense to hear this explanation. It is because of the powerful original energy on this planet that the interstellar iron beetle chose it as a hatching base. Otherwise, the interstellar iron beetle might not look down on this planet, but now it is obvious that the interstellar iron beetle has not found its hidden energy. They are searching by all means, and Xiao Fan is really ecstatic about this unexpected gain. If I can find the original energy of this planet first, will the original energy be used for myself? Will my strength be further improved? If my strength can be further improved, then I will have a stronger self-protection ability and can better protect the people around me." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "I admire your attitude very much, and I also praise your talent for languages. More importantly, I value your honest attitude. Remember, as our followers, your abilities may not be so outstanding, but attitude is extremely important. Do you understand what I mean?" The first trader had been brooding over the fact that he had been robbed of the limelight, and now he immediately seized the opportunity to be the first to express his opinion. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your teachings. We will remember your words firmly in our hearts and will never let you down." The trader with the voice talent also hurriedly said, "My Excellency, Your Excellency, I disappointed you with my attitude before. Please watch my performance in the future. If I have the opportunity to follow you, I will dedicate all my loyalty to you and will never let you down again." Xiao Fan began to calculate in his mind that none of these damned traitors could be left alive. As long as any one of them survived and leaked what was happening now, once his identity was exposed, the interstellar iron-armored city would know that their search for the original energy had been known by humans, and the consequences were simply unimaginable. They would hunt down Xiao Fan at all costs. Xiao Fan did not feel afraid, but Xiao Fan had to consider the people around him. Although he was not afraid of being hunted down, the people around him were afraid. Only Fang Lin, Yuan Li, and Mu Hong had awakened their superpowers around him. So Xiao Fan made up his mind to kill all these people, but he had to make a detailed plan, otherwise it would be difficult for him to prevent them from escaping. Xiao Fan made up his mind and said, "Actually, I think all of you are good, and you can all become my followers." Your choice surprised me very much. In order to show your determination, you can choose to give up your original genes, which makes me feel very amazed. So you are all qualified to be my followers. Are any of you willing? As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, he immediately aroused a round of flattery. Your Excellency, since you think so highly of us, we are naturally not the kind of people who take advantage of others' kindness. We will definitely follow you loyally in the future, and will definitely serve you with all our heart, and will never let you down. Since you are willing to give us this opportunity, we are willing to repay you with our lives. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, from now on, we are all your followers. We will definitely be willing to be loyal to you until death. Even if you ask us to die now, we will choose to die for you without hesitation, and will never let you down. Your Excellency, we are fortunate to be your followers today. This is the greatest honor of our lives. We will definitely repay you with our actual actions in the future. We will definitely sacrifice our lives for you, and will never let you down. Your Excellency, now we are all your staunch followers and your most loyal servants. I don't know what instructions Your Excellency has, but as long as it is Your Excellency's order, we will all do our best to complete it and will never let you down. Xiao Fan listened quietly to the flattery of loyalty. On the surface, the smile on his face became more and more intense, but he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. This group of shameless guys really have no dignity at all. Such people are just a pile of garbage when they are alive. Xiao Fan resisted the urge to vomit and smiled. I appreciate your loyalty very much. Now I don't have anything for you to do, but I still have to reward you for your loyalty. I plan to transform you a second time, to make you more perfect, so that you have more powerful abilities and combat effectiveness, so that you are truly qualified to be my servants, and your strength can match my status. Of course, Xiao Fan was fooling this group of traitors. How could he be so kind as to transform and improve the abilities of these damn traitors? He just used this method to make them obedient and follow his command, and then find a chance to kill them all. This was Xiao Fan's real intention, but this group of human traitors were extremely excited. They had just undergone the first transformation and became powerful psychics. Originally, this was an extremely unexpected surprise to them, but then another great opportunity fell on their heads. They were inexplicably favored by the nobles, and they had to further improve their strength. This made them feel like they were the chosen ones. Otherwise, it really couldn't explain why they were so lucky. Some traitors couldn't help but tremble with excitement. They were eager to try and couldn't wait to undergo the second transformation. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I know you all want to undergo the second transformation immediately, but before that, I must understand some of the circumstances from you. Only after I understand them clearly can I transform you for the second time. A traitor said hurriedly, Please ask, Your Excellency. We will tell you everything we know in detail and will never hide anything. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I am not asking about other things, just your own situation. I must understand clearly where you received the first transformation and what kind of transformation you received. Only after I understand these clearly can I decide the location and method of your second transformation. Xiao Fan wanted to find out where the base of the interstellar iron beetle was used to transform these traitors. After finding this base, it would be better if he could plunder some supplies from these bases. If he could not plunder some supplies, then he would destroy this base directly. Xiao Fan continued, There are strict requirements for the second transformation of your body. For example, the methods and materials used in your first transformation, I can't use them the second time. If you do the same repetitive work, it is very likely that the transformation will not only have no effect on you, but will hurt your body. Xiao Fan's words made some traitors immediately nervous, and at the same time their hearts were filled with gratitude. It seemed that the noble lord really valued them and told them all these top-secret information. Lord Val only modified his body, but did not tell him any of this key information. It seemed that Lord Val did not really take him to heart, but just regarded him as a tool. Xiao Fan went on to say, As long as you tell me which base you received the transformation in, I will be able to know what materials and methods were used to transform you. Because the materials and methods used to transform you in each base are different, after I know the name of that base, I can take you to another base, and then you can undergo a second transformation." A trader said very embarrassedly, "Honorable noble lord, we don't know the name of that base. We were just taken to a base. We don't know anything about the base, Lord." Val did not reveal any information to us in this regard. I'm afraid there is no way to answer the noble lord's questions. The other traders also nodded. Xiao Fan deliberately pretended to be extremely profound and said, "You don't have to worry about this. You just need to tell me the location of the base, and I will know the number of the base. I will know all the rest of the information. You just need to accept the second transformation with peace of mind." At this time, a trader, in order to show himself, hurriedly described the location of the base in detail, and he described it in as much detail as possible, just to show his loyalty. Xiao Fan secretly memorized all this information in his mind. This was also a very unexpected gain. When the time was right, he would go to this base to take a look and destroy it completely. Xiao Fan thought about it in his heart, but said, "Okay, I know the number of that base. Now I will take you to another base and transform you for the second time. But you must immediately cut off the contact with that guy Val. Do you know why you have to do this?" These traders all showed doubts. Xiao Fan snorted. "In our extremely noble Zerg, we have a strict class division. My noble status is not what you can imagine. Just relying on my status to say one more word to a low-level race like Val is a great blasphemy to my status. Do you understand?" Whether these traders understood or not, they all nodded. Xiao Fan continued, "So from now on, from the moment you become my followers, you must cut off all ties with those inferior races. This is not for you, but to not desecrate my noble status. Do you know what to do?" The group of traders hurriedly nodded and began to express their loyalty. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, then said, "I will take you to a more advanced base, and everything will be under my command. Don't ask anything, don't do anything, don't say anything, just follow my instructions. Otherwise, I will expel those who disobey immediately." These traders expressed their determination to carry out the orders of the nobles. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with the group of traders flying far away, and soon came to the sky above a mountain. Xiao Fan swooped down from the air and came to a valley halfway up the mountain and said, "All of you wait here. The base I brought you to is very advanced. Every startup requires the approval of the headquarters. Don't move here. I will go and ask for approval for you to use this base now. It requires a complete approval process, but don't worry, I will hurry up and complete this process. You also need to have enough patience to remain silent here. Can you do it?" This group of traders said that they could do it and resolutely carried out the orders of the nobles. Xiao Fan flew away very satisfied, and he immediately returned to his underground fortress at the fastest speed. He could suddenly attack these traders and kill them. But the number of these traders was really too many. He could slaughter these traders, but he could not guarantee that there would not be any fish that slipped through the net, so now he had to go back to find help. Yuan Li, Mu Hong, and Fang Lin are all very powerful helpers. Bring all three of them here, and then suddenly attack those traders. It should be possible to ensure that no one can escape. Xiao Fan's current fighting methods are actually relatively limited. He mainly uses bone spears and supernatural space to fight. Xiao Fan feels that he needs to further improve his combat skills, that is, to improve his supernatural powers. Although he fought in the apocalypse for 50 years last time, his enemies were mainly ordinary interstellar iron beetles, but this time the situation is completely different. With the appearance of interstellar iron beetle nobles, Xiao Fan has a chance to improve his supernatural powers. It is not impossible to even increase the types of his own supernatural powers. Of course, to achieve this goal, it takes time and opportunity. Soon Xiao Fan returned to the underground fortress and immediately found Yuan Li and Mu Hong. Yuan Li said, "Your idea is very good, but have you ever thought about the fact that we don't have the ability to fly, and you are the only one who has the ability to fly? If those guys run away in all directions, the three of us can't really help." Mu Hong nodded and said, "This is indeed a very troublesome problem. I wonder if Fang Lin's remote attack can help?" Yuan Li said, "Although Fang Lin's remote attack is very magical, it can only attack one target at a time. I'm afraid that some fish will slip through the net at that time. Xiao Fan suddenly said, Yuan Li, I have a very bold idea. Can I try it? Yuan Li said, Does your idea require my help? Just tell me, I will cooperate with all my strength if I can. I am very angry with those traitors. Xiao Fan said, The power of your energy ball attack is very great. Can you condense an energy ball and let me store it in my supernatural space? It should be possible to ensure that the energy ball does not explode in my supernatural space, and then store dozens of it. When I go back, I will suddenly take these energy balls out of my supernatural space at the same time and throw them on their heads like hail. It is estimated that if the energy balls explode at the same time, all the traitors will be killed. Mu Hong said, But your idea is too crazy. What if those energy balls explode in your supernatural space? You will be in great danger. I don't allow you to take risks like this. It's a bit too crazy. I think it's better for us to discuss a safer way. Yuan Li also said, Those energy balls are very unstable and may explode at any time. If an accident really happens, your supernatural space will probably be blown up, and you will probably be under great threat. Let's think of other ways that are safer. Xiao Fan said confidently, The reason why you have this worry is because you don't know enough about my supernatural space. My supernatural space is very magical. No matter what is stored in my supernatural space, it will be stored in the supernatural space in the same state. There is absolutely no possibility of any accidents. This is my unique supernatural power. You must have enough confidence. Yuan Li thought for a while and replied, If you are really so sure, we can try it. I think this is a very good way. It can ensure that all the traitors are eliminated, which is safer than attacking them at the same time. Mu Hong still asked very worriedly, Xiao Fan, you are not just comforting me, are you? Are you sure there will be no accidents? Xiao Fan nodded firmly, and Mu Hong said nothing more. Seeing that Mu Hong no longer objected, Xiao Fan said, Yuan Li, let's get started now. Should hurry up and finish our arrangement. I'm worried that if we wait too long, those traitors will not listen. After all, they are all traitors and I don't trust their credibility. Yuan Li nodded and said nothing more. An energy ball began to appear in the palm of her right hand. The energy ball was getting bigger and bigger, and the state was getting more and more unstable, as if it was about to explode at any time. But at the moment when the energy ball was about to explode, Xiao Fan just thought about it, and the energy ball was collected into his own supernatural space. Then Xiao Fan put the energy ball in his own supernatural space for separate storage. Then Yuan Li began to condense her second energy ball, and then the third, fourth, fifth. When she condensed the 30th energy ball, Yuan Li seemed to be a little exhausted. She had reached her limit. Her face was extremely pale and her body was shaking slightly. Although Yuan Li is a powerful psychic, no matter how powerful a psychic is, his power has its limits, not unlimited. Xiao Fan said, Wen Li, take a break. I think the number is enough. Yuan Li forced a smile and nodded, but she still felt sweet in her heart. This man unconsciously changed the way he addressed her, and now called herself Wen Li. Xiao Fan said, You all stay in the underground fortress. I will come back after I kill all those traitors. Mu Hong said, I'd better go with you. It's better to have someone to cooperate with you. In case of any accident, there is a remedy. Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, No, I am sure enough to use these energy balls to eliminate them all at once. You just need to wait patiently for my good news in the underground fortress. Those shameless traitors will all be blown to pieces this time. Mu Hong saw that Xiao Fan's attitude was very firm, so he no longer insisted. Xiao Fan left, and Mu Hong said to Yuan Li, Let me help you to rest. You have worked really hard this time, but I can't help you in this situation. Yuan Li smiled and said, You don't have to feel any guilt. When you can help, I can't. We both have our own strengths and limitations. No one needs to envy anyone, and no one needs to feel guilty. This is why we need a team. Mu Hong nodded and helped Yuan Li to rest. In the valley, a group of traders have been waiting anxiously. After all, Xiao Fan returned to his underground fortress, and he had to wait for Yuan Li to condense so many energy balls, and then return here from the underground fortress. It really takes a long time. Some traders are of course anxious. What's going on, my lord? Has he forgotten about us? Why hasn't he come back yet? Are we just going to wait here and do nothing? But the waiting time is too long. Aren't you anxious? I'm really anxious. Although the waiting time is a bit long, you don't have to be so anxious. My lord said that this base is very advanced and requires approval from above before it can be used. Although my lord is a very noble status, we still have to go through the approval procedure. We still have to maintain a certain degree of patience, otherwise my lord will be disappointed in us. That makes a lot of sense. We have just surrendered to my lord and become his followers. Before he left, he told us to be patient enough. If we can't even do this little thing well, my lord will definitely be very disappointed. Once he disappoints me, he may give up on us. So now our wisest choice is to do what the noble lord says here. We must be patient and not complain. The noble lord is extremely powerful. Maybe everything we are doing now is under his surveillance. If they know that we can't even do this, they will definitely be disappointed in us. At this moment, a traitor suddenly shouted excitedly, "Don't quarrel anymore. Look, the noble lord is back. The noble lord must have obtained approval. We can use the advanced base here and carry out a second transformation on us. We will soon become more powerful." The other traders hurriedly looked into the distance and saw Xiao Fan speeding in the distance. They all showed greedy excitement in their eyes. Of course, this is completely normal. Whether it is a trader or a normal person, who doesn't desire to have more powerful power? Xiao Fan flew above them. These traders became very nervous at this time, wondering whether the honorable noble lord had obtained approval. Xiao Fan looked down at the traders in the valley and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "You are all shameless guys. Living on this planet is simply a crime against this planet. Now I will clear you garbage for this planet and make you completely disappear from this world." At this time, a trader couldn't help but ask, "Dear noble sir, can we use the advanced base here now? Do we have the qualifications for the second transformation?" All the other traders also looked at Xiao Fan very nervously, waiting for Xiao Fan's answer. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Of course you can make a second transformation. After all, I am a noble. Can't I even get the approval to transform my followers? If that's the case, what is the difference between me and ordinary low-level races? And I don't deserve the status of a noble." Xiao Fan said this, of course, just to further stabilize the emotions of these traders. These traders have no more doubts, and it is also to make these traders more obedient. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Fan's words, these traders all showed very surprised expressions on their faces, and they did not hide the surprise on their faces at all. Xiao Fan continued, "Okay, just be a little excited. When the transformation is completed, you can celebrate. Now is not the time to celebrate. Now everyone obeys my orders. I will take you to the advanced base. Please close your eyes now." Without my order, no one is allowed to open their eyes, because the level of this base is very high. According to the rules that have been established long ago, anyone who enters this base must close their eyes. Although these traders felt a little strange about this order, they were very obedient and closed their eyes. Xiao Fan looked at the traders in the valley who were so obedient and sneered in his heart. "If you are so obedient, then I will let you go a little more happily." Xiao Fan just had a thought, and 30 energy balls instantly tilted into the valley and exploded at the same time. The vibration caused by the explosion can be said to be earth-shaking. Those traders were all wiped out in an instant. Xiao Fan quickly flew to the sky, and he was somewhat affected by the huge shockwave of the explosion. But suddenly his body stopped suddenly during the rapid ascent because he saw 3 interstellar iron beetles above his head looking at him. There was another interstellar iron beetle that was very familiar. It was that Lord Val. Xiao Fan felt very bad in his heart. He was indeed too careless. He had always ordered those traders not to contact Val, but this did not mean that Val would not contact these traders. If Val's contact was delayed and there was no response, Val would definitely be suspicious, and he would definitely have a way to locate these traders. So it was not too surprising that Val brought people here. It was a very normal result. Fortunately, there were only 3 interstellar iron beetles. Val suddenly said coldly, "You are not our noble at all. Who are you? Why don't you understand our language?" Xiao Fan secretly cried out in his heart that it was not good. Every time he was exposed, it was because of the language problem. The last time he was suspected by those interstellar iron beetles was because the other party communicated with him, but he did not respond. This time it was still the same problem, but Xiao Fan had no solution because he had no idea how Val communicated with him. Of course, even if he knew the other party's communication method, it would not be very meaningful because he had no idea about the language used by the other party. Xiao Fan looked at Val and said, "Does it matter whether I am your noble or not? I advise you to think about it carefully. What do you want to do next? You only have 3 interstellar iron beetles. Do you think you 3 can deal with me? Why don't we negotiate and just become my followers?" Val said angrily, "You damn lowly human, I don't know how you got the transformation into our noble form, but you actually made such a request, asking us noble interstellar iron beetles to become followers of your lowly humans. The fact that you can come up with this idea is enough to destroy you 10,000 times." The other 2 interstellar iron beetles also showed extremely angry expressions. Xiao Fan sneered, "What qualifications do you have to be angry with me? There is no noble or humble in this world. There are only strong and weak. Now I am stronger than you, and much stronger. I give you a chance to become my followers. It is your honor, and you should be grateful. Of course, if you don't want to be my followers, you only need to agree to one condition of mine, and I can let you leave alive." Val asked, "What conditions do you want us to agree to?" Xiao Fan couldn't help feeling funny in his heart when he heard this guy's question. This guy didn't look like he wanted to die. Xiao Fan then said, "You can see that the biggest problem that confuses me now is that I can turn into the appearance of your nobles, but I know nothing about your communication methods and language. If you can teach me your language and your communication methods, I will let you leave alive. Of course, I will also keep it secret for you and will never leak a single word of what happened here. How about it?" Val roared, angrily. "You want us to betray our great Zerg. Do you think this is possible? It's simply wishful thinking." Xiao Fan shook his head and replied, "Then you are shameless, so you can only die." Val roared, "Damn lowly human, do you think you can threaten us with death? We are all Zerg heroes and warriors, and we are never afraid of death. Any threat becomes meaningless in front of us, my warriors. Listen to my orders. Rush over and tear him to pieces." The 2 interstellar iron beetles beside him heard Val's order and immediately rushed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was about to take out the bone spear to fight, but an extremely incredible scene happened. Xiao Fan suspected that he had seen it wrong for a moment, but when he saw the bodies of the 2 interstellar iron beetles smashing into the mountain, he knew that he had not seen it wrong at all, and the scene he just saw was indeed true. When he saw Val rushing towards him, Xiao Fan with his 2 men, Val suddenly used his 2 claws to crush the heads of his 2 men. Xiao Fan looked at Val and asked, "What do you mean by doing this?" Val said in a flattering voice, "My dear sir, I think what you said is very correct. In fact, there is no such thing as noble or humble among all living beings. There is only the difference between strong and weak. When the weak face the strong, there is only one way, which is death. Unfortunately, I am a weak person in front of you. But I don't want to die. If I want to survive, I can only become your follower or make a deal with you." Xiao Fan listened very calmly, and he was calculating quickly in his heart. Val continued, "But if I really want to survive, whether it's becoming your follower or trading with you, it can only be done between the 2 of us, and no third person can know. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to die in the end. So I killed my 2 men. Of course, this also shows my attitude. That is, I am very determined to cooperate with you and help you master our communication methods and language. But when the transaction between us is completed, I hope you can also truly fulfill your promise." Xiao Fan sneered. "Don't worry. As long as you trade with me sincerely and don't play any tricks in the process, once our transaction is completed, we will go our separate ways and there will be no connection between the 2 sides. Of course, if we meet again on the battlefield, we will still be enemies to the death. At that time, I will not show any mercy unless you are willing to become my follower." Val thought for a while before answering, "I am only willing to trade with you. I don't want to be your follower, and I hope our transaction can be successfully concluded." Xiao Fan nodded and asked, "Then let's make this deal, but you must first tell me how I can learn your communication method and language." Val said, "Although you have become our nobles, you are a human being after all. If you want to learn our communication method and language, you must go back to our base with me and transform your body to a certain extent. Only after the transformation is completed can we help you learn our language." After listening to this, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing an unfriendly light. Val hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, this transformation is very simple. As long as a certain program is implanted in your brain, this transformation can be completed. It will not cause any harm to your body or brain. I can guarantee you this." Xiao Fan sneered. "Do you think I'm a fool? Does your guarantee mean anything to me? What can I do to you if something happens to me? So I can only decide to cancel the deal between us. Go to hell." Xiao Fan would not be stupid enough to believe Val's words. This bastard must be lying to himself. What implanting a certain program in the brain will not harm the brain and body. Ghosts believe it. Val is his sworn enemy. What's the difference between opening his brain completely in front of Val and begging for death? Val said hurriedly, "I know you don't trust me, and there is indeed no basis for trust between us. But this is indeed the best way to understand our language. If you don't want to, there is another way. But this method has certain flaws. As long as you are willing to bear this flaw, it is completely acceptable?" Xiao Fan asked. "Then tell me about the method you mentioned quickly. I think you'd better make me feel satisfied. Otherwise, I will lose all my patience and don't mind killing you now. This is also the last time I warn you. Don't think about playing tricks in front of me. It's just in vain." Val replied hurriedly, "There is an external language incubator in our base. This language incubator can also accept the language sent out by our brainwaves and convert it into your own language. It can also convert your language into brainwaves through this incubator. Transmit it to us. But there is a problem here. This conversion takes a certain amount of time. Of course, it takes less than 1/3 of a second. But it is precisely because of this 1/3 of a second that some nobles may realize that you are using a language incubator." Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, "Your answer did not disappoint me, but I think you had better tell the truth. If I find out that you are lying to me, then you are dead." Val hastily assured, "We Zerg are very trustworthy. Since I promised to trade with you, I will definitely conduct our trade smoothly and will never deceive you. Please rest assured about this. Maybe after this transaction is completed, we will still be enemies, but this time we will not be enemies before the transaction is completed." Xiao Fan did not speak. Val continued, "Dear sir, are you waiting here for me to return to the base to get the language incubator and then come back here to give it to you? Or do you follow me to the base to take the language incubator directly? Of course, it is up to you to choose. No matter what you decide to do, I will cooperate with you with all my strength." Xiao Fan could not help but curse in his heart. This bastard is really cunning. He kicked the ball to his side all of a sudden. Should he take the ball? The key is whether he is willing to take this gamble. Xiao Fan quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. If he won this bet, the benefits would be obvious. From then on, he would be able to communicate normally with these interstellar iron beetles, and he would never be exposed when he met them again. More importantly, after not being exposed, he would become an interstellar iron beetle noble, and he would be more confident in assassinating or slaughtering. But if he lost the bet, he might fall into Val's trap. That was their base. Whether he could walk out of their base alive was completely unknown. Val also knew that Xiao Fan was thinking about what to do, so he did not make any interruptions. He just waited quietly for Xiao Fan to make a decision, and he seemed very calm. It was this kind of calmness that made Xiao Fan feel very wrong. Based on this guy's calmness, he should not be a coward, but now he showed himself as a coward. In order to get a chance to survive, he did not hesitate to kill his men and even betray his Zerg. Xiao Fan thought that there was something wrong here. The possibility that this damn guy was setting a trap for him was very high. He must not take it lightly. Just when Xiao Fan was about to make a decision to kill Val in front of him, he suddenly changed his mind. He seemed a little too cautious. Even if this guy set a trap for him again, what would it matter? It's not like he didn't have any trump cards. He could even turn into Val. At that time, the worst that could happen is that he would make a big fuss in their base. When Xiao Fan thought of this, corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile and saying, "I accept your proposal. I want to follow you back to your base, but I advise you not to play any tricks, because you should know that even if you play tricks, you can't escape from my palm. I have the ability to kill you at any time." Val hurriedly replied, "Dear sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity. No matter what, I am grateful to you in my heart. Since you gave me a chance to survive, I will never waste your kindness. I will never play any tricks because I cherish my life very much. Please rest assured that there will be no accidents, just for myself." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "It's best that every word you say is sincere, otherwise I don't mind tearing you to pieces at that time." Val smiled and said, "Dear sir, please rest assured I promise you again that there will be no accidents. Please be ready and follow me now. After all, you don't understand our language, so try not to speak when you arrive at the base." Xiao Fan now feels a headache when he hears the word language, because he does not understand the language of the interstellar iron beetle. This is his biggest shortcoming at present. Val began to fly towards the south, and Xiao Fan followed closely on his left. Val asked, as if chatting, "Dear sir, I am very surprised that you can transform into the form of our nobles. Can you tell me how you transformed into the form of our nobles?" Xiao Fan sneered, "You are asking about my secrets, and they are the most confidential secrets. Do you think I will tell you?" Val smiled. "I know that you still don't trust me now. In order to establish a trusting relationship between the two of us, I can also tell you some of our secrets. What do you think?" Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "You can tell me." Since Val is willing to tell the secret of his reorganization, Xiao Fan will naturally not refuse. To be honest, he knows very little about the interstellar iron beetle clan. If he can get more secrets from Val's mouth, it will naturally be what he wants. Val said, "In fact, you may not know that we Zerg who came to your planet are all slaves, and we are not qualified to use weapons. Even if you become a noble, you are only a noble of us slaves among the Zerg, not the real noble we follow." Val's words still surprised Xiao Fan very much. He had never known this before. Val continued, "In fact, our Zerg identity is very lowly. We can only rely on our own bodies to conquer the universe. Of course, this is a very clever way of saying it. In fact, we can only rely on our own bodies to fly in the vast universe. The truly high-level nobles can ride on very advanced interstellar battleships, and equipped with very powerful weapons. It's not like we can only rely on our own bodies to fight." Xiao Fan couldn't help asking, "Since you are all slaves, who is leading you to enslave our planet?" Val replied, "This is our own decision. We have no choice but to enslave your planet. Because the struggle among our slaves is also very fierce. Even slaves are divided into different factions. In order to strengthen their own strength, each faction can only keep looking for planets suitable for raising offspring. So we came here." Xiao Fan couldn't help cursing in his heart. This is a group of damn guys. In order to strengthen their own power, they have to sacrifice the lives of others. They are really not a thing. Xiao Fan suddenly wanted to ask Val how many interstellar ironclad beetle armies would come this time, but he still held back. Because this guy may not tell the truth to me. If he talks nonsense to me, it is very likely to mislead me, so it is better not to ask. Val said again, "I know that you must be very dissatisfied with us in your heart and think that we are very selfish. That's because you have not yet come into contact with the true meaning of life and evolution. If you really understand what life and evolution are, you can understand our behavior." Xiao Fan couldn't help asking, "It seems that you have a deeper understanding of life and evolution. I don't mind asking you." Val replied, "In our opinion, life and evolution are actually completely overlapping. The existence of life is an evolutionary process. If a kind of life is born and cannot quickly evolve to a perfect state and cannot overcome the various limitations of life itself, it will inevitably quickly go to extinction. Just like you humans, Why are there so many births, aging, illnesses, and deaths? Why is life only so short for a few decades? It is because you are walking too slowly on the road of evolution. Xiao Fan listened calmly without interrupting him. Val continued, "In this regard, our understanding is deeper than yours, so we can call ourselves a higher civilization, and you are just a lower civilization. In terms of understanding evolution, this division is very correct. Your understanding of evolution is very low level, and it is even more impossible to know how to accelerate your own evolution. As a higher civilization, we have already understood how to accelerate our evolution." Xiao Fan suddenly remembered the source energy he had just learned about. Could it be that the purpose of these damn interstellar ironclad beetles in searching for the source energy is actually to accelerate their own evolution? If this is true, if I can find the source energy, can I also accelerate my own evolution? It is obvious that what Val said is very basic knowledge, not a secret. He said that these purposes are only to gain Xiao Fan's trust and favor, but objectively helped Xiao Fan better understand life and evolution, and greatly and rapidly sublimated the relevant knowledge. Val continued, "The competition between different species is actually a kind of evolutionary competition. Whoever wins the final victory in the evolutionary process must be the final ruler of this universe. Although we are slaves, we must also work hard to improve and evolve ourselves. We do not expect to dominate this universe, but we pursue that after all the forces in this universe are divided and stabilized, we can continue to survive. What kind of strength do your real nobles have?" Val smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, you may never have the opportunity to contact our real nobles in your life. That is our real master. But if you can tell me how to become our nobles, I don't mind telling you some secrets of our master." Xiao Fan couldn't help complaining in his heart. This damn guy was still trying to find out his secrets. However, in order to get the information he wanted to know, Xiao Fan decided not to hide anything and told the truth about his chance to change his form. After hearing this, Val fell into silence. He was still very shocked. That device was a very advanced device. He had previously suspected that Xiao Fan could only change his form after obtaining this device. Although it has been confirmed now, it still surprised him, because he did not think that Xiao Fan's body could evolve to the point of using that device, but Xiao Fan could use it. This shows that as a human, Xiao Fan's body is evolving rapidly and dramatically. Xiao Fan asked, "Can you tell me some of your master's secrets now?" Val nodded and said, "I can tell you our master's secrets now, but it doesn't matter whether you know it or not, because you are really too far away from our master's level. Even if you go to the end of your life, you can't touch the edge of our master's level." Xiao Fan was very upset when he heard Val's words, but he did not interrupt him, because he still wanted to know more secrets. If he interrupted him, he would not be able to know more secrets. Val went on to say, "In fact, we have never come into contact with our master at that level. But we know that our master rules many galaxies in this universe, and we Zerg are just a slave group of our master." Xiao Fan couldn't help asking this time, "You mean to say that your entire Zerg group is just someone else's slaves, which means that your master and you are not the same race?" Val replied, "That's true, doesn't it shock you? But this is the cruelty of this universe. The weak will face extinction and enslavement. Our destiny is like this, and so is your destiny. No group can escape such a fate. If you want to get rid of such a fateful cycle, you must truly master your own evolution." Xiao Fan asked, "Do you master your own evolution now?" Val replied, "At least we know the true meaning of evolution, which is to obtain the most perfect evolution in the shortest time. Instead of relying on the reproduction of generations of life to complete your own evolution like the humans on your planet, it is a waste of time. Then when you face the threat of other races, you will find that you are far behind." Xiao Fan didn't know how to refute because this damn guy was telling the truth. When this planet was indeed facing the threat of the interstellar iron beetle, it found that it was really far behind. Maybe there may be survivors on this planet and awaken their superpowers, but the whole has actually been destroyed. Val continued, "For a powerful race to stand firm in this harsh evolutionary war, it is not enough to just understand the true meaning of evolution, but also to have enough evolutionary resources. Val refused to continue here. Xiao Fan asked, "What are the evolutionary resources you are referring to?" Val smiled and said, "This is a secret of the top leaders. I can only understand so much at this level. I can't say more." But although Xiao Fan could guess that the evolutionary resources he was talking about might refer to the origin energy, Xiao Fan would not say or hint at this. When the enemy is much stronger than himself, it is actually a wise choice to let the enemy think that he is very foolish. If a very weak enemy must show how wise he is and how limitless his future is in front of a powerful enemy, that would be a very stupid act of courting death, because that would only bring about the enemy's infinite destructive blows, making your enemy pay more attention to you and more determined to destroy you at all costs. But Xiao Fan secretly made up his mind in his heart to snatch the origin energy from the interstellar iron beetle at all costs. Of course, this goal is good, but there are also many difficulties. For example, Xiao Fan doesn't know what form the origin energy is in. It can be said that this matter is in an extremely weak information gap disadvantage, but Xiao Fan has no way to deal with it at present. He dare not let the interstellar iron beetle know that he has known the secret of the origin energy. Val suddenly said, "In fact, for the entire race of your planet, you are already on the verge of destruction. Even if we, the interstellar iron beetles, do not come to destroy you, there will be other races to destroy you. The progress of your race's evolution is too slow. Of course, you may be an exception, but I don't understand why you don't make a wiser choice." Xiao Fan asked back, "What do you mean by a wiser choice? Become a slave of another race like you." Val replied, "What's wrong with being a slave of another powerful race? At least we have also gained a lot of benefits that we want to obtain. For example, we know what the true meaning of evolution is, and we have also achieved faster evolution. Therefore, compared with you, we have a greater advantage. We may conquer you and destroy you at any time, isn't it?" Xiao Fan sneered. "Are you hinting to me that if I am willing to surrender to you and become your slave, maybe I will get greater benefits?" Val asked back, "Isn't this a wise choice? We once resisted, but finally made such a choice. And our race has gained a powerful opportunity for development. You have also seen that our tribe is so powerful that it can cross the universe and come to your planet." Xiao Fan sneered, "This is the fundamental difference between our tribe and yours. If we lose our dignity, we would rather lose our lives than live in vain." Val sneered, "But not everyone thinks like you. In fact, many people are willing to surrender to us, become our followers, and become our slaves for us to drive. They are even willing to point their guns at you and kill you all because of our orders." Xiao Fan retorted, "I admit that our tribe has never lacked some scum, but these scum have always been a minority and have never determined the direction of development of our tribe. The final direction of development of our tribe is determined by us, by our indomitable resistors." Val sneered, "Maybe what you said is very right, but it won't take long for you to find that there will probably be no more resistors on your planet, because your entire tribe will be destroyed by our army. The reason why some people on your planet still have the opportunity to be our slaves is that our army is still on the way, but soon our army will arrive here, and at that time we will not even be willing to accept slaves." Xiao Fan did not respond. He knew that what Val said was true. The interstellar iron beetle army was really about to arrive on this planet. He didn't know how many survivors would be able to survive the massacre of the interstellar iron beetles, but Xiao Fan knew that he would never succumb to such a massacre. Val said, "We are about to reach our base. There will be a jump transmission of the space gate. Do you still want to follow me in?" Xiao Fan has come to this time. How could he not follow in? So Xiao Fan nodded and replied, "Of course I will follow in. To tell you the truth, I never believe you. If I don't follow you in, I can't get what I want. Of course, even if I follow you in, don't think about playing any tricks in front of me, unless you are not afraid of death." Val smiled and said, "Sir, I know that you are stronger than me now, so don't worry. I will never play any tricks." Xiao Fan sneered, "It's best if you can make a wise choice." Val said, "Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I will definitely make a very wise choice. Now we are ready to jump into the base." Val's voice had just fallen, and a light curtain appeared in front of them. This light curtain flashed with azure light. It was the first time that Xiao Fan saw this thing. Where would he go after passing through it? Xiao Fan himself felt that he had no confidence in his heart, but he had no other choice now. It had come to this point. If he chose to give up, it would be too regrettable. Val said, "Your Excellency, please rest assured, this is an ordinary space door. After passing through this space door, you will enter our secret base. The base is still on your planet, so don't worry. If you are worried, I can go in first and then follow you in after you confirm that you are safe. How about it?" Xiao Fan immediately said, "I don't think we need to be so troublesome at all. It's better for us to go in together at the same time. I think it will be safer this way." Xiao Fan made such an arrangement because he had his own considerations. If there was any accident when passing through the space gate, at least Val would not think of being unscathed. If this guy really didn't want to die, he shouldn't do anything when passing through the space gate. Of course, there is another advantage to doing this. That is, this guy won't wait until he passes through the space gate and then immediately close the space gate. Val smiled and said, "Since Your Excellency has made such a choice, I have no objection. As long as Your Excellency can feel at ease, as I said before, I will cooperate perfectly in everything." Val and Xiao Fan flew side by side towards the space gate. Xiao Fan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Although he had fought in the Doomsday for 50 years, he had never had such an experience. It would be impossible for him to say that he was not nervous at all. The moment Xiao Fan's head just entered the light curtain, he felt as if he had entered a huge energy vortex. His own body was no longer under his control. If he encountered any murderous intent at this moment, he would have no way to escape, because his body was completely controlled by the energy vortex. Fortunately, he did not encounter any murderous intent. He felt his body being pulled to the limit by the energy vortex and was pulled into a brand new space. Then Xiao Fan suddenly felt that the pulling force on his body had completely disappeared, and his body was back under the control of his will. He saw everything around him clearly. He was actually in an enclosed space. Moreover, this space was very strange. There were no walls, but it was surrounded by fences woven from energy beams. What made Xiao Fan realize that the problem was not good was that Val was no longer by his side. Xiao Fan knew that he had been calculated, but Xiao Fan did not feel the slightest regret. He had been careful enough, so there was no need to regret such a result. Suddenly, Val's voice sounded, "Lowly human, you are the first human that I feel a little admired. Your strength has changed my view of you humans. You are also very, very smart and have escaped my calculations again and again, but in the end you still fell into my hands and became my captive. Prove that in this confrontation between us, you are still the loser. But I still admire you and am willing to give you a chance. Do you want to consider it?" Xiao Fan sneered. "Let me consider becoming your slave?" Val replied proudly, "You are indeed very smart. You know what I want at once. Are you willing to accept my conditions? As long as you are willing to be loyal to me, you can get a lot of things from me. For example, I will help you learn more about the secrets of evolution. I know you are very interested in this secret, and this cannot be concealed. But what I told you before was just some superficial knowledge. You don't know some of the essence. If you are willing to join me, I can tell you some of the secrets of evolution. How about it?" Xiao Fan sneered. "If I really join you and become your slave, don't you think that would be very cruel and sad for me? You are already a dog, and I have to become a dog's dog. This is a very serious harm to me. Do you think I will agree to your conditions? Since I decided to follow you here to take risks, I am ready to die here. I will never be threatened by you." Val said warmly, "Human, I don't think you need to be so stubborn. I can understand what you mean by dignity. But have you ever thought about a question? If one day your life no longer exists, will your dignity still exist? Is your dignity meaningless?" Xiao Fan sneered, "Stop wasting your breath meaninglessly. You can't convince me. If you want to do something to me, I advise you to do it as soon as possible, and don't give me too much time. Maybe you will regret giving me too much time in the future, so that I can destroy your base and walk out of here safely." Xiao Fan's words were actually a provocation, a reverse provocation. He knew that Val was a very confident guy. He must have felt very uncomfortable in his heart for being so humble to him before, and even regarded it as a shame. Therefore, at this moment, he must be thinking about how to make himself submit to him and make up for his previous shame. Therefore, Xiao Fan deliberately provoked him in the opposite direction. It seemed that he wanted to die, but in fact, Val would feel that Xiao Fan would not give him a chance to retaliate, so he might give him more time to survive and try every means to make Xiao Fan surrender. In fact, Xiao Fan's calculations were also successful. Val was furious at this time. He really thought that Xiao Fan was unwilling to become his captive and be humiliated in this way, so he wanted to provoke himself and wanted him to kill him. Val sneered. "Since you have become my captive, you still want to die comfortably. Do you think this is possible? I know that you are still very arrogant in your heart. I want to knock down your arrogance now and let you feel our beam punishment." Xiao Fan no longer heard Val's voice, but he suddenly felt that the energy beams around him suddenly became active, flashing like electric sparks, and then he felt that the blood in his body was affected by this energy fluctuation. This feeling was very, very uncomfortable. To be exact, it should be extremely painful. But although Xiao Fan had an ugly expression on his face, he didn't make a sound of pain. He would never let a bug laugh at him. At the same time, deep in his heart, he was still thinking about how to get out of trouble. He would never be willing to be trapped here like this. He was thinking about the means he could use. Of course, his biggest ceremonial weapon was the supernatural space, so he had a very crazy and adventurous idea. That is to collect this energy space that trapped him into his own supernatural space. Xiao Fan knew that his idea was likely to become a reality, but it was also very risky for him to do so. The biggest source of these risks was that Xiao Fan didn't know what kind of attributes these energy beams were, and whether they would continue to stir up trouble in his own supernatural space after being collected into his own supernatural space. The most difficult thing for Xiao Fan to guarantee is this: his supernatural space can keep the original state of the stored object no matter what it stores. But what if the object is harmful when it is stored? Then this harm will always exist in his supernatural space. This is of course a great risk for Xiao Fan, because his supernatural space is directly connected to his mind. If the supernatural space is damaged, it means that his mind is damaged. Therefore, Xiao Fan cannot be careless. Although he is now in the space of the energy beam, even if the energy beam is damaged, it will only damage his body. However, if he puts this energy beam space into his own supernatural space, the energy beam will directly damage his mind. Of course, Val is now self-righteous and lets these energy beams begin to torture Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan actually doesn't think it is a bad thing, because this can help Xiao Fan better understand these energy beams. If Xiao Fan can withstand the torture of these energy beams, then it means that it is not harmful to put the energy beams into his own supernatural space. He can even use this energy beam space as a weapon in the future. Val was in a room in the base, looking at Xiao Fan through the screen in front of him. He couldn't help but sneered and said to himself, "You are indeed much stronger than I thought, but I won't let you down, because I can use more means than you can imagine." At this time, one of Val's men came to Val and asked, "Captain, what's going on? How could the trapped noble be a lowly human? Is there a mistake?" Val sneered. "Ned, I was also deceived by this guy at first, thinking that he was really our noble, but I never thought that he was just a hateful and lowly human. He killed many of our compatriots and many of our followers. I used a trick to trap him." Ned said, "Since this guy is so hateful, why doesn't the captain just get rid of him?" Val replied, "Because this guy is very useful. If I can subdue him, maybe he can help us find the source of energy for this planet. The source of energy for this planet is much higher than we originally thought. It may have independent consciousness. Now it seems difficult to find it." Ned said, "If the captain wants to subdue this human, I have a more perfect plan." Val asked with great interest, "Tell me your plan." Ned said, "As long as we make this lowly human unconscious, we can implant a loyal gene in his brain to modify his thinking so that he will remain loyal to us." Val said, But that thing is not perfect, and the negative effects are very large. It is very difficult to capture such an outstanding human. I am not willing to use him just as an experimental subject." Ned said, "Captain, it is true that the gene of loyalty is not particularly reliable, and it is very likely to completely destroy this lowly human thinking. But Captain, don't you think such an experiment is also a very valuable experiment for us? Maybe it is a pity that he is destroyed. But from the perspective of a pure experiment, I think it is very valuable. It is very difficult for us to find such an experiment, isn't it?" After listening to this, Val fell into silence. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Then do as you say." Ned said, "Then increase the energy beam to attack him and make him quickly fall into a coma." Xiao Fan suddenly felt that the power of the energy space attacking him had increased many times, which made him feel very, very painful, which was beyond his endurance. He even began to doubt whether this damn guy Val was trying to kill him, but Xiao Fan quickly ruled out this suspicion, because it was completely unnecessary. If this guy wanted to kill him, he didn't need to take such complicated measures. He could have just said he wanted to kill him. There was no need to deceive him because he was in full control of the initiative. The other party suddenly did this, as if he wanted to put himself into a coma. This was a prediction made by Xiao Fan in an extremely painful state. Fortunately, his prediction was completely correct. And after making an accurate prediction, he also made a very accurate action, which was to pretend to be in a coma. Ned looked at the unconscious Xiao Fan and smiled coldly, saying, "Captain, now it's my turn. This lowly human belongs to me now. I will definitely turn it into an obedient baby and make it fully play its perfect value to us." Val warned, "This human is very lowly, but very, very cunning. You must not be careless and must be very, very careful throughout the process." Ned nodded and said disdainfully, "Captain, please rest assured, when I finish transforming him, he will become a very obedient baby of the captain. He will do whatever the captain tells him to do." Val nodded, but he still felt a little regretful in his heart. He knew that once the transformation was completed, Xiao Fan would definitely go on the road of destruction. After all, the loyalty gene transformation is still in the experimental stage, and its performance is very unstable. It is very likely to completely destroy Xiao Fan. In fact, deep down in his heart, he still believed that Xiao Fan should be of greater use. After Ned left, Val stopped staring at the screen. He began to think about another thing. That is, where is the source energy of this planet hidden? Does it really have independent consciousness? He really hopes to find the source energy of this planet before his Zerg army arrives, because then the Zerg army can immediately use this planet as its own incubation base, which must be a great achievement for him. But so far, it is very regrettable that no clues about the source energy can be found. But he was distracted like this and missed a very critical scene, giving Xiao Fan a great opportunity. Ned just approached Xiao Fan with a ball of light in his hand. Xiao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and turned into his original body. The bone spear in his hand directly penetrated Ned's body. Then Ned's body disappeared and was collected by Xiao Fan into his own supernatural space. Xiao Fan turned into Ned's appearance and walked out of the energy beam space where a door had just been opened. Xiao Fan did not take this space away. Because doing so would cause suspicion for no reason, he did not take it away. Xiao Fan walked out of the energy beam space and immediately felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. This was an extremely spacious and bright space. There were no other furnishings in the space except for a few strange machines, and there were no other interstellar iron beetles. In fact, Xiao Fan didn't know that the reason why there were so few interstellar iron beetles here was entirely due to his credit. As the Vanguard squad, the number of interstellar iron beetles here was not large, and he killed so many of them again and again, so the number naturally became smaller and smaller. Otherwise, how could Val think of recruiting so many followers? He was a very arrogant guy who always looked down on lowly humans. If he hadn't been forced to do anything, he would not have recruited human followers at all. It was because his men were not enough, so he recruited so many human followers to help him do things. But unfortunately, those human followers had just been transformed and were directly slaughtered by Xiao Fan. So now Xiao Fan can hardly see interstellar iron beetles in this base. Xiao Fan felt that it would be unreasonable if he didn't bring something back, so he thought about it and didn't care what the machines were used for. He just put them into his own space. Whether it was possible to use these machines or not, it was like hitting him with 3 sticks. What if they were useful? Of course, Xiao Fan's blatant thief's method of not leaving empty-handed immediately caused the alarm in the secret base. Then Xiao Fan saw 2 interstellar iron beetles rushing here, which made Xiao Fan feel the most speechless. He still didn't understand the communication method and language of the interstellar iron beetles, otherwise he could just act with them. But now he could only kill them, so 2 bone spears flew out, and the 2 interstellar iron beetles that had just rushed over turned into 2 corpses. And then the corpses disappeared and were put into Xiao Fan's space. Although he couldn't act, the joy of this kind of slaughter was also very wonderful. Then 3 more interstellar iron beetles rushed out. Xiao Fan certainly would not give them any chance and would not hesitate to attack. In an instant, the 3 interstellar iron beetles turned into corpses and were collected into his own supernatural space. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded coldly. "I really didn't expect that you made me look at you with new eyes again. You actually killed Ned and turned into Ned's appearance." Xiao Fan knew that this was Val's voice, but he did not see Val's figure. This guy must be hiding in a dark corner and talking to him, but he didn't have the courage to face him. Xiao Fan sneered and said sarcastically, "Val, I really looked down on you. I didn't expect you to become a coward. Do you know what a coward means? I don't think I need to explain it to you. You should know that this is an insult, and it is a very insulting word. Do you feel insulted? If you feel this kind of humiliation from me, come out and fight me to the death. Don't let me look down on you again. You have been declaring how noble you are and how lowly I am, but you dare not come out to face me. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Val replied coldly, "You are using a very inferior provocation against me. Do you think I will be fooled? Do you think I will go out to see you because of a few words you said? I know that your current combat effectiveness is above mine. If I go out, I may face your killing, so put away your provocation. I won't be fooled." Xiao Fan cursed. "This bastard is so timid, I really look down on you. You think if you don't come out, I can't do anything to you. If you don't come out again, I will destroy your entire base. I want to see how you will explain this to your superiors." Val sneered and said, "Don't struggle here in vain. Now it seems that you have all the initiative, but in fact it is not the case. This base is just a base I built by myself. It doesn't matter if I destroy it completely. My superiors will not hold me responsible for anything. But there is a very bad news. I want to tell you that even if you destroy this base, you can't get out of it. You will be trapped here forever until our army arrives." In order to dampen Xiao Fan's emotions, Val deliberately said in a more exaggerated tone, "By the way, I advise you to enjoy the last bit of freedom, because our army will soon arrive on this planet, and that will be the time when you die. You can show off your power in front of me, but I can tell you that there are many powerful nobles coming with our army this time, and they will reap your life." Xiao Fan felt very bad when he heard Val's words. Of course, anyone would feel bad. Is he really out of trouble now? Maybe he just changed to a bigger cage, so if he really wants to escape, he must fight his way out of this base. But a very cruel fact is that his fighting power can kill some interstellar iron beetles, but Xiao Fan really doesn't have the confidence to destroy the entire base with the bone spear in his hand. Val smiled even more proudly. "There is another very interesting fact I want to tell you. Although you have killed many of my men and even killed one of our nobles, as long as I can keep you trapped here, I will still have a great credit when our army arrives. Ha ha ha." After listening to this, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He really didn't want to argue anymore, because now he must hurry up and find a way to escape. There is no point in arguing again. Xiao Fan simply restored his